Chapter 1. International Flight. On an Airbus A380 en route from the capital of Huaxia to the United States, Sun Yuxuan found himself seated by the window, next to a stunning beauty with flowing hair and an oval face. Dressed in casual attire, her ensemble failed to conceal her strikingly alluring figure. Particularly, her elevated bosom drew Sun Yuxuan's gaze like a magnet, causing him to steal glances at her form. Inwardly astonished, he mused, wow, she must be at least a 36D. I wonder what it would feel like to touch. The beauty, clearly aware of Sun Yuxuan's fervent scrutiny, furrowed her brow and shot him a sharp glare. Yet, perhaps due to the public setting, she restrained her ire. Most would have thought better of lingering in such a situation after receiving such a look. However, Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed, his eyes steadfastly fixed on her bosom. With a cheeky grin, he boldly suggested, "How about we exchange WeChat to chat a bit?" Upon hearing his words, the beauty's previously charming countenance darkened instantly. She glared at him and retorted sharply, "Add you? No way." Nevertheless, in the face of her rebuke, Sun Yuxuan did not take offense. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied softly, "But I already have my sister." This remark left the beauty momentarily speechless, cursing her misfortune for finding herself beside such an odd character. With a huff, she resolved to ignore Sun Yuxuan, closing her eyes and turning her head away, dismissing his presence entirely. Unfazed by her disinterest, Sun Yuxuan continued to gaze unapologetically at her, particularly captivated by her generous curves. After a considerable time, he reluctantly shifted his gaze away, swallowing hard in unintentional admiration. Just then, the aircraft began its gradual ascent, prompting Sun Yuxuan to close his eyes and drift into a drowsy state of slumber. As moments ticked by, he became wholly enveloped in dreams, oblivious to the world around him. Eventually, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, stirring him from his reverie. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a tall flight attendant standing in the aisle, maneuvering a cart laden with refreshments. Sun Yuxuan marveled inwardly. This international flight truly is exceptional. Even the flight attendants are stunningly beautiful. Noticing his awakening, the flight attendant offered a professional smile and softly inquired, "Good afternoon, sir. I apologize for disturbing your rest. It is now lunchtime. May I assist you with anything?" Sun Yuxuan's gaze gradually settled upon the flight attendant, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What delicacies do we have?" The flight attendant responded with a smile, "Today's lunch features braised chicken rice and beef and ham fried rice. Which would you prefer?" Feeling the slight grumble of his stomach, Sun Yuxuan exclaimed, "Ah, how fortuitous. I am quite hungry. Please, bring me 2 portions of each. If that proves insufficient, I shall seek you out again." The flight attendant momentarily paused, taken aback in her extensive experience. She had never encountered a passenger quite like Sun Yuxuan. She mused to herself, "This passenger certainly has a hearty appetite." The beautiful woman seated beside Sun Yuxuan was similarly surprised by his words, inwardly reflecting, "What an eccentric individual. Not only is he lecherous, but he also eats like a gluttona true pig." Due to Sun Yuxuan's naturally loud voice, his remarks quickly captured the attention of those around them. Swiftly, the flight attendant presented him with 2 servings of braised chicken rice and 2 servings of beef and ham fried rice. Sun Yuxuan accepted the food with a smile and turned to the flight attendant, saying, "Could you also bring me 2 cans of cola?" "Thank you." The flight attendant hesitated briefly, but promptly regained her composure, retrieving 2 cans of cola from the cart and handing them to Sun Yuxuan. Meanwhile, the beauty beside him had opted for merely a small bread roll and a cup of milk. Noticing her modest selection, Sun Yuxuan smiled and warmly remarked, "My dear lady, is that all you intend to eat? Will that truly satisfy your hunger? May I treat you to a serving of braised chicken rice?" The woman, upon hearing his offer, scoffed quietly, thinking, "Do I need your generosity? If I desire something, I shall procure it myself." I have never encountered such audacity. Recognizing her disinterest in engaging with him, Sun Yuxuan chose not to pursue the matter further. He opened a portion of braised chicken rice, deftly wielding his chopsticks, and began to devour it with gusto. Within 2 minutes, the first serving vanished, and he quickly opened the second portion, continuing his indulgence. In less than 2 minutes, that serving, too, was consumed entirely. Following the braised chicken rice, he turned his attention to the 2 boxes of beef and ham fried rice, which he devoured with equal fervor. In under 5 minutes, those 2 portions had disappeared as well. After finishing his meal, Sun Yuxuan let out a satisfied belch and casually opened a can of cola with a crisp pop, tilting his head back and drinking it down in one go. The woman beside him furrowed her brow, casting a look of mild disgust toward him, inwardly lamenting, "He eats like a pig." Sun Yuxuan seemed to sense her gaze, but paid it no mind. He merely glanced at her before closing his eyes, settling into a state of relaxation. As time passed, most of the passengers on the plane succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Yuxuan had also drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the aircraft began to shake violently without warning, jolting the sleeping passengers awake. As panic swept through the cabin, the soothing voice of a flight attendant resonated through the intercom. "Dear passengers, please remain calm. The aircraft has encountered turbulent weather, resulting in this unexpected turbulence. Kindly stay seated and refrain from moving about." Upon hearing the announcement, the passengers felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, the tranquility was short-lived. Chapter 2. The plane's plunge into the sea. The turbulence persisted for 2 to 3 minutes before settling again. Yet, just as the passengers began to relax, the aircraft lurched violently once more. This turbulence was far more severe than the last, causing hearts to race and breaths to quicken. Many passengers turned pale with fear. Some even screamed aloud, filling the cabin with cries of terror. Yet, the intercom fell silent, as if the crew was equally paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Time ticked away, and within 3 minutes, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted from the entrance of the cabin. "This is bad. The plane is on fire," someone shouted in terror. "Is it going to explode?" Another voice trembled. "I don't want to die." More passengers began to weep and scream, as fear spread like a contagion throughout the cabin. Chaos erupted, with a cacophony of cries, sobs, and shrieks blending into a deafening roar. Luggage and belongings were hurled about, strewn across the floor. Amidst the turmoil, a thunderous noise erupted from the cabin door, as though it were being torn apart by a monstrous force. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared, resembling an entrance to the underworld. Passengers seated near the door were caught off guard, swiftly pulled into the abyss outside by an overwhelming force. Their bodies flailed helplessly in midair before vanishing like kites severed from their strings into the boundless sky. The aircraft spiraled out of control, plummeting like a headless fly. Oxygen masks dropped from above in an instant. Sun Yuxuan's face contorted with rage as he muttered, "Damn it, why am I so unlucky?" Before he could finish his thought, he hastily grabbed the oxygen mask above him and secured it over his face without hesitation. At that moment, he caught sight of a terrified beauty beside him, her screams piercing the air. Observing her distress, he furrowed his brow, quickly yanking the oxygen mask from her grasp and placing it over her face. As time continued to slip away, approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, a deafening bang echoed through the cabin like a clap of thunder. The aircraft seemed to be struck by an enormous hand, plunging headfirst into the vast, unforgiving sea. The sea surged in with a ferocity akin to a flood breaching a dam, pouring through the vast opening of the hatch. Although Sun Yuxuan felt a flicker of panic within, he maintained a semblance of composure. Acting decisively, he tore off his oxygen mask, unfastened his safety belt, and swiftly retrieved a life jacket from beneath his seat, slipping it around his neck. He then turned to the beautiful woman beside him, shouting urgently, "Hurry, put on the life jacket." However, she appeared frozen in terror, utterly paralyzed and staring blankly ahead. Seeing her state, Sun Yuxuan's heart raced with urgency. He bent down without a second thought, rummaging beneath her seat for a life jacket and fastened it around her neck. At last, the woman seemed to snap back to reality, her hands trembling as she attempted to unbuckle her safety belt. Meanwhile, the water continued to surge into the cabin like a ravenous beast, threatening to engulf them entirely. At that moment, the woman finally managed to free herself from her restraints. Sun Yuxuan summoned every ounce of strength and called out, "Quick, hold on to my shirt, I will swim us out." Upon hearing his call, she clutched his shirt tightly. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and with all his might, he swam towards the cabin's exit. Each stroke felt like a desperate battle against death, and every inch of progress demanded immense effort. Fortunately, despite the dire circumstances inside the cabin, they were not too far from the exit. After a grueling 2 or 3 minutes, he successfully pulled the woman through the gaping hatchway to freedom. Sun Yuxuan immediately felt for the inflation cord of a life jacket around his neck. Without hesitation, he yanked it, and with a sharp hiss, the life jacket rapidly expanded, filling with air in mere seconds. He then swiftly pulled the inflation cord on the woman's life jacket as well, which similarly inflated with astonishing speed. Thus, they floated upon the surface of the sea, buoyed by the life jackets. Sun Yuxuan struggled to lift his head, surveying the chaotic scene around him. Debris and suitcases floated haphazardly, with some items severely damaged while others remained relatively intact, all soaked through by the relentless waves. Amidst this turmoil, he spotted several others, like himself, who had miraculously escaped the aircraft. The plane, now gravely tilted at an eerie 90-degree angle, loomed above the water like a colossal steel beast on the brink of being consumed by the ocean. Part of it had already succumbed to the depths, while the remaining section continued its rapid descent. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but think of General Luo and the beautiful executives in first class, wondering if they had managed to escape. It would be a tragic loss if they perished like this. Though Sun Yuxuan's heart brimmed with anxiety and concern, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, teetering on the brink of life and death, how could he possibly rescue others? Fortunately, it appeared that the first-class cabin was not entirely submerged beneath the surging waters. Windows were violently shattered from within, one after another. Following this chaos, passengers, as if pursued by demons, desperately squeezed through the narrow openings before unhesitatingly leaping into the tumultuous, unfathomable depths of the ocean. With an urgent gaze, Sun Yuxuan scanned the scene and finally caught a glimpse of General Luo and a group of executives from the company emerging from the window, plunging into the sea. Seeing them escape successfully brought a slight sense of relief to his heart. Drawing in a deep breath, he vigorously swung his arms, utilizing the buoyancy of his life jacket to swim towards the direction where General Luo had gone. However, his efforts were impeded, for the beautiful woman clutched his clothing tightly, seemingly paralyzed by fear of the raging sea. At that moment, a colossal wave surged forth like a ferocious beast, roaring towards them. Sun Yuxuan had no time to react before being engulfed by the monstrous wave. He felt an overwhelming force dragging him down, as seawater rushed into his mouth and nose, rendering him nearly breathless. Simultaneously, the woman faced the same onslaught of the wave. Her screams echoed through the water, only to be swiftly drowned out. The two struggled desperately in the turbulent waters, their bodies battered by the waves, utterly disoriented. Before they could regain their composure, another wave crashed upon them, sweeping them away like mere toys. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the life jackets around their necks prevented them from sinking into the abyss. Thus, the two were carried away by the whims of the waves, and at that moment, they could no longer see any trace of others around them. Chapter 3. Drifting at sea, it is uncertain how much time has elapsed, yet the tumultuous waves upon the ocean gradually subside, restoring an air of tranquility reminiscent of bygone days. Sun Yuxuan and the enchanting woman continue to float upon the water's surface, surrounded by an expansive and boundless azure sea, with no land in sight. As Sun Yuxuan surveys his surroundings, a wave of helplessness washes over him. However, when his gaze lands upon the woman beside him, this feeling diminishes somewhat. The woman clutches Sun Yuxuan's clothing tightly, seemingly fearful that releasing her grip would lead to her being engulfed by the sea. Noticing her distress, Sun Yuxuan's lips curve into a faint smile. He gently addresses her. "My lady, the sea has calmed. Are you not weary from holding on to me so tightly? Perhaps you might consider loosening your grip for a moment." Upon hearing his words, the woman hesitates briefly before gradually releasing her hold. She gazes at Sun Yuxuan, gratitude flickering in her eyes as she says, "Thank you for saving me. Without your help, I fear I would have sunk to the ocean's depths along with that plane." Sun Yuxuan waves his hand dismissively, responding with a smile. "Oh, there's no need for such formality. With your beauty, how could I bear to watch you meet such a fate?" At his compliment, a blush creeps onto the woman's cheeks, and she shyly lowers her gaze, murmuring, "I am Bai Shirhan. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire your name? I am Sun Yuxuan. Since we are on such familiar terms now, you may call me Brother Xian," he replies, his smile growing even brighter, his tone light-hearted and humorous. Upon hearing this, Bai Shirhan internally chastises him, thinking, what audacity. We're hardly acquainted. Yet, she quickly reminds herself that he had indeed saved her life, and thus refrains from voicing her thoughts. Bai Shirhan lifts her gaze to the sky, where the expanse above is a brilliant blue, resembling a vast sapphire embedded between heaven and earth. The sun hangs high, radiating scorching rays that pierce down like arrows directly onto their heads. Despite the intensity of the sunlight, their immersion in the water alleviates the heat's sting. They float silently on the ocean's surface as the minutes slip by, unknowingly passing 3 to 4 hours. Bai Shirhan raises her head to scan the horizon. But no matter how she looks, the endless sea remains unchanged, devoid of even a trace of land. A sense of despair begins to swell within her, and she weakly addresses Sun Yuxuan. "Do you think we might perish here in this vast ocean? I am still so young. I do not wish to die." Sun Yuxuan quickly offers words of comfort. "The fact that we managed to escape the plains signifies that our lives are not yet forfeit. Do not worry. I have faith that we shall endure this trial." Yet, despite his reassuring words, Sun Yuxuan himself harbors doubts deep within. After all, they had been adrift on the vast expanse of the ocean, and though they had thus far evaded any calamities, prolonged fasting and thirst would only enable them to endure for a maximum of 3 days. Should they fail to glimpse land within that time frame, their demise would be inevitable. As moments ticked away, the sky gradually succumbed to darkness. By this juncture, Bai Shirhan's lips had cracked, her complexion pallid, and her body weakened from dehydration. Sun Yuxuan was not in a much better state. To exacerbate their plight, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the surface of the sea, causing the waves to swell ominously. To prevent the tumultuous waters from separating them, Sun Yuxuan decisively bound their garments together, allowing the waves to carry them further into the depths. In that pitch-black night, they were mercilessly tossed by the sea, their bodies rising and falling as if they might be swallowed whole at any moment. The night dragged on interminably, each passing second a torment that felt like an eternity. At last, dawn broke, and Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shirhan summoned their remaining strength to gaze upon their surroundings. Yet, what lay before them was still the endless ocean, devoid of any trace of land or vessels. In that moment, despair surged within their hearts. They were uncertain of how much longer they could endure or if any hope for survival remained. Fortunately, the wind subsided and the sea returned to a placid state, as if the earlier tempest had never occurred. Both were utterly exhausted, their bodies feeling as though they had been hollowed out, drained of all vigor. Not only were they fatigued, but they were also ravenous, parched, and overwhelmed by an unbearable drowsiness. As Sun Yuxuan gazed at the infinite sea, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness enveloped him. Yet in this vast expanse, what could he possibly do? Ultimately, he relinquished his struggle, lying back upon the surface of the water, closing his eyes in the hope of temporarily escaping the agony and turmoil. Seeing Sun Yuxuan's actions, Bai Shirhan mimicked him, lying flat on the water, eyes shut tight. Thus, they lay silently upon the ocean, gently rocked by the waves, gradually slipping into slumber. Time passed, though its measure was lost on them, when suddenly Sun Yuxuan felt a force collide with him. He slowly opened his eyes, astonished to discover a massive wooden plank, measuring at least 7 or 8 square meters. A wave of joy surged through him, and he called out Bai Shirhan's name several times, only to be met with silence. A tightness gripped his heart, an ominous premonition taking root. He feared the worst. Had she perished? Hastily, he reached beneath her, cautiously probing, and when he detected a faint breath, a great weight lifted from his heart. He secretly exhaled in relief, pondering that as long as he was alive, it would not have been in vain to save her. He first untied the corner of his clothing that was bound together with Bai Shirhan, grasping one edge of the wooden plank to climb aboard. Fortunately, the plank was sufficiently large and buoyant, neither sinking into the sea nor capsizing. Sun Yuxuan promptly pulled Bai Shihan onto the plank, dragging her to the center of it. Thus, the two lay upon the plank, allowing the sea breeze to carry them away into the distance. Chapter 4. Stranded on a deserted island, drifting aimlessly upon the vast expanse of the ocean for several hours, Sun Yuxuan dared not divert his gaze from the boundless sea, fearing he might overlook any sign of land. Yet, as time inexorably ticked away, his hopes began to fade. Eventually, both his body and spirit reached their limits. He could no longer endure, his eyelids growing heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, and he succumbed to a hazy slumber. After an indeterminate period, Sun Yuxuan awoke once more. As he opened his eyes and beheld the scene before him, he was taken aback. Towering trees loomed in his sight. He questioned whether he was still dreaming or if his prolonged drift had induced hallucinations. Hastily, he rubbed his eyes and focused again, only to find those majestic trees still standing resolutely before him, undeniably real. With excitement surging through him, he sat up from the worn wooden plank, realizing it was propped atop a massive reef. What astonished him further was that he was gazing upon an island, its lengthy coastline stretching beyond the horizon. A wave of elation washed over Sun Yuxuan, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that fate has not been unkind to me. This large plank has brought us to this island." His gaze then fell upon Bai Shihan, who lay motionless on the wooden plank. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he quickly reached to check for her breath beneath her nose. When he felt her faint yet steady exhalation, a great weight lifted from his chest. Sun Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously leaped from the plank into the sea. Fortunately, the water was shallow, reaching only to his waist, allowing him to maintain his footing with relative ease. He grasped the large plank and made his way toward the shore. At last, he dragged the plank to the beach. Without pausing for breath, he hurriedly lifted Bai Shihan from the plank and gently placed her on the sand. He then turned his attention to the cumbersome wooden plank, exerting immense effort to haul it onto the shore. After a brief moment of rest, Sun Yuxuan cradled Bai Shihan and, with a slightly unsteady gait, approached a nearby tree. Though the tree was not far, his exhaustion and the weight of Bai Shihan made the journey arduous. Upon reaching the tree, he gently laid Bai Shihan down on the ground and crouched beside her, softly calling her name. However, despite his persistent calls, she remained unresponsive. Sun Yuxuan understood that Bai Shihan had succumbed to unconsciousness due to dehydration. Time was of the essence. He needed to find a water source swiftly to replenish her lost fluids. Rising to his feet, he dragged his weary body slowly toward the coastline. He knew that typical islands often bore coconut trees, and this season was the time for coconuts to ripen. As he walked, he scanned the surroundings intently. Indeed, after traversing approximately 700 or 800 meters, he spotted 3 or 4 coconut trees. Although they were somewhat distant, he instantly recognized the coconuts hanging from their branches. A surge of joy filled his heart as he hastened his pace towards the trees. Upon reaching the base of the palms, he immediately noticed several ripe coconuts scattered across the ground. Some of these coconuts had begun to rot, their exteriors darkened and covered with ants and various unidentified flying insects, exuding a nauseating stench. Yet, amidst this heap of decaying coconuts, he discovered several freshly fallen ones. Overjoyed, Sun Yuxuan swiftly bent down to collect 2 of them, then hurriedly made his way towards the shore. Upon arriving at the beach, Sun Yuxuan placed the coconuts on the sand and began searching for a suitable tool. It wasn't long before he uncovered a sharp stone, precisely what he required. Without hesitation, he picked up the stone, secured a coconut on the ground, and raised the stone high, aiming for the top of the coconut before bringing it down forcefully. A crisp sound echoed as the stone struck the coconut. With no moment of doubt, he followed up with another blow and then another. Repeatedly, after delivering 7 or 8 strikes, he finally created a substantial opening in the coconut, from which the coconut water gushed forth like a fountain. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan eagerly lifted the coconut, positioning the opening towards his mouth, and drank heartily. With each sip of the coconut water, he felt an invigorating energy coursing through him, refreshing and revitalizing his spirit. After finishing the first coconut, still craving more, he promptly reached for a second one. Employing the same technique with the sharp stone, He swiftly created an opening and eagerly consumed the coconut water. Once he finished, he seized another stone and struck the coconut decisively. With a resounding crack, the coconut shattered, and he quickly pried open the shell, carefully extracting the tender coconut flesh, which he devoured with fervor. Having relished the coconut meat, he wasted no time and quickly rose to his feet, striding back to the base of the coconut trees. Circling around, he meticulously selected several coconuts that appeared to be in good condition. Then, he removed his shirt and gathered the coconuts, cradling them tightly in his arms as he made his way towards Bai Shihan. Before long, he arrived beside her, observing that she lay there, motionless. Sun Yuxuan promptly placed the coconuts beneath the tree, then dashed back to the shoreline, swiftly locating a sharp stone. Returning to the tree, he cracked open one coconut and gently brought it to Bai Shihan's lips. As the coconut water touched her cracked lips, a miracle unfolded. Her previously sealed mouth gradually parted as if enchanted. As the coconut water continuously flowed into her mouth, Bai Shihan's throat began to convulse rhythmically, as if she were desperately swallowing this life-saving nectar. Gradually, a hint of color returned to her cheeks, and her once pallid lips took on a faint rosy hue. She quickly finished the entire coconut's contents, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. A look of confusion lingered in her gaze, as if she had not yet fully emerged from her unconscious state. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure and, in a faint voice, addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, Where is this? Am I dead? Chapter 5. Frightening Bai Shihan, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, What nonsense are you spouting? We are both alive and well, and we currently find ourselves on a deserted island. After saying this, he gently extended his hand and carefully helped Bai Shihan sit up. He then swiftly cracked open a coconut and offered it to her. Bai Shihan joyfully accepted the coconut from Sun Yuxuan and eagerly sipped the sweet coconut water. Once she finished, Sun Yuxuan cracked open 2 more coconuts, scooped out the flesh, and brought it to her lips, encouraging her to eat. Without hesitation, Bai Shihan relished the delectable coconut meat, savoring every bite. After drinking the coconut water and feasting on the coconut flesh, Bai Shihan felt revitalized. She gazed at Sun Yuxuan with sincere gratitude in her eyes and softly said, I truly appreciate you for saving my life once again. Sun Yuxuan replied half-jokingly, Haha, as I always say, it would be such a pity for someone as beautiful as you to perish so easily. Hearing his unabashed compliment, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, murmuring, So, if I weren't beautiful, you wouldn't have saved me? Sun Yuxuan smirked, revealing a teasing smile, and nodded as he candidly responded, Of course, if you were an eyesore, I wouldn't have gone through such trouble to rescue you. Upon hearing his words, a sudden thought crossed Bai Shihan's mind. Her expression turned a bit grim as she quickly interjected, You didn't save me out of a desire for my beauty, did you? I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. I have trained in Taekwondo. Initially taken aback by her statement, Sun Yuxuan burst into laughter. His laughter echoed peculiarly across the deserted island, causing Bai Shihan to feel slightly anxious as she watched him. As his laughter subsided, he fixed his gaze on her, a hint of mischief dancing on his lips. He slowly remarked, You've guessed correctly. I saved you out of a desire for your beauty. Just look at this deserted island. It's just the 2 of us. Even if I were to do something, who would know? His words drained the color from Bai Shihan's face, and she instinctively clasped her hands over her chest. Sun Yuxuan noticed her reaction, his gaze trailing to her prominent figure, and he deliberately flashed a wicked smile, his eyes fixed on her. Bai Shihan shivered under his gaze, her voice trembling as she stammered, Why you? Don't you dare? Seeing her frightened demeanor, Sun Yuxuan found it amusing. He had merely intended to tease her, never expecting her to be so easily frightened. Unable to contain his laughter, he said, Haha, I was just joking. Look at you, so scared. Yet you claim to have trained in Taekwondo. Rest assured, my brother, although somewhat lecherous, he is indeed a man of principles. Had he truly wished to take advantage of you, he would have done so while you were unconscious. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan felt her tension dissipate instantly. She realized he was merely jesting. She shot him a fierce glare, her face a mask of displeasure, and declared, "You wicked scoundrel, all you do is frighten me. Let us see if I'll pay you any attention in the future." Noticing her reaction, Sun Yuxuan refrained from further comment and began to rummage through his belongings, seemingly in search of something. After a considerable while, he finally retrieved a mobile phone and a wallet from his pocket. He set the wallet aside and picked up the phone, shaking it vigorously in hopes of dislodging the seawater trapped within. However, when he pressed the power button, the device remained unresponsive. It appeared the phone had succumbed to the water damage and was beyond repair, Sun Yuxuan lamented. Bai Shihan, witnessing this scene, hastily fished her own phone from her pocket, only to discover that hers too had fallen victim to the seawater and was rendered inoperable. Sun Yuxuan promptly placed both phones under the sun to dry. As twilight approached, he pondered the potential dangers lurking on this deserted island and concluded that it was imperative to ignite a fire, both for warmth and to deter any wild beasts. Turning to Bai Shihan, he instructed, "Stay beneath this great tree and do not wander off. I shall find a way to kindle a fire promptly. Without it, this place will become exceedingly perilous once darkness falls." Without allowing her a moment to respond, he resolutely stood and ventured deeper into the woods. Not far into his exploration, his gaze was drawn to something nestled upon a branch. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a small bird's nest, perfect for use as tinder. Elated, he hastened his steps and carefully retrieved the nest. To his astonishment, upon examining it, he found 5 eggs nestled within. What an unexpected boon, Sun Yuxuan mused. Although the eggs were modest in size, they would certainly provide some nourishment. Cautiously, he placed the nest and eggs into his pocket and continued his search through the forest. Before long, he stumbled upon another find, 2 completely dried sticks, sturdy and ideal for friction fire starting. He quickly gathered them, along with some kindling and dry grass, contently returning to the base of the tree. After depositing his treasures, he then made his way to the shoreline, meticulously sifting through a pile of debris washed ashore, eventually uncovering a length of rope. He also retrieved a sharp stone before hastily returning to the tree. Sun Yuxuan took the stone and began to bore a hole into one of the wooden sticks. He was entirely focused, exerting every ounce of his strength, as beads of sweat gradually dampened his forehead. After a considerable effort, a small hole finally emerged in the wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan gazed with satisfaction at his achievement, then securely bound a string to the stick, fashioning it into a bowstring. With everything prepared, Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, ready to commence the arduous task of friction firemaking. He firmly pressed the stick with the tiny hole beneath his foot, grasping the bowstring with both hands, and began to pull back and forth with rapidity. As seconds ticked by, warmth began to radiate from his palms, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. He gritted his teeth, persisting as he quickened the pace of the bowstring, yearning to witness the emergence of sparks. However, despite his relentless efforts, 10 minutes elapsed without even the slightest glimmer of ember from the little hole in the stick beneath him. A wave of frustration washed over Sun Yuxuan, and he inwardly cursed. Why is it so difficult to create fire by friction? Yet, he did not relent. After a brief respite, he rallied his spirit and once again immersed himself in the endeavor of firemaking. Chapter 6. The roasted sand crab. Thus, time passed gradually, and after nearly 20 minutes, wisps of smoke began to emerge from the small hole in the wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan kept his gaze fixed on that tiny opening, and when he noticed sparks flickering amidst the smoke, he realized that success was within reach. He promptly halted his actions, carefully tilting the stick to let the sparks gently fall into the bird's nest. Taking a deep breath, he leaned closer to the nest and began to blow softly. Each breath seemed to breathe new life into the feeble sparks, which gradually brightened as if responding to his efforts. As he continued to blow, the smoke above the nest thickened, resembling a rolling cloud enveloping the nest. Finally, through his relentless endeavor, a flame suddenly erupted from the nest, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan hurriedly placed the bird's nest on the ground and swiftly picked up a handful of dry grass, laying it gently atop the flame. The grass ignited like a fuse, rapidly catching fire and spreading the flames. Sun Yuxuan then added pieces of wood to the burgeoning fire, which crackled joyously under the caress of the flames, as if celebrating this hard-won blaze. Before long, a roaring bonfire was ignited beneath the great tree, its glow illuminating Sun Yuxuan's face and rendering his smile exceptionally radiant. Gazing at the flickering flames, a weight lifted from his heart. After all, on this deserted island, fire symbolizes warmth, light, and hope. Beside him, Bai Shihan observed the entire process, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence for Sun Yuxuan. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Sun Yuxuan, you are truly amazing. You even know how to start a fire by friction." Sun Yuxuan, with a confident smile gracing his lips, nonchalantly replied, "It's just starting a fire by friction. What's so difficult about it? I know a great deal more, so just stick with me on this deserted island, and I promise you won't go hungry." He paused, then added, "By the way, could you stop calling me by my name? It sounds a bit awkward. I prefer you call me Brother Xian. It's much more endearing." Bai Shihan shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Look at you, all puffed up with pride. I merely complimented you, and now you're all full of yourself?" As the sun began its descent, gradually sinking below the horizon, Sun Yuxuan turned to Bai Shihan and advised, "Please gather some firewood from the nearby woods. Just don't wander too far. There could be venomous snakes and fierce beasts lurking about. I'll head to the shore to see if I can find something to eat." With that, Sun Yuxuan quickly rose to his feet and walked toward the coastline. Observing this, Bai Shihan also stood up and ventured into the nearby woods, diligently collecting firewood. Sun Yuxuan strolled along the shore, the sea breeze gently caressing his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. As he walked along the shore, he suddenly sensed an unusual sensation beneath his feet, as if something was slowly crawling on the sand. Curiously, he bent down to take a closer look, discovering a multitude of small gray sand crabs busily scuttling about, seemingly in search of something. Intrigued, Sun Yuxuan felt a spark of inspiration and immediately began rummaging through a pile of debris washed ashore by the waves. Before long, he unearthed a sizable empty plastic bottle. He swiftly unscrewed the cap and crouched down, cautiously extending his hand towards the crabs. Sensing the impending danger, the crabs scattered in all directions, but with quick reflexes, Sun Yuxuan managed to capture several. Thus, he immersed himself in the task of catching the sand crabs. As time ticked away, unbeknownst to him, the sun had gradually tilted westward, nearing its descent below the horizon. Meanwhile, the bottle in Sun Yuxuan's grasp was now filled with a generous collection of sand crabs. Gazing at his bounty, he smiled with satisfaction. Although the crabs were small, their abundance would suffice for a hearty meal for both him and Bai Shihan. Upon returning to the bonfire, he found Bai Shihan had gathered quite a bit of firewood, neatly piled beneath a tree. When she caught sight of the crabs in the bottle, her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Where on earth did you catch so many crabs?" With a slight smirk, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Well, where else but the beach? However, these are not crabs, they're sand crabs." Without hesitation, he plopped down beside Bai Shihan, as if the spot was reserved for him. Noticing him sit next to her, she instinctively shifted her position slightly. Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed, picking up a stick and began to dig into the ground. Within just 7 or 8 minutes, he had excavated a small pit several centimeters deep. He then retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire and placed it into the pit. Next, he poured the sand crabs from the bottle into the small hole. Startled by the sudden heat, the crabs scurried frantically within the confines of the pit, attempting to escape the scorching environment. However, Sun Yuxuan did not grant them that opportunity. He swiftly used the stick to herd the crabs back onto the charcoal, preventing their escape. As time passed, the crabs gradually ceased their struggles. Becoming thoroughly cooked by the burning charcoal, their once rigid shells now crispy and delicate. Sun Yuxuan picked up one of the crabs and savored it, chewing slowly. Observing him, Bai Shihan mimicked his actions, taking a crab and placing it in her mouth. Although the meat was scant, its nutritional value was substantial. The texture was particularly delightful, offering a satisfying crunch that lingered on the palate. Having gone nearly 2 days without sustenance, both were now ravenously hungry. At that moment, as they finally indulged in the roasted sand crabs, they felt as though they were savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world. The two of them continued to indulge in the freshly roasted sand crabs, consuming them one after another. Bai Shihan, with a modest appetite, felt satiated after devouring nearly 20 crabs. In contrast, Sun Yuxuan relished in the feast, consuming 50 to 60 crabs before he finally began to feel a sense of fullness. He then picked up the 5 bird eggs, dividing 2 for Bai Shihan while he savored 3 himself. Taking a stone, he cracked open 2 coconuts and handed one to Bai Shihan. He then lifted his own coconut, tilting his head back to drink the refreshing coconut water in one swift motion, before smashing the shell and extracting the tender coconut flesh to enjoy. Chapter 7. One night, after capturing a coconut crab and satisfying their hunger, the two sat contentedly by the fire, basking in its warm glow. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Shihan's mind. The 2 phones left out to dry in the sun. She immediately sprang to her feet and hurried to retrieve them. Upon returning, she handed Sun Yuxuan his phone. With joy radiating from her, Bai Shihan eagerly pressed the power button on her own device. Instantly, the screen illuminated, revealing a familiar startup display. "Wow, it actually turned on," she exclaimed, her face aglow with surprise. However, Sun Yuxuan doused her excitement with a splash of cold reality. "What good is that? There's no signal on this deserted island." Bai Shihan's smile faltered, her eyes widening as she stared at the screen, which confirmed his words. There was indeed no signal. Her spirits plummeted like a roller coaster in free fall. Yet, she refused to remain disheartened for long and reassured herself, "It's fine if the phone has no signal. After such a significant incident as a plane crash, the authorities will surely dispatch rescue teams swiftly. I believe we will leave this island in no time." Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan once again tempered her optimism. "Do not forget, we drifted for over a day at sea to arrive here. We are hundreds of kilometers away from the crash site. The rescue team may not find us. Even if they do, it could take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. His words struck Bai Shihan, but she did not succumb to despair. After a brief pause, she continued, "Even if the rescue team struggles to locate us, as long as we stay by the shore, we should be able to see passing ships." Sun Yuxuan, observing her determination, chose not to argue further and replied with a stoic expression, "Let us hope so, and may we be fortunate enough to encounter a passing vessel." Bai Shihan then inquired, "By the way, is your trip abroad for leisure?" Sun Yuxuan slowly shook his head, responding, "I am accompanying our CEO abroad for an inspection." A smile crept onto Bai Shihan's face as she teased, "Then you must be a high-ranking executive at your company." Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a self-deprecating grin as he replied, "What nonsense! I am merely the head of security. My role in accompanying the CEO and other executives is solely to ensure their safety. What about you? What brings you abroad?" Bai Shihan softly replied, "My parents are engaged in business overseas. I came to visit them, but who could have anticipated that the plane would suddenly encounter disaster?" Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan refrained from saying anything further. The 2 individuals sat quietly by the fire, enveloped in a serene stillness, punctuated only by the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks and the crackling of burning wood, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds in the surrounding woods. As time slipped by, Bai Shihan's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. She struggled to keep her eyes open, but ultimately succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness. Sun Yuxuan, noticing her state, gently spoke to her, "If you're feeling tired, you may rest for a while. Rest assured, I will keep watch and nothing will happen." Bai Shihan mustered her energy to respond, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head and explained, "I must tend to the fire. I cannot let it extinguish. If wild animals were to ambush us while we sleep, it could be perilous." Reassured by his words, Bai Shihan replied, "Then I shall take a brief nap. If you find it too difficult to stay awake, wake me, and I will take over." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, Bai Shihan leaned back against the trunk of a tree, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, within mere minutes, her breathing steadied, indicating she had drifted into slumber. Sun Yuxuan remained seated by the fire, occasionally adding logs to the flames, which danced higher, casting light upon the surrounding darkness. His gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Bai Shihan, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. He thought to himself, Bai Shihan is not only exquisitely beautiful, but her figure is also remarkable, especially her ample bosom, which was undeniably alluring. To marry her would indeed be a significant stroke of fortune. As time passed unnoticed, Sun Yuxuan began to feel a twinge of fatigue. His eyelids grew heavier, as if weighed down by an immense load. Yet he could not bring himself to awaken her at the sight of her serene face. Rising slowly, he stretched his limbs, stiff from prolonged sitting. At that moment, a faint rustling emanated from a thicket about 4 to 5 meters away from the fire. The sound, though subtle, seemed strikingly out of place in the tranquil night. Sun Yuxuan's heart raced at the thought. Could it be a venomous snake? This notion quickened his heartbeat, prompting him to seize a burning log from the fire and cautiously approach the thicket. As he drew nearer, he discovered that the source of the noise was, surprisingly, a large crab, specifically a coconut crab. This creature was larger than a basin, weighing an estimated 7 or 8 pounds, with pincers as thick as an arm. Upon noticing the flame, the coconut crab immediately recognized the threat, extending its formidable claws and brandishing them at Sun Yuxuan, as if to assert its dominance. Ecstatic at the sight of such a magnificent coconut crab, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of exhilaration. He thought to himself, I never anticipated that on this desolate island, I would stumble upon such a sizable coconut crab. This colossal creature is more than enough for both Bai Shihan and me to feast upon for an entire day. With this thought, Sun Yuxuan excitedly picked up a stick from the ground and, without a moment's hesitation, jabbed it towards the crab. In the blink of an eye, the coconut crab seemed to sense the impending danger, and with lightning speed, its formidable claws clamped down on the stick with unyielding force. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of triumph. He seized the moment and pulled upward with all his might, lifting the crab entirely off the ground. He then hurried to the fire and mercilessly tossed the coconut crab directly into the roaring flames. The heat of the fire clearly overwhelmed the crab, which writhed in desperation, attempting to escape the dreadful blaze. However, it was far too late. In mere moments, the coconut crab ceased its struggles, rendered motionless. Witnessing the creature's demise, Sun Yuxuan promptly retrieved it from the flames, using the stick to sift through the smoldering embers, and placed some still-burning charcoal atop the crab to slowly roast it to perfection. Chapter 8. The beautiful flight attended thus, after more than 10 minutes. The coconut crab was perfectly roasted. Sun Yuxuan carefully retrieved it from the flames, setting it aside for tomorrow's enjoyment. Time ticked away, and the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, piercing the darkness. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan felt his eyelids growing heavy. Pondering to himself, it's already dawn. Surely there is no danger now. He added some firewood to the flames to stoke their vigor, then, utterly fatigued, lay down beside the fire, closed his eyes, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. It was only when the sun rose high in the sky that Bai Shihan slowly awakened from her dreams. With bleary eyes, she rubbed her aching neck, feeling the stiffness in her limbs. As she turned her neck from side to side in an attempt to ease the soreness, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Sun Yuxuan, who was still sleeping soundly beside the fire. Why hasn't he woken me up yet? She mused silently. However, when her eyes landed on the enormous coconut crab resting nearby, they widened in surprise, as if drawn by an unseen force. My goodness, what sort of crab is this? It's enormous. Bai Shihan exclaimed in wonder. Without a doubt, she could surmise that this remarkable crab was brought back by Sun Yuxuan. Gazing at the colossal coconut crab, her admiration for him grew even deeper. Yet, at that moment, Sun Yuxuan remained immersed in his dreams, showing no signs of waking. Although Bai Shihan felt hungry, she hesitated to approach the already roasted crab. Her gaze involuntarily wandered to the fire, where the wood had burned down to mere embers, glowing faintly. Realizing this, Bai Shihan quickly rose, gathering some firewood, which she carefully placed atop the dwindling flames. As the new wood ignited, the fire roared back to life, the flames licking at the timber and crackling with vigor. Satisfied with this sight, she then stood and slowly made her way to the shoreline. Crouching down, she gently scooped a handful of seawater, relishing its refreshing touch, before splashing it onto her face to wash away the fatigue and sweat. Just as she was about to rise, her peripheral vision caught sight of something on the distant beach. Upon closer inspection, she realized it appeared to be a person lying there. Bai Shihan's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Without a moment to lose, she dashed back to the fire, crouched beside Sun Yuxuan, and began to shake him urgently, calling out, "Wake up! Wake up!" Startled by her vigorous shaking, Sun Yuxuan slowly opened his eyes, yawning deeply and grumbling in irritation. "What's the matter?" "I just fell asleep." Bai Shihan, not having the time to explain, quickly pointed toward the distant beach and exclaimed, "There seems to be someone lying motionless on the beach. It feels wrong." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was instantly jolted awake. With a sudden start, he sprang to his feet, anxiously inquiring, "Where?" "Please take me to see." Bai Shihan, her heart racing with urgency, unhesitatingly grasped Sun Yuxuan's hand and hurriedly made her way toward the coastline. When they finally reached the shore, Sun Yuxuan caught sight of a figure lying on the beach in the distance. He promptly released Bai Shihan and hurried toward the figure, who immediately followed suit. Before long, they arrived beside the person. Sun Yuxuan focused his gaze and observed that the individual was face down in the sand, adorned with a bulging life jacket around their neck. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yuxuan crouched down and carefully turned the person over. As they finally beheld the individual's visage, both were momentarily taken aback. Bai Shihan exclaimed in disbelief, "Isn't this the flight attendant from the plane?" Sun Yuxuan squinted to confirm, and indeed, it was the flight attendant. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color, rendering her condition uncertain. Sun Yuxuan swiftly extended a finger, gently placing it beneath the flight attendant's nose to check for breath. After a brief moment, he was elated to discover that although her breath was faint, she was still alive. He immediately turned to Bai Shihan and said, "She is still breathing. It seems she, like you, has fainted from dehydration." Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan urged him, "Then please save her." Sun Yuxuan nodded, lifting the flight attendant into his arms and making his way back to the fire. Once by the fire, he gently laid her down and removed the life jacket from around her neck, setting it aside. He broke open a coconut with a rock and positioned it near her lips, intending to feed her the coconut water. However, when the liquid dribbled onto her mouth, the flight attendant showed no response. Sun Yuxuan, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "This shouldn't be. You reacted immediately when I dripped coconut water into your mouth yesterday. Why isn't she opening her mouth?" Bai Shihan, slightly exasperated, replied, "Stop being curious and just feed her already." Sun Yuxuan, feeling a bit awkward, retorted, "Isn't that inappropriate? Why don't you do it?" Bai Shihan shot him a glare, then laughed, saying, "Oh, come on, don't pretend. I know exactly who you are. You were staring at me the entire time on the plane. You'd love to feed her mouth to mouth, wouldn't you?" Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was left speechless and said, "Am I really that despicable in your eyes?" Bai Shihan quickly urged again, "All right, enough of this. Hurry up and feed her the coconut water." Sun Yuxuan ceased his protests, took a generous sip of the coconut water, and positioned himself above the flight attendant's mouth. At that moment, something peculiar occurred. As their lips barely touched, the flight attendant's mouth suddenly opened slightly. Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of hope and promptly poured the coconut water into her mouth. Gradually, the flight attendant began to swallow the coconut water, and he continued to feed her, one sip at a time. Once the coconut juice was finished, the flight attendant's complexion appeared somewhat improved. Bai Shihan gently patted her shoulder, urging, "Hey, wake up." After calling her several times, the flight attendant slowly opened her eyes, her face filled with curiosity as she weakly inquired, Where am I?" Bai Shihan replied with a smile, "We are on a deserted island. He rescued you." As she spoke, she pointed towards Sun Yuxuan. The flight attendant shifted her gaze towards him and immediately recognized him, exclaiming, "So it was you. Thank you for saving me." Sun Yuxuan responded with a smile, "No need for thanks. With such a beautiful lady, how could I possibly refrain from intervening?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan felt a wave of exasperation and remarked, "Must you be so flirtatious? Do you have to use the same line on everyone? Can't you switch it up a bit?" Sun Yuxuan felt a sudden awkwardness. While Bai Shihan chose not to engage further, gently assisting the flight attendant to sit up. Chapter 9. The wager. Sun Yuxuan cracked open another coconut and handed it to her. The flight attendant accepted the coconut he offered and eagerly drank its refreshing juice in large gulps. Within mere seconds, she had finished the entire coconut. Turning her gaze back to Sun Yuxuan, she inquired, "Is there more? I would love another." Sun Yuxuan promptly cautioned, "You mustn't indulge too much. Excessive consumption can easily lead to an upset stomach." Upon hearing his words, the flight attendant nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Yuxuan then picked up a roasted coconut crab. As soon as the flight attendant caught sight of it, her eyes sparkled with delight. He broke off a claw and handed it to her. She expressed her gratitude and immediately dug into the sweet, succulent meat. Sun Yuxuan then passed another claw to Bai Shihan, who likewise accepted it with enthusiasm and savored the rich crab meat, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, this crab is absolutely divine. If only I could have this every day." In response to her enthusiasm, Sun Yuxuan smiled and said, "If you truly enjoy it, I shall catch them for you every day." Bai Shihan, somewhat skeptical, replied, "You must be joking. How could you possibly catch such large crabs?" Sun Yuxuan, still smiling, suggested, "Since you seem doubtful, how about we make a wager?" While relishing her crab meat, Bai Shihan posed a condition. "If I catch another coconut crab today, you must kiss me. If I fail, you can command me to do anything." Upon hearing this wager, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided him, "Are you really that bold? Why are you always trying to take advantage of me?" Sun Yuxuan replied earnestly, "How am I taking advantage? It's just a kiss. You won't lose anything. Are you afraid? Are you too timid to wager against me?" Provoked by his teasing, Bai Shihan declared, "A wager it is." "I'm not scared," she added. "If you lose, you mustn't go back on your word." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Whoever goes back on their word is a little puppy." After saying this, he turned to the flight attendant and asked, "What about you, beautiful? Would you care to join the wager?" The flight attendant blushed at the question and softly replied, "I think I'll pass." Immediately, Bai Shihan encouraged her, "Come on, sister, why are you afraid? It's just a kiss. What is the big deal? I don't believe he can catch such a large coconut crab." With Bai Shihan's encouragement, the flight attendant's cheeks reddened further as she reluctantly agreed. "All right then." Sun Yuxuan grinned and proceeded to crack open the remaining coconut crabs. The three of them devoured a crab weighing 7 or 8 pounds, leaving nothing but a pile of empty shells. At that moment, the flight attendant sincerely addressed Sun Yuxuan. "My name is Li Mengqi, but you can call me Mengqi. I truly appreciate your help." She then asked, "What is your name?" Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "I am Sun Yuxuan, but I prefer when others call me Brother Xian. This is Bai Shihan. It was she who discovered you by the shoreline, prompting her to call me for your rescue." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Bai Shihan waved her hand with a smile, replying, "Sister, there's no need for such formality. I did nothing but see you lying on the beach. It was he who carried you back and even fed you coconut juice mouth to mouth." At this, Li Mengqi's face flushed, and she looked at Sun Yuxuan in surprise, asking, "You fed me coconut juice mouth to mouth?" Sun Yuxuan hastily clarified, "Mengqi, don't misunderstand. I did that solely to save you, not to take advantage of you." Blushing, Li Mengqi nodded slightly and murmured, "I don't blame you. Thank you. By the way, are we the only 3 people on this deserted island?" Sun Yuxuan nodded, smiling as he replied, "For now, it is just the 3 of us stranded on this island, but there were many who escaped from the plane. I believe there are likely others here as well." Hearing this, Li Mengqi suggested, "Why don't we search along the coast? Perhaps we might find someone else." Sun Yuxuan shook his head, stating, "I don't have the leisure to look for others right now. Even if we find them, what can we do? I need to gather some coconuts. If you two are free, you can go collect some firewood from the nearby woods." After saying this, he headed towards the beach where he had discovered a few coconut trees the previous day. Seeing Sun Yuxuan leave, Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan and proposed, "Shall we search along the coast? We might find others." Bai Shihan immediately countered, "I think Xiangu is right. Even if we find others along the coast, what do we do? We are barely able to take care of ourselves. Why should we concern ourselves with others?" Li Mengqi found her reasoning sound. After all, they were struggling to survive themselves, so there was no point in worrying about others. Thus, They refrained from further discussion and rose to gather firewood from the nearby woods. Within a few minutes, Sun Yuxuan arrived beneath the coconut trees, gazing up at the coconuts above. He pondered, since Li Mengqi has ended up on this deserted island, it is certain that others may have as well. These coconuts are the only source of water. I must harvest them all and find a place to conceal some. Should others indeed wash ashore, I could trade coconuts for supplies. To survive on this island, sufficient resources are essential. With this thought, he made his way to the shoreline and began rummaging through the debris washed ashore by the tide. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally found several relatively intact plastic bags. After rinsing them with seawater, he brought them back to the base of the coconut tree. Taking a deep breath, he embraced the trunk of the coconut tree and began to climb upward. The coconut tree stands at an impressive height of 8 or 9 meters. Its trunk bare and unadorned. For an ordinary individual, scaling such a tree would be nearly impossible. However, Sun Yuxuan is no ordinary person. Having spent nearly 9 years in the military, specifically in an elite special forces unit, he possesses remarkable capabilities. He is regarded as a master among soldiers within his ranks. Had it not been for the tragic passing of his parents in a car accident, leaving his 2 younger sisters in high school without anyone to care for them, he would not have considered an early retirement. Chapter 10. Setting traps in a mere 2 or 3 minutes, Sun Yuxuan had ascended to the pinnacle of the tree, only to suddenly recall that he had forgotten to bring any tools. Swiftly, he descended back to the ground and made his way to the shoreline, where he picked up a stone roughly the size of his fist and tucked it into his pocket. Returning to the coconut tree, he climbed once more to the top, taking another 2 or 3 minutes to reach the summit again. With his legs firmly gripping the trunk of the coconut tree, he freed one hand to retrieve the stone from his pocket and struck at the junction where the coconuts met the tree. Most of the coconuts were already ripe, so the task was not overly arduous. One by one, the coconuts fell to the ground. After nearly half an hour, he had finally managed to dislodge all the coconuts from the trees. After a brief respite, he placed the coconuts in several plastic bags, reserving one bag to take back, while he concealed the others among some discreet thickets. Carrying the bag of coconuts, he made his way back to the fire pit. By the time he returned, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi had gathered a considerable amount of firewood, neatly stacked beneath a large tree. Sun Yuxuan set the bag of coconuts down and picked up a stick, heading towards the woods. Curiously, Li Mengqi inquired, "Xinge, what are you up to?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "I'm going to dig traps for coconut crabs." Intrigued by his response, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi immediately expressed their desire to see how he would capture the crabs. Bai Shihan eagerly exclaimed, "I want to go with you." "Me too." Li Mengqi chimed in. Sun Yuxuan nodded with a smile and said, "Great. You two should bring along the eaten coconuts." Bai Shihan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What do we need those for?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Whether we catch coconut crabs depends on them." Without further questioning, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi picked up the discarded coconuts from the ground and followed Sun Yuxuan into the woods. Sun Yuxuan surveyed the area and eventually discovered traces of coconut crabs crawling on the ground. He promptly crouched down, picked up the stick, and began to dig a hole. Although the stick was not particularly suited for the task, the soil here was relatively soft, making the digging process manageable. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi watched with wide-eyed curiosity as he worked. After nearly half an hour, Sun Yuxuan finally excavated a pit over a meter deep. He then smashed the coconuts that had been drained of their juice with the stone and tossed them directly into the deep hole. Standing up and brushing the dirt off his clothes, he turned to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi and said, "All right, let us head back." Upon hearing this, both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "Is this really the trap you mentioned? Are you joking with me? Is this all it takes to catch coconut crabs?" Bai Shihan expressed her disbelief. Li Mengqi echoed her sentiment, saying, "Xiange, are you certain this is the trap you've set? It looks so rudimentary and crude. Can it really catch coconut crabs?" Upon hearing their remarks, Sun Yuxuan confidently declared, "Isn't it merely a matter of catching a few coconut crabs? Can it really be that troublesome? My trap is more than sufficient. As for whether we catch any coconut crabs, we shall find out tonight." After saying this, he mischievously added, "Let us not forget our wager. When the time comes, please don't be a sore loser." Bai Shihan retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Got it. Stop being so nagging like a woman. As they returned beneath the great tree and noted that it was still early, Sun Yuxuan turned to them and said, I am utterly exhausted. I shall take a nap. You two keep an eye on the fire and ensure it doesn't extinguish. With that, he lay down under the tree, closed his eyes, and within mere minutes, was snoring softly. Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan and inquired, Shihan, how old are you this year? I am 27, Bai Shihan replied. Li Mengqi smiled and said, I'm a year younger. I just turned 26. May I call you Shihan Jie from now on? Bai Shihan nodded with a smile. Observing the peacefully sleeping Sun Yuxuan, Li Mengqi continued, Shihan Jie, did you and Xiangu meet on this deserted island? Bai Shihan shook her head and chuckled, no. I was completely petrified when the plane crashed into the sea. He was the one who put a life jacket around my neck and rescued me from the cabin. Upon hearing this, Li Mengqi nodded. From this perspective, Xiangu seems to be quite a good person. Bai Shihan grinned. I suppose he is a decent fellow, though a bit lecherous. He kept staring at my chest during the flight and insisted on adding me on WeChat. You cannot imagine how annoyed I was with him. I never expected he would come to my rescue during the plane incident. Li Mengqi chuckled. I've been a flight attendant for several years, but it's the first time I've encountered someone who orders for meals like him. It's quite a peculiar experience. Hearing this, Bai Shihan also laughed. Sun Yuxuan slept soundly until dusk, rising to stretch his somewhat sore body. He noticed Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi sitting gracefully upon a large reef by the shore, illuminated by the evening glow, resembling ethereal fairies. Sun Yuxuan went to the water's edge to wash his face, and then approached Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi. Gazing at the vibrant sunset and then at Bai Shihan, he remarked, This sunset is truly magnificent, but it pales in comparison to both of you. Delighted by Sun Yuxuan's compliment, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged smiles. As darkness enveloped the sky, the three returned to the fire. Sun Yuxuan picked up a burning log from the fire and said to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, I shall go check whether my trap has caught any coconut crabs. Bai Shihan laughed. It would be quite strange if your trap actually caught any coconut crabs. Sun Yuxuan grinned and said, Why don't you both join me? It would be unfortunate if you try to back out later. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi each picked up a burning log from the fire. The three of them then made their way into the woods, soon arriving at the edge of the trap. As Sun Yuxuan brought the smoldering log close to the trap, they beheld a coconut crab weighing 4 to 5 pounds, voraciously gnawing at a coconut shell. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were left in a state of disbelief at the sight. With a triumphant expression, Sun Yuxuan proclaimed, Do you see? We have indeed captured a coconut crab. You two have lost. Instantly, both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi flushed with embarrassment. Sun Yuxuan then picked up a stick from the ground and extended it into the trap, whereupon the coconut crab clamped down on the stick with its formidable pincers. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yuxuan lifted it up and returned to the fire with Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi in tow. Chapter 11. A lesson for two foreigners returning to the fire pit with a coconut crab in hand. Sun Yuxuan promptly seized a piece of wood and rummaged through the embers to extract some charcoal, placing the crab atop to roast. The moment the crab made contact with the scorching coals, it began to scuttle in a frantic attempt to escape. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan pressed it down firmly with a stick. After several tense moments, the crab finally fell still, allowing him to remove the piece of wood that had restrained it. Seizing the opportunity while the coconut crab roasted, Sun Yuxuan wore a sly smile and turned to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, cheerfully proclaiming, Ladies, behold, my trap has successfully captured a coconut crab. According to our prior wager, isn't it time to fulfill our agreement? Upon hearing his words, a rosy hue instantly graced the cheeks of Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, reminiscent of ripened apples. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Sun Yuxuan's request. Observing their discomfort, Sun Yuxuan teasingly continued, We had an agreement, remember? Whoever reneges is a little puppy. You wouldn't be contemplating dishonesty, would you? His tone was laced with playful mockery, eliciting an involuntary chuckle. Li Mengqi's face deepened in color, and with a hint of shyness, she murmured, Who's being dishonest? It's just a kiss, what's the big deal? After all, you've already kissed me on the lips. With a surge of courage, she briskly approached Sun Yuxuan and gently pecked him on the cheek. As Sun Yuxuan felt the softness of that tender kiss, his smile blossomed even brighter, and he responded with satisfaction, "Ah, splendid. This feeling is delightful." He then turned his gaze towards Bai Shihan, wearing a mischievous grin, and urged, "Your turn, beautiful Bai. Don't dawdle, hurry up." Bai Shihan's face flushed crimson at his words, resembling a ripe apple once more. She retorted with annoyance, "Why the rush? It's just a kiss. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh, honestly." Despite her words, a flutter of anxiety stirred within her. After all, this was her first kiss with a boy, and they had only known each other for less than 3 days. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she slowly leaned in towards Sun Yuxuan and gently kissed his mature cheek. As Sun Yuxuan felt Bai Shihan's soft lips against his skin, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him. Embarrassed, he touched the spot she had kissed and smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Haha, now that is more like it. A wager is a wager." Witnessing Sun Yuxuan's triumphant demeanor only heightened by Shihan's irritation, she shot him a glare and retorted, "Humph, don't get too cocky. Just wait and see how I deal with you in the future." Sun Yuxuan, far from being subdued, playfully stuck out his tongue at her and provocatively challenged, "I'm reveling in it. What is it to you? Come on, if you have the guts, bite me." In a moment of indignation, Bai Shihan felt her face flush with anger, her neck thickening with rage as she prepared to unleash her frustration. Just then, Li Mengqi interjected, attempting to mediate. All right. You two, cease your bickering. We are all adults here, yet you behave like children." Upon hearing Li Mengqi's words, Sun Yuxuan recognized his own excesses and, suppressing his smile, earnestly addressed Bai Shihan, "Shihan, I assure you, I did not intend to provoke your anger. However, I must say, your temper can be rather fierce at times, and that may not bode well for you. A girl ought to embody a certain gentleness. Otherwise, finding a boyfriend may prove challenging. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two from Mengqi. Observe how gentle she is." Bai Shihan retorted, "I was born with this temperament. I don't need your guidance." Witnessing their continued banter, Li Mengqi could only shake her head in resignation. Before long, the coconut crab was roasted to a golden crisp, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Sun Yuxuan carefully removed it from the fire, skillfully separating the 2 largest claws to present to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi. They graciously accepted the crab claws and, savoring the succulent meat within, indulged in the feast. As the trio immersed themselves in this culinary delight, a faint sound of footsteps approached from the shoreline. Though subtle, the noise resonated distinctly on the tranquil beach. Instinctively, they paused, raising their heads in unison, their gazes fixed towards the coast. Through the hazy night, they discerned 2 figures advancing toward them. In mere seconds, the individuals reached the fire pit. It was then that Sun Yuxuan and the others recognized their faces, 2 Western men, robust and muscular, yet appearing somewhat haggard and disheveled. Suddenly, Li Mengqi whispered, "I've seen these 2 on the plain." At that moment, the 2 Westerners noticed the crab meat in Sun Yuxuan's hands, their eyes lighting up with hunger akin to wolves spotting prey. One of the men abruptly reached out, attempting to snatch the large crab claw from Bai Shihan. Witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan's fury ignited instantly. His eyes widened with rage, as if they could emit flames. He sprang to his feet, seizing the man's arm with a grip so fierce it seemed capable of breaking it. Without hesitation, he then delivered a merciless kick to the man's abdomen. The force of the blow was akin to a thunderclap. Despite the man's imposing stature, he crumpled under the impact, soaring backward like a sandbag struck by a heavy hammer, crashing to the ground with a pained howl. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in utter shock. Particularly the other foreigner, he was evidently taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's fierce demeanor, momentarily at a loss. However, he quickly regained his composure. Witnessing his companion being felled to the ground by a swift kick from Sun Yuxuan, igniting his fury, his eyes widened in rage, his face contorted with malice, as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and charged at Sun Yuxuan's head with the ferocity of a wild beast. The punch was delivered with tremendous force and a howling wind, threatening to leave Sun Yuxuan severely injured. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were equally swift. As the fist was about to connect, he adeptly extended his hand, gripping the assailant's arm with the strength of a vice. In that instant of capture, the foreigner felt as though his arm had been ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him utterly immobile. His complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, clearly intimidated by Sun Yuxuan's astonishing power. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan offered him no respite. Before the man could recover from his astonishment, Sun Yuxuan's foot struck out like a bolt of lightning, landing another brutal kick to his abdomen. This blow was even more ferocious than the last, propelling the man backward like a kite severed from its string. He stumbled several paces before collapsing onto the ground, grimacing in pain and howling in distress. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim in outrage, "Damn it! You two foreign fools! Do you think I am invisible? How dare you attempt to rob me?" Chapter 12. A windfall. Witnessing this scene, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to copper bells. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg within. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Sun Yuxuan had exhibited such valor, effortlessly bringing down the two burly foreigners. At that moment, their gazes were filled with admiration for him. Conversely, the two foreigners were visibly intimidated by Sun Yuxuan's formidable presence, their expressions rife with fear and awe. Sun Yuxuan coldly regarded the duo and, in fluent English, commanded, "Leave at once, or I shall dispose of you." His voice was frigid and authoritative, sending chills down their spines. The revelation that Sun Yuxuan spoke such impeccable English left Bai Shihan momentarily stunned. She pondered, isn't he merely a security captain? While his skills are commendable, how could his English be so proficient? It seems this security captain is far from ordinary. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the foreigners dared not delay. They struggled to rise from the ground. One of them immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, attempting to elicit Sun Yuxuan's sympathy. Addressing him, he implored, "We apologize. We were simply too hungry, which drove us to desperation. Could you possibly spare us some food? Perhaps a means to start a fire as well?" Sun Yuxuan retorted coldly, "Why should I share my belongings with you? Had you approached me civilly, I might have considered giving you some food. However, your initial approach was to rob me, which has thoroughly incensed me. Leave at once, or I shall be compelled to take action." The foreigner, momentarily at a loss for words, watched as the other swiftly removed a watch from his wrist. He offered it to Sun Yuxuan, saying, "This watch cost me over $20,000. Would you be willing to exchange it for some food and a fire starter?" Sun Yuxuan's interest was piqued. He thought to himself, over $20,000? That converts to over 100,000 yuan. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "How unfortunate that I possess a kind heart. Given your pitiful state, I shall acquiesce and exchange some items with you." With that, he seized the watch from the foreigner's hand, subsequently offering half of a coconut crab and 4 coconuts from his plastic bag. He then retrieved a burning log from the fire and handed it to them. The two foreigners accepted the items and turned to leave. Once they had distanced themselves over 100 meters to a large tree, they gathered dry twigs to ignite a fire. They eagerly consumed the meat from the coconut crab. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan was captivated by the watch, admiring it with great interest. Observing this, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged disdainful glances. Bai Shihan scoffed, "Can you not be so easily swayed by money? It's merely a watch. Is it truly worth such excitement?" Sun Yuxuan, without lifting his head, remarked, "What do you know? Didn't you hear that foreigners say this watch is worth over $20,000? As the captain of the security team, I don't even earn that much in a year." Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were momentarily at a loss for words. After enjoying some grilled coconut crabs, Sun Yuxuan smashed open 3 coconuts, handing one to each of Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi. He then took one for himself, tilting his head back to drink the coconut water in one go. After breaking the coconut, he scooped out the flesh to eat. Glancing at the two foreigners not far away, Li Mengqi expressed her concern. "Xinge, you just hit those two foreigners. They won't come looking for trouble, will they?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "If they dare to come, I'll break their legs. You two should sleep early. I'll keep watch." Thinking back to the previous night when Sun Yuxuan had kept watch, Bai Shihan quickly interjected, "You kept watch last night. Let me take over tonight." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, Did I not just sleep for several hours? I'm not tired at all. Let me handle it. Hearing this, Bai Shihan chose not to argue further. The two girls nestled closely together, leaning against a tree trunk, and soon closed their eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Observing the two beautiful women asleep, Sun Yuxuan thought to himself, it's not so dull on this deserted island with their company. I wonder how President Luo and the others are faring. Have they also ended up on this forsaken isle? Looking at the watch he had exchanged from the foreigner on his wrist, Sun Yuxuan pondered that if these two foreigners could end up here, surely others might as well. He resolved to gather as much food as possible to trade for other necessities later on. As he sat by the fire, fatigue began to wash over him by midnight. Not wanting to disturb Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, who were still deep in sleep, he stood up to stretch his numbed body. He picked up a burning log from the fire and walked toward the woods. Upon reaching the trap, he was delighted to discover two coconut crabs feasting on a coconut shell. Filled with excitement, he found a stick and struck one crab forcefully on its head. The blow was so powerful that it nearly crushed the crab's head. It squirmed a few times before falling still. He repeated the process on the other crab, then returned to the fire with both. When dawn broke, Sun Yuxuan felt so weary he could barely keep his eyes open. But fortunately, Li Mengqi had already awakened. He reminded her to keep an eye on the fire to prevent it from extinguishing, then lay down beside the flames and fell asleep within minutes. His snores soon filling the air. Li Mengqi stood up and went to the shoreline, splashing her face with seawater, feeling rejuvenated. She glanced over at the two foreigners, who were now leaning against a tree trunk, sound asleep. Returning to the warmth of the campfire, she was utterly astonished upon spotting the two coconut crabs. It was evident that these creatures had been brought back by Sun Yuxuan the previous night. Observing the peacefully slumbering Sun Yuxuan, Li Mengqi mused to herself, I never anticipated he possessed such remarkable skills. She pondered the uncertain arrival of the rescue team, realizing that, stranded on this desolate island, her survival and protection from harm relied solely upon him. As the sun began to rise, Bai Shihan also awakened, her surprise mirrored upon encountering the two coconut crabs. Chapter 13. The Great Serpent in the Woods. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi sat quietly beside the fire, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the two foreigners not far away. As time slipped by unnoticed, the two foreigners finally stirred from their slumber as noon approached. Rubbing their eyes, they slowly lifted their heads and cast a few glances in the direction of Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi before rising to their feet and making their way deeper into the woods. Noticing this, Li Mengqi turned to Bai Shihan with a note of concern in her voice. Last night, Xiange gave those two foreigners quite a lesson. I can't shake the feeling that they won't let this go easily. They might come back to cause us trouble. Bai Shihan's lips curled into a gentle smile as she reassured her, don't worry. Xiange has already said that if those two dare to provoke us again, he will simply break their legs. With him around, we will surely be safe. Hearing this, Li Mengqi nodded but couldn't help but ask curiously, but really? What kind of person is Xiange? Not only is he incredibly skilled, but he also speaks fluent English and possesses such vast survival experience in the wild. Bai Shihan chuckled softly. He claims to be just an ordinary security team leader. A security team leader? Li Mengqi exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. How can that be? How could a security team leader possess such formidable skills and knowledge? Bai Shihan shook her head, admitting she was equally puzzled. Earlier, when Sun Yuxuan had shared half of his roasted coconut crab with the two foreigners, the three of them had only had a light meal. And now both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were feeling quite hungry. Li Mengqi picked up a stick, rummaged through the embers of the fire to pull out some charcoal, and placed a coconut crab on it to begin roasting. At that moment, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the serene woods, echoing as if someone were enduring immense suffering. The unexpected sound startled both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, causing them to shudder and pale visibly. Sun Yuxuan, who had been fast asleep, was jolted awake by the terrifying cry. He sprang up as if electrified, looking at Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi with alarm. What happened? Where did that sound come from? Bai Shihan trembled slightly, struggling to compose herself as she stammered, I don't know. I just saw those two foreigners run into the woods. And then I heard that scream. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan cursed vehemently. What utter fools! Running into the woods is just asking for death. However, before he could finish his sentence, one of the foreigners burst out of the woods, running wildly towards them in a state of utter disarray. His face etched with fear as he cried out, "Help! Help me!" In the blink of an eye, the foreigner hurriedly approached the trio, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling as if he had exhausted all his strength. Sun Yuxuan promptly inquired, "What happened? What on earth is going on?" The foreigner's face was as pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his lips trembling as he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. "The tree. The forest, inside. There's a giant snake. That devour." John. At his words, Sun Yuxuan and his companions were taken aback, with Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi trembling in fear. Sun Yuxuan continued to question, "Did you see what the giant snake looked like?" The foreigner replied, "John and I intended to search for food in the forest. We had only walked a few hundred meters when a snake as thick as a barrel suddenly lunged out and bit John." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's brow furrowed deeply, thinking to himself, "It seems the forest is even more perilous than I had imagined. We must be doubly cautious from now on." He then addressed the foreigner, saying, "In the future, avoid wandering aimlessly in the forest. If you need food, try to go to the shoreline. There are plenty of sand crabs and sea snails there." The foreigner nodded eagerly at Sun Yuxuan's words. Meanwhile, the coconut crab roasting on the charcoal emitted an enticing aroma. The foreigner's eyes lit up, and he drooled as he asked Sun Yuxuan, "Could I have a bit to eat?" Remembering the extravagant watch worth over 100,000 he had acquired from the foreigner the previous night, Sun Yuxuan nodded and crouched down to tear off a large claw, handing it to the foreigner. The foreigner then asked, "May I stay with you?" Sun Yuxuan, irritated, replied, "Damn it, don't overreach, just get lost." Chastened by Sun Yuxuan's rebuke, the foreigner dared not speak further and quickly departed. Observing his retreating figure, Li Mengqi remarked, "Xiange, I think that foreigner is rather pitiable. Why not let him stay with us?" Sun Yuxuan, still irked, retorted, "Those who are pitiful often have their own faults. Don't forget how he tried to seize our belongings last night. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, he would have succeeded, and perhaps both of you would have fallen victim to him." Li Mengqi, incredulous, responded, "Surely that can't be true." Sun Yuxuan replied, "Why not? Don't forget, this is a deserted island. Without the constraints of law, anything could happen." Li Mengqi was about to protest further when Bai Shihan interjected, "I believe Xiange is right. People are inherently selfish. Moreover, in this desolate place, lacking water and food, anything is possible. Sometimes our compassion may lead to our own downfall." Taken aback by her insight, Sun Yuxuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to see things so clearly." Bai Shihan, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Of course, you should consider who I am. After all, I am a distinguished graduate of a prestigious university. I can certainly discern the most fundamental matters." Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand and said, all right. You become quite pleased with just a few compliments. Now, may I ask, as a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, what should we do next?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's inquiry, Bai Shihan was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause of more than 10 seconds, she finally responded, "I believe we simply need to wait quietly by the shore for the rescue team to find us." Sun Yuxuan gave her a sidelong glance and remarked, "What you said is practically tantamount to saying nothing at all." Chapter 14. Seeking a suitable location for shelter. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan, feeling somewhat defiant, replied, "Then do enlighten us on what we should do now." Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding confidence as he responded, "The most pressing matter at hand is to find a secure place to establish our shelter. After all, we are currently amidst the wilderness, and lacking a safe refuge is simply untenable. Furthermore, it is the rainy season. Should it rain, we would find ourselves in a predicament. Thus, our immediate priority is to finalize our shelter." He paused momentarily before continuing, "In addition, we must swiftly locate a water source. Although we still have coconuts, they cannot sustain us for long. We must find a reliable source of water." Upon hearing this, Bai Shihan was momentarily rendered speechless. Sun Yuxuan then addressed the two of them, saying, "You two stay here and refrain from wandering off. I need to venture into the woods." No sooner had he spoken than Li Mengqi, her face laden with concern, exclaimed, "Xiangu, why must you go into the woods? Wasn't that foreigner just bitten and killed by a snake? It must be perilous in there." Seeing the worry etched on Li Mengqi's face warmed Sun Yuxuan's heart. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not fret. I will be fine. I am not as inept as those two foreigners. If I encounter a large snake, I shall bring it back for you to roast." With that, he disregarded the protest from Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi and resolutely made his way toward the forest. Once he entered the woods, Sun Yuxuan tread cautiously, meticulously observing his surroundings. After traversing several hundred meters, he finally spotted a fungus on a grand tree. His heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly approached, plucking the fungus from its perch and turning back toward the coastline. Meanwhile, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi sat anxiously by the fire, awaiting his return. When they finally saw Sun Yuxuan return unscathed, their previously anxious hearts finally eased. Li Mengqi's gaze landed on the fungus, and with curiosity, she inquired, "What is that? Did you go into the woods just to find it?" Sun Yuxuan nodded, explaining, "This is a fungus. It can be used to preserve embers. With it, we need not worry about our fire extinguishing." He then procured a sharp stone and drilled a hole into the fungus. Carefully, he took a piece of smoldering charcoal from the fire and gently placed it into the small cavity of the fungus. Leaning closer, he softly blew into the hole. In no time, the fungus ignited, emitting tiny sparks. Sun Yuxuan delicately handed the fungus to Li Mengqi, cautioning her, "Make sure the ember does not extinguish." After saying this, he picked up the half-eaten coconut crab from the ground and handed it to Bai Shihan. He then shouldered the remaining coconuts from the plastic bag and strode purposefully along the shoreline. After exchanging glances, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi hurriedly followed suit. As Bai Shihan walked briskly, her curiosity compelled her to inquire of Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Xian, where are we headed?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he replied, "We are, of course, in search of a safe place to establish a shelter." The trio ambled along the coastline at a leisurely pace, while Li Mengqi remained fully focused on the tree fungus she held delicately, periodically bringing it close to her lips to blow gently, ensuring the flame remained alight. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed nearly a kilometer along the shore. At that moment, Bai Shihan suddenly turned her head, her gaze landing upon a foreigner approaching them with purposeful strides, merely 300 to 400 meters away. Alarmed, she called out to Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Xian, that foreigner is coming closer. What should we do?" Hearing this, Li Mengqi turned her head, glaring at the foreigner in discontent and disdain, muttering irritably, "How shameless of him to follow us." In response, Sun Yuxuan smiled reassuringly. "There is no need to concern ourselves with him. If he wishes to follow, let him. This deserted island is not solely ours. He is free to wander as he pleases, as long as he doesn't provoke us." The trio continued their leisurely journey along the coastline, covering approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, yet they failed to locate a suitable site for their shelter. Their spirits grew increasingly heavy and anxious with the length of their trek, accompanied by a sense of disappointment and frustration. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, casting a relentless heat upon the land. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, already drenched in sweat under the sweltering sun, felt perspiration cascading down their brows like a string of pearls, soaking their garments. Their breaths became increasingly labored, as if each step required every ounce of their strength. Eventually, Bai Shihan could no longer endure. She halted, resting her hands on her knees while gasping for air. Weakly, she addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Xian, this heat is unbearable. I truly cannot continue. Perhaps we should pause for a moment." Li Mengqi, equally breathless, chimed in, "Brother Xian, I too cannot go on. The heat is simply too intense. Let's take a break." Observing their plight, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "You two have rather poor stamina. Exhausted after such a short distance. It seems we must enhance your training." At his words, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi flushed with embarrassment. Sun Yuxuan led them to the edge of the coastline, into the shelter of a grove where a large, shady tree stood. After scanning the surroundings for any potential dangers, he allowed them to rest beneath its boughs. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi collapsed at the base of the tree, panting heavily as they sought reprieve from the oppressive heat. Sun Yuxuan placed a bag of coconuts on the ground and strolled to the shoreline, where he found a sharp stone. Returning to the shade of the tree, he extracted 3 coconuts from the plastic bag and proceeded to crack them open. He handed one to each of Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, while he himself lifted a coconut, tilting his head back to gulp down the refreshing coconut water in one go. Using the stone, he smashed the coconut into pieces, scooping out the tender flesh to savor. After finishing their coconut water, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, emulating Sun Yuxuan, picked up stones, attempting to break their coconuts. However, after several fruitless strikes, they were unable to shatter the hard shells. Observing their struggle, Sun Yuxuan shook his head in exasperation, took the stone from Li Mengqi, and with a few deft strikes, easily crushed the 2 coconuts. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi quickly seized the broken coconuts, eagerly digging out the flesh to relish the delightful treat. Meanwhile, an onlooker, captivated by the sight of the trio indulging beneath the tree, made his way to a large tree over 100 meters away to rest. As he watched Sun Yuxuan, Bai Shihan, and Li Mengqi enjoying their coconut water and flesh, he couldn't help but salivate. After sitting under the tree for a while, perhaps driven by his intense thirst, he summoned his courage and approached the 3. Chapter 15. Discovering the cave. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Mengqi hastily tugged at Sun Yuxuan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother Xian, look, that foreigner is approaching us." Sun Yuxuan, however, dismissed her concern with a scoff. "What is there to fear? If he dares to cause trouble, I'll break his legs." Before long, the foreigner stood beneath the towering tree, directly in front of them. Bai Shihan furrowed her brow in displeasure and curtly inquired, "Hey, what do you want? Why have you been following us?" The foreigner appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head as he stammered, I'm just a bit thirsty. Could you spare me a coconut to drink? I'm really parched." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan erupted with fury, bellowing, "These coconuts are our only source of water. Why should we give you one?" The foreigner turned crimson, caught off guard by Sun Yuxuan's outburst. He stood frozen for several seconds, as if recalling something important, and quickly reached into his pocket. After a moment of rummaging, he produced an unopened pack of cigarettes. With utmost care, he extended the cigarettes towards Sun Yuxuan. A smile plastered on his face as he proposed, "How about this? I'll trade you a pack of cigarettes for a coconut. What do you think?" Sun Yuxuan, initially fuming, suddenly brightened at the sight of the cigarettes. His eyes widened in astonishment as he pondered, "How does this guy have cigarettes? And an unopened pack at that? This is truly unexpected." Yet, in the blink of an eye, a grin spread across his face as he jovially replied, "Why didn't you show this good stuff earlier?" His tone carried a hint of reproach, yet was overshadowed by excitement and eagerness. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disdain as they thought to themselves, "His change of heart is alarmingly swift, almost like a dog-esque face, oblivious to their judgmental gazes." Sun Yuxuan swiftly retrieved 2 coconuts from a plastic bag. With a cheerful demeanor, he handed them to the foreigner, enthusiastically stating, "If you have more good things in the future, remember to come to me for a coconut." The foreigner nodded, accepting the coconuts before turning to leave. Unable to contain his own desire any longer, Sun Yuxuan eagerly tore open the cigarette pack, carefully extracting 1 cigarette. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling deeply, as if to absorb the subtle scent of tobacco into his lungs. Next, he placed the cigarette between his lips, picked up a piece of tree fungus, and brought the tip to the flame, gently inhaling as the cigarette ignited. He took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, releasing a satisfied sigh. "Wow, this feels amazing. What a delightful sensation." Observing his demeanor, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged glances filled with disdain. Bai Shihan chuckled, "Are you not aware that smoking is detrimental to your health? I suggest you quit while you still can." Sun Yuxuan responded with a smile. "The doctors who advised me to quit smoking have long since passed away, yet here I am, thriving." His words left Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi momentarily speechless. After resting beneath the great tree for nearly half an hour and feeling their strength restored, the trio rose to continue their journey along the coastline. They traversed another 4 or 5 kilometers when, suddenly, they spotted a small hill rising about 200 to 300 meters in the distance. This hill appeared peculiar from afar, adorned with jagged rocks and overgrown with wild grasses, evoking a sense of desolation and mystery. As Sun Yuxuan and his companions approached the base of the hill, they were astonished to discover 3 or 4 caves of varying sizes dotting its surface. The entrances of these caves were irregular, some large, some small, some deep, and others shallow, yet all exuded a natural charm. A surge of elation filled Sun Yuxuan. He had been contemplating how to find a safe spot to construct a shelter. And here lay these caves, presenting themselves as ready-made natural havens. This revelation not only spared them the time and effort of building a shelter, but also promised enhanced protection and concealment. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan led by Shirhan and Li Mengqi towards the largest cave. Located on one side of the hill, its entrance was a mere 2 or 3 meters off the ground, wide and level, making it an ideal temporary refuge. Sun Yuxuan promptly set the bag of coconuts down and swiftly ascended into the cave to investigate. Inside, he discovered a height of more than 2 meters and an area of approximately 8 or 9 square meters, ample space for the 3 of them. The cave's floor was surprisingly flat, as if sculpted by human hands. Even more astonishing was a 3 to 4 square meter platform at the cave's entrance. Marveling at the sight before him, Sun Yuxuan thought, "This cave is truly a natural sanctuary. Nature has exquisitely crafted such a refuge." He then called to Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi, urging them to come and see. "Hurry up and take a look. This cave is a natural shelter." Upon hearing his words, Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi quickly grasped the protruding rocks and cautiously climbed to the cave's entrance. Their eyes widened with joy and astonishment as they beheld the cave's entirety. Meanwhile, the foreigner had chosen a cave a few dozen meters away from them to enter. While his cave lacked the spaciousness of Sun Yuxuan's, it was more than sufficient for his solitary stay. Sun Yuxuan leaped from the cave entrance to the ground, hoisting the bag of coconuts onto his shoulder and bringing it to the cave's mouth. He turned to Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi, advising, "You two rest for a moment. I will gather some firewood to ignite a fire." With that, he jumped down and ventured into the nearby woods to collect dry twigs and dead grass. He bound them with tree bark and carried them back to the cave's entrance, where he set about lighting a fire. The foreigner gathered a few pieces of firewood and brought them into the cave. Approaching Sun Yuxuan and his companions beneath their cave, he asked, "Could you lend me a spark?" This time, Sun Yuxuan offered no further words. He simply retrieved a burning log from the fire and handed it to him. The foreigner expressed his gratitude with a brief thank you before departing with the smoldering wood in hand. As she watched his receding figure, Bai Shirhan couldn't help but murmur, "Why does that foreigner follow us like a persistent shadow? Wherever we settle, he seems to find a cave of his own." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Why concern ourselves with him? As long as he doesn't provoke us, it matters little." Chapter 16. The sharp-tongued Bai Shirhan Sun Yuxuan rummaged through the smoldering embers of the fire, retrieving several pieces of burning charcoal, upon which he placed a coconut crab to roast slowly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the crab was perfectly cooked. He then detached the 2 claws, which contained the most meat, and handed them to Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi. Meanwhile, the foreigner wandered to the shoreline to gather some sea snails for roasting. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Sun Yuxuan addressed the 2 women. "Please venture into the nearby woods to collect some firewood. Do not stray too far. Additionally, gather some leaves and grass to lay on the ground, ensuring a more comfortable sleeping arrangement for the night. I shall scout the coastline for any useful supplies." Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi nodded obediently in response. Sun Yuxuan leapt from the mouth of the cave and began his stroll along the shore. Bai Shirhan and Li Mengqi descended from the cave and commenced their search for firewood in the nearby woods. Sun Yuxuan walked along the coastline for about 4 or 5 kilometers, discovering only a few empty bottles and no other usable resources. Gradually reaching the edge of the sea, he found a massive rock and carefully perched himself upon it. The gentle sea breeze caressed his body, bringing a refreshing sensation. Yet within, his heart roiled like the turbulent ocean, devoid of calm. He gazed silently at the boundless blue expanse of the sea, his thoughts gradually drifting away. Unbidden, He recalled his two younger sisters, still in high school and in need of care, while he found himself marooned on this desolate island, unable to return. The thought of them learning about the plane crash would surely break their hearts. After sitting on the rock for nearly half an hour, and noticing that time was slipping away, he slowly rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and began his return to the cave. Before he reached the cave's entrance, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Curiosity surged within him. Who were these people, and how had they come to be on this deserted island? He quickened his pace to investigate. As he approached, he was astonished to discover that the group consisted of the company president, Luo Yuxue, along with several high-ranking executives. Sun Yuxuan had not anticipated their survival, or that they had also ended up on this remote island. When Luo Yuxue and her entourage spotted Sun Yuxuan, they were momentarily taken aback. Just then, a man's voice broke the silence, laced with mockery and surprise. "Isn't this Captain's son? I never imagined you were still alive." The speaker was none other than the company's general manager, Li Ming, a slightly overweight man perpetually wearing a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and condescension. Sun Yuxuan had little interaction with him, having only encountered him a few times at company meetings. Numerous rumors circulated about Li Ming within the company, alleging that he often exploited his position to engage in unethical conduct with newly hired female employees. This behavior had left Sun Yuxuan with a decidedly unfavorable impression of him, even bordering on disdain. Confronted with Li Ming's derision, Sun Yuxuan's countenance darkened instantly. He retorted coldly, "Considering your words, you are still alive. Why should I not be allowed to live?" This statement evidently incensed Li Ming, whose voice escalated sharply, bellowing, "Do not forget your position. You are merely a lowly security captain. How dare you speak to a superior in such a manner?" Unyielding, Sun Yuxuan straightened his posture and met Li Ming's gaze unflinchingly. Firing back, "Do not forget we are on a deserted island. Do not attempt to assert your authority before me. I shall speak as I please. What will you do about it? If you disagree, then bite me." Such audacity left Li Ming momentarily speechless, his already corpulent visage flushed with indignation, resembling a boiled crab. Observing their quarrel, Luo Yuxue felt a pang of helplessness and interjected, "All right, enough. Let us not bicker. We are all colleagues in the same company. Why must it come to this?" Her voice was melodious and gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, calming the tumultuous atmosphere. Upon hearing her plea, Sun Yuxuan initially wished to continue his retort, yet the look in Luo Yuxue's eyes compelled him to swallow his words. After all, he held her in considerable esteem. At a mere 26 years of age, she was not only youthful and beautiful, but also a returee from abroad, taking over the company from her father. She displayed remarkable leadership and acumen in business. Despite her youth, she managed the company with exceptional organization, leading to impressive growth, an achievement not easily attained. Furthermore, Luo Yuxue treated her subordinates with great kindness, always attentive to their work and life, earning their admiration and respect. At that moment, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi hastily approached Sun Yuxuan. Li Mengqi quietly inquired, "Brother Xian, do you know these people?" Sun Yuxuan nodded, stating, "They are from the same company as I, and they're all leaders. I just heard you arguing here. What is the matter?" Before Li Mengqi could respond, Bai Shihan, her face aflame with anger, pointed at Li Ming, exclaiming, "Brother Xian, this old fool actually wants to seize our cave and is even threatening us." Upon hearing Bai Shihan refer to Li Ming as an old fool, Sun Yuxuan could not suppress a laugh. After all, Li Ming was only in his 30s. Though he appeared somewhat mature, he was by no means an old man. Li Ming, upon hearing this designation, scowled fiercely, his face darkening as if a shadow had fallen over him. He then bellowed, "Who are you calling an old fool? You insolent brat. Do you dare challenge me?" Bai Shihan, a proficient debater, felt emboldened by Sun Yuxuan's presence. She defiantly shot back at Li Ming, "What of it? I shall call you an old fool, if I please. Look at the multitude of wrinkles on your face, surpassing even my grandfather's. You must be at least 70 years old. At such an advanced age, how can you still have the audacity to argue with me, when you cannot win the argument? You resort to physical violence. Do you have no shame? How do you still find the courage to live? If I were in your position, I would have long sought refuge in a crevice of the earth or plunged into the sea to drown, sparing myself from further disgrace. Bai Shihan's torrent of invective cascaded upon Li Ming like a relentless barrage, eliciting hearty laughter from Sun Yuxuan and Li Mengqi, and even causing the high-ranking executives behind Luo Yuxue to stifle their amusement. However, as Li Ming was the general manager of the company, this group of executives managed to suppress their laughter. Chapter 17. Toying with Li Ming. Upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, Li Ming's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes wide with fury, and the veins on his forehead bulging as if he were on the verge of an explosion. He abruptly lifted his head and raised his arm, poised to deliver a resounding slap to Bai Shihan. However, Luo Yuxue, quick-witted and agile, swiftly seized his arm, forcefully yanking it down. Li Ming, what do you think you're doing? Luo Yuxue's voice bore a hint of sternness. You're a grown man. How can you strike a girl? Don't you feel ashamed? Taken aback by Luo Yuxue's reprimand, Li Ming's arm froze mid-air, his previously furious expression now tinged with embarrassment. Manager Luo, that girl is utterly vicious. She insulted me, and you're actually defending her. Li Ming grumbled, reluctant to concede his stance. Luo Yuxue shook her head in exasperation. I am not defending her. I am merely stating the facts. You were indeed in the wrong. We arrived here, and without a word, you allowed them to relinquish the cave to us, which was inherently inappropriate. Afterward, Luo Yuxue turned to Bai Shihan, offering a gentle smile. I apologize for his poor attitude. I am sorry on his behalf. With Luo Yuxue's intervention, Bai Shihan felt it unnecessary to continue the argument. Luo Yuxue, still smiling, then turned her gaze towards Sun Yuxuan, softly saying, Captain Sun, I never expected to find you stranded on this deserted island. I have been quite worried about you. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile in response. Thank you for your concern, Manager Luo. I have been thinking about you all as well. Just as he finished speaking, a young woman hastily approached Luo Yuxue and stood beside her, eagerly addressing Sun Yuxuan. Captain Sun, could you possibly spare us some food? We are truly parched and famished. The speaker was Tang Jing, the company's financial director. Despite holding a senior management position like Li Ming, her demeanor was exceedingly amiable, devoid of any airs of authority. Moreover, Tang Jing's appearance was striking, rivaling even Luo Yuxue's beauty. Noticing her, Sun Yuxuan promptly turned to Li Mengqi and instructed, Mengqi, please fetch 6 coconuts. However, before he could finish, Li Ming interjected, Captain Sun, can't you count? Don't you see there are 7 of us here? With a cold demeanor, Sun Yuxuan replied, Did I say I was giving them to you? They are for Manager Luo and her group. Li Ming, furious, retorted Sun Yuxuan. Don't push your luck. Sun Yuxuan let out a derisive laugh. I am indeed pushing it. What will you do about it? If you're so capable, go get the coconuts yourself. There are coconut trees less than a kilometer away from here. Li Ming, bristling with indignation, shot back, I'll go pick them myself. You seem to think far too highly of yourself. With that, he stormed off along the coastline. Li Mengqi turned back into the cave and retrieved 6 coconuts. Sun Yuxuan approached the shoreline to find a sharp stone, which he used to crack open the coconuts before handing them to Luo Yuxue and the others. Seeing the coconuts offered by Sun Yuxuan, Luo Yuxue and her companions were filled with joy and expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you. They eagerly brought the coconuts to their lips, drinking the coconut water as if they had been parched for days. However, Bai Shihan did not share in their exuberance. She expressed her frustration to Sun Yuxuan, saying, Xiangu, you are too kind. That old man is so malicious. Why did you inform him about the coconut trees growing by the shore? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he explained, I deceived him. There are no coconut trees there at all. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a revelation from Sun Yuxuan. However, they quickly regained their composure and erupted into laughter. Bai Shihan teased, Xiangu, that is quite cruel. Aren't you afraid he'll come back to bother you if he can't find the coconut trees? Sun Yuxuan shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling. Why fear him? He cannot overpower me. Bai Shihan found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Luo Yuxue and her companions were also surprised by Sun Yuxuan's words, but chose not to voice their opinions. After all, their impression of Li Ming was not favorable, So while they were astonished by Sun Yuxuan's actions, they did not oppose them. Before long, Luo Yuxue and her friends finished the coconut water, and Sun Yuxuan took the stone to smash the coconuts further. He addressed them. Although the coconut flesh may not taste exquisite, it is indeed edible. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuxue and her companions eagerly scooped out the coconut flesh and devoured it ravenously. Their voracious eating habits made them appear far removed from their roles as corporate executives, resembling famished souls instead, which prompted Sun Yuxuan to sigh in amusement. Soon, all the coconut flesh had been consumed. Sun Yuxuan then suggested to Luo Yuxue, "Manager Luo, there are several caves nearby where you can temporarily reside while awaiting rescue." Hearing this, Tang Jing smiled and replied, "Thank you so much, we'll keep that in mind." Sun Yuxuan shook his head and pointed towards the foreign man in the nearby cave, saying, "Do you see that foreigner? He is not a good person. Try to limit your interactions with him." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions nodded in agreement. Bai Shihan added, "The forest is quite perilous. Do not venture in without cause." This morning, one of that foreigner's companions was devoured by a large snake in the woods. Hearing this, the expressions of Luo Yuxue and her friends shifted to concern. Sun Yuxuan, noticing their reaction, chuckled. "In truth, it is not as dangerous as it seems. As long as you avoid the depths of the thicket, you'll be fine. There are plenty of sand crabs and sea snails along the shore. You can gather some to roast and enjoy." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions nodded eagerly once more. Tang Jing inquired once more, "Where shall we seek the water source? Surely we cannot resort to drinking seawater." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "You need not fret. I have observed the celestial signs, and it appears that we shall witness a substantial rainfall this evening." His words left the assembly momentarily taken aback, and Luo Yuxue, with an expression of disbelief, asked, "You can read celestial phenomena?" Sun Yuxuan responded with a hearty laugh, "I possess a modest understanding." Tang Jing, still smiling, remarked, "You aren't deceiving us, are you?" Sun Yuxuan grinned and said, "Director Tang, what advantage would I gain from misleading you? How about we make a wager?" Chapter 18. Celestial Observations. Upon hearing his words, Tang Jing blinked her large, curious eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gently inquired, "What are we betting on?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of a warbler in spring, evoking a sense of delight in those who heard it. Sun Yuxuan, witnessing her reaction, beamed even brighter, playfully responding, "Hee, if it rains tonight, you shall grant me a kiss. If it does not, I will comply with any request you make." His tone was carefree and confident, as if he were certain of his prediction. At this, Tang Jing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The boldness of Sun Yuxuan's wager caught her off guard. Just as Tang Jing hesitated, a clear voice emerged from behind Luo Yuxue. "I'll take that bet. I refuse to believe you possess such extraordinary abilities to predict whether it will rain tonight." The speaker was Jiang Yiwei, the public relations manager, tall and graceful, with striking beauty that made her a renowned figure in the company. Alongside Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing, she was often referred to as one of the company's 3 stunning blossoms, a testament to their remarkable allure. Jiang Yiwei's words carried a hint of provocation, revealing her keen interest in Sun Yuxuan's wager, eager to uncover the truth. With a playful smile directed at Tang Jing, she encouraged, "Sister Tang, take the bet. I doubt he is truly that gifted." Tang Jing looked between Jiang Yiwei and Sun Yuxuan, her indecision lingering for a moment before she finally nodded in agreement, stating, "All right then, I accept your wager. However, if you lose, you must comply with our demands." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Of course, I only hope you two will not be deceitful." After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Luo Yuxue, asking with a smile, "How about you, General Luo? Care to place a bet?" Luo Yuxue shook her head, replying, "I think I will pass." Sun Yuxuan then turned his attention to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, inquiring, "What about you two?" Both quickly shook their heads in refusal. At that moment, a man stepped forward, addressing Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, I'll take your bet." The speaker was Hu Qiming, the planning manager. Sun Yuxuan promptly shook his head. Manager, who? Perhaps it's best to refrain. I am not interested in betting with men. His jest elicited laughter from those present. Just then, Li Ming approached, visibly agitated, and exclaimed, Sun Yuxuan, how dare you deceive me? I walked nearly 2 kilometers along the coast and saw no coconut trees. You tricked me. Sun Yuxuan feigned curiosity, responding, what are you talking about? I did not deceive you. There are indeed a few coconut trees along the coast. Bai Shihan added with a serious demeanor, we even went to pick coconuts this afternoon. Could it be that you simply did not see them? Upon hearing the words of Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself. Their demeanor does not suggest deceit. Could it be that there truly are coconut trees along the coastline? As time was of the essence, Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue and said, Luo, it will soon be dark. You should hasten to find 2 caves for shelter. Remember to gather plenty of firewood. It will be difficult to collect when it rains. Also, be sure to gather some containers to collect rainwater. Luo Yuxue nodded and departed with Tang Jing and the others. Before long, they had selected 2 caves, and she instructed Li Ming and the other men to collect firewood from the nearby woods. Meanwhile, she took Tang Jing and Jiang Yue to the coast to gather containers for rainwater collection. Sun Yuxuan brought the empty bottles he had collected into the cave, and then took Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi to the nearby woods to gather some firewood. As dusk settled in, Hu Qiming approached Sun Yuxuan and requested a spark to kindle a fire. Upon returning to the 2 caves, they ignited a fire at the entrance. Luo Yuxue then led the group to the coastline to catch some sand crabs and collect sea snails, which they placed on the fire to roast. Sitting by the fire at the cave's entrance, Li Mengqi turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, Xiangu, I'm feeling hungry. Shall we go catch some sand crabs from the coast to roast? Sun Yuxuan shook his head with a smile and replied, there is hardly any meat on those sand crabs. I'll go catch a couple of coconut crabs to roast instead. Upon hearing this, both Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were taken aback, and Bai Shihan curiously asked, in this darkness, how will you catch coconut crabs? Sun Yuxuan chuckled, naturally in the woods. Li Mengqi, her face filled with concern, said, Xiangu, perhaps it's best not to. The woods are too dangerous, especially now that it's dark. Sun Yuxuan smiled reassuringly. It is precisely at night that coconut crabs come out. You needn't worry, I will be fine. With that, he grabbed a burning stick from the fire and leapt down from the cave, heading toward the woods. True to his expectations, nightfall was indeed the time when coconut crabs became active. Not far into the woods, he spotted a coconut crab beneath a large tree. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan picked up a stick from the ground and struck the crab's head with force. The blow rendered the coconut crab lifeless. Paying no mind to the deceased crab, he resumed his search. Soon, he spotted another coconut crab hiding beneath a bush, which he swiftly dispatched with another strike. As the stick he held was nearing extinction, Sun Yuxuan knew he could not linger. He quickly gathered the 2 coconut crabs and made his way back to the coastline. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, witnessing his rapid return with 2 coconut crabs in such a brief time, were filled with joy and excitement, their admiration for Sun Yuxuan growing immensely. Sun Yuxuan picked up a stick and retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the roaring fire. He spread the charcoal on the ground, forming a small fire pit, and then placed the 2 plump coconut crabs atop it, beginning the slow process of roasting. Li Mengqi gazed up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, then turned to Sun Yuxuan and softly inquired, Brother Xian, with such a sky full of stars, do you think it will really rain tonight? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile as he replied, just wait and see. It is bound to rain tonight. Upon hearing his words, Bai Shihan's face lit up with curiosity. Her large eyes blinked as she questioned, Brother Xian, can you truly read the signs of the heavens? Sun Yuxuan chuckled and shook his head, candidly admitting, I can't read the signs of the heavens at all. His response surprised both Li Mengqi and Bai Shihan, who exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's words. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Shihan pressed on. Then how do you know it will rain tonight? Sun Yuxuan smiled gently and patiently explained, this afternoon, I observed that many ants were emerging from their nests, and numerous small creatures were also out foraging or relocating. These signs clearly indicate that a heavy rain is imminent. Chapter 19. Courting favor upon hearing his words. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged knowing glances and could not help but chuckle. After a little over 10 minutes, the two coconut crabs were perfectly roasted. Gazing at the delectable sight, the three of them were left salivating. Li Mengqi turned to Sun Yuxuan and remarked, "Brother Xian, even the three of us cannot finish these two coconut crabs." Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Bai Shihan interjected with a smile, "Mengqi, can't you see? The reason Brother Xian roasted both crabs is not solely for our consumption." Upon hearing Bai Shihan's explanation, Li Mengqi still appeared puzzled. "Then who are they for?" she inquired. Bai Shihan replied with a grin, "Of course, they are for his beautiful boss. Just think about it. We are stranded on this deserted island, and Brother Xian naturally wants to make a good impression in front of her. Surely, when we leave this place, he will be rewarded with a promotion and a raise." As Bai Shihan elucidated, Li Mengqi began to understand. She turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Brother Xian, I truly admire your ability to curry favor even in such a desolate place." Sun Yuxuan quickly shook his head, maintaining, "This is not about flattery or seeking her approval. Although President Luo is the company CEO, she treats her employees well. Moreover, managing such a large company at a young age earns my genuine respect." Acknowledging Sun Yuxuan's sentiment, Bai Shihan nodded. "I can sense that too. Your beautiful boss seems quite amiable. This afternoon, when that old man attempted to take over our cave, she was right there, advocating for us." Sun Yuxuan leaped down from the cave and approached the entrance where Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue were gathered around a fire, enjoying roasted sand crabs. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Hu Qiming, along with two other men, resided in a separate cave about 7 or 8 meters away from the trio. Spotting Sun Yuxuan, Luo Yuxue smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, Captain Sun?" Sun Yuxuan nodded with a smile and said, "President Luo, I have a matter to discuss with you. Could you please join us in our cave?" Taken aback, Luo Yuxue pondered. What could he possibly want to discuss? Can it be said here? Nevertheless, she nodded and replied with a smile, "Very well." After speaking, she stood up and exited the cave. Sun Yuxuan then turned to the still-dazed Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, saying, "You two should come along as well." Upon hearing this, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue quickly rose and followed him outside. Nearby, Li Ming observed the scene and shouted, "Sun Yuxuan, where are you taking President Luo and the others?" Irritated, Sun Yuxuan retorted, "I noticed that they weren't adequately fed, so I'm taking them for a feast." Li Ming immediately responded loudly, "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? In this godforsaken place, where will you find a feast?" Sun Yuxuan coldly replied, "Is it any of your concern?" Li Ming ludli admonisha Luo Yuxue, General Lu. "Do not be deceived by this fellow. His presence here at such a late hour surely bodes ill. I suspect he is far from a good person." Luo Yuxue coldly replied, "I am well aware of my own boundaries. You need only to manage your own affairs." Shortly thereafter, Sun Yuxuan led Luo Yuxue and her companions to the mouth of a cave. Upon sighting the coconut crabs atop the charcoal, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue's eyes gleamed with excitement. Tang Jing, astonished, exclaimed, "Captain Sun, where on earth did you find such enormous crabs? I've never seen anything like it." "They're not crabs, they're coconut crabs, and I just caught them from the woods," Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile. At that moment, Luo Yuxue grasped the true purpose behind Sun Yuxuan's invitation. "Don't just stand there, dig in," he urged cheerfully, encouraged by his words. Luo Yuxue and her companions settled beside the fire at the cave's entrance, where they indulged in the succulent roasted coconut crabs. After relishing the feast, Sun Yuxuan cracked open several coconuts with a stone, distributing one to each person. He too took a coconut, drained the refreshing juice in one go, then smashed it open to savor the tender coconut meat. Once satiated, Jiang Yue patted her belly contentedly, her face radiating a brilliant smile as she turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Captain Sun, you truly understand the nuances of human relationships. Inviting us here for such delightful food and drink will surely earn you a promotion and raise when we return, courtesy of General Luo." Sun Yuxuan, hearing Jiang Yue's remarks, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Ah, but you are mistaken," he replied. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yue blinked her large eyes and inquired, Is that not the case? You invited General Luo over to leave a favorable impression for your own advancement, did you not? Shaking his head, Sun Yuxuan responded with a smile. Do you perceive me, Sun Yuxuan, as one who climbs the ladder through flattery? My invitation to General Luo stems solely from my admiration for her. At such a young age, she manages a substantial company, an accomplishment few can achieve. Furthermore, she treats all of us with kindness, and I cannot bear the thought of her suffering on this desolate island. Of course, both of you have also been quite amicable towards me. Unlike Li Ming, who, emboldened by his position, looks down upon everyone but General Luo. After a brief pause, Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue, speaking earnestly. General, I believe you should exercise caution regarding Li Ming. His character is questionable, and he is certainly not to be trusted. Luo Yuxue, upon hearing his words, did not exhibit much surprise. She merely nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of Sun Yuxuan's concerns. I'm aware of this, she replied coolly. In truth, I also recognize that Li Ming is not a good person. Thank you for your warning. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan could not help but express his astonishment. He had initially assumed that Luo Yuxue might be unaware of Li Ming's true character. Consequently, he pressed further. Given that you are aware he is not a good person, why then would you allow him to hold such a significant position as general manager? A person like him in the company is nothing short of a malignant tumor. Luo Yuxue let out a helpless, bitter smile and elucidated, this matter is rather complex. Before I took over the company, Li Ming had already been under my father's wing, making him a veteran within the organization. Moreover, he once saved my father's life, which has earned him my father's unwavering trust to the extent that he entrusted him with the role of general manager. All of this was orchestrated by my father, leaving me powerless to alter the situation. Chapter 20. It truly rained upon hearing the explanation from Luo Yuxue. Sun Yuxuan suddenly grasped the underlying reasons. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he nodded and remarked, so that is how it is. I had always been curious as to why you turned a blind eye to Li Ming's reckless behavior at the company. Now it all makes sense. At that moment, Tang Jing, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, burst into laughter and interjected, what do you think? If it weren't for these reasons, Yuxue would have likely dismissed Li Ming long ago. Why would she allow him to remain in the company? After making her point, Tang Jing turned her gaze towards Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, her lips curling into a smile as she softly inquired, may I ask how to address the two lovely ladies? Bai Shihan smiled gently and replied, I am Bai Shihan, and this is Li Mengqi. Our lives were saved by Xinge. Hearing Bai Shihan's words, Tang Jing nodded appreciatively and directed a smile of admiration towards Sun Yuxuan, exclaiming, Captain Sun, you are truly remarkable. You managed to save two stunning beauties. Sun Yuxuan waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty as he replied, oh, it's nothing. It's merely a reflection of my kind heart. However, his statement prompted Jiang Yue, who was nearby, to stifle a laugh. She teased, Captain Sun, although we haven't interacted much at the company, I have gleaned some insights about your character. You possess many admirable qualities, but you do have a penchant for flirtation. I've heard you often discuss my and General Luo's figures with others. Is there any truth to this? Jiang Yue's words struck Sun Yuxuan like a heavy blow, leaving him feeling embarrassed as his smile instantly faded. He quickly defended himself, saying, who on earth is spreading such rumors? It's absolutely untrue. Jiang Yue simply chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Bai Shihan, still smiling, remarked, Xinge, it seems you are quite the character. I suppose Mengqi and I should be a bit wary of you in the future. Sun Yuxuan responded with mock irritation. Wary of what? If I had any intentions towards you two, I would have acted on them long ago. At that moment, the previously starry sky, dark as ink, was suddenly cloaked by thick, ominous clouds. These clouds appeared to be molded by an invisible hand, swiftly gathering to form a massive, black canopy. In quick succession, brilliant flashes of lightning pierced through the darkness, dancing like silver serpents and illuminating the entire sky. Accompanying the lightning were deafening claps of thunder, rolling and roaring within the clouds as if they sought to tear the world asunder. Simultaneously, a fierce wind swept across the ocean. This wind arrived with astonishing ferocity, churning the waves into a tempest, creating towering surges of water. The wind howled, carrying the briny scent of the sea, crashing violently against the rocky shore and producing a cacophony of sound. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood in stunned silence. Tang Jing gazed at Sun Yuxuan in disbelief, exclaiming, Is this really possible? Can you truly interpret the signs of the heavens? Jiang Yue was equally astonished. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, This is simply incredible. You actually predicted it would rain tonight? Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle, triumphant smile, and he confidently replied, Of course. I stated it would rain tonight, and it will undoubtedly rain. Don't forget about our wager. Upon hearing this, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's faces flushed crimson, and they awkwardly lowered their heads, secretly feeling vexed. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue wore an expression of disbelief, curiously observing Sun Yuxuan, pondering how he could possibly know it would rain tonight. Could it be that he truly possessed the legendary ability to read celestial signs and forecast the weather? Bai Shihan and Li Mingqi could no longer contain their laughter. Tang Jing, her curiosity piqued, turned to Bai Shihan and inquired, What are you two laughing about? Bai Shihan shook her head, saying, It's nothing, just for calling a joke. Li Mingqi chimed in, I too suddenly remembered a joke that made me want to laugh. Just then, large raindrops began to plummet from the sky, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. Sun Yuxuan hurriedly moved the fire pit to a sheltered spot. With such heavy rain, Luo Yuxue and the others could not return to their cave and had no choice but to remain in Sun Yuxuan's cave. He quickly grabbed some empty bottles and positioned them at the cave entrance to collect rainwater. Elsewhere, in another cave, Hu Qiming and his companions were equally astonished by the rain. Hu Qiming exclaimed, This is truly unbelievable. Captain Sun is remarkable. It really is raining. When Sun Yuxuan made his prediction, Li Ming had not been present, and upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, he curiously asked, What did Sun Yuxuan say? Hu Qiming promptly replied, This afternoon, Captain Sun mentioned that he would observe the heavens and predicted heavy rain tonight, instructing us to find more containers to collect rainwater. Director Tang and Manager Jiang even made a wager with him. Taken aback, Li Ming inquired further, What was the wager? Hu Qiming chuckled and said, Captain Sun declared that if it rains tonight, Director Tang and Manager Jiang must give him a kiss. At this revelation, Li Ming's expression darkened. He had long been coveting Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, but had never found the opportunity to act, despite their positions as company executives. He inwardly cursed, Damn it! How dare this mere security captain compete with me for women? Just wait and see how I deal with you. In that moment, Li Ming's heart twisted with resentment, planting the seeds of hatred towards Sun Yuxuan. However, he also recognized that Sun Yuxuan, being the head of security, was not someone he could confront alone. A glance at Hu Qiming and his companions sparked an idea in him, and he addressed them. You all witnessed it. This insignificant security captain is stealing the spotlight here. What does that say about us? Upon hearing his words, Hu Qiming and the others were taken aback. A man, curious, inquired, Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? The speaker, Chun Junhui, was the vice president of the company. Li Ming responded with a smile, Xiao Chun, I am aware that you have long harbored feelings for Tang Jing, but she has remained rather indifferent towards you. Now that we find ourselves stranded on this desolate island, is this not an opportune moment? If you present yourself well before Tang Jing, it is quite possible that she may develop an affection for you. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Chun Junhui's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself, Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. If I conduct myself well here, Tang Jing might just come to like me. Chapter 21. Honoring the bed. Upon witnessing Chun Junhui's interest, a wave of joy surged within Li Ming. He swiftly diverted his gaze to another gentleman, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Lu Hao, have you not always harbored a fondness for Jiang Yue? I wonder if you have made any progress with her lately? Lu Hao, also a department manager, was well known for his admiration towards Jiang Yue. Despite his earnest efforts, her demeanor towards him remained lukewarm, causing him considerable distress. At Li Ming's inquiry, Lu Hao's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment, yet he candidly replied, Not yet, General Li. She has always been indifferent towards me, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Noticing Lu Hao's plight, Li Ming's smile broadened, and he patted Lu Hao on the shoulder, reassuring him. Do not lose heart, young Lu. If you heed my advice, I assure you, you shall win Jiang Yue's heart. Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Li Ming, eagerly asking, Is that truly the case, generally? Please do not jest with me. Li Ming chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Do I appear to be joking? Well, have I ever deceived you? After this statement, he paused momentarily before abruptly shifting the conversation towards Hu Qiming, grinning as he said, Young Hu, have you not also held affections for General Luo? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming's expression became visibly uncomfortable, and he hastily shook his head, firmly denying, General Li, you are mistaken. I harbor no such feelings for General Luo. What you wish to pursue is your affair, and it has no bearing on me. Seeing that Hu Qiming was not taking the bait, Li Ming felt a surge of irritation and, suppressing his anger, retorted, Young Hu, can you truly bear to watch Security Captain Sun Yuxuan ride roughshod over us? Hu Qiming was well aware of the implication in Li Ming's words, which essentially suggested a collusion among the three of them against Sun Yuxuan. Being a man of integrity, he had no desire to engage in such tactics. Smiling, he replied, General Li, I must say, I find Captain Sun quite agreeable. Not only has he provided us with coconuts, but he has also advised us on collecting rainwater. Li Ming, incensed by Hu Qiming's response, shot back, I dare say you as a manager are courting dismissal. In the face of Li Ming's threat, Hu Qiming remained unfazed, replying cheerfully, That is not for you to decide. My position as manager was appointed by General Luo. Li Ming, fuming, exclaimed, Ah, Hu Qiming, you are resolute in opposing me. Hu Qiming, smiling broadly, responded, General Li, I fail to see how I am opposing you. What you wish to pursue is your concern, and I shall not interfere. Li Ming glared at Hu Qiming menacingly, coldly stating, So be it. I merely hope you do not sabotage our endeavors. Turning his attention back to Chun Junhui and Lu Hao, he inquired, And what about the two of you? Chun Junhui and Lu Hao, utterly entranced by love, could think of nothing but winning the affections of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, they responded in unison, Mr. Li, we are at your service. We shall do whatever you ask. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction at their response. Hu Qiming regarded Chun Junhui and Lu Hao, pondering to himself how foolish they were, completely oblivious to being mere pawns in someone else's game. Outside the cave, torrential rain poured down, as if the entire world were being submerged beneath a deluge. Sun Yuxuan wore a subtle smile, his gaze fixed on Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, and then cheerfully remarked, Ladies, given the intensity of the rain outside, shouldn't you honor our wager? Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's faces flushed crimson, resembling ripe apples. They instinctively lowered their heads, seemingly too bashful to meet Sun Yuxuan's gaze. Tang Jing's voice was as soft as a whisper, barely audible as she mumbled, Could we perhaps alter the terms of the wager? Sun Yuxuan's smile broadened, and he teasingly responded, How could that be? Surely you aren't considering reneging on our agreement? At that moment, Luo Yuxue suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Whose idea was it to gamble with him? A bet is a bet. You must fulfill the terms swiftly. It's merely a kiss. What harm could it do? Luo Yuxue's words rendered Tang Jing and Jiang Yue even more embarrassed, yet with Luo Yuxue's encouragement, they felt compelled to comply. Jiang Yue's face grew even warmer. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and slowly approached Sun Yuxuan. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly pressed her lips against his cheek and immediately retreated to her original position like a startled rabbit. Witnessing this, Tang Jing steeled herself and approached as well. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, betraying her inner anxiety. When she stood before Sun Yuxuan, her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. With her eyes tightly shut, she gently kissed his other cheek. Sun Yuxuan felt the warmth of their kisses and, with a satisfied smile, remarked, delightful. This sensation is rather pleasant, indeed. Tang Jing and Jiang Yue were once again engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yue suddenly lifted her head and inquired of Sun Yuxuan, Do you truly possess the ability to read the heavens? Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile. Indeed, not only can I interpret the celestial signs, but I also possess the skill of palmistry. Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You can read palms? Please show me. Sun Yuxuan, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, I generally do not reveal this to others, but for your earnestness, I shall make an exception. Extend your left hand. Jiang Yue, curious, remarked, isn't it customary for palmistry to have men read the left and women the right? Shouldn't you be examining my right hand? Sun Yuxuan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly explained, I am unlike others. Are you still watching? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue immediately extended her left hand. Sun Yuxuan's heart leapt with joy as he reached out to grasp Jiang Yue's hand, beginning to feel it. As he did so, Jiang Yue's face flushed and her heart raced. She softly murmured, Aren't you supposed to be reading palmistry? What are you doing? Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile. Why the rush? Shouldn't I first examine your bones? At that moment, Bai Shihan, sitting nearby, could no longer contain her laughter. She chimed in, Do you really believe he can read palms? Yes, just taking advantage of you. Hearing Bai Shihan's words, Jiang Yue swiftly withdrew her hand and, with a hint of curiosity, asked Bai Shihan, but didn't he predict it would rain tonight? Bai Shihan chuckled and explained. He merely observed the ants emerging from their nest and the small creatures relocating, which led him to assert that it would rain tonight. Surprisingly, he happened to be correct. Do you genuinely think he can interpret celestial events? Chapter 22. Staying overnight upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue were momentarily taken aback. However, within the blink of an eye, their expressions darkened, glaring at Sun Yuxuan with a ferocity that suggested they might devour him whole. Simultaneously, Luo Yuxue's gaze shifted slowly towards Sun Yuxuan, her face adorned with a faint, elusive smile. Under the scrutiny of the three, Sun Yuxuan felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing slightly as he coughed awkwardly. He shot a resentful glance at Bai Shihan, as if blaming her for landing him in such a predicament. Jiang Yue, incensed, exclaimed, Well, Sun Yuxuan, you truly have some nerve. How dare you play us for fools? I genuinely believed you possessed some remarkable talent for interpreting celestial phenomena. And what do we have now? Her agitation grew, her voice rising by an octave with each word. Sun Yuxuan, sensing the mounting tension, hastily defended himself. I wasn't playing you. It's clearly raining. At his retort, Jiang Yue was momentarily speechless, struggling to conjure a suitable rebuttal. After all, Sun Yuxuan had not been incorrect. It was indeed raining. Just then, Luo Yuxue burst into laughter, looking at Sun Yuxuan and remarking, Captain Sun, you truly are something. Sun Yuxuan felt perplexed, uncertain whether Luo Yuxue's comment was a compliment or a subtle jab. As time trickled by, nearly half an hour passed. The rain showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, the droplets cascading to the ground like pearls from a broken string, creating splashes that danced in the air. Observing the relentless downpour, Sun Yuxuan addressed Luo Yuxue and the others. Luo, considering the heavy rain, you all shouldn't return to your cave. Let us stay here. This cave is spacious enough. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shihan chimed in. Indeed, Sister Luo, why not stay here with us? It's safer for us girls to be together. Luo Yuxue nodded in agreement. Very well then. The following morning, before the sun had risen, the sky remained shrouded in gray. Yet Sun Yuxuan had already awakened from his slumber. Glancing at the 5 girls still lost in dreams, he cautiously rose from the ground. He made his way to the entrance of the cave, inhaling deeply the fresh morning air and savoring the tranquil atmosphere. The rain had ceased, and the sky gradually cleared, revealing a brilliant azure hue. Looking up, the vast expanse of sky seemed boundless, uplifting his spirits. The empty bottles placed at the cave's mouth had filled overnight with rainwater. Turning his gaze to the remnants of the fire, he noted that the blazing flames from the previous night had dwindled to mere charcoal, still emitting faint sparks. Sun Yuxuan quickly gathered some dry grass and placed it on the embers, then bent down to blow gently on the grass. After considerable effort, the grass finally ignited, and the flames rapidly spread. He hastily added some firewood to the pile, stoking the fire to life once more. As the firewood burned, the campfire gradually regained its vitality, crackling softly. Once the wood was fully ablaze, Sun Yuxuan straightened his posture, stretching his somewhat stiff body. He turned and descended from the cave, making his way to the shoreline. The morning sea was slightly cool. Sun Yuxuan scooped some seawater in his hands and gently splashed it on his face, relishing the refreshing sensation that instantly invigorated him. After washing his face, he began to search for usable resources along the coast. He strolled along the shore for about 2 to 3 kilometers, his gaze fixed on the debris washed ashore by the waves, meticulously sifting through the refuse. At last, amidst a chaotic pile of rubbish, he discovered a small iron can. Though it was rusty, upon inspection, Sun Yuxuan found that its seal was still satisfactory, rendering it usable. With this small can, he could boil water and cook food. He carefully picked it up and continued onward along the coast. After a while, he stumbled upon a tattered fishing net among the refuse. This net appeared to have been in use for quite some time, riddled with holes of varying sizes and entangled with some debris. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan did not lose heart. He diligently cleared the net of the rubbish and rolled it up before turning back towards the cave. Upon returning, he found Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi seated by the fire at the cave's entrance, warming themselves while engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue had already retreated to their own dwelling. Observing the rusty iron can and tattered fishing net that Sun Yuxuan had brought back, Bai Shihan wrinkled her brow in distaste and remarked, "Xingu, why did you bring back this trash?" Sun Yuxuan shot her a glance and retorted, "Trash? This is a valuable find. With it, we can enhance our chances of survival here." After saying this, he placed the small can atop the fire and poured in some collected rainwater. He then unfurled the fishing net beneath the cave, performing a simple repair on the holes, and ventured into the woods to retrieve a 5 or 6 meter long stick. He secured the fishing net to the stick and carefully lowered it into the sea at the shoreline. Meanwhile, Li Ming and his companions were foraging for sea snails nearby, occasionally glancing over at Sun Yuxuan. Zhang Yunke remarked, "Do Li Ming, Li. This Sun Yuxuan does possess some skills. I wonder where he found that fishing net." Li Ming scoffed, "What skills? What good is a fishing net? With such strong waves, it'll be a miracle if he catches anything." Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue sat at the cave's entrance, observing the unfolding events on the shore. As Sun Yuxuan set up the fishing net, Tang Jing turned to Luo Yuxue and said, "Yuxue, it seems that Captain Sun has quite a wealth of experience in outdoor survival. It appears that once the rescue team finds us, our survival here will rely heavily on him." Hearing her words, Luo Yuxue nodded in agreement and said, "You make a valid point. His survival skills in the wilderness are indeed superior to those of Li Ming and his companions. Moreover, I find him to be quite a decent individual." Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's remarks, Jiang Yue immediately retorted with indignation, "Yuxue, why are you defending him? He is nothing but a lecherous scoundrel and a deceitful charlatan." It was evident that Jiang Yue was still upset about Sun Yuxuan reading her palm the previous night. Tang Jing chuckled and remarked, "Yue, why the fuss? Wasn't it you who insisted he read your palm? Why are you angry now?" Jiang Yue huffed in response, "Humph. Had I known he was a fraud, I would never have allowed him to read my palm. He is a wicked man who even tricked me out of my first kiss." Chapter 23. The petulance of Jiang Yue upon hearing her words, Luo Yuxue could not help but chuckle, responding, "Is that truly a deception? Who asked you to wager with him? The fact that he can predict rain from the movements of those little creatures demonstrates his exceptional abilities." Tang Jing added with a smile, all right, let go of your anger. After all, I did plan a kiss on him too. It's really not a big deal." At that moment, Li Ming and his companions had gathered a considerable number of conchs and arrived beneath the cave, where Luo Yuxue and her friends were. Lu Hao, proudly holding up a conch, beamed with satisfaction as he addressed Jiang Yue. "Yue, look at the many conchs we've collected. Am I not impressive?" Jiang Yue was already in a foul mood due to the incident with Sun Yuxuan. Lu Hao's untimely appearance, along with his boastful display of conchs, only served to stoke her irritation further. With a scowl upon her face, she snapped at Lu Hao, "What is so impressive about a few worthless conchs? They're everywhere along the shore. If you were truly capable, why not catch a couple of coconut crabs from each sea?" Lu Hao was taken aback by Jiang Yue's unexpected reaction, his expression frozen in disbelief as the smile vanished from his face. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Luo Yuxue quickly intervened. With a warm smile and a soothing tone, she addressed Lu Hao. Lu Hao, do not take Yue's words to heart. She is simply upset at the moment and may not be expressing herself kindly, but her remarks are certainly not aimed at you. Hearing Luo Yuxue's words, Lu Hao's expression softened slightly. He chuckled nervously and replied, "Oh, Miss Luo, how could I ever hold a grudge against Yue?" After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Yue and gently inquired, "Yue, what troubles you? Who has made you unhappy?" Jiang Yue's dissatisfaction intensified at this, and she shot Lu Hao a fierce glare, interjecting curtly, "Who else could it be but that Sun Yuxuan?" Lu Hao's brow furrowed at her words, and he hastily probed, "What has he done to upset you?" Jiang Yue's anger swelled as she recalled the incident, her chest heaving with indignation as she declared, "He took advantage of me." This statement struck Lu Hao like a thunderclap, his expression darkening with rage as he exclaimed, "What? He took advantage of you? I shall go confront him immediately." Without waiting for a response, he turned to seek out Sun Yuxuan, his fury palpable. However, at that very moment, Luo Yuxue swiftly interjected, raising her voice, "Lu Hao, what are you doing? Do not heed Yue's exaggerations. Captain Sun has not taken advantage of her at all." Then, turning to Jiang Yue, she earnestly stated, "Yue, this is not the time for such capriciousness. Has Captain Sun ever taken advantage of you? You must not fabricate stories." Tang Jing echoed from the side, "Indeed. Yue, you must not speak carelessly. Has Captain Sun ever taken advantage of you?" Hearing their words, Jiang Yue, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Last night. He touched my hand, and you both witnessed it." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's expression darkened instantly. His eyes widened in fury, and his inner rage surged fiercely. He silently cursed, "Sun Yuxuan, you scoundrel, I haven't even had the chance to touch Yue's hand yet, and you've already made your move." The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, feeling that his dignity had been grievously affronted. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he bellowed, "Sun Yuxuan, come over here." This outburst was like thunder in a tranquil sky, causing a stir among the crowd. Everyone was startled by the sudden shout, turning to gawk at Lu Hao in astonishment. Li Ming and Chun Junhui exchanged glances, both wearing a barely perceptible smirk. Hu Qiming shook his head helplessly, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, what a lovesick fool." Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing also shook their heads in resignation. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, upon hearing the commotion, immediately stood up and gazed curiously in Lu Hao's direction. Even the foreigner, drawn by the outcry, turned to observe Lu Hao with intrigue. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan had just finished setting up the fishing net and was about to return to the cave when he suddenly heard Lu Hao shout. He paused, pondering. What has got Lu Hao worked up? A Haven tea provoked him. With a heart full of questions, Sun Yuxuan strode toward the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. As he approached the cave, before he could utter a word, Lu Hao charged at him like an enraged lion, seizing his collar without hesitation. "Sun Yuxuan, how dare you bully my Yue?" he shouted. Faced with such an impudent act, Sun Yuxuan's anger flared instantly. Yet he managed to suppress his fury, darkening his expression as he warned, "I will count to 3. You had better release me immediately, or do not blame me for being unkind." However, in that moment, Lu Hao had completely lost his sanity, blinded by rage. Disregarding Sun Yuxuan's warning, with bloodshot eyes and a furious face, he clenched his fist and swung it violently at Sun Yuxuan's head. Just as Lu Hao's fist was about to make contact, Sun Yuxuan's gaze sharpened. He snorted coldly, and at the very instant Lu Hao's punch was about to hit him, he swiftly reached out a hand, like lightning, and precisely seized Lu Hao's arm. This grip was akin to a vice, firmly locking Lu Hao's arm in place, rendering him immobile as if he had been struck by a paralyzing spell. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Without a hint of mercy, he launched a powerful kick that struck Lu Hao squarely in the abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending Lu Hao's body soaring backward like a kite with its string severed. He crashed heavily to the ground, wincing in pain unable to rise for a considerable time. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yuxue and the others were momentarily stunned. Sun Yuxuan addressed the sprawled Lu Hao, exclaiming, "Lu Hao, are you out of your mind? Acting like a rabid dog? What have I done to provoke you?" Lu Hao retorted indignantly, "Who told you to bully Yue?" Sun Yuxuan was taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Jiang Yue, asking, "Did you tell him I was bullying you?" Jiang Yue hurriedly lowered her head, not anticipating that her words would escalate the situation so dramatically. Luo Yuxue shot her a fierce glare before turning to Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Captain Sun, please don't misunderstand. Yue is just being a bit petulant." Tang Jing quickly added, "Lu Hao acted on impulse. Don't hold it against him." Upon hearing their remarks, Sun Yuxuan chose not to say anything further and turned to leave. Just then, Li Ming suddenly spoke up, "Sun Yuxuan, are you just going to leave after hitting someone?" Sun Yuxuan glanced back at him, his tone icy. "Are you blind? Can't you see he struck first? I was merely acting in self-defense." Feeling a chill run down his spine from Sun Yuxuan's murderous glare, Li Ming dared not say another word. Sun Yuxuan ignored him and walked away. Chapter 24. Go ahead. Strike me. It was only after Sun Yuxuan had walked away that Li Ming hastily approached and helped Lu Hao to his feet, feigning concern as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Lu Hao shook his head, his gaze fixed on Sun Yuxuan's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You wait, Sun Yuxuan. Not only have you bullied Yue, but you also dare to lay a hand on me. One day, I shall make you pay dearly for this." Li Ming stoked the flames further, exclaiming, "Indeed, Sun Yuxuan has gone too far, relying on his skills to assault others at will." Meanwhile, Jiang Yue realized she had caused trouble and quickly addressed Lu Hao. "Lu Hao, I was merely joking with you. Captain Sun did not bully me." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao mistakenly thought Jiang Yue was intimidated by Sun Yuxuan. He quickly reassured her, "Yue, you need not fear him. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot act recklessly. Rest assured, I will deal with him appropriately." Jiang Yue was momentarily at a loss for words, then turned her attention to Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing. Both women recognized Lu Hao's infatuation with Jiang Yue. After the recent incident, he had firmly resolved to resent Sun Yuxuan, and they understood that further words were futile. Tang Jing said to Jiang Yue, "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Yue, her face flushed with shame, lowered her head, realizing the gravity of the consequences stemming from her single remark. Upon returning to the cave, Sun Yuxuan was immediately questioned by Shirhan. "Xinge, what happened? Why did you resort to violence?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Lu Hao, that lovesick fool, thought I was bullying Jiang Yue, so he tried to strike me. I had no choice but to retaliate." Shirhan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "What did you expect? With your penchant for attracting attention, now you've drawn animosity." Sun Yuxuan felt utterly speechless. "What attention have I attracted?" Shirhan chuckled. "You are fully aware that Lu Hao has feelings for Jiang Yue, yet you still bet with him and even read his palm." Sun Yuxuan sighed. "I can't be blamed for that. She was the one who volunteered, after all." By midday, Sun Yuxuan checked the fishing net he had placed in the sea and was pleasantly surprised to find it had caught 3 fish, each weighing over a pound. He detached the fish from the net and re-immersed it into the water before making his way to the cave, where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. Upon seeing the 3 fish in his hands, Li Ming and the others cast envious glances at him. Sun Yuxuan presented one of the fish to Luo Yuxue, saying, "Luo, here, a fish for you." Lu Hao, filled with indignation, retorted, "Who cares about your fish? Just take it away. We can catch our own." Sun Yuxuan sneered, "It's not meant for you anyway. Why the excitement? If you have the skill, go catch some yourself instead of just talking big." Lu Hao, brimming with anger, shot back, "It's just a fish, isn't it? I could catch one with ease." He then turned to Chun Junhui, stating, "Old Chun, let us go fishing. We can't let this brat look down on us." Upon uttering these words, he proceeded towards the shore. Chun Junhui hesitated momentarily before following suit. Luo Yuxue accepted the fish handed to her by Sun Yuxuan, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Sun Yuxuan chose not to elaborate further, grasping the remaining 2 fish and turning to leave. At that moment, Li Ming coldly remarked, "Flatterer." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan immediately halted, turning his gaze towards him, and retorted icily, "What did you say? Under Sun Yuxuan's penetrating stare, Li Ming felt a chill down his spine. However, reassured by Luo Yuxue's presence, he gathered his courage and said, I called you a flatterer. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Your incessant attempts to curry favor with General Manager Luo are merely to secure a promotion and raise upon returning to the company. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Sun Yuxuan shot him a fierce glare. Li Ming continued, I hold people like you in the utmost contempt. Don't just glare at me. If you have the guts, hit me. Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, Say that again. I said, if you have the guts, hit me. Li Ming boasted. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Yuxuan raised his hand and struck him sharply across the face. The blow sent Li Ming sprawling to the ground, cursing, You bastard, how dare you hit me? With a grin, Sun Yuxuan remarked, Everyone heard you ask me to hit you. To be honest, it's the first time in my life I've encountered such a request. If you ever have such a delightful proposition again, do let me know, and I shall oblige. Furthermore, at this point, Sun Yuxuan's expression darkened, his voice chillingly cold as he warned, If I ever hear you utter the word mother from your lips again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Confronted by Sun Yuxuan's murderous gaze, Li Ming was rendered speechless, hastily covering his face with his hands and pleading with Luo Yuxue. General Manager Luo, you must intervene. This rascal actually struck me. Luo Yuxue coldly replied, Did you not ask him to strike you? What intervention do you seek from me? At Luo Yuxue's words, Li Ming fell silent, inwardly cursing her, thinking, You wretched woman, a mere fish has bought your loyalty. Just wait, one day, I shall see you bow before me. Sun Yuxuan paid him no mind, returning to the cave entrance with the two fish, where he found 2 sticks to skewer them. He retrieved some burning charcoal from the fire and placed the fish atop, commencing the roasting process. After a little over 10 minutes, the fish had turned a crispy golden brown, sizzling as they released their oils. The 3 of them, disregarding the heat, tore into the fish, savoring every morsel. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 roasted fish were reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. Sun Yuxuan then turned to Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi, saying, You 2 stay here. I shall fetch some coconuts. Li Mengqi, filled with curiosity, inquired, Where will you find coconuts? Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, The coconuts from those trees have all been harvested and hidden away by me. Hearing his words, Bai Shihan smiled and said, Xiange, I never expected you to be so cunning. You actually thought to pick the coconuts in advance and hide them. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, Indeed. To survive on this desolate island, one must possess a keen sense of awareness. Bai Shihan then proposed, I shall accompany you, with the prospect of having a beautiful companion. Sun Yuxuan could hardly refuse and nodded with a smile. He then turned to Li Mengqi and instructed, Mengqi, you stay in the cave and ensure that the fire does not extinguish. Having said this, he set off towards the coastline with Bai Shihan. Chapter 25. The clever Hu Qiming upon witnessing Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan walking away in the distance, Li Ming could not help but exclaim, Damn it, what a pair of shameless lovers. They already hit it off so quickly. His words drew disapproving glances from Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue. Tang Jing spoke up, It's not very courteous to speak ill of others behind their backs. Li Ming merely scoffed, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui returned from the shoreline, looking rather dejected. Jiang Yue, with a hint of mockery, asked, Were the fish you 2 caught? Lu Hao and Chun Junhui fell into an awkward silence at her inquiry. Lu Hao quickly defended, Yue, there's simply no fish in that sea. If Sun Yuxuan managed to catch one, it was merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Yue was about to retort, but Tang Jing gently tugged at her arm, prompting her to hold her tongue. After more than 2 hours, Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan finally arrived at the spot where he had hidden the coconuts. Loading a bag of coconuts onto his shoulder, Sun Yuxuan turned to retrace his steps. As they made their way back to the cave, Sun Yuxuan's gaze frequently drifted towards the debris washed ashore, searching for any salvageable materials. Fortune favored the diligent. After nearly an hour of walking, he stumbled upon a dilapidated umbrella among the flotsam. The canopy was riddled with holes, eroded by the sea, and seemed likely to collapse with the slightest gust. The ribs were rusted and worn. Yet, upon spotting the tattered umbrella, Sun Yuxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, a surge of joy swelling within him. He promptly instructed Bai Shihan to retrieve it. Bai Shihan hesitated, her expression one of disdain as she remarked, "Xingu, this umbrella is beyond repair. It's utterly useless. What purpose would it serve us?" Sun Yuxuan, unfazed, chuckled and explained, "Look at the ribs. They're made of iron. If we dismantle it, sharpen one end, it could become an arrow. I can craft a bow, and then I'll be able to hunt in the woods." Bai Shihan's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration, and she gazed at him in awe, exclaiming, "Xingu, I truly admire you. How do you manage to turn such trash into treasure?" Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "To survive here, one must think creatively." As they approached the vicinity of the cave, Li Ming and his companions were still busy foraging for sea snails along the shore. The plastic bag containing the coconuts was immediately recognizable, prompting envious glances from Li Ming and his group. Even Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue, seated at the cave entrance, expressed curiosity upon seeing the coconuts on Sun Yuxuan's shoulder. Tang Jing remarked with a smile, "I didn't expect Captain Sun to be quite resourceful, bringing back such a substantial haul of coconuts." Luo Yuxue nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed, it seems that our survival here relies solely on him." Jiang Yue, feeling indignant, retorted, "Why must we depend on him? In just 3 or 4 days, the rescue team will surely find us, and then we can leave." Luo Yuxue replied with a smile, "What if the rescue team cannot locate us? Are you still counting on Li Ming and his group to help us survive here?" Hearing Luo Yuxue's words, Jiang Yue was momentarily at a loss for words, finally responding after a brief silence, "How could the rescue team possibly fail to find this place?" Tang Jing laughed and said, "Yue, you're still upset with Captain Sun. He merely touched your hand, and besides, weren't you the one eagerly asking him to read your palm?" Jiang Yue, fuming, said, "It's not the touch that bothers me, but the fact that he deceived me. Just thinking about it makes me furious." Luo Yuxue quickly interjected, "All right, Yue, you must not act petulantly here, as it could lead to trouble. Your words this morning have already made Lu Hao resent Captain Sunday." Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's statement, Jiang Yue felt a wave of shame wash over her and said, "I only said that in a fit of anger. Who knew Lu Hao would be so impulsive?" Tang Jing replied with a laugh, "You know that Lu Hao has always been infatuated with you. How could you say such things in front of him and expect him not to react? By the way, hasn't Lu Hao been pursuing you? Why not accept him?" Jiang Yue shot back, "Isn't Chun Junhui also pursuing you? Why don't you get together with him?" This question left Tang Jing momentarily speechless. As Sun Yuxuan carried a coconut past Li Ming and his companions, Li Ming immediately donned a cheerful demeanor and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Little son, could you tell me where you picked this coconut?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "There are a few coconut trees about 4 or 5 kilometers down the coast. I picked this coconut from there." Upon hearing this, Li Ming promptly turned and left, with Lu Hao and Chun Junhui quickly following suit. Only Hu Qiming remained in place. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan felt a twinge of curiosity and said with a smile, "Manager, the 3 of them went to pick coconuts. Why aren't you joining them?" Hu Qiming chuckled and replied, "Li Ming and Lu Hao have both wronged you. I doubt you would kindly inform them about the coconuts. I believe their trip will be in vain." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan thought to himself, "I never expected this fellow to be rather astute." Hu Qiming continued with a smile, "I harbor no ill will toward you, so there is no need for you to be wary of me. However, you should be cautious of Li Ming and his companions. Last night, Li Ming incited Lu Hao and Chun Junhui to confront you. I know you possess considerable skills. Should they come at you openly, they would not stand a chance. But Li Ming is rather cunning. I fear he might resort to underhanded tactics." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, "Since you are aware they will make a fruitless trip, why did you not stop them just now?" Hu Qiming chuckled and remarked, "Why should I impede their actions? I too find Li Ming's petty behavior distasteful." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "You possess a surprisingly kind heart." Upon finishing this statement, he set the coconut from his shoulder on the ground, retrieving 4 from within and offering them to Hu Qiming with a grin. "Here, take these coconuts and enjoy." Hu Qiming accepted the coconuts, smiling as he said, "I appreciate your generosity." With the coconuts in hand, he made his way toward the cave where Luo Yuxue resided. Chapter 26. Jiang Yue's apology. Hu Qiming approached the cave where Luo Yuxue and her companions resided, carrying 3 coconuts. Luo Yuxue inquired, "What have Li Ming and the others gone to do?" With a smile, Hu Qiming replied, "They went to gather coconuts." Jiang Yue then asked, "Why didn't you accompany them?" Hu Qiming chuckled, "Why would I want to make a fruitless trip with them?" His words left Luo Yuxue and her companions momentarily taken aback. "Danjing yin dozet. How do you know they would return empty-handed?" Hu Qiming elaborated. "Li Ming and Lu Hao have already offended team leader Sun, and given the significance of coconuts here, I find it hard to believe that he would be so benevolent." Luo Yuxue pressed further. "Then why didn't you stop them? Surely you have some reservations about them." Hu Qiming shook his head. "I hold no grievances against them. I simply cannot abide their conspiracy to harm team leader Sunday." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions were once again stunned. Jiang Yue quickly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Hu Qiming recounted the conversation he had overheard the previous night between Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Sun Yuxuan. After listening to Hu Qiming's account, the 3 women were engulfed in anger. Jiang Yue exclaimed, "Li Ming is utterly despicable. How dare he conspire with Lu Hao and Sun Yuxuan to target team leader Sun?" Hu Qiming responded with a knowing smile. "Is that really surprising? You all knew the kind of person Li Ming was, did you not?" He then earnestly addressed Luo Yuxue. "In my view, the rescue team will not find us here anytime soon. If we wish to survive for an extended period, we must rely on team leader Sun. So it is imperative that we maintain a good relationship with him." Luo Yuxue smiled and replied, "I am aware of that. And we must also be cautious of Li Ming and his cohorts. Given time, they may resort to unthinkable actions." In agreement, Hu Qiming, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue all nodded. At that moment, Jiang Yue seemed to recall something and said, "I hope I didn't offend team leader Sun this morning. I must go apologize to him." Without waiting for Luo Yuxue and the others to respond, she hurriedly descended from the cave, heading towards the dwelling of Sun Yuxuan and his companions. Seeing this, Luo Yuxue and the others shook their heads in resignation. Indeed, Jiang Yue was a good person, but she occasionally exhibited a capricious temperament. When Jiang Yue reached the cave below where Sun Yuxuan, Bai Shihan, and Li Mengqi were enjoying coconut juice, all eyes turned towards her. Her face flushed like a ripe apple. She lowered her gaze and spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. Team leader Sun, I apologize for this morning. It was wrong of me to say that you bullied me to Lu Hao, which led to their confrontation. I truly did not mean it. It was just a careless remark, and who could have anticipated his impulsiveness? So, please don't be angry with me." Sun Yuxuan was taken aback when Jiang Yue unexpectedly approached him to apologize. He pondered to himself, what could have prompted this sudden change in Jiang Yue? Was she perhaps under some sort of enchantment? Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reassured her, "There is no need to worry. I am not so petty. I hardly took this matter to heart." Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Jiang Yue's heart, and she joyfully inquired, "So you truly aren't angry with me?" Observing her visibly relieved demeanor, Sun Yuxuan found it somewhat amusing and replied with a chuckle, "Do I seem like someone who would hold a grudge? Besides, Lu Hao's actions are somewhat understandable. After all, who in the company is unaware of his infatuation with you?" Jiang Yue, eager to clarify, interjected, "Oh no, please don't misunderstand. I truly have no feelings for him." Her words poured out rapidly, as if she feared Sun Yuxuan would doubt her sincerity. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she was struck by a sudden realization, questioning internally, why am I even explaining myself to him? This perplexing sensation left her bewildered, leading her to scrutinize her own motives. While Jiang Yue was lost in her thoughts, Sun Yuxuan suddenly broke into laughter. He regarded her with a glint of mischief in his eyes and leisurely remarked, "There is no need for you to offer an explanation." Jiang Yue's heart raced at his words, uncertainty gnawing at her. Did he believe her clarification, or was he simply indifferent? As she wrestled with her thoughts, Sun Yuxuan cracked open a coconut, playfully extending it toward her, saying, "Here, as a coconut for you." She accepted it, instinctively murmuring her thanks, and then, as if propelled by an unseen force, she hurriedly turned and walked away. Observing her hasty departure, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Bai Shihan teased Sun Yuxuan. Xinge, it seems to me that she harbors some feelings for you. Li Mengqi chimed in with a grin. Indeed, I noticed it too. Sun Yuxuan, hearing their playful banter, waved his hands dismissively. You two must be mistaken. How could she possibly have feelings for me? Bai Shihan countered with a smile. If she had no interest, why would she be in such a hurry to distance herself from Lu Hao? Li Mengqi echoed, exactly. I believe she definitely has a thing for you. Their words sparked a flicker of realization in Sun Yuxuan. Perhaps Jiang Yue did harbor some feelings for him. He mused. Could it be that fortune and love was finally gracing him? Alas, this cursed charm of mine. After sipping the coconut water, Sun Yuxuan took the tattered umbrella he had salvaged and made his way to the shore. He found a large rock to sit upon, tearing away the tattered fabric of the umbrella. One by one, he dismantled the ribs, beginning to meticulously sand them down. Thus, after more than 2 hours of diligent effort, the ends of the umbrella ribs were honed to a sharp point, akin to needles. The meticulously crafted umbrella ribs can be utilized as arrows. With arrows at hand, the next step is to fashion a bow. Just then, Li Ming and his companions returned, breathless. Upon spotting Sun Yuxuan by the shoreline, they approached him with palpable anger. In no time, they stood before Sun Yuxuan, and Li Ming exclaimed loudly, How dare you, son, to deceive us? Chapter 27. Capturing 2 large sea fish, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, What do you mean by that? When have I ever deceived you? Surely, you must have found the coconut trees. It's inconceivable otherwise. They're right by the coast, visible to anyone with eyes. Lu Hao retorted angrily. There are indeed a few coconut trees, but they are completely devoid of coconuts. Sun Yuxuan continued to smile. I distinctly recall telling you that there are coconut trees along the coast. However, I never claimed that they bore fruit. It is not my fault if you failed to comprehend my words. Upon hearing this, Li Ming and the others fell silent, acknowledging they had been outwitted. Yet, powerless to confront Sun Yuxuan, they could only glare at him fiercely. Had their gazes possessed lethal intent, Sun Yuxuan would have met his demise countless times over. After a lingering moment of staring, Li Ming growled, You wait and see, Sunday. With that, he turned on his heel, followed closely by Lu Hao and Chun Junwei. Upon arriving at the cave, where Luo Yuxue and her companions resided, they found Hu Qiming engaged in cheerful conversation with Luo Yuxue. The sight ignited their ire once more, prompting Lu Hao to sarcastically exclaim, Manager Hu, you truly are something. While we toil to gather coconuts, you lounge here idly. Hu Qiming replied with a smile. Did you manage to gather any coconuts? Hurry and show them. Luo has just mentioned she is thirsty. Hearing this, Lu Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. Li Ming suddenly directed his attention to Hu Qiming, saying, Xiao Hu, did you already know we wouldn't find coconuts? Which is why you deliberately chose not to accompany us. Hu Qiming immediately responded, Li, what nonsense are you speaking? I am not a clairvoyant. How could I possibly know you wouldn't find any coconuts? You left so swiftly that I barely had time to react before you were far ahead, leaving me behind. But rest assured, I was not idle. Just look at how much firewood I gathered. Hu Qiming's words were indeed sharp, striking at their pride. Yet Li Ming and his companions found themselves unable to counter him. As evening descended, Sun Yuxuan returned to the shore to inspect the fishing net. When he pulled it up, he could not suppress a loud cry of excitement, for he had caught 2 sea fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds each. His exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. When Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi spotted the lively fish in the net, they too were filled with joy and hurried down from the cave to the shore, while Li Ming and the foreigner cast envious glances. Sun Yuxuan carefully detached the 2 fish from the net and returned the net to the sea. He then found a sharp stone and began to prepare the fish. After half an hour of diligent work, he finally finished cleaning the 2 fish with seawater, allowing Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi to take them back to the cave. He arrived beneath the cave where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, calling out loudly, Director Luo, fortune smiles upon us today. Let's gather at my cave for some fish. Luo Yuxue nodded with a smile, replying, That sounds delightful. Thank you, Captain Sunday. Sun Yuxuan then approached the cave where Li Ming and his companions were staying. Before he could utter a word, Li Ming interjected, "There's no need to curry favor. I do not fancy fish." Sun Yuxuan scoffed. "What do you think you are? Why would I bother to please you? If I were to please anyone, it would be Director Luo." After saying this, he turned to Hu Qiming, saying, "Manager Hu, do join us for some fish later." "Absolutely," Hu Qiming readily agreed. Without further ado, Sun Yuxuan departed. Once Sun Yuxuan had walked away, Li Ming turned to Hu Qiming. "What is your angle, Hu? Are you opposing me?" Hu Qiming chuckled. "Director Li, I fail to see your reasoning. Why have I ever been at odds with you? You don't enjoy fish, yet you begrudge me the pleasure? Must I feast solely on conch at every meal? Moreover, Captain Sun's intentions are genuine." Li Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Sun Yuxuan returned to the cave entrance, found 2 sticks, and skewered the 2 sea fish. He retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire and placed the fish atop it, beginning to roast them slowly. Before long, Luo Yuxue and her companions arrived at the cave entrance, and the fish had turned a delectable golden brown, sizzling and releasing aromatic oils. The enticing scent wafted through the air, causing everyone to salivate uncontrollably. Sun Yuxuan grinned. "What are we waiting for? Dig in." With that, Luo Yuxue and her companions ceased their politeness, tearing off pieces of the fragrant fish and indulging heartily. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chun Junhui observed this scene, their teeth gritted in frustration. Lu Hao exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, this Sun Yuxuan is insufferable. He is hogging all the glory." Hearing this, Li Ming's eyes gleamed with an idea. "Lu, Chun, you both might be in peril. At this rate, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue may just fall for that brat Sun Yuxuan." Lu Hao and Chun Junhui's expressions shifted immediately. Lu Hao promptly asked Director Li, "What should we do now?" Li Ming chuckled. "Isn't it just that Sun Yuxuan has a tattered fishing net that allows him to catch fish? If we were to sabotage his net, he wouldn't be able to catch any fish, leaving him with nothing to offer Tang Jing and Jiang Yue." Upon hearing Li Ming's suggestion, Lu Hao smacked his forehead, laughing, "Of course. How did I not think of that? If we toss his shabby net into the sea, let's see how he continues to fish." "You are quite astute, Director Li. Tonight, I shall dispose of his fishing net into the ocean. Let us see how he struts about afterward." One must admit, Lu Hao was quite infatuated, becoming a pawn for Li Ming while gratefully thanking him. Just as Sun Yuxuan and the others were savoring their fish, an unexpected foreigner appeared at the cave's entrance. In a hushed voice, he addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Could you possibly spare me a morsel of fish? Eating nothing but grilled conch has left me feeling utterly drained." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "You are well aware of my rules. To obtain food, one must offer something in return." The foreigner suddenly appeared quite embarrassed and spoke, "At present, aside from the clothes on my back, I possess nothing else." After uttering this, he seemed to recall something and continued, "Today, I found a small iron oil drum along the shore. I wonder if it might be of any use to you. I shall fetch it for you right away." With that, he turned and briskly departed. Chapter 28. The astonishment of the crowd at that moment. Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, Jiang Yue, and Hu Qiming were all rendered speechless, gazing at Sun Yuxuan with expressions of utter disbelief, as though he had transformed into a complete stranger. Noticing their peculiar stares, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "What is the matter with you all? Why do you look at me as if I were a monster? Snap out of it and enjoy the grilled fish before it cools down." Finally, Tang Jing regained her composure, her eyes wide with incredulity as she exclaimed, You actually speak English? And so fluently." A subtle smile graced Sun Yuxuan's lips as he replied, "What is so strange about that? You all can speak English too." Luo Yuxue also came back to her senses and teased, "Captain Sun, you truly are a hidden talent. Your command of English surpasses even that of our translation department. It seems our company is indeed a reservoir of talent." Sun Yuxuan humbly waved his hand and chuckled. "Oh, come on, Luo. It's just English. It's not that difficult. I'm not limited to just English. I have a smattering of other languages as well." With great enthusiasm, he proceeded to utter a few phrases in various languages, leaving Luo Yuxue and the others utterly bewildered. However, from Sun Yuxuan's confident tone and fluent delivery, they could tell that he was not merely speaking nonsense. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and the others gazed at him as if he were an extraordinary creature. Even Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were taken aback. Initially, they had assumed Sun Yuxuan was merely proficient in English, not realizing he possessed knowledge of so many other languages. They could hardly fathom that this individual was merely a humble security captain. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yue slowly spoke up. "Wow, Captain Sun, you are incredibly impressive. To know so many languages, which university did you graduate from?" Sun Yuxuan, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "I never attended university. I enlisted in the military right after graduating from high school." His words left everyone momentarily stunned, and Luo Yuxue, her face brimming with disbelief, asked, "So, are you saying you learned all these languages in the military?" Sun Yuxuan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I learned them all while serving in the military." Luo Yuxue quickly inquired, "Could you tell us which military unit you serve in?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin, "I can't disclose that information." Although he was reticent, Luo Yuxue and the others understood that Sun Yuxuan's military unit was likely prestigious. Otherwise, mastering so many languages would be improbable. Curiously, Tang Jing asked, "Then I wonder, with your proficiency in so many languages, why would you choose to be a mere security captain?" At her remark, Sun Yuxuan's expression shifted, and he retorted, "Director Tang, are you implying that being a security guard is beneath you?" Tang Jing hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Do not misunderstand. I hold no disdain for security personnel. However, with your remarkable abilities, isn't it a bit beneath you to serve merely as a security captain?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "What is there to feel diminished about? I find being a security captain rather pleasant. Each day is free and unencumbered, devoid of excessive worries." Hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, the foreigner approached with a relatively new oil drum to the cave's entrance. Upon seeing the oil drum, Sun Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with delight, for the markings on its exterior indicated it contained cooking oil. He mused to himself, "This oil drum is indeed a valuable find, far surpassing the small tin I stumbled upon earlier. With this, I could fashion a pot to cook food." Noticing Sun Yuxuan's silence, the foreigner, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, "I apologize. I realize you may not find this oil drum appealing, but unfortunately, I have nothing else to offer in exchange for food." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan stifled his inner excitement and calmly responded, "Ah, what can I say? I am a kind-hearted person. Although this oil drum may not serve me greatly, out of pity for you, I shall share some food." With that, he handed half a grilled fish to the foreigner and asked Bai Shihan to pass him 2 coconuts. The foreigner gratefully accepted the coconuts and grilled fish, offering heartfelt thanks before hastily departing. After enjoying the grilled fish, Sun Yuxuan smashed open several coconuts and distributed one to each person. Once they had eaten their fill, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue stood to leave, and Sun Yuxuan did not insist they stay. After their departure, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Captain Sun, I appreciate your generous hospitality. Since the plane crash, tonight marks the first time I've had a proper meal." Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, "You are too kind, Manager Hu. We are from the same company after all." Hu Qiming continued with a grin, "Just a word of caution. Keep an eye on Li Ming and his companions. They may harbor ill intentions towards you. I have had ample interactions with Li Ming and know him well. He is quite petty. Seeing you catch so many fish with your net, he will undoubtedly feel envious and may be contemplating ways to take advantage of you," Hu Qiming warned. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your warning. I shall be vigilant." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hu Qiming turned to leave. Seated by the fire, Sun Yuxuan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before releasing a plume of smoke. Reflecting on Hu Qiming's words, he thought, what he said makes sense. Although Li Ming and the others may not dare to confront me openly, they could indeed be plotting something against my fishing net. If they were to steal it or toss it into the sea without catching them in the act, it would be quite challenging to confront them. Moreover, I cannot possibly remain by the shore to guard my net. Upon this realization, Sun Yuxuan promptly descended from the cave and made his way to the shore, where he retrieved the fishing net. To his surprise, he discovered that the net had ensnared a fish weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Sun Yuxuan carefully detached the fish and then removed the net from the wooden pole before returning it to the cave. In the dead of night, while the others were sound asleep, Lu Hao cast a glance at the slumbering Li Ming and the others before stealthily exiting the cave. Arriving at the spot where Sun Yuxuan had set the fishing net, he was met with the sight of a solitary wooden pole lying desolately on the shore, illuminated by the moonlight. Enraged, Lu Hao's temper flared, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, Sun Yuxuan. It seems I have underestimated you. I never anticipated your vigilance to be this formidable." Glaring at the wooden pole on the ground, Lu Hao's fury surged, and he picked it up, hurling it into the sea before storming back towards the cave, grumbling all the while. Chapter 29. Crafting bows and arrows the following morning, when Sun Yuxuan awoke. Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were still in a deep slumber. Choosing not to disturb them, he made his way to the entrance of the cave, where he discovered that the firewood in the pit had been reduced to mere charcoal, still emitting wisps of smoke. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan placed some dry grass atop the remnants and took a piece of driftwood he had found on the shore to fan the flames vigorously. After 3 or 4 minutes of diligent fanning, the dry grass ignited, prompting him to add more firewood. Descending from the cave, he ventured to the shore, only to find that the stick used to bind the fishing net had vanished. He pondered, it seems that Li Ming and his companions truly visited this place last night. Fortunately, I heeded Hu Qiming's advice and prepared in advance. Retracing his steps into the woods, he searched for another stick and returned to the shore, where he reattached the fishing net and cast it back into the sea. Splashing some seawater on his face invigorated him, awakening his senses. Having already fashioned some arrows from umbrella ribs, Sun Yuxuan aimed to create a bow as swiftly as possible. He strolled along the coastline for nearly a kilometer when, amidst a pile of debris washed ashore, he spotted a tangle of fishing line. Eagerly, he grasped the line and tugged on it, discovering it remained intact. A wave of joy surged through him. This fishing line could serve as the bowstring. With this find, there was no need to continue searching, and he turned back towards the cave. Upon his return, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi had awakened and were seated by the fire. Sun Yuxuan presented the tangled fishing line to Bai Shihan, instructing her, "Please untangle this line and wind it around a stick. I will venture into the woods for a moment." Li Mengqi, visibly concerned, inquired, "Xiangu, the woods are too dangerous. What do you intend to do?" Noticing her worry, Sun Yuxuan playfully teased, "Mengqi, are you so concerned for my safety that you might be falling for me?" Her face flushed with embarrassment, Li Mengqi retorted, "If you weren't so self-absorbed, how could I possibly love you? I merely fear for your safety. Neither Shihan nor I have anyone to look after us." With a chuckle, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Is that so? Your words seem somewhat insincere. All right, I shall cease my jesting. I'm off to find a stick in the woods to craft a bow and arrow. Rest assured, I will be fine." The fortune teller assured me I would live to the ripe age of 93. With that, he stood up and made his way to the shore, where he found a sharp stone before heading into the woods. After wandering for over half an hour, he finally encountered a tree that met his requirements. Its flexibility and strength were commendable, perfectly suited for his needs. Among the various branches, he meticulously selected one that was the thickness of a child's arm, a branch that was neither too thick nor too slender, ideal for crafting a bow. Sun Yuxuan grasped the stone and, without hesitation, commenced to carve the branches. If he had possessed a sharp knife, severing the branch would have been a matter of mere moments. However, the stone in his hand, while robust, was not a specialized cutting tool, resulting in a painfully slow progress. After more than 10 minutes of toil, Sun Yuxuan finally managed to detach the branch from the tree. Gazing at this hard-won branch, he could not help but exclaim, "This is unsustainable. I must devise a means to fashion a knife." Though this notion had taken root in his mind, Sun Yuxuan understood that it would not be an easy endeavor. After all, he was stranded on a deserted island, and locating suitable iron implements from the detritus washed ashore by the sea was a task more daunting than finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan did not surrender. He returned to the cave entrance with the branch, discovering that Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were still diligently organizing the fishing lines. Sun Yuxuan first pruned the excess leaves from the branch, and then carefully stripped away the bark. Next, he meticulously cut a segment of the desired length from the branch using the stone. With the sharp stone in hand, he made some rudimentary adjustments to the stick, carving 2 grooves at both ends. He then placed the stick over the fire to slowly roast it, primarily to enhance its flexibility while also safeguarding it against potential decay. Once the stick had turned a deep black, Sun Yuxuan removed it from the fire. After allowing it to cool, he grasped one end of the stick in each hand and exerted force to bend it into the shape of a bow. Upon releasing his grip, the stick swiftly returned to its straight form, prompting a nod of satisfaction from Sun Yuxuan. At that moment, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi had also finished organizing the fishing lines and wrapped them around the stick. Sun Yuxuan promptly cut 4 or 5 lengths of fishing line, each over a meter long, and twisted them together. He once again bent the stick into a bow shape, instructing Bai Shihan to securely bind the twisted line into the grooves at both ends. Thus, a bow was crafted. Sun Yuxuan plucked the bowstring, which emitted a resonant hum. He then seized an arrow made from an umbrella rib, placed it against the bowstring, and stepped out of the cave, aiming at the trunk of a large tree some 7 or 8 meters away, releasing the arrow. The arrow, fashioned from the umbrella rib, embedded itself forcefully into the tree trunk, and Sun Yuxuan nodded in immense satisfaction. With a bow, an arrow now in hand, Sun Yuxuan resolved to seize the moment and venture into the woods, hoping to hunt a wild chicken or rabbit to enhance their meals. Although the past few days had consisted solely of coconut crabs and sea fish, Sun Yuxuan felt far from content. Armed with his bow and arrow, he strode into the forest, which resembled a primeval wilderness, teeming with dense vegetation. Occasionally, animal bones littered the ground, adding to the forest's eerie ambience. Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware that this was the season when venomous snakes emerged in search of food, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. With every few steps taken, one must pause to survey the surrounding environment, ensuring that no latent dangers lurk nearby before daring to advance. Thus, I meandered through the trees for nearly an hour, until at last I caught sight of a wild rabbit's traces. It was a gray rabbit, weighing around 6 or 7 pounds, currently nestled among a patch of verdant grass, leisurely nibbling on the tender shoots. Sun Yuxuan also slowed his pace, gradually approaching the rabbit, which at that moment remained blissfully unaware, its back turned toward him. Chapter 30. The Harvest of a Wild Rabbit Before Long. Sun Yuxuan approached within 10 meters of the wild rabbit, moving with the grace of a live cheetah. He paused, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment, and knocked an arrow onto his bowstring. Oblivious to the impending danger, the rabbit continued to leisurely nibble on the tender grass. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yuxuan adjusted his stance, then gradually raised his bow, aiming precisely at the rabbit before releasing the arrow without hesitation. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air with a whoosh, and struck the rabbit squarely. The arrow, crafted from umbrella ribs, pierced the rabbit's body with the sharpness of a dagger. Upon being struck, the rabbit collapsed as if its soul had been drawn away, twitching helplessly on the ground. Its body convulsed, blood gushing from the wound and staining the surrounding grass a deep crimson. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan quickly approached, seized the rabbit, and raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow to its head. The punch was forceful, as though he sought to release all his pent-up strength upon the creature. With a dull thud, the rabbit succumbed completely, no longer moving. As Sun Yuxuan gazed at the rabbit in his grasp, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. This rabbit was remarkably plump, sufficient to provide a hearty meal for several of them. Perhaps due to the bounty of such a sizable catch, Sun Yuxuan felt an extraordinary lightness in his spirit, and he could not help but hum a cheerful tune. The melody echoed through the open grove, a heartfelt tribute to nature's beauty and bounty. Upon returning to the shore with the rabbit in hand, he found Li Ming and the others engrossed in collecting sea snails. Hearing Sun Yuxuan's song, they lifted their heads in unison, directing their gaze toward him. When they beheld the large rabbit he carried, a glimmer of astonishment and envy flickered in their eyes. Chun Junhui muttered under his breath, "Damn, it's infuriating how some people seem to have all the luck. While he feasts on fish and coconut crabs, he now brings back a massive rabbit, and we're left with nothing but these sea snails. How's that fair? Jiang Yue, with a hint of impatience, retorted. What good does complaining do? If you have the skills, why don't you catch a rabbit like Sun Yuxuan? Chun Junhui, upon hearing her words, seethed with anger and replied defiantly, It's just a rabbit. If Sun Yuxuan can do it, so can I. I'll go catch one right now and show you. Seeing this, Tang Jing quickly intervened. Don't be rash. Haven't you heard, Captain Sun? The woods are dangerous. That foreigner's companion was killed by a giant snake. Chun Junhui scoffed dismissively. Jing, do you still not understand? Sun Yuxuan is just trying to scare us. There are no giant snakes in these woods. If there were, why would he dare to venture in? As he spoke with increasing fervor, he continued, The reason he says this is merely out of fear that we might venture into the woods to find food. Should that happen, he would lose the chance to showcase himself before you. Lu Hao immediately chimed in. Chunge has a point. This Sun Yuxuan is truly insidious. He deliberately tries to intimidate us so that we won't search the woods for sustenance, allowing him to forage alone and display his prowess before you. Upon hearing their remarks, Luo Yuxue promptly interjected, You cannot jump to such conclusions. I believe Captain Sun is not that kind of person. Chun Junhui swiftly countered, Luo Zong. Why do you keep defending Sun Yuxuan? Is it merely because he has treated you to a few meals? I shall head into the woods to procure food and prove you wrong. With that, he strode toward the woods, and Lu Hao hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Hu Qiming pretended to be indifferent, continuing to collect sea conchs. Observing their impulsive actions, Luo Yuxue and the others could only sigh in resignation. Seated at the cave's entrance, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi were overjoyed and exhilarated to see Sun Yuxuan return with a sizable wild rabbit, eagerly descending from the cave to approach him. They gazed at him with admiration, and Li Mengqi smiled, saying, Xiange, you are truly remarkable. You've managed to catch such a large rabbit. Sun Yuxuan, wearing a proud expression, replied, Isn't it just a rabbit? For me, it's a trivial endeavor. After saying this, he handed his bow and arrow to Bai Shihan for her to take back to the cave. He then carried the wild rabbit to the shoreline, finding a sharp stone to begin processing it. In less than half an hour, Sun Yuxuan had cleaned and prepared the rabbit. Standing up, he noticed that Luo Yuxue and the others were still preoccupied with collecting sea conchs, and he called out loudly, Luo Zong, come over for roasted rabbit later. Don't keep eating those conchs. They're not only lacking in nutrition, but also host numerous parasites. Hearing this, Luo Yuxue smiled and replied, All right, we'll come over shortly. Li Ming seethed with anger, fully aware that Sun Yuxuan's words were deliberately directed at him. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to exact revenge. Hu Qiming, on the other hand, shouted, Captain Sun, I too would like to partake in the roasted rabbit. Sun Yuxuan responded with a smile, If you want to eat, feel free to join. This rabbit is large enough to satisfy us all. Unable to restrain himself, Li Ming muttered under his breath, Damn it, let him revel for now. Once Lu Hao and the others find food, I wonder how he flaunt himself then. Returning to the cave with the rabbit, Sun Yuxuan found a stick to skewer it and handed it to Li Mengqi for roasting. He then took the fish he had caught the previous night and proceeded to process it by the shore. After spending over 10 minutes, he had cleaned the fish and placed it on a wooden board he had retrieved from the beach, slicing it into smaller pieces with a sharp stone. He picked up the iron oil drum exchanged from that foreigner last night and made his way to the shore, where he carefully struck the top of the drum with a stone. Thus a pot was fashioned. He then washed the pot with seawater and brought it to the entrance of the cave. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and her companions had also arrived at the cave's entrance, while Li Ming returned alone to his own cave, placing the collected sea conchs atop the fire to roast. He incessantly cursed Sun Yuxuan, and after venting his frustrations upon him, he proceeded to direct his ire towards Luo Yuxue and her companions, one by one. Chapter 31. The frightened Lu Hao. Sun Yuxuan placed the pot, made from the oil drum, over the fire, using stones to crack open several coconuts. Pouring the coconut water into the pot, Bai Shihan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Xiange, what are you doing? Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, We've been eating grilled food for days. I'm nearly constipated. Today, I shall prepare a delicacy for you all. Once the coconut water began to boil, he added chunks of fish into the pot to simmer. Luo Yuxue chuckled, I've never seen coconut water used to cook fish. I wonder what it will taste like. Sun Yuxuan responded with a grin. To be honest, this is my first attempt as well. I have no idea what the flavor will be. Jiang Yue joked, oh. Sun Yuxuan, are you testing us for poison? If something goes wrong, you must take responsibility. Sun Yuxuan quickly retorted. If you're worried about poisoning, you don't have to eat. After more than 10 minutes, the wild rabbit was perfectly roasted, and the fish had cooked through. Sun Yuxuan broke off some small sticks about the thickness of his fingers and handed them to everyone to use as chopsticks. They enjoyed the roasted rabbit while savoring the coconut fish. Surprisingly, the flavor of the coconut fish was quite unique, combining the freshness of the fish with a hint of sweetness from the coconut. In a brief span, the roasted rabbit and the pot of coconut fish were devoured completely. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Sun Yuxuan lifted the pot and drank every last drop of the broth. After they had eaten their fill, Luo Yuxue turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, Captain Sun, Li Ming has begun to harbor resentment towards you. You should be cautious. Sun Yuxuan chuckled. Thank you for the reminder, Luo. To be honest, I don't regard Li Ming as a threat at all. If he dares to trouble me, I wouldn't mind making him disappear on this deserted island. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged worried glances, and Tang Jing quickly interjected, You mustn't act rashly. Murder incurs imprisonment. Sun Yuxuan laughed lightly. Director Tang, you seem quite anxious. I was merely speaking casually. I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never resort to such extremes. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a sudden commotion broke out in the woods. The group instantly recognized the shouts as belonging to Lu Hao. Their expressions changed as they hurried to the mouth of the cave. They saw Lu Hao and Chun Junhui running out of the woods in a state of panic. They stopped beneath the cave, gasping for breath. Luo Yuxue and the others rushed over, and Sun Yuxuan, Bai Shihan, and Li Mengqi followed suit. Luo Yuxue asked, Lu Hao, what happened? Lu Hao, panting heavily, replied, There's a wild boar in the woods. Luckily, Chun Gu and I ran fast. Otherwise, we might have lost our lives. Tang Jing scolded, I just warned you both that the woods are dangerous, yet you insisted on showing off. Do you believe me now? Upon hearing Tang Jing's remarks, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui's faces flushed with embarrassment. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, Look at you two cowards. A wild boar has frightened you to this extent. At Sun Yuxuan's words, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui were instantly infuriated. Lu Hao retorted loudly, Who are you calling coward? You were just lucky not to encounter a wild boar. If you did, you would run faster than I would. Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, If I encountered one, I would simply slay it and bring it back to enhance our meals, unlike you two who only know how to flee. Lu Hao, filled with rage, exclaimed, You can keep boasting. If you have the skill, go fetch one and show us. Sun Yuxuan laughed heartily. You think I would go fetch it just because you asked? You're not my father. Why should I listen to you? Unless you call me father right now, I'll go get one. Hearing this, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Yuxue and the others nearly succumbed to laughter as well, but managed to restrain themselves. Lu Hao, meanwhile, was so incensed that his face turned crimson, unable to utter a word. Had he been capable of overpowering Sun Yuxuan, he would have acted by now. Sun Yuxuan chose not to engage further, turning to leave, and Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi followed suit. The trio ventured back into the woods to gather some firewood, binding it with tree bark to carry back to the cave for storage, to ensure a more comfortable night's sleep. Sun Yuxuan, led by Shihan and Li Mengqi, into the woods to collect some lush green grass to lay on the ground of the cave. Sitting by the fire at the cave's entrance, Bai Shihan addressed Sun Yuxuan, Brother Xian, you've completely offended Li Ming and Lu Hao. Aren't you afraid they will come looking for trouble? Sun Yuxuan laughed. What do I have to fear? If they dare to come, I'll break all three of their legs. Li Mengqi, intrigued, asked, Brother Xian, don't people have only two legs? Where do the three legs come from? At her question, both Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan couldn't help but laugh. Li Mengqi quickly realized and blushed, lowering her head in embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. After a while, Bai Shihan suddenly whispered to Sun Yuxuan, Brother Xian, my period is due in a couple of days. Could you get me some sanitary pads? Sun Yuxuan was momentarily speechless and sighed. Do you really think I'm a magician? This is a deserted island. Where would I find such things? Bai Shihan replied somewhat aggrieved. Then what should we do? I can't just let it flow freely. It must be said that Bai Shihan was indeed bold, unafraid to speak her mind. Sun Yuxuan sighed. How should I know what to do? Just as he finished speaking, an idea struck him, and he suggested, if it comes down to it, you could take off your outer garment and tear it into strips to make do. Bai Shihan quickly protested. How can that possibly work? Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, what's wrong with that? I recall that in my grandmother's time, the elderly would sew small bags from cloth strips and stuff them with cotton or similar materials. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan chose not to elaborate further. The day swiftly passed, and, as the sun descended beyond the horizon, Sun Yuxuan picked up the fishing net for inspection once more. However, fortune did not favor him today, for the net had ensnared merely 3 fish, each weighing less than a pound. Concerned that Li Ming and his companions might come at night to tamper with his net, Sun Yuxuan decided to store the net away and return it to the cave. Chapter 32. The arrogant man. Thus, 5 days elapsed, and the long-awaited rescue team had yet to make an appearance. The spirits of the group were noticeably diminished, save for Sun Yuxuan, who seemed to grasp the futility of the rescue efforts, remaining emotionally unperturbed. Each day, apart from inspecting the fishing nets, he would occasionally venture into the woods with his bow and arrow, returning with a wild chicken or rabbit for sustenance. Moreover, he would invite Luo Yuxue and her companions to share in the meals. Through these days of companionship, Luo Yuxue and her friends developed a growing fondness for Sun Yuxuan, evolving into a sense of reliance upon him. In contrast, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chen Junwei fared less favorably, relegated to scavenging for sea snails to roast for their meals. In just a few short days, the three had become noticeably emaciated, bearing the pallor of malnutrition. Their resentment towards Sun Yuxuan intensified as they devised various schemes to eliminate him. One afternoon, the tattered fishing net yielded 2 fish weighing around 4 or 5 pounds, prompting Sun Yuxuan to call for Luo Yuxue and her friends to partake in the grilled fish. As they indulged in the feast, Bai Shihan inadvertently caught sight of figures approaching along the distant shoreline. Her heart raced, and she called out to Sun Yuxuan, Xiange, look, there are people approaching us from the shore. Upon hearing her, Sun Yuxuan and the others turned to follow her gaze. Indeed, not far from their cave, several individuals were staggering toward them. Due to the distance, their faces were indistinct, igniting the curiosity of the group as they speculated about the identities of these newcomers. Who could they be? What brought them to this desolate place? As time ticked by, approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the figures finally reached the base of the cave where Sun Yuxuan and the others resided. It was then that they discerned the features of the newcomers. There were 5 individuals in total, 4 men and 1 woman, none older than 30, all bearing Asian features. The men were notably robust, their muscular physiques well-defined, while the woman appeared comparatively petite, exuding an air of fragility. The 5 began to scrutinize Sun Yuxuan and his companions. When the gazes of the 4 men fell upon Luo Yuxue and the other girls, their eyes sparkled with intensity. The brazen stares incited a wave of indignation among Luo Yuxue and her friends. Suppressing her rising anger, Luo Yuxue inquired, "Are you all survivors from that plane crash as well?" One of the men beamed with a broad smile and replied, "Yes, beautiful. We are indeed survivors from that plane. Are you all as well?" Luo Yuxue nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. At that moment, one man's gaze fixated magnetically on the grilled fish that Sun Yuxuan and the others had yet to finish. His eyes gleamed with an intensity reminiscent of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. The man exhibited a complete disregard for the feelings of others as he boldly reached out to snatch the grilled fish. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yue felt an immediate surge of discontent and retorted sharply, "What is wrong with you? You possess not an ounce of politeness. You approach us only to seize our grilled fish without even asking for our consent." However, the man appeared utterly indifferent to Jiang Yue's rebuke, dismissively responding, "What is it to you if I take some fish? It is an honor for you that I have set my eyes on your fish. Do you even know who I am?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yue was further incensed and retorted defiantly, "I care not whom you claim to be. It has nothing to do with me. I have never encountered someone as impolite as you. The man, now enraged by Jiang Yue's words, glared at her with eyes wide as saucers, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he spewed curses. Damn it. You foul woman truly do not know your place. Just wait. I will teach you a lesson today. After cursing, he turned to a man standing nearby, barking an order. Ergu, come here and drag that shameless woman from the cave entrance. I shall give her a proper lesson. The man, referred to as Ergu, wasted no time in following the command, striding forward with his burly arms reaching out to forcibly pull Jiang Yue from the cave. Yet, just as Ergu's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Yue, a hand as strong as a vice suddenly emerged from his side, seizing Ergu's wrist with an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. The owner of this formidable hand was Sun Yuxuan, who stood there with an expression as cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Ergu. The man who had been so boisterous moments ago was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing how effortlessly Sun Yuxuan had restrained Ergu's wrist. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk spreading across his lips as he remarked, "Oh, so you're a martial artist? No wonder you dare to speak to me in such a manner." Meanwhile, Ergu struggled desperately to break free from Sun Yuxuan's grip, his face reddening from the exertion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the vice-like hold of Sun Yuxuan. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan abruptly released his grip, catching Ergu off guard. Unprepared for the sudden release, Ergu stumbled back 2 steps and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Sun Yuxuan then leaped down from the cave entrance, coldly addressing the group, "Get lost." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the man who had spoken earlier erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. He guffawed. "What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that to me?" Sun Yuxuan, with an equally frosty demeanor, replied, "Are you deaf? I told you to leave. If you do not, I shall break your legs." At this, the man burst into laughter once more. Turning to the 4 individuals behind him, he remarked, "Did you hear that? This lad actually claims he will break my leg." The 4 erupted into hearty laughter. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, the woman, still smiling, said, "Young man, who granted you the audacity to speak to our brother who in such a manner? Allow me to inform you that brother who is a Muay Thai champion. Surely you jest. You think you can break his leg? Have you grown weary of life?" Upon hearing the girl mention that brother who is a Muay Thai champion, Luo Yuxue and her companions began to worry for Sun Yuxuan. Although they acknowledged that Sun Yuxuan possessed considerable skill, they were well aware that he could not possibly match the prowess of brother who, especially with 3 robust men backing him. Meanwhile, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chun Junhui, along with the foreigner, who were not far from the cave entrance, witnessed the unfolding scene and made their way down to join in the spectacle. Chapter 33. The repugnant trio of Li Ming. The woman wore a disdainful smile, her lips curling upward as she addressed Sun Yuxuan. "I advise you to recognize your position and hastily kneel before brother who to apologize. Perhaps, if he is in a good mood, he might spare your insignificant life." The man referred to as brother who mirrored her smug expression, glaring menacingly at Sun Yuxuan. He spat out, "Kid, did you hear what my girlfriend just said? Hurry up and kneel to apologize. After that, let these lovely ladies entertain me, and I may graciously spare your pathetic existence." Upon hearing these words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls trembled with rage, their faces flushing crimson as if they might bleed. Bai Shihan could no longer contain her fury. Her eyes widened in indignation as she scolded brother who, "You shameless scoundrel, if you dare to act recklessly, prepare to face imprisonment." However, brother who dismissed Bai Shihan's furious retort with laughter, his amusement unabated. He derisively responded, "Imprisonment? My dear, you must still be dreaming. Do not forget, we are on a deserted island. Even if I were to kill you all and toss your bodies into the sea, who would ever know?" As he spoke, his gaze shamelessly roamed over Bai Shihan, finally resting on her ample bosom. He leered, "But I must say, you are quite the enchanting creature. I would be loath to kill you. Even if it came to that, I would wait until I tire of you first." At that moment, Li Ming hurried over to brother who, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, eliciting a sense of revulsion. He pointed his finger directly at Luo Yuxue, treating her as if she were a mere object to be toyed with. With exaggerated deference, he addressed brother who, "Hello, brother who. My name is Li Ming, and from now on, you shall be my elder brother. I am at your service, ready to obey your every command." Brother who, what do you say about letting me have a turn with this woman?" His voice dripped with eagerness and greed, utterly disregarding Luo Yuxue's feelings. Upon hearing this, brother who appraised Li Ming with a smirk, clearly amused by his obsequiousness. "Haha, you are quite perceptive. In light of your astuteness, I shall grant your request. After my brothers have had their fill, I will allow you a taste as well." Li Ming's grin widened at brother who's response. "Thank you ever so much, brother who," he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, his servile demeanor almost unbearable to witness. Seeing Li Ming's obsequiousness, Lu Hao and Chun Junhui were not to be outdone. They quickly clustered around brother who, lavishing him with flattery. In that moment, Li Ming, Lu Hao, and Chun Junhui epitomized shamelessness, their actions a profound affront to dignity. As for Luo Yuxue and her companions, they gazed at the three men with undisguised contempt, feeling an overwhelming revulsion towards their actions. Luo Yuxue's eyes widened in fury as she directed a scathing reprimand at Li Ming. "Li Ming, you treacherous scoundrels, do you possess no sense of shame? Your behavior is nothing short of a disgrace to manhood." Li Ming wore a mocking smile, leisurely responding to General Luo. "Ah, General Luo, as the ancients wisely stated, a worthy bird chooses a sturdy tree to roost upon. Being an astute person, you must surely grasp this truth. Hence, I believe it would be wise for you to be more perceptive, as long as you cater to brother who's every whim. Perhaps you might find a way to survive on this desolate island." Before Li Ming could finish his sentence, he abruptly turned his head towards Sun Yuxuan, his expression growing ever more smug. With a taunting tone, he addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Sun Yuxuan, weren't you quite formidable? What's the matter, feeling a little less arrogant now?" In an instant, Li Ming transformed his demeanor into one of sycophantic flattery as he lavished praise upon brother who. "Brother who, you must be unaware, this young brat, relying on his modest skills, has been flaunting his prowess before us, mercilessly bullying us. Today, you must avenge our grievances." Upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept across brother whose lips as he leisurely remarked, "Oh, is that so? Just moments ago, wasn't this brat boasting about breaking my legs? I am eager to witness whether he possesses such capability." With those words, brother who turned to the three men beside him and commanded, "Go, break his legs." No sooner had brother whose words left his lips than the three men lunged at Sun Yuxuan like ravenous wolves, their intentions menacing. They swung their fists, each as large as a cooking pot, raining down blows upon Sun Yuxuan's head, each strike imbued with lethal intent. The onlookers, including Luo Yuxue, could not help but scream in alarm, convinced that Sun Yuxuan would soon be felled by their assault. However, in the face of the three men's ferocious onslaught, Sun Yuxuan remained remarkably composed, his gaze cold and sharp, as if he held absolute dominion over the unfolding chaos. In a flash, he extended a hand, deftly seizing Ergo's wrist with lightning precision, before twisting it with tremendous force. A resounding snap echoed through the air as Ergo's arm was brutally wrenched apart. Overcome by excruciating pain, Ergo let out a blood-curdling scream. Collapsing to his knees, utterly drained of strength, groaning in agony with a sound more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig. In that very moment, as Sun Yuxuan seized Ergo's arm, his foot shot out like a cannonball, striking another assailant squarely in the abdomen. The force behind the kick was unfathomable, easily exceeding 100 pounds. The unfortunate victim was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, landing several meters away with a resounding thud. From the instant Sun Yuxuan initiated his counterattack to the moment he dispatched the two men, mere seconds elapsed, yet his movements flowed seamlessly like a river, devoid of any hesitation or faltering. At this moment, only one assailant remained to confront him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yuxuan lunged forward with swift determination. seizing the man's arm and executing a powerful shoulder throw, sending him crashing violently to the ground. Immediately afterward, he raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the man's head. The force of this strike was akin to a thunderbolt, utterly unstoppable, rendering the man unconscious and devoid of awareness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Sun Yuxuan's effortless dispatch of the three burly men. Chapter 34. A striking revelation. Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing, along with others, stared at Sun Yuxuan in utter disbelief, as if he had descended from another world. After a considerable pause, Bai Shihan finally regained her composure and, with a visage full of admiration, exclaimed, "Xiange, you are simply extraordinary. You defeated them so effortlessly. I truly adore you." Her voice resonated with awe and reverence. At that moment, Brother, who was no longer the arrogant figure he had been moments before, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of his three subordinates, and while he believed he could best them, he knew it would never be as effortless as Sun Yuxuan had displayed. Meanwhile, the expressions of Li Ming and his companions were more grotesque than if they had ingested something foul. They had envisioned Brother Hu easily dispatching Sun Yuxuan. But who could have anticipated that Sun Yuxuan would so effortlessly subdue Brother Hu's men? Regret flooded Li Ming and his companions. They wished they could slap themselves for their earlier actions. Had they known of Sun Yuxuan's prowess, they would never have sought to curry favor with Brother Hu. Yet, with the situation at hand, they had no alternative. Li Ming promptly addressed Brother Hu. "Aren't you a Muay Thai champion? You should teach this dog a lesson." Lu Hao chimed in, "Yes. Brother Hu, give him a proper lesson so he understands your strength." Hearing their words, Brother Hu felt an urge to silence them, thinking, if only I could actually defeat him. Instantly adopting a different demeanor, he turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. Let us just let this matter go, shall we? From now on, let us keep our paths separate." Sun Yuxuan sneered, "Weren't you just threatening to break my legs?" Brother Hu quickly retorted, "I was merely joking with you." He then pulled the woman beside him closer, smiling as he offered, "Brother, my girlfriend is quite exceptional. I'll give her to you, and we can consider this matter settled." Witnessing this scene, Luo Yuxue and the others cast disdainful glances, thinking, for the sake of appeasing Sun Yuxuan, Brother Hu is willing to barter his girlfriend. Is this what it means to be a man? Fearing that Sun Yuxuan might accept Brother Hu's proposition, Jiang Yue immediately interjected, "Captain Sun, this man is vile. You absolutely must not let him off the hook. It's just a woman. If necessary, I can be your girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan turned his head, chuckling, "Are you serious?" Jiang Yue blushed and nodded. Sun Yuxuan grinned and said, "Then it's settled." He then turned back to Brother Hu, coldly stating, "What do you take me for? Am I the sort who lacks women? Take a good look. Among the girls here, which one isn't more beautiful than your worn-out shoe?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan refer to her as a broken shoe, the woman was instantly consumed by rage. She turned to Tiger Brother and exclaimed, "Tiger Brother, he dares to lay his hands on me and insult me. You must take action and teach him a lesson." As soon as she finished speaking, Tiger Brother raised his hand and struck her fiercely across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Clutching her face, she looked at Tiger Brother in a daze. Paying her no mind, Tiger Brother turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Brother, can we let this matter slide today?" Sun Yuxuan replied coldly, "I already offered you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it." Hearing this, Tiger Brother's heart sank. He understood that Sun Yuxuan would not simply let this go. Resolutely, he steeled himself, his gaze turning icy and determined. "Damn it!" Tiger Brother shouted, his voice laced with defiance and fury. "Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? You are overstepping your bounds. Today, I shall fight you to the end." Before he could finish his sentence, Tiger Brother swiftly drew a folding knife from his pocket, unfurling it without hesitation. The blade gleamed ominously, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Sun Yuxuan was taken aback, wondering how Tiger Brother had managed to bring such a weapon onto a plane, considering the stringent security measures at the airport that typically prohibited knives. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the others turned pale at the sight of the knife, their faces etched with concern for Sun Yuxuan's safety, fearing for his well-being. With the folding knife in hand, Tiger Brother charged at Sun Yuxuan like a frenzied beast, his movements swift and savage, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were astonishingly quick. Just as Tiger Brother's knife was about to strike him, he deftly sidestepped, evading the lethal attack with ease. Tiger Brother's strike missed, and he was caught off guard by Sun Yuxuan's rapid response. Before he could regain his composure, Sun Yuxuan seized the moment, lifting his foot and delivering a lightning-fast kick to Tiger Brother's wrist. The force of the kick was tremendous, and with a sharp crack, the folding knife was sent flying from Tiger Brother's grasp, arcing through the air before landing a short distance away. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yuxuan advanced and landed a punch squarely on Tiger Brother's head, knocking him to the ground, though he remained conscious. Sun Yuxuan thought to himself, "Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so resilient." Immediately, he raised one foot and delivered a crushing blow to Tiger Brother's knee. A sickening sound of bone breaking echoed, accompanied by Tiger Brother's agonized scream. If Sun Yuxuan were alone, he would undoubtedly have dispatched Tiger Brother and his gang without hesitation. However, with so many witnesses present, he refrained from overtly harming them, knowing that such actions could lead to dire consequences in the future. Sun Yuxuan picked up the folding knife from the ground and addressed Tiger Brother and his companions, saying, "Leave now. Today, I shall spare your lives. But do not let me see you again." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the woman immediately stepped forward to assist the injured brother who, Ergo and another man struggled to rise from the ground, while Sun Yuxuan approached the man he had rendered unconscious. He crouched down and delivered several resounding slaps to the man's face. The man gradually opened his eyes, terror etched across his features as he gazed at Sun Yuxuan. Noticing that he was awake, Sun Yuxuan refrained from further violence and slowly stood up. Brother, who shot a menacing glare at Sun Yuxuan before, with the woman's support, he turned to depart into the distance. Ergo and the others promptly followed suit. Chapter 35. The curiosity of the crowd at this moment. Li Ming and his companions were trembling with fear, resembling withered leaves caught in the wind, as if they might be blown to the ground at any moment. Sun Yuxuan, holding a folding knife, approached them with an impassive expression. Upon seeing him advance, the taut nerves of Li Ming finally snapped, and he collapsed to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings, trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. Lu Hao and Chun Junhui, witnessing this, felt as if all their strength had been drawn away, and they too fell to their knees. With a face etched in horror, Li Ming's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, "Captain Sunday, I realize my mistakes. Please, spare me this once. Whatever you command, I shall comply without question." His voice was laden with desperation and dread, as if Sun Yuxuan were the reaper of his fate. However, before he could finish his plea, Luo Yuxue unexpectedly descended swiftly from the cave's entrance. Her strides were urgent and powerful, each step seeming to tread upon Li Ming's heart, deepening his fear. Luo Yuxue stood beside him, looking down with an intensity that could ignite him to ashes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Li Ming's face. The sharp sound echoed along the coastline, striking a stark contrast against the otherwise silent environment. "Li Ming, I cannot believe my eyes. I never imagined you to be such a person. A wretch like you deserves 1,000 deaths." Luo Yuxue's voice quivered with rage, her chest heaving with emotion, clearly at the peak of her fury. Tang Jing and the others also emerged from the cave, confronting Li Ming and his companions with expressions filled with indignation. Without uttering a word, they raised their hands to strike Li Ming and his companions. The coastline was filled with the sound of slaps, intermingled with the pleas for mercy and cries of pain from the three men. Among them, Hu Qiming struck with the greatest force, each slap seemingly consuming all his strength. Yet, Li Ming and his companions dared not resist or evade. They could only endure the beating in silence, filled with regret. The group continued until their hands ached, at which point they paused to observe Li Ming and his companions, whose faces had become grotesquely swollen, blood trickling from their lips. Witnessing their disfigured state, Sun Yuxuan could not suppress a chuckle, and suddenly, a glint of mischief sparked in his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Luo Yuxue and the others before speaking, These three are too wicked to be left alive. It would be better to eliminate them outright. Bai Shihan immediately grasped Sun Yuxuan's implication and eagerly responded, Brother Xian, you are right. These individuals are irredeemably vile. Let us dispose of them. Jiang Yue chimed in, they are a menace. Let us end their lives and cast their bodies into the sea. No one will ever know. Upon hearing that Sun Yuxuan intended to kill them, Li Ming and his companions were struck with terror, losing control of their bladders. A foul odor quickly permeated the air, prompting Luo Yuxue and the others to recoil, covering their noses. Sun Yuxuan had initially intended to frighten them, never expecting the three to be so cowardly that a few words would leave them trembling in fear. He coldly declared, Enough, rise and depart. Today, I shall spare your miserable lives, but should you dare to provoke me again, I will not hesitate to end you. Upon hearing this, Li Ming and the others promptly scrambled to their feet and turned to leave, opting not to return to their cave, but rather to walk along the coastline. After the recent encounter, they felt they could not bear to remain in that place any longer. As they watched the retreating figures of the three, Tang Jing slowly voiced her concerns. Have we perhaps gone too far? With their departure, will they even manage to survive on this desolate island? Jiang Yue interjected swiftly. They brought this upon themselves. It would be best if such individuals perished. Tang Jing replied, Yet, they have been our companions for several years. Hearing this, Jiang Yue immediately countered, Sister Jing, such people are undeserving of sympathy. Remember how they spoke of us when they allied with Brother Hu? If Captain Sun had faltered against those men, what would have become of us? Tang Jing fell silent at Jiang Yue's words. Luo Yuxue let out a deep sigh, saying, Let us not concern ourselves with them anymore. They have reaped what they sowed. Let them fend for themselves on this island. With Luo Yuxue's statement, the group found it inappropriate to say more. Sun Yuxuan, meanwhile, toyed with the folding knife in his hand, lost in thought. The others noticed his unusual demeanor, and Bai Shihan curiously asked, Brother Xian, what occupies your mind? Sun Yuxuan shook his head and then addressed the group. Did any of you encounter Brother Hu's group on the plane? As he posed the question, the others began to recall the events aboard the aircraft. After some time, they all expressed that they had not seen Brother Hu's group on the plane. Sun Yuxuan pondered aloud. This is peculiar. Where did they come from? And how could they have brought that folding knife onto the plane? Tang Jing, puzzled, remarked, But didn't they just claim to be survivors from the same flight? Why do we have no recollection of them? Sun Yuxuan shook his head again and turned to Li Mengqi, asking, Mengqi, as a flight attendant, do you remember these individuals? Li Mengqi reflected carefully before responding. At the time of boarding, I stood at the cabin door to greet passengers. I have a memory of nearly everyone, yet I do not recall seeing them. Her words left the group in confusion. After a moment of silence, Hu Qiming suddenly proposed. Could it be possible that there was more than one plane involved in the incident? His suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. While the notion of two planes crashing seemed far-fetched, it emerged as the only plausible explanation in their current predicament. Hu Qiming continued, stating, I have just observed closely, and it appears that those individuals have recently washed ashore on this desolate island. We have been stranded here for a week. Logically, if there were other survivors, they would have drifted here by now. After hearing his analysis, Sun Yuxuan could not help but give him a thumbs up, smiling as he remarked, Manager Hu, you truly amaze me. In the past, you would have surely been fit for espionage. Hu Qiming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Captain Sun, please refrain from flattering me. I merely spoke off the cuff. Chapter 36. May I touch your leg? With a smile gracing her lips, Luo Yuxue softly remarked, Manager Hu, given your capabilities, it seems rather superfluous for you to be merely a department manager. Your intellect surpasses that of Li Ming by leaps and bounds. In response to her praise, Hu Qiming humbly retorted, President Luo, you are too kind. Luo Yuxue then shifted her gaze towards Sun Yuxuan, a glimmer of admiration sparkling in her eyes. Captain Sun, after these few days of acquaintance, I must say you have truly opened my eyes. Not only are you well-versed in numerous foreign languages, but your skills are also quite impressive. My curiosity about you grows ever stronger. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. President Luo, are you not aware that curiosity killed the cat? Suddenly changing the subject, he turned his attention to Jiang Yue, a mischievous grin gracing his features. The beautiful Miss Jiang. What you said earlier, does it still hold true? Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "What did I say? I don't recall at all." Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Tang Jing eagerly interjected, "Yue, you clearly stated that you wanted to be Captain Sun's girlfriend." Jiang Yue's face turned an even deeper shade of red, resembling a monkey's posterior. Observing her reaction, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "All right, I was just teasing you. It was merely a joke." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yue felt a twinge of disappointment for reasons she could not quite comprehend. The group then returned to the cave entrance, gathering around the fire to resume their meal of grilled fish. Once they had feasted, Sun Yuxuan proceeded to crack open several coconuts, distributing one to each person before taking one for himself, tilting his head back to drink the coconut water in one go. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Shirhan turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Xiange, it has been over a week. Why has the rescue team not located us yet? When will we be able to leave this place?" Sun Yuxuan surveyed the group before responding slowly. "I believe the rescue team will not be able to find us here." His statement left everyone momentarily stunned, prompting Luo Yuxue to quickly question, "How can you be so certain that the rescue team cannot find us?" In response, Sun Yuxuan explained, "I drifted at sea for over a day before reaching this deserted island. This island is at least several hundred nautical miles from the crash site, far beyond the optimal rescue range. Moreover, over a week has passed. Had the rescue team been able to find us, they would have arrived by now." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Qiming concurred, "I believe Captain Sun's analysis is quite reasonable. We should prepare ourselves for a long-term survival on this deserted island." Furthermore, he added, "Have you not noticed that in this past week, we have not seen any passing ships? It seems nearly impossible for us to leave this place in the short term." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the other girls appeared profoundly disheartened. Observing their despondency, Sun Yuxuan chose to remain silent. After a while, Jiang Yue suddenly proposed, "Why don't we construct a wooden boat and leave this place?" Hearing her suggestion, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yue, slightly annoyed, retorted, "What are you two laughing at? Am I wrong?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Your idea is rather naive. We don't even know our exact location. Even if we managed to build a boat, where would we go? Moreover, the sea is fraught with dangers. Before we can even catch a glimpse of land, we might perish at sea. So, are you implying that we can never return home?" Jiang Yue pressed on. Sun Yuxuan chuckled again, "Not necessarily, but we must prepare ourselves for a prolonged existence here." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Sun Yuxuan then stated, "I plan to explore the forest tomorrow to see if I can find a water source." His words sparked a wave of concern among the group. Tang Jing quickly interjected, "Isn't the forest dangerous? Why risk it to find water? We still have the rainwater we collected." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "That rainwater will only last us a few days. We must locate a reliable source. Additionally, the resources along the coast are insufficient to sustain us. Although the forest is perilous, it is rich in supplies." Shirhan chimed in, "Xiange, I think you should reconsider. The forest is too dangerous. We should stay safely by the coast. I don't want anything to happen to you." Touched by her concern, Sun Yuxuan smiled, "Don't worry, I will be fine. In fact, I survived alone in a primitive forest for over a month. That forest was far more treacherous than this deserted island." Luo Yuxue, intrigued, asked, "What were you doing in the primitive forest?" "I was on a mission," Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin. "What kind of mission?" Tang Jing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "It was nothing significant. I was simply pursuing a group of mercenaries." His revelation elicited further astonishment from the group. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others. "Now that Li Ming and the others have departed, why don't you come and stay in our cave? It's spacious enough, and being together would offer some mutual support." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. We will move over to join you. If we are to survive here, we will rely on you. Rest assured, I will not forget your kindness. Once we leave this place and return to the company, I will repay you handsomely. Also, there is no need for formality here. I'm not a president anymore. From now on, I will follow your lead. Just call me Yuxue. It must be said that Luo Yuxue is truly astute, understanding that to survive in this environment, she must rely on Sun Yuxuan, thus adopting a very humble demeanor. Tang Jing promptly remarked, "Indeed, Captain Sun, here we are not your superiors. There is no need for such formality. From now on, you shall be our leader. We shall follow your every command." Jiang Yiwei added with a smile, "I too will heed your instructions. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." Sun Yuxuan, with a playful grin, inquired, "Do you genuinely mean that? Whatever I ask of you, you will do?" Jiang Yiwei nodded affirmatively, of course. Sun Yuxuan, wearing a mischievous expression, teased, "Then may I have the pleasure of touching your long legs?" Jiang Yiwei's face flushed instantly, and she retorted indignantly, "Oh, you rogue, always thinking of taking advantage of me." Sun Yuxuan laughed. "How am I taking advantage of you? Did you not say that whatever I ask, you shall do? Is it so disagreeable to have me touch your leg?" Jiang Yiwei was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 37. Becoming the leader upon witnessing Jiang Yiwei's embarrassed demeanor. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, though he refrained from further teasing her. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, all right, I shall not jest with you any longer. Look at how flustered you've become. I am not that sort of person." After uttering these words, Sun Yuxuan cast a glance at the others and continued, "Since you all place such trust in me, I shall certainly do my utmost to safeguard each and every one of you. However, relying solely on my strength is far from sufficient. To survive in this place, we must rely more on ourselves. In due course, I shall impart to you some skills and techniques for surviving in the wilderness." Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting trust and reliance on Sun Yuxuan. Feeling a sense of gratification, he nodded appreciatively and instructed, "You all remain by the shoreline and gather some firewood. If you find yourself bored, feel free to wander along the coast and see if you can locate any useful resources. I shall take a stroll through the woods and see if I can procure a wild chicken or rabbit to enhance our meals." No sooner had he finished speaking than Hu Qiming immediately interjected, "Boss, I shall accompany you. I would like to learn how to hunt as well." Sun Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback by Hu Qiming referring to him as boss, as he had not anticipated such a designation. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Manager Hu, what are you doing? Why the sudden address as boss?" In response, Hu Qiming laughed and explained, "Haha, from now on, we shall all heed your guidance. Moreover, you are older than I am. Calling you boss is only fitting. And rest assured, I am not flattering you. I genuinely admire you." Sun Yuxuan felt a warm surge of emotion at Hu Qiming's words. He chuckled and remarked, "Haha, you certainly possess a way with words. Not only are you astute, but your emotional intelligence is quite impressive. Very well, since you've said that, I shall not be modest. You will accompany me into the woods to search for food, but you must stick closely to me and refrain from wandering off." Hu Qiming promptly nodded, assuring Sun Yuxuan that he would be obedient. Sun Yuxuan then returned to the cave and retrieved several nylon ropes he had collected from the shoreline. He handed a few to Hu Qiming, saying, "Here, bind your sleeves and pant legs." Hu Qiming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is the purpose of binding them?" Sun Yuxuan smiled and explained, "The woods are rife with snakes, insects, and rodents. Binding your sleeves and pant legs will prevent them from crawling inside." Hu Qiming nodded in understanding and took the nylon rope to secure his sleeves and pant legs. Sun Yuxuan did the same, then handed Hu Qiming a bow and arrow while he wielded a folding knife he had seized from Tiger Brother. With caution, the two ventured deeper into the woods, Sun Yuxuan leading the way with the knife, ever vigilant. Hu Qiming closely followed behind, not daring to slacken his pace even slightly. He was engulfed by unfamiliarity and fear in this forest, his eyes wide open as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees loomed overhead, their dense foliage obscuring the sunlight, casting a shadowy pall over the woods. Scattered across the ground were remnants of animal bones, whispering tales of bygone events that only heightened Hu Qiming's unease. Sun Yuxuan seemed to sense Hu Qiming's tension. He turned back, offering a relaxed smile as he reassured, "There's no need to be so tense. Just relax. There's nothing to fear. Hu Qiming, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, explaining, "Boss, I apologize. This is my first time in such a dense forest, so I'm a bit nervous, but I will gradually acclimate." Sun Yuxuan smiled and nodded, choosing not to speak further as he continued to lead Hu Qiming onward. After walking nearly a kilometer, a sudden, crisp call of a wild chicken reached their ears. They instinctively halted, gazing upward to find a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a branch of a nearby tree, incessantly calling out. The chicken's feathers were strikingly bright, shimmering in the sunlight with a kaleidoscope of colors, drawing their attention. Sun Yuxuan quietly inquired, "Can you shoot?" Hu Qiming's face flushed crimson. He awkwardly shook his head. Observing his discomfort, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he comforted, "It's all right if you can't. I can teach you later." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yuxuan deftly took the bow from Hu Qiming's hands and handed him his folding knife. He then gracefully approached the tree where the wild chicken had landed, bow in hand. At that moment, the chicken seemed to sense an approaching presence. It raised its head and locked eyes with Sun Yuxuan. Surprisingly, instead of fleeing in panic like most animals would, the curious chicken continued to stare at him, occasionally emitting its crisp calls as if greeting him. Delighted by the unsuspecting chicken, Sun Yuxuan quickened his pace and soon stood beneath the great tree. He knocked an arrow onto the bowstring, aimed at the wild chicken, and with unwavering resolve, released the string. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sped forth like lightning. It struck the chicken squarely, penetrating its body with deadly precision, for the arrow was crafted from sharp quill. The wild chicken let out a piercing cry as it was severely wounded, propelled forward several meters before crashing to the ground and thrashing helplessly. Sun Yuxuan retrieved his bow, swiftly approached the fallen chicken, and seized its neck, twisting it with force. A sharp crack echoed, and in an instant, the chicken lay still, its life extinguished. Sun Yuxuan extracted the arrow from his body and approached Hu Qiming, presenting him with both the bow and the wild chicken. Hu Qiming received the bow and chicken, his face brimming with admiration as he exclaimed, "Boss, that was truly remarkable. You brought down the wild chicken with just a single shot." Sun Yuxuan chuckled, replying, "It's nothing extraordinary. With a few days of practice, you could achieve the same." After saying this, he took back the folding knife from Hu Qiming and continued his journey into the woods, with Hu Qiming hastily following behind. Chapter 38. Capturing a python. As they journeyed further, Sun Yuxuan, who was leading the group, suddenly noticed a subtle rustling emanating from a nearby thicket. He promptly halted, but Hu Qiming, walking behind him, was too engrossed in his own path to stop in time, colliding into Sun Yuxuan. Turning to glance at him, Sun Yuxuan saw Hu Qiming's face flush with embarrassment as he whispered, "Boss, why did you stop?" Sun Yuxuan pointed towards the thicket and replied softly, "There seems to be something in there. Stay here. I will investigate." With that, he brandished his folding knife and cautiously approached the underbrush. At that moment, Hu Qiming's concerned voice reached him from behind. "Be careful, boss." Sun Yuxuan glanced back, nodded reassuringly, and continued on his way. However, before Sun Yuxuan could reach the thicket, a shadow darted out like lightning. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a python. While not particularly large, about the size of a bowl, its speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Its skin was adorned with an intricate pattern of black and white, shimmering with an eerie glow in the sunlight. Sun Yuxuan's heart leapt with excitement at the sight of this unexpected delicacy, while Hu Qiming, some distance away, was struck with terror, his face turning pale and his body trembling involuntarily. The python lunged at Sun Yuxuan like an arrow released from its bow. Unfazed, Sun Yuxuan swiftly raised his foot and, summoning all his strength, brought it down forcefully upon the python's body. There was a muffled thud as the python was pinned beneath his foot, immobilized. Yet, the creature was not willing to succumb easily. It writhed vigorously, attempting to break free from Sun Yuxuan's grasp, opening its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs. It turned to bite him. Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were remarkably quick. He seized the python's vital spot, its midsection, with a grip as firm as a vice. Once captured, the python could no longer unleash its might. With every ounce of strength, Sun Yuxuan pressed the massive serpent down into the ground, rendering it helpless. He then swiftly retrieved his folding knife, showing no hesitation as he plunged it towards the python's head. Although small, the knife was extraordinarily sharp, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. The blade pierced through the python's skull, and blood gushed forth. Despite the severe injury, the python did not succumb immediately. It began thrashing wildly, attempting to ensnare Sun Yuxuan with its powerful muscles. However, Sun Yuxuan had anticipated this, maintaining his iron grip on the python's midsection, rendering its struggles futile. Then, with a sudden motion, Sun Yuxuan lifted the python as one would a sack of sand and flung it forcefully against a nearby tree. The impact resonated with a loud thud. With a resounding crash, the python's body collided with the tree trunk like a cannonball before it fell heavily to the ground, continuing to writhe incessantly. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan promptly stepped forward and without hesitation seized the python's tail, lifting it once more. This time, he aimed at the great tree, exerting all his strength to smash the serpent against it. Bang! 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 After 3 or 4 strikes, the python finally ceased its writhing, utterly devoid of life. Nearby, Hu Qiming witnessed this heart-stopping scene, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He was completely astonished by his Sun Yuxuan's valor and decisiveness, momentarily rendered speechless. Seeing that the python was dead, Sun Yuxuan let out a long sigh of relief. He withdrew the knife from its head and wiped the blood on its body. Slinging the python around his neck, he approached Hu Qiming and said, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Let's head back. We can enjoy a hearty meal tonight." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming finally regained his composure and responded, "Boss, are you even human? That's just incredible." Sun Yuxuan retorted, slightly annoyed, "Can you speak? Am I not human? Or perhaps a ghost?" Hu Qiming hurriedly replied, "Boss, that is not what I meant. I just meant you're astonishingly fierce." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, all right, enough of that. Let us hurry back." When the two returned to the shore, they found Bai Shihan sitting alone at the cave entrance. Upon noticing the massive python coiled around Sun Yuxuan's neck, she screamed in terror, jumping up as if her backside were on fire. With a face full of fear, she exclaimed, "Xiange, how can you have such a huge snake around your neck? That's terrifying." Sun Yuxuan, unfazed, simply smiled and tossed the python to the ground as if discarding a sack of potatoes. He brushed his hands together nonchalantly and said, "It's just a snake. What's there to fear? It's quite a prize, really very nourishing. By the way, where did Meng Qi and the others go?" Bai Shihan, still shaken, patted her chest to steady herself and quickly replied, "They said they were going to the shore to find some food and left me here to watch the fire, to prevent it from going out." Sun Yuxuan nodded, indicating his understanding, then turned to Hu Qiming and asked, "Qiming, do you know how to handle wild chickens?" Hu Qiming promptly responded, Yes, I often kill chickens at home. I'm quite skilled at it." Sun Yuxuan smiled in satisfaction and said, "All right then, you go take care of those wild chickens while I handle this python." After saying this, he dragged the python to the base of a large tree, where he pinned its head to a sharp branch. With his knife, he made a deep incision along the python's neck, then grasped the skin and pulled forcefully, stripping it away entirely. He then made another cut along the python's belly, discarding the innards. Once again, the serpent's head and tail were severed, and the flesh was brought to the mouth of the cave, while at that moment, Hu Qiming was still at the shoreline, tending to the wild chicken. Gazing at the snake meat, Bai Shihan expressed her trepidation, saying, "Xiange, why did you bring back this snake meat?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a chuckle, "What a question. Of course, I brought back the snake meat to eat. I assure you, it is quite delectable and highly nourishing. You should indulge a bit." Bai Shihan quickly waved her hand, saying, "I dare not partake." Upon hearing her response, Sun Yuxuan merely smiled and refrained from further comment. A few moments later, Hu Qiming returned, having cleaned the wild chicken thoroughly with seawater, bringing it back to the entrance of the cave. Chapter 39. Delectable snake meat stewed with wild chicken. After more than half an hour, Luo Yuxue and her companions returned to the cave. In her hand, Luo Yuxue clutched a tangled mass of fishing line, adorned with several rusted hooks. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she scratched her head and remarked, "Captain Sun, We walked several kilometers along the coast and only managed to find these fishing lines. I wonder if they are of any use. Upon seeing this, Sun Yuxuan quickly smiled and reassured her. Of course they are useful. These fishing lines are indeed valuable, and with the hooks attached, I can go fishing in the sea. Hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the others felt a surge of happiness. Just then, Jiang Yue suddenly noticed the wild chicken and the snake meat on the wooden board. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, it looks like we can enjoy wild chicken again today." As she spoke, she pointed at the snake meat, curiously asking, "Brother Xian, what kind of meat is this? Why is it so white?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Hu Qiming eagerly interjected, "That's python meat. Our leader is incredible. He killed a giant python." Upon realizing it was indeed snake meat, the expressions of Luo Yuxue and her companions shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. Tang Jing looked at the snake meat with an expression of fear, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired, "See, can we eat this snake meat?" Seeing their reactions, Sun Yuxuan smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry. This snake meat is not only edible, but also highly nutritious. Make sure to have a generous serving later." However, Luo Yuxue and the others shook their heads in unison, their faces clearly displaying their reluctance to try the snake meat. Observing their apprehension, Sun Yuxuan opted to remain silent. Skillfully using a folding knife to chop the prepared wild chicken and snake meat into evenly sized pieces, he then placed the pot, ingeniously fashioned from an oil drum, over the fire and cautiously added both the snake meat and wild chicken into it. Grabbing a wooden stick, he swiftly stirred the ingredients within the pot, ensuring each piece of meat received even heat. After a brief moment, Sun Yuxuan poured several bottles of rainwater he had previously collected into the pot, commencing the slow stewing process. As time passed, the enticing aroma of the stewed wild chicken and snake meat began to waft through the air, signaling that the dish was nearing completion. Unable to contain his excitement, Sun Yuxuan picked up 2 small sticks, grabbed a piece of snake meat, and without waiting for it to cool, popped it into his mouth, savoring every bite. After swallowing the morsel, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this python meat is absolutely exquisite. If only we had some salt, the flavor would be elevated even further. Don't just stand there, hurry up and eat." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's enthusiastic endorsement, Luo Yuxue and her companions exchanged glances, silently communicating their uncertainty, yet none dared to sample the snake meat. Observing their hesitation, Sun Yuxuan turned his gaze towards Hu Qiming, encouraging him, "Qiming, I assure you, this snake meat is truly delicious. Why not try a piece first to set an example for everyone?" Hu Qiming's face displayed a hint of distress as he stammered, "Boss, I really can't bring myself to eat it." Sun Yuxuan, noticing his hesitation, remarked with mild irritation, "Come on, you're a grown man. What's there to be afraid of? It's merely a piece of snake meat. Hurry up and give it a try." After much coaxing from Sun Yuxuan, Hu Qiming pondered for an extended moment. Ultimately, he summoned his courage, picked up a small piece of snake meat with 2 wooden sticks, and cautiously placed it in his mouth, taking a gentle bite. However, after just a couple of chews, a spark ignited in Hu Qiming's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. With an expression of sheer delight, he exclaimed, "Wow, this snake meat is unbelievably delicious. The flavor is simply exquisite." Before he could finish his sentence, he eagerly stuffed the entire piece into his mouth, chewing heartily, clearly lost in the moment. Seeing Hu Qiming relish the meal so thoroughly, Luo Yuxue and the others could not help but be intrigued. Pondering to themselves, could the snake meat truly be that delectable? Jiang Yue, filled with curiosity, asked Hu Qiming, "Is the snake meat really that good?" Hu Qiming nodded affirmatively. "It truly is delicious. The boss didn't deceive me. You all should try it." With that, he picked up a generous piece of snake meat from the pot and began to chew with gusto. Observing both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming devouring the snake meat with such enthusiasm, Luo Yuxue and her companions felt their appetites awaken. Jiang Yue took 2 wooden sticks, picked up a small piece of snake meat, and took a tentative bite, savoring it slowly. Much like Hu Qiming, after just a few chews, her eyes lit up, and she promptly devoured the piece, turning to Luo Yuxue and the others to declare, "This snake meat is indeed delicious. Encouraged by her words, Luo Yuxue and the others quickly grabbed their own pieces of snake meat, savoring the taste. With each bite, praises filled the air as they indulged in the meal together. Just as they were relishing the feast, a foreigner approached the cave, awkwardly addressing Sun Yuxuan. "What are you all eating?" The aroma wafted over to me. "Could I possibly have a taste?" Seeing his pitiful expression, Tang Jing suggested to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, he looks rather forlorn. Since we have such a large pot of snake meat, why not share a bit with him?" Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement, then took a small iron can, filled it with some snake meat, and handed it to the foreigner, saying, "Once you finish, kindly return the can to me." The foreigner eagerly nodded, accepting the iron can and promptly seated himself at the cave's entrance, using his hands to scoop the snake meat from the can, devouring it hungrily. Within mere minutes, the entire can of snake meat was consumed, yet he still appeared unsatisfied, though he hesitated to ask for more. Holding the iron can, I approached the shoreline to cleanse it with seawater before returning it to Sun Yuxuan beneath the cave, expressing my gratitude with a simple thank you before turning to leave. Observing the departing figure of the foreigner, Tang Jing remarked with a hint of sympathy, "This foreigner appears rather pitiable, yet he is so courteous." Bai Shihan chuckled in response, saying, "Do not be deceived by his appearance. When we first encountered this foreigner, he attempted to seize our belongings and even threatened to strike us. It was only after Xian Gu gave him a stern reprimand that he became so compliant." Chapter 40. Fortune and Love. Upon hearing Bai Shihan's remark, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that the seemingly refined foreigner would possess such a character. It was truly astonishing. After a considerable pause, Hu Qiming let out a deep sigh and remarked with a sense of resignation, "Ah, it truly reflects the old adage. Those who are pitiful must also have their despicable traits." His voice bore an air of helplessness and regret. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan interjected with a smile, "Qiming, your awareness seems to be growing ever more profound." There was a hint of admiration in his tone. Hu Qiming quickly responded with a smile, "Oh, not at all. I have merely learned from you, my chief." His face radiated a sense of admiration for Sun Yuxuan. At that moment, Jiang Yue could not resist teasing Hu Qiming. "Manager, Hu, I recall you being quite an upright individual in the past. How is it that you have taken flattering now?" Her words were laced with playful sarcasm. However, Hu Qiming remained unfazed, continuing to smile as he replied, "Ah, times change, my dear. Moreover, this is not mere flattery. I genuinely admire our chief from the bottom of my heart. You cannot imagine. Today, when our chief encountered that python, he was truly valiant. He effortlessly dealt with it, and I nearly wet myself in fright." His words elicited laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others. A large pot of snake meat stewed with wild chicken had been largely consumed by the group. Sun Yuxuan then split the remaining coconuts, distributing one to each person. He took one for himself and tilted his head back to drink the coconut water in one go. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group contentedly patted their bellies. At that moment, Tang Jing suddenly addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, that watch on your wrist must be quite expensive. I have never seen you wear it before." In fact, several days prior, Luo Yuxue and the others had already noticed the watch on Sun Yuxuan's hand. They all recognized it to be of high value, but had hesitated to inquire. When Tang Jing posed a question, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "It's not too extravagant, really." Although the foreigner had claimed the watch was worth over $20,000. Sun Yuxuan was not well-versed in watches and thus remained unaware of its true value. Jiang Yue pulled Sun Yuxuan's hand closer, gazing at the watch for a considerable time before exclaiming in surprise, "This watch is worth over 100,000 in our country. Captain Sun, what did you purchase it?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Bai Shihan chimed in with a laugh, "Purchase? Not at all. This watch was exchanged by Xian Gu for half a coconut crab and 4 coconuts from that foreigner." Upon hearing Bai Shihan's words, Luo Yuxue and the others were momentarily stunned, and Jiang Yue could not help but tease, "Captain Sun, that's quite a feat. You managed to seize the opportunity and traded half a coconut crab and 4 coconuts for such a valuable watch." Sun Yuxuan shot her a glare and retorted, "What do you mean by seizing the opportunity? The foreigner offered to trade with me. I did not force him." After saying this, He turned to Hu Qiming and added, Qiming, come with me to retrieve the coconuts I have hidden away. Upon hearing his words, Luo Yuxue smiled and remarked, No wonder Li Ming and the others only saw the coconut trees that day. It turns out you had picked all the coconuts and hidden them away. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, I call this foresight, if you will. To be frank, when I discovered Mengqi by the coastline, I had a premonition that other survivors would inevitably wash up on this deserted island. Thus, I gathered all the coconuts and concealed them, originally intending to trade them for something valuable. I never anticipated encountering all of you. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Tang Jing laughed and said, So, it seems you were hoping not to see us again? Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand, insisting, Not at all. In truth, I did not wish for any misfortune to befall you. When the plane first plunged into the sea, I saw you escape through the window and was actually planning to swim over to you. But alas, a wave swept me away. Tang Jing chuckled. Is that so? Bai Shihan interjected. I can attest to that. He speaks the truth. Hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others felt an inexplicable warmth in their hearts. Sun Yuxuan continued, All right, enough of this idle chatter. Qiming and I will go fetch the coconuts. You all should organize the fishing hooks and lines, wrapping them around some sticks. With that, he and Hu Qiming descended from the cave and made their way along the coastline. As they walked, Hu Qiming grinned at Sun Yuxuan and said, Boss, I sense that your romantic fortunes are on the rise. Taken aback by the comment, Sun Yuxuan laughed. What nonsense are you spouting? Where will my romantic fortunes come from? Hu Qiming replied, still smiling, Haven't you noticed? The attitude of Luo and the others towards you has changed significantly in recent days. Even the way they look at you is different. I believe if we remain on this deserted island for a few more months, they might all fall for you. Sun Yuxuan was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe. That seems rather improbable. How could they possibly fall for me? Their current demeanor towards me is merely a means of survival. Hu Qiming laughed. Boss, as the saying goes, the person involved is often blind to the situation, while an observer sees clearly. I assure you, you shall see for yourself. Within 2 to 3 months, they will surely be drawn to you. Sun Yuxuan was once again taken aback, pondering. If what he said were true, how delightful that would be. The thought of being adored by so many beautiful women was exhilarating. After some time, Sun Yuxuan suddenly recalled something and turned to Hu Qiming, asking, Aren't you secretly infatuated with Luo? If she truly falls for me, you won't feel jealous, will you? Hu Qiming chuckled. That is mere gossip. My admiration for Luo is purely platonic. Besides, I'm already married and have a 2-year-old daughter. Sun Yuxuan was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Although he had not interacted much with Hu Qiming at the company, he had never heard anyone mention that he was married. Sun Yuxuan, somewhat incredulous, exclaimed, You're married? That seems unlikely. In the company, no one has ever mentioned it. Hu Qiming remarked with a smile, My wife's profession is rather unique, so I have always claimed to be unmarried within the company. Sun Yuxuan was taken aback once more and inquired, What does your wife do? Hu Qiming responded, I must ask you to keep this a secret. Even President Luo and the others are unaware of my wife's identity. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan became even more intrigued and chuckled. I promise to keep your secret. Do tell me, what is your wife's profession? Chapter 41. Delving deep into the jungle in search of water, Hu Qiming slowly began to speak. My wife is Yiling Shan. This statement struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting a flurry of thoughts in Sun Yuxuan's mind. Yiling Shan? The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. After a pause of 7 or 8 seconds, Sun Yuxuan suddenly lifted his head as if jolted by an electric shock. Staring incredulously at Hu Qiming, he stammered, Your wife, could it possibly be the beautiful star Yiling Shan? Hu Qiming smiled slightly and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is her. This revelation detonated within Sun Yuxuan's heart like a powerful bomb, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped as if he could fit an egg inside, utterly speechless in the wake of such unexpected news. After a considerable interval, Sun Yuxuan regained his composure, gazing at Hu Qiming as if he were a rare creature, and slowly raised a thumb in admiration. Qiming, it seems I have truly underestimated you. I never imagined your wife would be a celebrity, let alone such a stunning beauty. Please tell me how you won her heart. A faint blush crept across Hu Qiming's face as he sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Actually, it was not I who pursued her. She pursued me." This declaration struck Sun Yuxuan like a dagger to the heart. His eyes widened even further. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Yi Lingshan pursued you?" Hu Qiming nodded. "We were classmates in high school, and she liked me back then. I studied business administration in university, while she pursued a degree in film performance. I never expected she would become a major star." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan once again raised his thumb in admiration, chuckling. "I truly commend you for marrying such a beautiful celebrity." After nearly 2 hours, Sun Yuxuan led Hu Qiming to his hidden stash of coconuts. They retrieved the last 2 bags of coconuts, each carrying one as they made their way back. The journey was punctuated with stops, taking over 2 hours for them to return to the cave with the coconuts. Meanwhile, the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. Sun Yuxuan went to the shore to check on the dilapidated fishing net placed in the sea. However, luck seemed to evade him today, as the net was completely empty. Disheartened by the barren net, Sun Yuxuan returned it to the water. Back in the cave, everyone warmed up the remaining wild chicken and snake stew from lunch. After dinner, Sun Yuxuan addressed the group. "Tomorrow morning, I plan to venture deep into the jungle to see if I can locate a water source." Upon hearing this, concern washed over the faces of those present. Hu Qiming immediately suggested, "Boss, let me accompany you. It's safer with 2 of us." Sun Yuxuan shook his head. "No, I shall go alone. You and I together cannot offer much assistance. Even if faced with danger, I would find it easier to escape alone." Bai Shihan, with a face full of concern, exclaimed, "You must be extremely careful." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I shall be fine. I am still so young, without a wife, and I do not wish to depart from this world at such a tender age." On the following dawn, before the sun had risen, Sun Yuxuan opened his eyes early. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered that Luo Yuxue and the others were still sound asleep. Cautiously, he climbed out of bed, mindful not to disturb them, and stealthily made his way to the cave entrance. There, he found the firewood in the pit nearly burnt out, with only a few embers flickering weakly. Swiftly, Sun Yuxuan gathered some dry grass and gently placed it on the embers, then picked up a piece of wood and began to fan the flames. In a short while, the grass ignited and the fire gradually grew stronger. After adding more firewood, he was finally reassured and left the cave, heading towards the seashore. The morning air by the sea was crisp, with waves crashing against the shore, creating a melodious sound. Sun Yuxuan crouched down, cupping some seawater in his hands, splashing it on his face to feel the refreshing coolness, thoroughly awakening himself. After washing his face, he returned to the cave and found 2 nylon ropes to tightly bind his sleeves and pant legs. Subsequently, he picked up his bow and arrows, preparing to venture into the woods in search of a water source. At this moment, the sun had just risen, casting golden rays through the gaps in the trees. However, a thin veil of mist lingered in the woods, lending an eerie and foreboding atmosphere to the surroundings. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Sun Yuxuan cautiously stepped into the forest. His footsteps were light, trying to make no noise, while he vigilantly observed the activities around him. Thus, Sun Yuxuan advanced slowly through the woods, and after nearly 2 hours of walking, he had yet to glimpse a water source. Fortunately, he had managed to shoot a large hare with his bow. Meanwhile, the sun hung high in the sky like a blazing fireball, radiating intense heat. The air in the forest seemed ignited by this wave of warmth, becoming stifling and making it difficult to breathe. Sun Yuxuan's clothes were already soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin, and the pesky mosquitoes seemed particularly attracted to his perspiration, buzzing around him incessantly, causing him great annoyance. He was compelled to pause, leaning against the trunk of a large tree to catch his breath. Panting heavily, he wiped the sweat from his forehead while remaining alert to the sound around him. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan rallied his spirits and ventured deeper into the dense thicket. As he progressed further, the foliage grew increasingly lush, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The scattered animal bones on the forest floor became more numerous, heightening his sense of tension. Thus, He cautiously traversed another 3 to 4 kilometers, yet still found no trace of a water source. His heart grew heavier, disappointment and frustration shadowing him incessantly. Raising his wrist to glance at his watch, he realized that time had silently slipped away. It was now 11 o'clock. Sun Yuxuan resolved to cease his search and turn towards the coastline. However, just as he had not ventured far, a faint rustling emanated from the distant woods. This sudden sound tightened Sun Yuxuan's chest, prompting him to halt immediately. He gently placed the wild rabbit he had just captured on the ground and swiftly seized his bow and arrow, aiming in the direction of the noise. Chapter 42. Hunting a young wild boar. After a few minutes had elapsed, a wild boar emerged from the thicket. This creature was not particularly large, weighing perhaps a little over 100 pounds. Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Damn, you startled me. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just a young wild boar. Perfect for a stew." With that remark, he set his bow and arrows down, grasping a folding knife as he approached the boar cautiously. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan's approach, the wild boar immediately opened its mouth, emitting a series of low, rumbling growls, as if issuing a warning. Undeterred by the boar's threat, Sun Yuxuan continued his advance. This incited the boar's ire, and it charged at him with remarkable speed. Although it did not appear particularly massive, its velocity was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, covering the distance of less than 2 meters in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a fierce adversary, Sun Yuxuan did not flinch. He swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the boar's snout. The force of the blow knocked the creature to the ground, eliciting a piteous wail as it rolled like a top in agony. However, the violent impact also sent a jolt of pain through Sun Yuxuan's foot, causing him to wince. Yet, he paid no heed to his injury, leaping forward without hesitation to mount the wild boar. With a firm grip on the boar's ears, he wielded the folding knife in his other hand and plunged it decisively into the creature's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound, splattering the earth around them and staining the ground crimson. The boar let out a chilling scream that echoed through the silent forest, startling the birds perched in the branches, who took flight in alarm, while nearby creatures scurried away in terror. Suffering such severe trauma, the wild boar writhed in desperation, attempting to escape Sun Yuxuan's grasp. However, he was resolute, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to pin the boar down. With his knife still clutched tightly, he relentlessly stabbed at the boar's neck. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts, he continued to drive the blade deep into the creature's flesh, blood erupting in torrents. As Sun Yuxuan's relentless assault persisted, the boar's cries grew weaker until they finally ceased altogether. Its body gradually became lifeless, no longer stirring. Once he confirmed the wild boar's demise, Sun Yuxuan slowly withdrew the bloodied, folding knife from its neck. He cautiously placed the knife against the body of the wild boar, gently wiping away the blood before stowing it away in his pocket. Rising to his feet, Sun Yuxuan first retrieved the bow and arrow from the ground along with the rabbit. He then approached the wild boar, bending down to hoist the hefty creature, which weighed around 100 pounds. Despite the considerable weight proving somewhat burdensome, he gritted his teeth and trudged step by step towards the coastline. The terrain of the forest was uneven and rugged, making each step a formidable challenge for Sun Yuxuan as he bore the weight of the wild boar. It was not long before he found himself panting, compelled to pause for a brief respite. Thus, he continued his arduous journey, alternating between adjusting the weight of the boar and his stride. After nearly 4 hours of strenuous trekking, he finally managed to bring the heavy wild boar to the edge of the shore. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and several others had grown increasingly anxious, fidgeting like ants on a hot skillet. In the early morning, upon awakening from their slumber, they discovered Sun Yuxuan was nowhere to be found. They understood all too well that he had ventured into the woods in search of water. However, as the minutes ticked by, and noon approached without any sign of his return, their concern deepened, fearing he might encounter peril amidst the dense foliage. Despite their overwhelming anxiety, they dared not venture into the woods to search for him, instead remaining at the cave's entrance, gazing anxiously towards the forest, silently praying for Sun Yuxuan's safe return. When they finally spotted him emerging from the forest, bearing the wild boar, They were filled with a mix of joy and astonishment. Their previously tense hearts, now finally at ease. They rushed down from the cave to greet him, while Sun Yuxuan, utterly exhausted, could barely stand. His clothes were soaked in sweat, clinging to his skin. He dropped the boar to the ground, along with the rabbit and bow, before collapsing onto the earth, gasping for breath. Hu Qiming quickly approached, assisting him to his feet, saying, "Boss, you're finally back. We were almost going crazy with worry. Let me help you back to the cave to rest." With that, he supported Sun Yuxuan as they made their way slowly to the cave, while Luo Yuxue and the others stared at the boar in astonishment. Once at the cave's entrance, Hu Qiming promptly fetched a coconut. He retrieved the folding knife from Sun Yuxuan's pocket, made a cut in the coconut, and handed it over to him. Sun Yuxuan took the coconut, tilted his head, and drank the coconut water in one go, then resumed his heavy breathing. Hu Qiming remarked, "Boss, you've worked hard. Rest well. I'll take care of the rabbit and prepare it for roasting." With that, he hurried down into the cave, approaching the wild boar and the rabbit, and began the process of preparing the rabbit. Although Hu Qiming lacked experience in wilderness survival, he proved quite adept at handling the rabbit. In less than 20 minutes, he had it prepared, rinsing it briefly in seawater before finding a stick about the thickness of a finger to skewer it. He carefully retrieved some smoldering charcoal from the fire and spread it upon the ground, placing the wild rabbit atop to gently roast it. After a prolonged period of rest, Sun Yuxuan had regained some of his strength. Bai Shihan addressed him, "Xian, why have you only just returned? You cannot fathom the extent of our concern for you." Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan felt a profound sense of gratitude and, with a smile, replied, "I told you last night not to worry about me. I shall be fine. Although I did not find a water source today, I consider it a fruitful venture, having brought back a small wild boar." Chapter 43. Refining Lartang Jing wore a look of deep concern, her large eyes fixed intently on Sun Yuxuan as she anxiously inquired, "Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you?" Her voice was tinged with urgency and unease. Upon seeing her distress, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he reassured her, "Fear not, I am unscathed. It was merely a small wild boar. Dispatching it was an effortless task. The blood on me is entirely from a beast." Hu Qiming gazed at Sun Yuxuan with admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, you are absolutely incredible. To bring back such a large wild boar, the amount of meat will sustain us for several days." Excitement sparkled in his eyes. As time slipped away, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The rabbit skewered on the stick had been roasted to a golden crisp, its surface sizzling with juices, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made mouths water. The famished group could no longer contain themselves, eagerly tearing into the roasted rabbit meat, relishing every bite. In less than 10 minutes, the rabbit was devoured, leaving only a pile of bare bones. Sun Yuxuan swiftly split open several coconuts, distributing the refreshing coconut water among everyone, and drank his own in a single gulp. After a brief respite, he led the group into the woods to gather firewood, igniting a fire pit by the shore. Together with Hu Qiming, they lifted the wild boar onto the flames, and the pungent scent of singeing hair quickly filled the air. The group stepped back, covering their noses, as within minutes, the boar's fur was completely charred away. The skin turned a deep black, and Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming carefully removed the boar from the fire, transporting it to the sea for a thorough cleansing. After over 20 minutes, they had cleaned the boar and placed it on a flat stone. Sun Yuxuan took out a folding knife and made a large incision in the boar's belly, extracting the entrails while discarding everything but the liver into the sea. He then cut the boar meat into smaller pieces for transport back to the cave. An outsider, witnessing Sun Yuxuan's impressive catch, wore an expression of envy. Upon seeing the group finish processing the boar, he approached them at the cave's entrance, a broad smile on his face as he addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Could you spare me some wild boar meat?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Bai Shihan interjected with irritation, "Why should we give you our wild boar meat? If you wish to partake, bring something in exchange." The outsider felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he stammered, "But I have nothing to offer at the moment." Just as Bai Shihan was about to retort, Sun Yuxuan raised his hand to halt her and said to the outsider, "I can offer you some wild boar meat now, but you must bring me something valuable if you find along the coast." The outsider nodded eagerly in agreement. and Sun Yuxuan handed him a piece of boar meat weighing 3 to 4 pounds. The foreigner, with a beaming smile, turned away after receiving the wild boar meat. Jiang Yue, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Captain Sun, did you not say that this foreigner is not a good person? Why then give him wild boar meat?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Given the sweltering heat, we lack sea salt to cure this wild boar meat. If it is not processed promptly, it will spoil within 2 to 3 days. It is better to give him a little as a favor." Jiang Yue continued, "We could boil seawater to obtain sea salt." Sun Yuxuan explained with a smile, "Sea salt derived from seawater contains numerous harmful impurities and cannot be consumed directly. It must undergo proper treatment. The prerequisite for filtration is sufficient fresh water, which is why I must venture into the woods to find a water source." Upon hearing this explanation, the others understood. Tang Jing remarked with a smile, "Captain Sun, your knowledge is truly impressive." Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin, "It's nothing extraordinary." Luo Yuxue expressed her concern, "But how shall we handle all this wild boar meat? We cannot consume it all in 2 or 3 days. It would be such a waste if it spoils." Sun Yuxuan reassured her, "Although we lack sea salt for curing, we can smoke the meat, which will help preserve it for a few more days." He then addressed Luo Yuxue and the other girls, "You all go to the shoreline and gather some ropes. Qi Ming and I will chop some wood to construct a smoking rack." After saying this, he took Hu Qiming into the woods to gather materials for the rack. After more than half an hour, they returned with several sturdy branches. Luo Yuxue and the others also collected various ropes from the shoreline. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming fashioned a wooden frame nearly 2 meters tall, placing it over the fire. They tied the wild boar meat with ropes and hung it on the rack. Sun Yuxuan then chopped the boar fat into smaller pieces, placing them into a pot fashioned from an oil barrel, which he set over the fire to render the lard. After more than half an hour, the fat was fully rendered into lard. Sun Yuxuan removed the pot and extracted the remaining bits of fat, pointing to them and saying to Luo Yuxue and the others, "This rendered fat tastes quite good. You may eat it." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her companions eagerly grabbed the bits and devoured them. Once the lard had completely cooled, Sun Yuxuan poured it into several empty bottles. This time, they had rendered 6 to 7 pounds of lard, sufficient to sustain them for a while. Now that they had lard, Sun Yuxuan planned to make a few oil lamps. He turned to Hu Qiming and said, "Qi Ming, could you check the shoreline to see if you can find any old cotton jackets or the like?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming and the others were filled with curiosity. Hu Qiming inquired, "Boss, why are you collecting ragged cotton-padded jackets? Do you intend to wear one?" Sun Yuxuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Wear one? Absolutely not. Given that we now have lard, I plan to craft a few oil lamps. I intend to use cotton to make some wicks." Hu Qiming immediately understood and chuckled, "I'll head to the coast to see what I can find." Luo Yuxue and the others chimed in unison, "We'll accompany you." The group promptly descended from the cave and made their way to the coastline in search of discarded cotton-padded jackets. Sun Yuxuan also arrived at the shore, collecting several sizable shells to bring back to the cave entrance. Chapter 44. Crafting oil lamps. As dusk fell, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue returned to the cave, breathless from their exertions. In Hu Qiming's hand was a plastic bag filled with cotton of various hues. He approached the cave entrance, gently placing the bag on the ground, and with a hint of dissatisfaction remarked, "Boss, you truly have no idea how much effort we expended to find this cotton. Each time we spotted a tattered piece of clothing, we had to dismantle it to see if it contained any cotton. It felt akin to scavenging." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "What is there to complain about? Look at yourselves, each of you strutting around with an air of superiority, accustomed to a life where food is served and clothing is handed to you. Here, you're given a splendid opportunity to truly experience the life of those at the grassroots level. I wager that upon your return from this desolate island, each of you will undergo a profound transformation." With that, Sun Yuxuan deftly picked up a wild boar rib and skillfully sliced it open with a folding knife. Without hesitation, he cast the cut ribs into a pot fashioned from an oil drum. Next, he poured in some rainwater to commence the stewing process. He then opened the plastic bag, retrieving some cotton to fashion wicks. Pouring a bit of lard into several shells, he placed the cotton wicks inside them, allowing them to soak thoroughly in the lard. Taking a burning stick from the fire, he held it to one of the oil lamp wicks, which ignited instantly. Watching the oil lamp flicker to life, the group felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement. After all, having an oil lamp made nighttime activities significantly more convenient. Tang Jing gazed at Sun Yuxuan with admiration, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, I am increasingly impressed by you. You have surprised me so much these past few days. It feels as if there is nothing you cannot accomplish." Sun Yuxuan chuckled, teasing, "Are you suggesting that you might be falling for me?" Tang Jing's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. After nearly an hour, the aroma of the wild boar ribs wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. Without regard for the heat, each person eagerly seized a rib and began to gnaw on it. Though devoid of any seasoning, they relished every bite. Once the ribs were devoured, they drained the pot of its broth, leaving nothing behind. Gathered around the fire at the cave entrance, the flames danced brightly, casting a warm glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a crisp sound that intertwined with the crackling of the fire, creating a unique symphony. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces and hair, carrying with it the essence of the ocean. As they quietly listened to the sound of the waves and felt the gentle touch of the sea breeze while gazing at the myriad of stars above, their spirits soared. Luo Yuxue could not help but exclaim, I feel quite at ease here on this deserted island these past few days." Her voice revealed a hint of satisfaction and joy. Sun Yuxuan, upon hearing this, smiled as he turned his gaze towards Luo Yuxue and curiously inquired, "Why do you say that, President Luo?" Luo Yuxue responded with a gentle smile, explaining, "You need not call me President Luo. Simply refer to me as Yuxue. Though life on this deserted island is somewhat harsh, it is devoid of the city's clamor, the dazzling nightlife, and myriad worries. Here, I can lay down all burdens and be my most authentic self." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement, chuckling, "What troubles could a company president like you possibly have?" His tone carried a hint of jest. Luo Yuxue sighed deeply and replied, "What you see is merely the glamorous facade I present. Consider this, I manage a vast company, with numerous employees relying on me for their livelihood. My days are consumed by work and social engagements, confronting various personalities, and I often feel as though I tread on thin ice." Hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan nodded in understanding, affirming, "That is indeed true." Luo Yuxue then asked Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, given your considerable abilities, why do you content yourself with being a security team leader?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled, saying, "I possess no exceptional skills. I merely speak a few foreign languages. It is not a grand achievement. I find being a security team leader rather agreeable, free from excessive worries, and devoid of the intrigues and deceptions of corporate life. Sometimes I ponder, life is but a few decades long. What is the purpose of amassing wealth? It suffices to cherish each day." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's sentiments, Luo Yuxue and the others were taken aback. Tang Jing laughed. "I never imagined you lived so unconstrained." Sun Yuxuan smiled. "In truth, I do not consider myself unconstrained. I merely find contentment in my current situation without aspirations for more." Luo Yuxue, intrigued, asked, "I am curious about your past experiences. You seem far more mature and composed than your peers." Sun Yuxuan chuckled again. "There is nothing extraordinary. Perhaps I have simply endured more." Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Luo Yuxue refrained from pressing further. Hu Qiming then remarked, "Boss, will you be searching for a water source tomorrow?" Sun Yuxuan nodded. "Indeed, we must seek out water. The rainwater we collected will last us at most 4 to 5 days." Hu Qiming promptly offered, "I will accompany you. It is prudent to look out for one another, and I can learn some wilderness survival skills from you." Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Luo Yuxue interjected, "Yes, Captain Sun, let Hu go with you." Tang Jing quickly added, "Indeed, let manager Hu accompany you. It would be beneficial for both." Seeing their agreement, Sun Yuxuan nodded, "Very well then." They continued their conversation by the fire until late into the night, and, as fatigue washed over them, they returned to the cave to rest. Sun Yuxuan ignited 2 oil lamps and placed them upon the protruding stone walls within the cave. Early the next morning, Sun Yuxuan awoke and roused the still slumbering Hu Qiming. The two descended from the cave and, after a brief washing at the shoreline, tidied themselves before venturing into the forest. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise, and the entire woodland was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility quite low. They proceeded with utmost caution. Sun Yuxuan led the way with a folding knife in hand, while Hu Qiming followed closely behind, bow and arrow at the ready. Having traversed nearly 8 to 9 kilometers without locating a water source the previous day, Sun Yuxuan opted for a different direction today. Chapter 45. Finding water sources after trudging through the dense woods for nearly 2 hours, though he occasionally caught glimpses of wild chickens flitting about. Sun Yuxuan felt no inclination to hunt them. After all, they had an ample supply of wild boar meat, far more than they could consume in the short term. His primary objective today was to locate a water source. As time progressed, the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays piercing through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the forest floor. The mist within the woods gradually dissipated, rendering the surroundings clear and distinct. However, in stark contrast to Sun Yuxuan, Hu Qiming's condition was far from optimistic. He was already panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like loose pearls, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead, nearly impossible to lift. Finally, Hu Qiming could no longer contain his exhaustion and pleaded with Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I truly cannot go on any longer. May we pause for a moment?" His voice bore unmistakable signs of fatigue and helplessness. Observing Hu Qiming's disheveled state, panting like a bull, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "Qiming, your stamina is rather lacking, isn't it? You've scarcely walked a short distance and already look this worn out?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hu Qiming scratched his head and explained, "Boss, please don't mock me. I spend all day in the office devoid of exercise. I can't possibly compare to you." Sun Yuxuan refrained from further comment and sought a shady tree. After surveying the area for potential dangers, he finally allowed Hu Qiming to rest beneath the tree. Hu Qiming collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Sun Yuxuan leaned against the trunk, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Hu Qiming regained some strength, and the two resumed their journey deeper into the thicket. They continued forward for another 3 to 4 kilometers, yet still found no trace of water. As time wore on, their spirits grew heavy, disappointment and frustration gradually taking hold. With a furrowed brow, Hu Qiming, looking dejected, remarked to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I fear there may be no water source in this forest. Perhaps we should turn back. Continuing like this is futile." Sun Yuxuan, however, held a different perspective. He frowned and shook his head, stating, "Logically, that cannot be. The vegetation here is so lush. There should be a water source nearby. Please endure a little longer. We may find it very soon." Hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming could only nod in resignation. After walking a short distance, Sun Yuxuan, who was leading, suddenly perceived a faint sound of flowing water. The sound was subtle, as if emanating from a great distance, elusive and barely audible. A surge of joy welled up within Sun Yuxuan, prompting him to halt and listen intently. However, as he concentrated on the sound, it seemed to mock him by abruptly vanishing without a trace. Unwilling to accept this, Sun Yuxuan waited a moment longer, but the sound of the water never returned. Upon hearing this, he turned to Hu Qiming with a puzzled expression and asked, "Did you just hear the sound of flowing water?" Hu Qiming paused, attentively listening for a considerable time. Eventually, he shook his head, gazing at Sun Yuxuan with skepticism, and replied, "No, all I hear is the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Surely, there is no sound of water flowing? Are you perhaps imagining things?" Sun Yuxuan slowly shook his head, pondering internally. Could it truly be a mere figment of my imagination? The two continued their journey, covering another 200 or 300 meters when, suddenly, a faint sound of water flowing reached Sun Yuxuan's ears once more. Instantly, he halted, holding his breath and concentrating intently. This time, the sound of water was distinctly audible. There was no doubt about it. Furthermore, even Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Boss, I think I can hear the sound of flowing water too." Upon hearing this, a wave of joy surged within Sun Yuxuan. prompting him to quicken his pace towards the source of the sound. Without hesitation, Hu Qiming followed closely behind. As they drew nearer, the sound of the water grew increasingly pronounced. After advancing another 700 or 800 meters, a winding little river suddenly came into view. At the sight of the river, both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, darting towards it like arrows released from a bow. In no time, they reached the riverbank. The river was approximately 3 meters wide, with crystal clear water and a depth of less than 1 meter. Without a second thought for potential bacteria or parasites, they leaned over and began to drink eagerly from the river. After quenching their thirst, they sat down by the riverbank to rest. Hu Qiming, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, perseverance truly pays off. We have finally found a source of water. I never expected to discover such a substantial river deep within this dense forest. I wonder where this water originates from. Logically, there shouldn't be such a river on this deserted island." Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile. "Why concern ourselves with where it comes from? The important thing is that we have found a source of water." Hu Qiming nodded in agreement, saying, "That is true. Now that we have located the water source, we can come here periodically to collect it." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand and added, "However, the distance from here to the coast is nearly 10 kilometers. Coming here frequently would be quite arduous and not very safe. Just think, we would need to navigate through dense woods, and we might encounter dangerous wild animals along the way. Therefore, I believe we should relocate deeper into the forest and construct a shelter." Hu Qiming, taken aback by his son Yuxuan's suggestion, furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Isn't the cave we are currently residing in quite adequate? Moreover, it remains relatively safe. Why must we relocate to the forest to construct a shelter?" Observing this, Sun Yuxuan patiently elucidated, "While the cave we currently inhabit is indeed quite secure, it is regrettably situated too far from this small river. Consider, each time we fetch water, we expend considerable time and energy, and the quantity we can gather is quite limited. Furthermore, the variety of food available along the shore is rather meager. If we were to subsist solely on those resources, our bodies would undoubtedly suffer from a lack of essential nutrients, which would be detrimental to our survival on this deserted island." After listening to Sun Yuxuan's analysis, Hu Qiming nodded in agreement, expressing, "You have indeed considered the matter thoroughly. But if we were to truly relocate to the riverbank for shelter, would we not risk missing our rescue if a rescue team were to arrive?" Chapter 46 Encounter with the King Cobra. The two of them rested by the riverbank for a while, feeling their strength gradually returning. They then rose to their feet and began to stroll toward the coastline. However, they had scarcely ventured far when Sun Yuxuan, walking ahead, was suddenly engulfed by an intense sense of foreboding, as if some danger were stealthily approaching. Without hesitation, he halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, attempting to discern the source of his unease. Behind him, Hu Qiming noticed and immediately came to a stop. A look of confusion etched across his face as he inquired, "Boss, what is wrong?" Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "I can't shake the feeling that there is danger lurking nearby." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming's senses sharpened instantly, his eyes darting around in search of any potential threat. Yet, after a thorough glance, he found nothing amiss and remarked, "Boss, are you perhaps being overly cautious? There is clearly nothing around." Sun Yuxuan resolutely shook his head and asserted, "No, my instincts are never wrong." As they conversed, a faint rustling sound reached Sun Yuxuan's ears. Although subtle, it stood out starkly in the quiet surroundings. At the same time, a faint, repugnant odor began to waft through the air, evoking an involuntary sense of revulsion. Sun Yuxuan's wariness intensified. He gripped the folding knife he always carried with him. Seeing this, Hu Qiming promptly raised his bow, just as a slight commotion erupted from the nearby thicket. Suddenly, a king cobra, whose body was thicker than a human arm, emerged from behind the bushes, its enormous head looming as it flicked its forked tongue toward Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. The sight of such a formidable serpent sent chills down their spines. Sun Yuxuan managed to maintain some semblance of composure, while Hu Qiming turned pale as a ghost, his body trembling involuntarily. It was evident that the king cobra regarded them as prey, its gaze fixed upon them with the intent to strike at any moment. What made matters worse was that the snake was merely 5 or 6 meters away, a proximity that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady as he instructed Hu Qiming, back away slowly, move gently, and absolutely do not make a sound. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's command, Hu Qiming began to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan remained rooted in place, his eyes locked onto the king cobra, refusing to let his guard down. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a sturdy branch on the ground, roughly the thickness of an arm. Cautiously, Sun Yuxuan crouched down and slowly picked up the branch, gripping it tightly in his hand. The instant he secured the branch, the king cobra lunged from the thicket like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of venom towards Sun Yuxuan, the toxic liquid resembling a cascade of white arrows hurtling directly at him. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yuxuan exhibited remarkable agility, darting to the side like a nimble leopard, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, the speed of the king cobra was astonishing. In an instant, it appeared before him, so close that he could feel the warmth of its breath. Undaunted, Sun Yuxuan gripped his wooden staff tightly and struck fiercely at the serpent. The blow landed squarely on the cobra, producing a resounding thud. The creature was sent reeling, flying 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, its body rolling uncontrollably as if it had lost all control. Seizing the moment, Sun Yuxuan swiftly approached, lifting his foot to deliver a crushing stomp upon the cobra's head. The force of his kick was immense, as if he were trying to imprint the earth itself. His foot came down like an anvil, pressing firmly upon the serpent's head, rendering it unable to escape. As he relentlessly applied pressure, the king cobra began to thrash violently, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. Yet all was in vain. Sun Yuxuan's foot remained as immovable as a mountain, firmly pinning it down. Time ticked by, and after nearly a minute, the king cobra finally ceased its writhing, falling utterly still. Only then did Sun Yuxuan gradually lift his foot, revealing the serpent's head, now a gruesome mess beneath his weight. With the creature finally lifeless, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Crouching down, he retrieved a folding knife to sever the snake's head from its body. At that moment, Hu Qiming approached, visibly shaken, exclaiming, "Boss, this forest is far too perilous. I can't believe there are such large king cobras here." Sun Yuxuan, holding the severed head, rose slowly, his brow furrowed in concern as he replied, "This deserted island is akin to a primordial jungle. Who knows what other venomous beasts lurk in the shadows? We must exercise utmost caution from now on. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming felt a tightening in his chest and nodded in agreement. The two men dared not linger in that treacherous place and hurried towards the coastline. Perhaps due to their recent brush with danger, they moved with heightened vigilance, keenly observing their surroundings. Fortunately, they encountered no further threats along their path. Nonetheless, it took them nearly 4 hours to finally return to the cave's entrance. Yet, as Sun Yuxuan approached the cave, he immediately sensed something amiss. The individuals who were originally supposed to await them at the cave entrance, including Luo Yuxue, had inexplicably vanished, and the fire at the cave's mouth was on the verge of extinguishing. Even more perplexing was the fact that the wild boar meat on the wooden rack beside the fire had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind a chaotic array of footprints on the ground below the cave. Before Sun Yuxuan could utter a word, Hu Qiming was the first to speak. It seems that President Luo and the others might have encountered some trouble. No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared in the distance, hastening towards them. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the foreigner. Chapter 47. The Strike Before Long. The foreigner came rushing breathlessly to Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. Sun Yuxuan squinted at him, noticing that the foreigner's face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. His once prominent nose was now crooked, and his eyes squinted into mere slits, as though he had been thoroughly beaten. Alarmed by the sight, Sun Yuxuan's heart tightened, and he inquired, "What on earth happened? Where are my friends?" Gasping for breath, the foreigner stammered in response, just Just now, 7 or 8 burly men arrived and, without a word, seized your friends. Sensing something was amiss, I tried to intervene, but they ended up beating me as well. Upon hearing this, both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming's expressions grew solemn. Hu Qiming urgently pressed, "How long ago did they leave? In which direction did they go?" The foreigner took a moment to steady his breathing before quickly answering, "It's been nearly half an hour, I believe." They headed towards the coastline. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yuxuan discarded the squirming king cobra he held, as if it were refuse, and casually remarked, "This snake is a gift for you." No sooner had he spoken than he darted away like an arrow loosed from its bow, racing towards the coast. Hu Qiming, realizing the urgency of the situation, did not linger and hurriedly followed suit. However, Sun Yuxuan's speed was astonishing, akin to lightning, and Hu Qiming soon found himself lagging behind, feeling increasingly fatigued. Sun Yuxuan sprinted along the shoreline, his footsteps swift as a tempest, seemingly unrelenting. At last, after running 3 or 4 kilometers, he spotted a gathering of people in the distance along the coast. As he drew closer, he recognized Luo Yuxue and the others among the crowd. His heart raced, prompting him to accelerate towards them. Before he could approach, he heard by Shirhan's voice from afar, filled with terror and fury, "I warn you to back off. If you dare to harm us, Xiange will not spare you." Bai Shirhan spoke in English, indicating that those who had captured them were not of Chinese descent. However, scarcely had she uttered these words than a man's derisive laughter erupted in response. "Thick with disdain, huh? Don't try to intimidate me with your so-called Xiange. If he dares to show up, I'll make him beg for mercy. However, if you please me, I might consider sparing your life." With that, the man began to tear at Bai Shirhan's clothing, while several others brutally accosted Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing. The women fought valiantly against their assailants, their screams echoing across the desolate shoreline. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out, seemingly from the depths of hell, "You will all die today." The speaker was Sun Yuxuan, who had closed the distance to within 5 meters of the group. Upon hearing the voice of Sun Yuxuan, the group momentarily froze, only to erupt into boisterous laughter as if they had encountered a ridiculous jest. Gradually, they released Luo Yuxue and the others, lifting their heads to regard Sun Yuxuan with an air of utter disdain, as though he were an inconsequential jester. The sudden arrival of Sun Yuxuan provided a profound sense of relief for Luo Yuxue and her companions, their previously taut nerves collapsing in an instant. Unable to suppress their inner fear and indignation any longer, they broke into loud, heartfelt sobs. Jiang Yue wept the most sorrowfully, her voice trembling as she addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, you have finally arrived. Had you arrived even a moment later, we would have." Her words were interrupted by her tears, evidently recalling the harrowing scene they had just endured, which left her trembling with dread. Sun Yuxuan's gaze fell upon Luo Yuxue and her companions, noting their disheveled attire. Each face bore distinct handprints, with some even showing traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. This sight ignited a blaze of fury within Sun Yuxuan, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. He fixated on the 7 or 8 individuals before him, noting that, like himself, they possessed yellow skin. However, judging by the English spoken by Shirhan during their earlier interaction, it was clear that this group was not of Huaxia descent. Moreover, their darker skin suggested origins from tropical region. At that moment, a robust man stepped forward from the throng, swaggering towards Sun Yuxuan and looking down upon him with an air of superiority. A smirk of disdain curled upon his lips as he spoke in English. "Kid, who do you think you are?" Sun Yuxuan, his expression impassive and his demeanor cold, retorted in English, "I am your father." This proclamation acted as a trigger, instantly igniting the man's rage. His countenance darkened, eyes widening in fury as he bellowed, "Kid, you're asking for death." Before his words could dissipate, he charged at Sun Yuxuan, his face contorted in rage, resembling a feral beast. He clenched his fist, as large as a cauldron, and hurled it with thunderous force towards Sun Yuxuan's head, a blow so formidable that it could shatter skulls like ripe melons. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Just as the fist was about to collide with his head, he swiftly extended a hand, accurately grasping the man's wrist with the precision of lightning. Following this, Sun Yuxuan applied a forceful twist, and a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a bone fracturing. The man's arm was wrenched, rendered limp and dangling. The excruciating pain from his shattered arm elicited a blood-curdling scream, a sound akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberating through the air and sending chills down the spine. Sun Yuxuan, devoid of any compassion, leaped into action, delivering a sweeping kick akin to a whirlwind, infused with tremendous power. His foot connected forcefully with the man's head, striking him like a hammer and sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. However, Sun Yuxuan did not relent. He swiftly advanced and delivered a series of brutal kicks to the man's head, striking him 3 or 4 times with ferocity. With each blow, the man's skull was grievously injured, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and the scene was utterly harrowing. His body convulsed a few times before falling completely still. The entire encounter, from the moment he struck to the resolution of the conflict, lasted a mere 10 seconds. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. The men had never anticipated that Sun Yuxuan possessed such remarkable prowess. His ruthless assault had resulted in the death of one of their companions. The disdain that had once colored their gazes towards him was wholly replaced by profound terror. Luo Yuxue and her companions were equally astounded. They had expected Sun Yuxuan to merely deliver a stern reprimand to the assailants, never imagining that he would resort to taking a life. Chapter 48. Resolving the battle with ease. Sun Yuxuan gazed impassively at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the entire scene bore no relevance to him. However, as he lifted his gaze to the few remaining individuals, an icy aura of lethal intent emanated from him instantaneously. He slowly withdrew a folding knife from his pocket, its blade glimmering ominously under the dim light. Each deliberate motion seemed to manifest his unwavering resolve and indifference. The remaining individuals were visibly intimidated by his presence, instinctively retreating a step, their faces betraying their terror. One of them, trembling, stammered, Who are you? How dare you take a life? I am Tai." His voice quivered with fear, as if his nationality might evoke some hesitation in Sun Yuxuan. Yet, Sun Yuxuan merely scoffed, his tone frigid and merciless. "I care not who you are. Should you dare to harm my woman, you shall all meet your demise." His words were devoid of any hesitation or compassion, only an inexorable wrath towards his adversaries. Nearby, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt a surge of secret delight upon hearing Sun Yuxuan refer to them as his women. As Sun Yuxuan advanced step by step, the fear among the assailants intensified. Suddenly, one of them appeared to have an epiphany. He lunged forward, attempting to seize Tang Jing as a hostage to coerce Sun Yuxuan. However, Sun Yuxuan's reaction was astonishingly swift. In that fleeting moment, as the man's hand reached out, the folding knife shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the man's arm. A sickening thud echoed as the knife found its mark, blood gushing forth in torrents. The man shrieked in agony, clutching his wounded arm as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining assailants exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they launched an offensive against Sun Yuxuan. There were 7 of them in total. One had just been brutally slain by Sun Yuxuan, another grievously injured by the knife, leaving 5 still standing. Despite the odds being 5 to 1, Sun Yuxuan exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. His movements were swift and precise, as if he had rehearsed this confrontation countless times in his mind. His left hand shot out like a flash of lightning, seizing one assailant's arm, while his right hand descended like a hammer, striking forcefully at another's head. Simultaneously, his right foot propelled forward like a cannonball, landing squarely in the third assailant's abdomen. These 3 maneuvers flowed seamlessly together, executed with such speed that they left no room for counteraction. A sickening crack resonated as Sun Yuxuan twisted the captured assailant's arm, instantly breaking it. His right fist, resembling a heavy mallet, crashed down upon another's skull, rendering the latter unconscious before he could even utter a cry. As for the third victim, the kick to the stomach sent him hurtling 2 or 3 meters away, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From a moment Sun Yuxuan struck to the defeat of the 3 individuals, It took merely a matter of seconds. However, Sun Yuxuan's onslaught did not cease. In an instant, he darted forward like a wraith, leaping into the air and delivering a fierce kick to the head of the fourth assailant. The force of this blow was tremendous. The man had no opportunity to evade and was sent crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan surged toward the final adversary, swiftly seizing one of his arms and twisting it violently. A sharp crack echoed in the air as the man's arm was instantly broken. The entire sequence from Sun Yuxuan's initial strike to the resolution of the 5 aggressors unfolded in just over 10 seconds. A display of speed and ferocity that left onlookers astounded. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Yuxue and her companions stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Although the girls were aware of Sun Yuxuan's formidable skills, they had not anticipated such an extraordinary display. Resolving the situation so swiftly, they regarded him as one might a mythical creature. The atmosphere along the coast was thick with a profound silence, broken only by the pained cries of the defeated men echoing through the air. Unperturbed by the grim sounds, Sun Yuxuan approached Luo Yuxue and the others. A hint of concern etched on his face. When he reached Luo Yuxue, he paused and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" The girls seemed to have just emerged from their shock. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's question, they shook their heads, indicating they were largely unharmed. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curved into a reassuring smile as he replied, "That's good to hear." Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The man whom Sun Yuxuan had stabbed in the arm seized the opportunity while Sun Yuxuan's back was turned. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm, he forcefully pulled the folding knife from his wound. His movements were swift and resolute, clearly fueled by a desperate resolve. Rising to his feet, wielding the knife like a deranged beast, he lunged directly at Sun Yuxuan. Li Mengqi, witnessing the scene unfold, screamed, "Xinge, be careful." Sun Yuxuan reacted with astonishing agility. As if foreseeing the attack, he swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the man's desperate thrust. In the same fluid motion, he extended his left hand, lightning fast, and seized the man's knife-wielding arm with precision. Without mercy, Sun Yuxuan unleashed a powerful right hook, striking the man's head with the force of a sledgehammer. The blow sent the man hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground, where he instantly lost consciousness. With his fall, the folding knife clattered from his grasp, producing a sharp sound as it struck the sand. Sun Yuxuan quickly bent down to retrieve the knife, slicing it forcefully across the man's throat. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on the man's neck, blood gushing forth with alarming vigor as his body convulsed uncontrollably. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, he lay utterly still. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Luo Yuxue and her companions were seized by terror, erupting into piercing screams. Sun Yuxuan slowly approached the 5 individuals he had incapacitated. Upon his nearing presence, the 3 who had yet to lose consciousness trembled in fear, desperately pleading for mercy. Unmoved by their supplications, Sun Yuxuan remained resolute. At that moment, Luo Yuxue cried out, "Captain Sun, please cease the killing and spare them." In response to her plea, Sun Yuxuan halted his advance, turning to address her. "These wretches deserve death. Consider this. Had I arrived a mere few minutes later, you might have already fallen victim to their vile intentions. While you wish to show them mercy, they harbor no such thoughts for you. I have already taken 2 lives. I am indifferent to the prospect of claiming a few more." As he spoke, Luo Yuxue opened her mouth to reply, but Tang Jing swiftly pulled her back, and she refrained from further protest. Chapter 49. Enlightening the masses, Sun Yuxuan turned and approached the 5 individuals, swiftly slashing at each of their necks. They convulsed momentarily before falling utterly still. Witnessing Sun Yuxuan's merciless execution of all 7 individuals instilled an indescribable sensation in Luo Yuxue and her companions. Although they understood that these 7 were indeed deserving of their fate, the brutal display of Sun Yuxuan's strength evoked a profound sense of fear within them. At that moment, their feelings towards Sun Yuxuan became intricate. They experienced both admiration for his formidable prowess and trepidation at his ruthless methods. They stood there, seemingly devoid of thought. Their minds blank, uncertain of their own reflections. Just then, Hu Qiming rushed over, panting heavily. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses, he too was rendered speechless, frozen in place. After a considerable time, Hu Qiming regained his composure and stammered to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, did you kill all of them?" Sun Yuxuan, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, admiration washed over Hu Qiming's face as he exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly incredible. It's as if a war god has descended upon us." However, Sun Yuxuan did not respond to Hu Qiming's praise. Instead, he walked directly to Luo Yuxue and her group and inquired, "Do you believe my actions were excessively ruthless?" Hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others hesitated, shaking their heads before nodding in agreement. Sun Yuxuan continued, "Consider this. Had I not possessed such skills, it would have been me lying dead now. And perhaps you would have fallen victim to those beasts long ago. This is a deserted island, where the law holds no sway and anything can transpire. To survive here, one must sometimes adopt a heart of steel." At his words, Luo Yuxue and her companions remained silent. Hu Qiming then approached them, stating, "I believe the boss acted correctly. After all, we are on a deserted island. If we do not embrace a certain ruthlessness, we may be the ones who perish." Sun Yuxuan spoke again. "It is not that I am cruel. I merely act out of precaution. 8 years ago, my moment of compassion led to the death of a comrade." At this revelation, Luo Yuxue and her companions froze, lifting their gazes to him. Sun Yuxuan sighed and slowly recounted, 8 years ago, our squad received orders to eliminate a group of drug traffickers along the border. We lay in wait for 3 days before finally spotting the traffickers. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in many traffickers being slain, while several attempted to flee. Without hesitation, we pursued them. When I caught up to one trafficker and aimed my gun at her head, she suddenly turned to face me. I was taken aback. She was a frail woman, visibly pregnant, her eyes filled with fear and desperation. At that moment, I reflected that while the drug dealer deserved a fate of utmost severity, the child she carried was entirely innocent. As I was lost in thought, the female drug dealer produced a hand grenade, pulling the pin and gripping me tightly. Just as the grenade was about to detonate, a comrade appeared and yanked me away, subsequently tackling the female dealer to the ground. In that instant, the grenade exploded. I survived, but my comrade and the drug dealer perished in the blast. Upon sharing this account, tears glistened in Sun Yuxuan's eyes as he continued, "Had I acted without hesitation and fired my weapon, my comrade would still be alive." Hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, Bai Shihan spoke first, saying, "Xiange, I understand." Luo Yuxue quickly followed, affirming, "I understand too. These individuals indeed deserve their fate. You were right to act as you did." Sun Yuxuan responded thoughtfully, "It is reassuring that you comprehend. You may return to the cave now." He then turned to Hu Qiming and instructed, "Qiming, join me in removing the clothing and shoes from the bodies." The group was momentarily taken aback by his words, yet no one voiced their thoughts. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming approached the corpses, searching them thoroughly. To their surprise, they discovered several unopened packs of cigarettes, igniting a wave of elation as both were avid smokers, having gone days without a cigarette. They stripped the corpses of their clothing and shoes, then dragged the bodies into the sea, allowing the waves to carry them away. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Sun Yuxuan addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing, "Please wash and hang the clothing and shoes to dry." The group silently complied. They took the garments from the corpses to the shoreline and began washing them, showing no aversion to their origin. In this desolate island, they had no change of clothes, and their own garments were filthy and reeked of unpleasant odors. Sun Yuxuan eagerly tore open a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Hu Qiming while placing another between his own lips. He lit it using a burning log from the fire, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Hu Qiming quickly followed suit, savoring the moment. After nearly 20 minutes, Luo Yuxue and the others returned, having washed and hung the clothing to dry. By then, it was afternoon, and hunger gnawed at them after a day without food. Sun Yuxuan took a substantial piece of marbled wild boar meat. cutting it into smaller chunks and placing them in a pot to saw it, releasing an enticing aroma. He then poured in some rainwater he had collected, commencing the simmering process. In less than an hour, the wild boar meat in the pot had been thoroughly stewed. The group eagerly seized their chopsticks, fashioned from wooden sticks, and began to devour the succulent meat with great enthusiasm. Within a mere 20 minutes, the entire pot of stew had been consumed, leaving not a trace of broth behind. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, stating, "Today, Qi Ming and I discovered a small river in the woods." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others expressed their delight. Sun Yuxuan continued, "The river is approximately 10 kilometers from here. Retrieving water from there would be rather inconvenient and not particularly safe. Therefore, I intend to relocate to live by the riverbank." I wonder what your thoughts on this might be. Chapter 50. Moving to the riverbank. Li Mengqi was the first to break the silence, her voice tinged with urgency. "Xiangu, I believe it would be wiser not to relocate to the woods. If we move there, the rescue team might not find us on this desolate island, and we could miss our chance for salvation." Jiang Yue concurred, adding, "Indeed, Captain Sunday, this cave we currently inhabit is quite adequate and relatively safe. We can still venture into the woods periodically to fetch water." Sun Yuxuan regarded them patiently, articulating his reasoning. "You make valid points. However, several days have elapsed. If the rescue team were capable of locating us, they would have arrived by now. Furthermore, while this cave offers a measure of safety, it lacks a water source. We would need to traverse to the woods for water, which is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also perilous." His words rendered the group of girls silent, clearly prompting them to ponder the matter. After a moment of stillness, Sun Yuxuan continued, "In that case, if you're truly opposed to relocating to the woods, I will not impose my will upon you. You may remain here in the cave and await rescue while I venture alone into the woods." The girls were taken aback by his declaration, evidently unprepared for such a proposition. Should Sun Yuxuan indeed move to the woods and leave them behind, their survival on this unfamiliar shore would be exceedingly precarious. Luo Yuxue quickly interjected, "I believe Captain Sun makes a compelling argument. I agree we should move to the woods." Tang Jing promptly echoed her sentiment. "I concur as well. Relocating to the riverbank would also facilitate bathing and other activities." Bai Shihan, Li Mengqi, and Jiang Yue nodded in agreement. Sun Yuxuan understood that their acquiescence stemmed primarily from the concern for their survival, should he depart. Although this may not reflect their true feelings, he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "Boss, when do we plan to move to the riverbank?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Currently, our resources are quite limited. In order to relocate to the riverbank and construct a shelter, we need to gather more useful items. Additionally, we must utilize seawater to boil and crystallize some salt for our needs. After all, prolonged deficiency of salt can lead to various health complications." With that, he surveyed the group around him, pausing briefly before continuing. "Therefore, in the coming days, everyone may need to exert themselves a bit more. Each day, we shall scour the coastline for any materials we can utilize. Anything that can be of use should be retrieved, and the more we gather, the better." As his words resonated, the group nodded in agreement. In such a desolate island setting, resources were indeed scarce, and accumulating more supplies would enhance their chances of survival. On the following dawn, before the first light graced the sky, everyone awoke early. After a brief wash at the seashore, they returned to the cave entrance to roast some wild boar meat. Sun Yuxuan instructed Hu Qiming to remain at the cave's mouth to boil seawater for salt crystals, while he took Luo Yuxue and the 5 girls to the shoreline to scour the debris washed ashore by the waves in search of any potentially useful supplies. Thus, after 3 days of diligent effort, they had amassed a considerable collection of resources, including empty bottles, plastic debris, ropes, and tin cans. They also managed to produce a fair amount of sea salt crystals through the boiling process. That evening, after stewing some wild boar meat, the group gathered around the fire at the cave entrance. Sun Yuxuan addressed them, stating, "After our efforts these past few days, we have gathered sufficient supplies. Therefore, I plan for us to relocate to the riverbank tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, the group expressed their unanimous agreement. On the next morning, as the sky remained shrouded in gray and the sun had yet to rise, Sun Yuxuan was already awake. He gently roused the still sleeping Luo Yuxue and the others, then busied himself with preparations. They organized the various supplies collected over the past few days, carefully packing them into several woven bags retrieved from the beach. Although somewhat worn, these bags were still serviceable. Sun Yuxuan then picked up a piece of tree fungus he had found in the woods the previous day. He took out his folding knife and punctured a small hole in the fungus. Next, he used a wooden stick to lift a piece of smoldering charcoal, delicately placing it into the small opening of the fungus. Taking a deep breath, he leaned closer and began to blow gently. As he breathed, the fungus gradually ignited, emitting tiny sparks. The sparks multiplied, eventually coalescing into a small flame. Satisfied with his handiwork, Sun Yuxuan handed the ignited fungus to Bai Shihan. With everything in readiness, the group shouldered their bags filled with supplies and ventured deeper into the woods. Sun Yuxuan led the way, followed closely by Luo Yuxue and the 5 girls, while Hu Qiming brought up the rear. As it was their inaugural journey into the dense forest, Luo Yuxue and the others felt a tinge of anxiety and trepidation. Considering the burden each carried, Sun Yuxuan proceeded at a measured pace to accommodate the girls, pausing frequently to allow everyone to rest. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way. After 4 hours, they finally reached the riverbank. At this point, Luo Yuxue and the others were nearly exhausted, dropping their woven bags onto the ground and rushing to the river to drink from its waters. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan quickly interjected, "Though the river water appears clean, one can never be certain of the bacteria and parasites it may harbor. Drinking it directly could easily lead to gastrointestinal distress." Hearing his warning, the group halted in their tracks. Hu Qiming, somewhat curious, inquired, "Boss, didn't we drink this river water directly that day? And we were fine, weren't we?" Sun Yuxuan cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Wasn't there a lack of fire that day? You all take a moment to rest. I shall gather some firewood to rekindle the flames." Having uttered these words, he rose and ventured into the nearby woods to collect a few sticks and some dry grass. He then held a handful of the dry grass close to the smoldering fungus that retained the ember and began to blow gently upon it. Within moments, the grass ignited, and Sun Yuxuan promptly placed it on the ground, adding some firewood atop it. Before long, the logs caught fire, and Sun Yuxuan retrieved a pot fashioned from an oil drum from his woven bag, pouring in some water and placing it over the flames to commence the boiling process. Chapter 51. The first night by the river time passed slowly, and after nearly 20 minutes, the water in the pot finally began to bubble, emitting a gentle gurgling sound. Upon noticing this, Sun Yuxuan swiftly removed the pot from the fire, setting it aside to cool slightly. Once the temperature of the water had decreased, everyone took a makeshift bowl fashioned from empty bottles and carefully ladled some water from the pot, tilting their heads back to drink eagerly. After quenching their thirst, they gathered around the fire for a brief respite. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them to gather more firewood from the forest and to cut some palm leaves to lay beside the fire, as they would be spending the night there. He added that he would venture out to find some food. With that, he produced a folding knife from his pocket and handed it to Hu Qiming, cautioning him to handle it safely. Subsequently, he picked up a bow and arrow, rising to head into the woods. After wandering through the forest for over half an hour, a faint rustling caught his attention. The sound seemed to emanate from a nearby thicket, prompting Sun Yuxuan to become alert. He slowed his pace, bow in hand, and cautiously approached the underbrush. Before he could draw closer, a gray wild hare suddenly poked its head out from the foliage. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yuxuan quickly aimed his bow and released an arrow, which struck true, piercing the hare's neck with the arrowhead crafted from umbrella bone. The hare collapsed, thrashing on the ground, and Sun Yuxuan hastened forward, delivering a decisive blow to its head, silencing it for good. Weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, this hare would suffice for a hearty meal for their group. Upon returning to the riverbank with the hare in hand, he found Hu Qiming and the others had gathered a substantial amount of firewood and had also cut several palm leaves to lay beside the fire. The sight of the wild hare brought smiles to their faces. Hu Qiming took the hare from Sun Yuxuan and proceeded to prepare it by the river. Though Hu Qiming lacked extensive survival experience, he was quite adept at processing wildfowl and hares. Within 20 minutes, he had skillfully cleaned and prepared the hare, bringing it back to the fire. With the folding knife, he fashioned a stick about the size of a finger, sharpening one end to skewer the hare. He then retrieved some glowing embers from the fire, laying them on the ground, and placed the hare above to slowly roast. In less than half an hour, the hare had turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing juices. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing the hungry group to salivate uncontrollably. Ignoring the heat, they tore off pieces of the roasted hare, devouring it with gusto. In mere minutes, the hare was reduced to a mere pile of bones. Yet the group still appeared unsated. As time slipped away unnoticed, the sky gradually succumbed to darkness, and nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings. The group sat around the crackling fire, engaging in casual conversation, exchanging words in a relaxed manner. Perhaps due to the arduous hours spent on the journey, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over everyone. To ensure the safety of the night, Sun Yuxuan gathered some firewood and ignited several bonfires around them. The blazing flames leaped and danced, dispelling the surrounding darkness while bestowing warmth and light upon the group. Sun Yuxuan then addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, saying, "You all have worked hard today. Rest early. I shall take the watch." However, before he could finish his sentence, Hu Qiming interjected eagerly, "Boss, let me take the night watch. You've traveled a long way today and need to rest properly." His tone was sincere, clearly wishing to alleviate some of Sun Yuxuan's burden. Sun Yuxuan smiled and shook his head, responding, "No need, I will handle it. I will wake you in the middle of the night to take over." Seeing this, Hu Qiming ceased to insist and nodded quietly. The others lay down on the palm leaves beside the fire. Perhaps it was the comforting presence of Sun Yuxuan that filled Luo Yuxue and the others with a profound sense of security. This feeling was akin to having a guiding light in the darkness, instilling an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Before long, their breathing grew steady and deep, indicating they had drifted into sweet slumber. Sun Yuxuan sat resolutely beside the bonfire, periodically adding more firewood to the flames. As time passed, the night deepened, and Sun Yuxuan's eyelids grew heavier. Despite his efforts to remain awake, by midnight, his eyes could no longer resist the pull of sleep and began to close slowly. Summoning his last reserves of energy, he unsteadily rose to his feet and walked over to Hu Qiming, gently nudging his shoulder. "Qiming, wake up. It's your turn to keep watch." Sun Yuxuan's voice bore a hint of fatigue and drowsiness. Awakened, Hu Qiming blinked sleepily at Sun Yuxuan before slowly sitting up. Sun Yuxuan then lay down on the palm leaves beside the fire. Within moments, his snores resonated loudly in the stillness of the night. The following morning, the sun had risen high, casting sunlight through the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled shadows on the ground. Sun Yuxuan turned over in his sleep and gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Luo Yuxue and several girls gathered around the bonfire, chatting and laughing, while Hu Qiming lay fast asleep on the palm leaves. In the pot above the fire, wild boar meat brought from the coast was simmering. Noticing Sun Yuxuan had awakened, Bai Shihan smiled and said, "Xiangu, it's still early. You can sleep a bit longer. I'll call you when the wild boar meat is ready." Sun Yuxuan rose from the palm leaves, smiling as he replied, "I've already slept several hours. I can't sleep any longer." He approached the riverbank, cupping his hands to splash some river water on his face, instantly feeling invigorated. Returning to the bonfire, he observed that the wild boar meat would take some time to cook thoroughly. Sun Yuxuan addressed Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them to remain there and refrain from wandering about. He intended to explore along the riverbank in search of a suitable location to erect a shelter. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shi rose and said, "Xiangu, I would like to accompany you. It is always better to have company for mutual support." Naturally, with a beautiful companion, Sun Yuxuan had no reason to decline her offer. He nodded in agreement. The two then equipped themselves with bows and arrows and set off together along the riverbank. Chapter 52, An Awkward Moment Thus. The two walked silently along the bank of the small river, with no words exchanged between them, only the gentle murmur of the flowing water echoing in their ears. As they strolled, Bai Shihan suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Sun Yuxuan, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion and concern. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and spoke to him. "Brother Xian, do you think we can ever leave this place? We won't be trapped on this deserted island for eternity, will we?" Her voice trembled slightly, laden with fear and uncertainty about the future. Upon hearing Bai Shihan's question, Sun Yuxuan also came to a stop. He locked his gaze onto her eyes, perceiving the unease and helplessness within her. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that a rescue team will find us here. We cannot expect to leave this deserted island in the near future." His tone was calm. It conveyed a profound sense of resignation. Bai Shihan felt a heavier weight in her heart after listening to Sun Yuxuan's words. She couldn't help but envision a future spent on this island, severed from the outside world, living in solitude until the end of her days. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes began to glisten with tears, the moisture pooling in her gaze. Observing her distress, Sun Yuxuan quickly offered words of comfort. "But rest assured, we will not remain trapped on this island forever. One day, I will lead you away from here." His voice was resolute and powerful, as if it had ignited a flicker of hope within Bai Shihan. Feeling somewhat reassured by Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan lifted her head to meet his gaze. Expressing her gratitude, "Brother Xian, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your rescue, I would have long since perished with that plane at the bottom of the sea. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." A teasing smile crept across Sun Yuxuan's lips as he jested. "If you truly wish to repay me, why not offer yourself instead?" No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she shyly lowered her head and murmured, "Brother Xian, how can you say such things? You always take advantage of me." Rather than retracting his jest, Sun Yuxuan only laughed more heartily, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? It is often said that a bad boy is more appealing to a woman." Bai Shihan's face reddened further, and she shot him a playful glare before lowering her voice to inquire, "Brother Xian, someone like you must have had quite a few girlfriends, right?" Sun Yuxuan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a bittersweet expression. He shook his head and sighed, "Alas, I have been on several blind dates, but I have never actually had a girlfriend. I joined the military at 18, and during my service, it was rare to even catch a glimpse of a woman. After my discharge, I took a position as a security guard at Mr. Luo's company. I went on a few more blind dates, but as soon as they learned I was just a security guard, they politely declined. To be honest, I am still a virgin to this day." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's confession, Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of an enticingly ripe apple. She lightly chided with a soft voice, tinged with a hint of shyness and dissatisfaction. "Are you trying to deceive me? I can't possibly believe that someone as lecherous as you could still be a virgin." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a teasing smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He replied leisurely, "Hee, if you don't believe me, you could always check." Bai Shihan shot him a glare, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she retorted, "How on earth am I supposed to check?" Sun Yuxuan was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head. He found himself unable to devise a suitable response. Thus, they continued their playful banter while strolling along the riverbank, unaware that they had already traversed over a kilometer. Eventually, they came to a more spacious area where they decided to pause. The elevation here provided a broad view, and the surroundings appeared relatively safe. To their delight, a large stone, approximately 8 meters high and over 10 meters long, stood majestically before them, as if nature had specially crafted a sanctuary for their respite. Standing beneath the stone, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that fate has been kind to me, allowing me to discover such a splendid spot." Having found a suitable location for their shelter, the pair opted not to venture further and turned back. Shortly after they began their return, Bai Shihan inadvertently stepped on a stone with her right foot. The force of inertia caused her body to lurch forward, and she was on the brink of falling. In an instant, Sun Yuxuan, standing nearby, was startled. Without a second thought, he swiftly extended his hands, embracing Bai Shihan with the speed of lightning. However, in that awkward moment, his hands inadvertently landed upon her chest. Bai Shihan was momentarily stunned by this unexpected embrace. only to feel an unfamiliar sensation wash over her like a tidal wave. Her body involuntarily shivered, overtaken by a strange and wondrous feeling that enveloped her entire being. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan found himself momentarily dazed by the soft touch, his mind blank as he completely forgot what he was meant to do. At that moment, as if compelled by an invisible force, his hands instinctively squeezed gently. This action was undeniably a cruel twist of fate for Bai Shihan. A jolt of electricity surged from her chest throughout her body, rendering her utterly weak and breathless. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and a soft moan escaped her lips involuntarily. Though the sound was faint in the serene surroundings, it resonated with startling clarity. Upon hearing her utterance, Sun Yuxuan felt a jolt of surprise. Bai Shihan's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, and she playfully admonished him, "Xingu, have you had your fill? Hurry up and let me go." Only then did Sun Yuxuan regain his senses and promptly release his hold. Embarrassed, he stammered, "I apologize. It was unintentional. The sensation was simply too delightful, and I couldn't help but squeeze a few times." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Bai Shihan felt her cheeks flush once more. She shot him a glance and quietly remarked, "It seems to me that you did it on purpose." Sun Yuxuan found himself in yet another awkward moment, at a loss for words to explain. Bai Shihan chose not to elaborate further, her mind lingering on the exquisite feeling they had just shared. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan could not shake the memory of that moment. Pondering, I must admit, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. I never anticipated such elasticity. Could it be that Shihan is also a maiden? Otherwise, why would she have reacted so intensely? Chapter 53. Constructing a shelter by the river. When they returned to the campfire, Luo Yuxue and the others were gathered around, laughing and chatting merrily, while the wild boar meat simmered in the pot, ready to be savored. Everyone eagerly seized their makeshift chopsticks, crafted from wooden sticks, indulging heartily in the deliciously stewed meat. After a satisfying meal, they shouldered their woven bags and made their way to a suitable location for erecting a shelter. Sun Yuxuan kindled a fire beneath a large rock, and then led the group into the woods in search of materials for their refuge. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, for not far from the riverbank, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a dense bamboo grove. This grove was abundant with bamboo, numbering in the hundreds, with some stalks even as thick as a bull's rim. However, armed with only a folding knife, felling these sturdy bamboo proved to be an arduous task. Each bamboo of such girth required at least half an hour of strenuous effort to cut down. Nevertheless, the group remained undaunted, persevering with unwavering determination. After a week of relentless toil, they succeeded in harvesting and transporting sufficient bamboo to the riverbank for their shelter. Sun Yuxuan ventured into the woods daily to procure food, and fortunately, the area was rich in resources, allowing them to hunt 1 or 2 wild chickens and rabbits each time, ensuring they would not go hungry. For Luo Yuxue and her companions, who were accustomed to sitting in offices all day, this pure physical labor was an entirely new experience. Prior to this, they had hardly engaged in such rigorous exertion. Yet, despite their extreme fatigue, they bore no complaints. With gritted teeth and indomitable willpower, they pressed on. During this period, their palms and shoulders endured immense strain, resulting in numerous blisters. Thankfully, it seemed that fortune favored them, as the weather remained dry, facilitating their labor. The subsequent days were devoted to the construction of their shelter. After 2 weeks of relentless endeavor, they successfully erected 2 rudimentary shelters beneath the vast rock. Moreover, they ingeniously fashioned several comfortable bamboo beds within. Without pause, they then turned their attention to establishing a kitchen, dedicating an additional 5 days to construct a modest kitchen outside the shelter, complete with a fireplace. From the initial bamboo harvesting to the final completion of the shelter and kitchen, the entire process spanned over 20 days. The hardships and sweat of this journey were intimately understood only by them. During these days, each person whirled about like a spinning top, engrossed in their rigorous labor. Exhausted and haggard, their appearances had noticeably thinned. However, as they gazed upon the newly constructed shelter and kitchen, all their hardships were momentarily cast aside. At long last, the shelter and kitchen were completed, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and indulge in some well-deserved rest. On that serene morning, the sun had already ascended high in the sky, its rays filtering through the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon the ground. Sun Yuxuan slowly opened his eyes, noticing Hu Qiming still peacefully slumbering on the bamboo bed. Choosing not to awaken him, Sun Yuxuan quietly rose, tiptoeing to the entrance of the shelter, where he gently opened the bamboo door. The morning air was remarkably fresh, imbued with a subtle fragrance of grass and foliage, evoking a sense of tranquility. He looked up to behold a vast expanse of azure sky, resembling a grand canvas of blue, with fluffy white clouds floating like cotton candy within. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, savoring the beauty of this splendid morning. His gaze fell upon the shelter where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, observing that the bamboo door was tightly shut, indicating they were still in slumber. It was no surprise, for they had all endured restless nights, their bodies and minds thoroughly exhausted. After stretching his limbs, he made his way to the nearby riverbank, crouching down to gently scoop a handful of crystal-clear water, relishing the refreshing coolness as he splashed it on his face. Instantly, a wave of revitalizing sensation surged throughout his body, invigorating his spirit. Rising to his feet, he flicked away the droplets from his hands and turned to enter the kitchen. Upon entering, he noticed that the firewood in the fireplace was nearly spent, with only a few embers flickering, seemingly gasping for life. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan quickly retrieved some dry grass from the side and carefully placed it into the fireplace. Taking a deep breath, he puffed his cheeks and leaned close to the hearth, blowing forcefully. He exerted himself so vigorously that his cheeks reddened, yet the dry grass stubbornly refused to ignite, as if it were deliberately opposing him. Undeterred, he persisted, blowing for 1 minute, then 2. At last, through his relentless efforts, the grass finally caught fire, sparks flying as it soon blazed brightly. He promptly added more firewood to the hearth, and once the kindling was fully ablaze, Sun Yuxuan picked up the bow and arrow resting nearby and stepped toward the forest. As he walked, he contemplated that now, with the shelter and kitchen established, he could dedicate more time and energy to foraging for food. Everyone had been working hard, and their meals had been meager. He resolved to gather ample provisions to replenish their nutrition. Thus, after walking for less than half an hour, he suddenly heard the crisp call of a wild chicken resonating from not far ahead. Coming to a halt, he lifted his gaze to see a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a nearby large tree, incessantly calling out. Sun Yuxuan carefully picked up his bow and arrow and stealthily approached the tree where the wild chicken had landed. The wild chicken, noticing Sun Yuxuan approaching, did not flee. Instead, it curiously gazed at him, emitting a series of crisp calls. Before long, Sun Yuxuan arrived beneath a grand tree, bow and arrow in hand. He raised his bow, aimed at the wild chicken, and without hesitation released the string. The arrow struck true, piercing the body of the chicken with the force of its quill shaft. The wild chicken let out a dreadful squawk, and the arrow propelled it several meters away, where it tumbled to the ground in a flurry. Sun Yuxuan swiftly approached, seized the chicken by the neck, and with a decisive twist, he heard a sharp crack as he snapped its neck. The chicken convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. He then extracted the arrow from its body and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 54. The hunt for a wild boar. As they ventured forward for nearly 2 kilometers, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distant woods. This was soon followed by the thunderous cries of a wild boar, reverberating through the air with a deafening intensity that sent the birds perched upon the branches scattering in terror. Upon hearing the boar's bellow, Sun Yuxuan felt a tightening in his chest and immediately halted his steps. He swiftly placed his bow and the freshly caught wild chicken on the ground. Then, without hesitation, drew a folding knife from his waist. Gripping the knife firmly, he cast a vigilant gaze towards the direction from which the boar's cries emanated. Before long, a colossal wild boar came into view. Weighing between 300 to 400 pounds, its formidable bulk resembled a small mountain, instilling a sense of dread. Even more terrifying were its 2 tusks, which protruded like chopsticks, sharp, glinting with a chilling sheen, and exuding an aura of menace. As Sun Yuxuan beheld the beast, an involuntary chill crept down his spine. Faced with such a monstrous creature, he dared not allow the slightest lapse in caution. He clutched the folding knife tightly, his eyes fixated on the boar, fully alert. The boar, seemingly aware of Sun Yuxuan's presence, opened its cavernous mouth and roared at him, brandishing its fearsome tusks as if to challenge him. Its forehooves scraped the ground restlessly, signaling that it could launch an attack at any moment. In less than half a minute, the boar charged at Sun Yuxuan without warning. In the blink of an eye, it dashed within 5 meters of him, its speed astonishing. Suddenly, it leaped high from the ground, mouth agape, revealing its razor-sharp tusks, and lunged towards Sun Yuxuan as if intent on swallowing him whole. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were equally remarkable. Just as the boar was about to pounce, he evaded to the side with the agility of a cheetah, his movements fluid and graceful. This swift maneuver allowed him to narrowly escape the boar's lethal strike. Simultaneously, the folding knife in his hand sliced through the air with a glimmering arc, striking the boar with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, the knife embedded itself deep into the boar's flesh, carving a gash over 10 centimeters long. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, staining the earth beneath it. The unexpected agony took the boar by surprise. It had evidently underestimated Sun Yuxuan's prowess and reaction time. In pain, the boar bolted forward for several meters before managing to halt its frantic charge. Lowering its head to observe the blood streaming from its body, a tempest of rage brewed within it. It turned to glare at Sun Yuxuan, its eyes aflame with vengeful fury, before charging at him once more with reckless abandon. In an instant, the boar was upon him. Faced with this sudden assault, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were nothing short of astounding. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the wild boar's ferocious lunge. Once again, he escaped the beast's attack unscathed. Not far from where he had just stood, a tree with a trunk as thick as a water barrel loomed. The wild boar, propelled by inertia, could not halt its momentum and crashed into the tree trunk like a runaway truck. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, causing the tree to sway violently, while its leaves cascaded to the ground like rain. This vividly illustrated the force of the boar's collision. Had it struck Sun Yuxuan, he would have likely sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Dazed from the impact, the wild boar stood beneath the tree, shaking its head as if to dispel the disorienting effects of the blow. Seizing this opportune moment, Sun Yuxuan surged forward without hesitation. He raised his foot and, channeling all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the boar's hefty head. The strike was akin to a bolt of lightning, landing squarely on the creature's snout. The boar let out a piercing cry and was instantly toppled to the ground. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan wasted no time and swiftly mounted the massive body of the wild boar. His left hand clamped down on the boar's head like a vice, while his right hand quickly retrieved a folding knife, plunging it decisively into the creature's neck. The blade sunk deep, and as he withdrew it, a fountain of crimson blood erupted from the boar's neck, splattering across Sun Yuxuan's face and body. The wild boar, mortally wounded, emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that seemed capable of piercing eardrums. It began to thrash violently, desperate to escape Sun Yuxuan's grip. Yet, he steadfastly held the beast down, denying it any chance of liberation. However, the wild boar's strength far exceeded Sun Yuxuan's expectations. In a matter of moments, the creature broke free from his hold and sprang back to its feet. Realizing the danger, Sun Yuxuan quickly leaped back 2 to 3 meters, maintaining a safe distance. But before he could regain his footing, the enraged boar charged at him with the fury of a wild beast. Confronted by this unexpected onslaught, Sun Yuxuan felt no fear. Instead, he bellowed, "Damn it, you think you can intimidate me?" His voice thundered, as if to expel the fear and anger bubbling within him. As the boar bore down upon him, he displayed no intention of evasion. Instead, he swiftly lifted his foot and unleashed another forceful kick to the boar's head. The blow sent the creature crashing to the ground once more, though the sheer force of the impact jolted Sun Yuxuan backward, causing pain to radiate through his foot. At this moment, Sun Yuxuan was oblivious to the searing pain radiating from his foot. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must subdue the ferocious wild boar. Swiftly, he seized a stout wooden stick from the ground and dashed towards the beast. Without hesitation, he raised the stick, channeling all his strength to bring it down forcefully upon the boar's head. With a resounding thud, the stick collided with the creature's skull, producing a sharp, echoing sound. The wild boar emitted a chilling scream, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxuan did not relent in his assault. The wooden stick rained down upon the boar's head in rapid succession, once, twice, thrice. Each strike elicited more agonizing cries from the beast, its body trembling with increasing intensity. At last, after delivering over 10 blows, a sharp crack resounded as the stick succumbed to the strain, splintering into 2 pieces. In that moment, the wild boar finally ceased its convulsions, falling completely still. Witnessing the demise of the creature, Sun Yuxuan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Releasing a long, deep sigh, he casually discarded the broken stick onto the ground and collapsed onto the boar's lifeless body, breathing heavily. Chapter 55. Preparing to boil sea salt after resting for over 10 minutes. Sun Yuxuan felt a slight alleviation of his fatigue, and his strength began to recover. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the massive wild boar before him, which weighed an impressive 300 pounds. It was nearly impossible for him to transport the entire creature back on his own. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly made a decision. He immediately grasped his folding knife and struck at the boar's neck, spending over 10 minutes to sever its head, which he then discarded to the side. Next, he made a long incision along the boar's belly and, with practiced skill, extracted all its entrails. Despite the removal of the innards and the head, the remaining boar meat still weighed over 200 pounds. This was a hard-won prize, and he had no intention of relinquishing it easily. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Sun Yuxuan firmly grasped the boar's legs and, summoning all his strength, flung it onto his shoulders. This maneuver required considerable effort, but he successfully hoisted the boar onto his back. With heavy steps, he began his arduous trek toward the shelter. Though Sun Yuxuan was exceptionally strong, carrying the over 200 pounds of boar through the rugged forest terrain was an immensely challenging task. Before long, he found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and body. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, moving forward step by step. However, as time wore on, his stamina began to wane. He was compelled to halt, taking a moment to rest and regulate his breathing. Thus, he continued to alternate between walking and resting, spending nearly 3 hours before finally reaching the vicinity of shelter. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and the others had been anxiously awaiting outside the shelter. Upon waking that morning, they noticed Sun Yuxuan's absence and understood he had ventured into the forest in search of food. Initially, they were not overly concerned, reassured by Sun Yuxuan's capabilities. However, as noon approached without any sign of his return, their worry began to mount. Yet, they dared not recklessly venture into the woods in search of him, remaining instead outside the shelter, anxiously awaiting news. When they finally spotted Sun Yuxuan emerging with the enormous wild boar in tow, their astonishment was palpable, and the tension in their hearts began to dissipate. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan was nearly exhausted. He arrived at the shelter, unceremoniously dropping the boar to the ground. Collapsing onto the earth, he gasped for air. Bai Shihan swiftly returned to the kitchen, fetched a bamboo bowl, and filled it with cool, boiled water, bringing it to Sun Yuxuan's side. Accepting the bowl of cool water from Bai Shihan, Sun Yuxuan tilted his head back and drank deeply, placing the bowl on the ground before resuming his heavy breathing. Observing the sizable boar on the ground, Hu Qiming, with a face full of admiration, exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly formidable. You managed to bring back such a massive wild boar." Sun Yuxuan cast him a glance, breathless, and said, "You all go into the woods and gather some dry grass. I will take a moment to rest." Although Hu Qiming and the others were uncertain of his intentions for the dry grass, they nonetheless ventured into the forest to search for it. After nearly 20 minutes, each of them returned with a substantial bundle of dry grass. By this time, Sun Yuxuan had regained some strength. and he and Hu Qiming dragged the wild boar to the riverbank. They covered the boar with the dry grass and set it alight. As the grass burned, the acrid scent of singed pig hair wafted through the air. Luo Yuxue and the other girls covered their mouths and noses, retreating to a distance. Once the grass had nearly burned away, the hair on the wild boar was completely charred off, leaving the skin darkened. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming then dragged the boar into the river to begin the cleaning process, with Luo Yuxue and the other girls promptly stepping forward to assist. After nearly 20 minutes, they finally succeeded in cleansing the wild boar. Sun Yuxuan took out a folding knife and began cutting the meat into small pieces. Another 20 minutes later, he had diced all the wild boar meat and brought it to the kitchen. Gazing at the large mound of meat, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement. Such a bounty would sustain them for quite some time. Sun Yuxuan took a piece of pork belly, sliced it thinly, and fashioned skewers from a bamboo tube. He then retrieved some glowing charcoal from the fireplace and spread it on the ground. Each person took a few skewers of wild boar meat and began to roast them over the charcoal. In less than 10 minutes, the meat turned a crispy golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil. Starved, they eagerly seized the roasted boar meat and devoured it heartily. Although they had brought some crystallized sea salt from the coast, they had been too preoccupied with constructing their shelter and kitchen to filter and boil it down. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the roasted pork belly was quite delectable. Hu Qiming and the girls each managed to consume half a kilogram of the roasted meat before feeling full. Only Sun Yuxuan continued to eat, consuming nearly 2 kilograms before he finally stopped, patting his belly and letting out a satisfied belch. Hu Qiming gave him a thumbs up and chuckled. "Boss, your appetite is impressive." Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin. "One must eat well to work hard. But why do you eat like a dainty woman? No wonder you're so thin. You need to eat more to have the strength to labor." After saying this, he glanced at the pile of wild boar meat, noticing that numerous insects were already starting to bite at it. Realizing that if the meat was not cured promptly, it would easily spoil, he turned to Luo Yuxue and the other girls and instructed, "You 5, take some charcoal from the fireplace to the river and clean it, and also bring back some sand." Li Mengqi, intrigued, inquired, "Xiange, what purpose do these items serve?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a smile, "Naturally, they are intended for filtering seawater. Do not ask so many questions. Hasten and get to work." He then addressed Hu Qiming. "Qiming, accompany me to the woods to fetch a few bamboo stalks." With that, he stood up and exited the kitchen, making his way toward the forest, and Hu Qiming promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the other girls quickly rummaged through the embers in the fireplace, retrieving some still smoldering charcoal, which they extinguished with water before taking it to the riverside for cleaning. Once the charcoal was thoroughly washed, they began to gather some river sand along the bank. Chapter 56. Will you peek? Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming ventured into the bamboo grove, selecting 2 bamboo stalks approximately the width of a bowl. Sun Yuxuan brandished a folding knife and began to chop, laboring for nearly half an hour before felling the 2 stalks. He first removed the branches and leaves from the upper sections of the bamboo, then cut the stalks into segments, binding them together with the discarded foliage. Working in unison, the duo carried the bundle back to the shelter. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan resumed his task, transforming the bamboo into tubes. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue, along with several others, busied themselves as well. They were tasked with filling the bamboo tubes that Sun Yuxuan had crafted with water, carefully placing crystalline sea salt within, allowing it to dissolve gradually. Once all the bamboo had been fashioned into tubes, Sun Yuxuan selected one and delicately drilled a hole the size of a grain of rice at its base using his folding knife. He then filled the tube with a layer of clean charcoal, which would absorb impurities from the water. Following this, he added a layer of river sand, the fine granules of which would further filter the minute particles within the water. Thus, a simple yet ingenious filtration device was crafted, layer by layer, until the bamboo tube was filled. Without pause, Sun Yuxuan proceeded to create the next filtration apparatus, repeating the same meticulous steps until he had constructed a total of 5 devices. By this time, the sea salt crystals in the bamboo tubes had completely dissolved in the water, awaiting purification. Sun Yuxuan gently grasped a bamboo tube filled with brine. cautiously tilting it to allow the saline solution to flow into his homemade filtration device, mindful not to spill a single drop. The brine trickled along the inner walls of the bamboo, passing through the layers of charcoal and sand, akin to a purified stream, flowing into another tube. Observing this, Hu Qiming swiftly took hold of the second filtration device, ready to perform a secondary filtration on the salt water extracted by Sun Yuxuan. His movements were equally gentle and deliberate, ensuring that every drop of brine was thoroughly filtered. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and her group of 5 girls were not idle either. They seized the remaining 3 filtration devices, sequentially filtering the brine. Each filtration apparatus functioned as a barrier, intercepting toxic substances and impurities, rendering the salt water increasingly pure. As time slipped away, the brine underwent filtration through the 5 devices, with the residual toxic materials and impurities dwindling to a negligible amount. After nearly 2 hours of collective effort, they successfully filtered all the salt water. Sun Yuxuan poured the purified brine into a pot, placing it over the fireplace to boil. Flames licked the bottom of the pot, causing the salt water to churn and gradually evaporate. After nearly an hour, the first batch of brine had completely evaporated, leaving behind a thick layer of pure white sea salt at the bottom of the pot. This sea salt was now ready for consumption, a testament to their arduous labor and a beacon of hope for survival. Soon after, Sun Yuxuan tirelessly began to boil the second pot of sea salt. Hu Qiming spread the extracted sea salt onto the wild boar meat, then bound the meat with string and hung it on the bamboo rack above the fireplace. As the night approached, Sun Yuxuan finally managed to convert all the seawater into sea salt. Hu Qiming and the others had also seasoned all the wild boar meat with sea salt and hung it on the wooden rack above the fireplace. After accounting for the sea salt used in the meat's preservation, they still had 2 to 3 pounds left, which would suffice for a considerable period. After a long day of labor, everyone was so exhausted that their eyes could scarcely remain open. They returned to the shelter and lay down on the bamboo beds, falling into a deep slumber within minutes. The next day, they gradually awoke by noon, washed up briefly by the river, and made their way to the kitchen. Sun Yuxuan took several wild boar ribs and placed them in a pot to simmer. While the ribs cooked, Luo Yuxue quietly addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Captain Sun, after we finish eating, could you and Qiming take a stroll in the woods?" Curious, Sun Yuxuan asked, "Why on earth would we want to wander in the woods?" Luo Yuxue explained, "We've been on this deserted island for a month, and we haven't bathed once. We feel quite grimy. We thought about washing in the river." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "I was just thinking the same. I didn't realize we were on the same wavelength. Let us go together. I can even help you scrub your backs. Don't worry, I'll 1T take advantage of you." At his words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls immediately turned red. Jiang Yue retorted, "Oh please, you think too highly of yourself. Who would want you to scrub their backs?" Unfazed, Sun Yuxuan replied, "If you don't want it, others might." However, just as he finished speaking, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, Bai Shihan, and Li Mengqi chimed in unison, "We don't want it either." Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of embarrassment and laughed. "If you 1T let me scrub your backs, surely you'd allow me to return the favor?" Tang Jing quickly interjected, "If you want a back scrub, let Qiming do it. Why must it be us?" With a mischievous smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Can he scrub as well as you?" After nearly an hour, the wild boar ribs had finished simmering, and everyone eagerly took one to gnaw on. After their breakfast, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming picked up their bows and arrows, preparing to venture into the woods. At that moment, Jiang Yue suddenly spoke up, "You two aren't planning to sneak off and spy on us while we bathe, are you?" Hu Qiming quickly shook his head, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person." Sun Yuxuan chuckled, "While I may be a bit of a lecher, I wouldn't stoop to that. Besides, with your rather unremarkable figure, what would there even be to see? Even if one were to steal a glance, it would be at Shihan, whose bosom nearly rivals the size of one's head." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yue instantly felt her face flush with anger, while Bai Shihan cast a fierce glare in his direction. Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Li Mengqi erupted into hearty laughter, and even Hu Qiming could not suppress his mirth. Sun Yuxuan chose to say no more, turning instead to walk into the woods, and Hu Qiming promptly followed suit. Chapter 57. Children Make Choices. I want them all. As Jiang Yiwei watched Sun Yuxuan's retreating figure, her face flushed a deep crimson. Anger bubbled within her, making her stamp her foot in frustration. She muttered under her breath, "How could he say such things about me?" Standing nearby, Luo Yuxue quickly interjected with a smile. All right, there's no need to be upset. Captain Sun does have a point. After all, in comparison to you, Shihans, well, it's like comparing a novice to a master." Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's words, Jiang Yiwei shot her a fierce glare before shifting her gaze to by Shihans' ample figure. Looking at Shihans' chest, which resembled small watermelons, she couldn't help but glance down at her own, feeling a wave of inferiority wash over her. She quietly remarked to Bai Shirhan, "How'd you grow so well endowed? It's truly enviable." Bai Shirhan seemed somewhat resigned to Jiang Yiwei's comment, offering a wry smile as she replied, "I really have no idea why it's like this. Honestly, it can be quite burdensome. You wouldn't believe how many men stare at me when I walk down the street. It's really uncomfortable and annoying." The others burst into laughter at her confession, with Li Mengqi chiming in. It seems that having a large chest comes with its own set of troubles. After a while, Tang Jing cheerfully suggested, "All right, enough chatting. Let's hurry and take a bath. It would be quite awkward if Captain Sun and the others return while we're still unwashed." Nodding in agreement, the group made their way back to the shelter to retrieve a set of clean clothes, garments that Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming had scavenged from the corpses. If given a choice, they would never wear clothes taken from the dead. Arriving at the riverside, the girls swiftly undressed and plunged into the water, beginning to wash themselves. After a month without a bath, the sensation of immersing in the crystal-clear river was indescribably refreshing and delightful. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming sat beneath a large tree, approximately 300 to 400 meters from the shelter. Hu Qiming, feeling a sense of melancholy, turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Boss, do you think we'll be trapped on this deserted island forever?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Missing your celebrity wife, are you?" Hu Qiming nodded, his expression forlorn. "How could I not? It's been over a month since I disappeared. I can only imagine how heartbroken she must be." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "I didn't know you were so devoted to her. Don't worry, we won't be stuck here indefinitely. One day, we will leave this place. Since you call me boss, I'll make sure to take care of you on this island." Hearing Sun Yuxuan's words touched Hu Qiming deeply, and he smiled gratefully. "Thank you, boss. Without you, we would have survived. By the way, your skills are impressive. Could you teach me? I can't always rely on you for protection." Sun Yuxuan nodded and said with a smile, "You certainly possess a commendable spirit of ambition. To attain my level of prowess, one must dedicate at least 7 or 8 years to practice. However, I can impart some techniques in free fighting and grappling. After a month or 2 of training, you should be able to handle a few average opponents with ease." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming became immensely excited and exclaimed, "Boss, I truly appreciate your generosity." Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "No need for thanks. We are brothers, so let us not be overly formal." Hu Qiming, with a smile gracing his face, nodded slightly and then softly remarked, "Boss, your skills are not only exceptional, but your charisma is also remarkable. I believe that in less than 3 months, General Luo and the others will undoubtedly fall deeply for you." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's face brightened with joy as he laughed heartily, saying, "You truly have a way with words, my friend. I hope your prediction comes true. If General Luo and the others were to love me, that would be quite exhilarating to contemplate." Hu Qiming, seizing the moment for playful banter, continued, "If they all fall for you, you might find yourself in quite the predicament. After all, with your exceptional qualities, they would undoubtedly aspire to wed you. Once you leave here, who do you intend to marry?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a sly smile as he shot Hu Qiming a playful glance, responding cheerfully, "Only children make choices. As for me, I would, of course, bring them all home. Wouldn't that be a joyous outcome for everyone?" Hu Qiming, taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's response, appeared momentarily surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and gave Sun Yuxuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, you truly are one of a kind. I am thoroughly impressed. I must admit, I am a bit curious. If you were to marry them all, would your body be able to handle it?" Sun Yuxuan laughed heartily and replied, "You need not worry about that. My physique is robust. I could handle not just 5 of them, but even 5 more if necessary. At this, Hu Qiming couldn't help but exclaim, "That's impressive." Just as their conversation was heating up, Sun Yuxuan suddenly noticed a slight rustling in the nearby bushes. He immediately instructed Hu Qiming, "Stay here and don't move. It seems something is stirring in those bushes. I will go take a closer look." With that, he retrieved a folding knife from his pocket and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Before he could draw near, a small, spiky creature suddenly darted out from the underbrush. Sun Yuxuan focused and realized it was a hedgehog, laughing as he said, "Damn, I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a hedgehog." He decided against harming the little creature, as it hardly weighed a pound, and there was still an abundance of wild boar meat in the kitchen. Returning to the base of a tree, he resumed his conversation with Hu Qiming. After nearly an hour of engaging dialogue, they imagined that Luo Yuxue and the others had finished their baths, prompting the two to rise and head in the direction of the shelter. When Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming leisurely returned to the shelter, Luo Yuxue and her 4 companions had already finished their baths, sitting by the small river, meticulously tending to their beautiful hair. Sun Yuxuan approached them slowly, his gaze falling upon the freshly bathed maidens. Their skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, resembling ethereal fairies emerging from the water, captivatingly beautiful. Sun Yuxuan could not help but exclaim, "Wow, after your bath, you all seem like entirely different people, each more stunning than the last." Upon hearing his praise, the hearts of the girls swelled with sweetness, their faces lighting up with joyous smiles. At that moment, Li Mengqi lifted her head, playfully gazing at Sun Yuxuan, and asked, "Brother Xian, tell me, among the 5 of us, who do you think is the most beautiful?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a radiant smile as he cheerfully responded, "Is there any need to ask? To me, you 5 are equally beautiful." Li Mengqi seemed unsatisfied with this answer. She blinked mischievously and continued to smile while pressing on. "If you could only choose one of us to be your wife, who would you pick?" Scratching his head, Sun Yuxuan pondered for a moment before grinning and saying, "Only children make choices. I want them all." His words instantly elicited peals of laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others. Chapter 58. The Howl of Wolves at Midnight. With a smile, Sun Yuxuan remarked, "All right, I shall cease our banter. It is time for me to indulge in a refreshing bath." No sooner had he uttered these words than he turned and returned to the shelter to retrieve a change of clothes. Hu Qiming promptly followed suit, grabbing his own set of fresh garments. The 2 of them walked side by side along the meandering riverbank, progressing at a leisurely pace for approximately 300 to 400 meters before finally coming to a halt. After surveying their surroundings and ensuring the area was secure, Sun Yuxuan decisively shed his clothing, plunging naked into the river. Hu Qiming, witnessing this, mirrored his actions without hesitation, stripping down completely before leaping into the water with a splash. The 2 reveled in the cool embrace of the river, enjoying the gentle caress of the flowing water against their skin. They frolicked in the river for over half an hour, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, Sun Yuxuan emerged from the water, droplets cascading down his muscular frame. He swiftly donned his clothing upon reaching the shore and proceeded to wash the soil garments he had just removed. Hu Qiming followed suit, cleansing his attire before they both returned to the shelter. Upon their arrival, they found a sturdy branch and hung their freshly washed clothes to dry. Days passed in a tranquil routine, and before long, a week had quietly slipped away. During this time, the group occasionally ventured into the woods to gather firewood, yet they predominantly chose to remain within the safety of the shelter. The wild boar meat they had procured was ample enough to sustain them for a while, alleviating concerns regarding sustenance. Sun Yuxuan imparted various techniques of free fighting and grappling to Hu Qiming, who exhibited an admirable tenacity. Each morning, before the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, Hu Qiming would awaken early, making his way alone to the riverbank to diligently practice his skills. The 5 girls, led by Luo Yuxue, seemed inspired by Hu Qiming's dedication. Consequently, they would frequently pester Sun Yuxuan, imploring him to teach them archery skills. Sun Yuxuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction in their eagerness to learn. He recognized that survival on this desolate island was no simple task. Relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient. It was imperative that everyone grew stronger to enhance their collective chances of thriving on this remote isle. That evening, after finishing their dinner, the group gathered around the fireplace for some leisurely conversation before retiring early to their respective shelters. In the stillness of the night, as all were enveloped in sweet slumber, a sudden and chilling howl of wolves pierced the serene darkness. The sleeping individuals were jolted awake by the terrifying sound, each emerging from their dreams in alarm. Sun Yuxuan, as if struck by an electric shock, sprang from his bed. Swiftly seizing the bow and arrows placed at the foot of his cot, he hurried to the entrance of the shelter. Standing at the threshold and peering anxiously through the slats of the bamboo door into the pitch-black woods beyond, where nothing was discernible in the enveloping darkness, Hu Qiming hastily sprang from his bed, fumbling to put on his shoes before stumbling towards Sun Yuxuan. Outside, the howls of wolves rose and fell, mournful and plaintive, as though a pack of ravenous wolves were calling to one another through the night. This sound, piercing the stillness of the night, was particularly chilling and sent shivers down one's spine. Hu Qiming's complexion turned ghostly pale. His body trembled uncontrollably as he stammered to Sun Yuxuan, "B-boss. This wolf howl is truly terrifying." Seeing his reaction, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, offering reassurance. "Qiming, you are far too timid. It's merely a few wolf howls. Look at how frightened you are. Rest assured, our shelter is meticulously constructed and remarkably sturdy. Even if the wolves were to attack us, we would be more than capable of withstanding it." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming felt a slight sense of security, although remnants of fear still lingered within him. Meanwhile, 5 girls, including Luo Yuxue, were also roused from their slumber by the terrifying howls. They were all filled with dread, scrambling from their beds, huddling together, their bodies trembling incessantly. Bai Shihan, her voice quavering with distress, cried out, "Xiange, those wolf calls are too frightening. We are so scared. Could you please come and keep us company?" In response to Bai Shihan's plea, Sun Yuxuan yelled back, "Open the door now, and Qiming and I will be there in no time." Without hesitation, Bai Shihan leapt from her bed, not even pausing to put on her shoes, and hurried barefoot to the entrance of the shelter. Her heart raced like a drum as she clumsily moved the wooden stick propping up the bamboo door. Then, with a loud voice, she shouted, "Xiange, I've opened the door. Hurry over." Upon hearing Bai Shihan's voice, Sun Yuxuan immediately pushed open the bamboo door and dashed outside. Hu Qiming followed closely behind, the two of them racing towards the shelter where Bai Shihan awaited. The 2 shelters were in close proximity, and within mere seconds, they had reached the dwelling of Luo Yuxue and the others. Seeing Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming enter, Bai Shihan felt her fear diminish somewhat. She quickly turned to securely close the bamboo door once more, reinforcing it with the wooden stick. Fortunately, there was an oil lamp within the shelter, though dim. It provided enough light to discern their surroundings, preventing them from being engulfed in complete darkness. Observing the trembling Luo Yuxue and the others curled up on the bed, Sun Yuxuan promptly spoke to comfort them. "You need not fear. Our shelter is quite sturdy. Even if the wolves come, they will not be able to harm us." Despite Sun Yuxuan's confident and soothing words, the relentless, mournful howls outside continued to prevent Luo Yuxue and the others from calming down. The sounds seemed to penetrate the walls, reaching deep into their hearts, intensifying their terror. Noticing their distress, Sun Yuxuan urged them, "Aren't there some oil lamps under your beds? Bring them out and light them." Luo Yuxue and her companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon awakened from their stupor and hastily descended from their beds. They slipped on their shoes and quickly rummaged beneath the beds for oil lamps to ignite. Once lit, they placed these lamps in various corners of the shelter. As the flames of the oil lamps began to flicker and rise, the entire refuge was instantaneously illuminated. The faint glow appeared particularly warm amidst the darkness, instilling a sense of comfort and reassurance. Perhaps it was the presence of light, or perhaps it was the comforting proximity of Sun Yuxuan. But the girls' initial tension seemed to ease somewhat. Their bodies, once taut with anxiety, began to relax just a bit. Chapter 59. The gravely wounded Wolf King. At this juncture, the howls of wolves outside the shelter suddenly intensified, resonating with an alarming urgency, as if they were drawing nearer. A tightness gripped Sun Yuxuan's heart. He understood that this signified the wolf pack was progressively encroaching upon their refuge. Furthermore, from the escalating cacophony of howls, he discerned that the number of wolves was substantial, far exceeding merely 1 or 2. As time inexorably passed, approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, Sun Yuxuan finally beheld the silhouettes of the gray wolves. They surged forth like a torrent of gray, swiftly appearing less than 20 meters from the shelter before coming to an abrupt halt. Upon closer inspection, he noted that these gray wolves were of an enormous stature, considerably larger than any he had previously encountered. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, their eyes glimmered with an eerie green luminescence, exuding an unsettling aura. Yet, in the face of such a formidable pack, Sun Yuxuan did not succumb to overwhelming panic. His confidence in the sanctuary he had meticulously designed and constructed remained steadfast. He firmly believed that this refuge would withstand the wolves' ferocious assault. As Sun Yuxuan observed the pack, it appeared that the wolves had also caught wind of their presence. They became agitated, fixating their gaze on the shelter, unleashing a series of low, menacing howls, as if to issue a challenge to Sun Yuxuan and his companions. During the construction of the shelter, they had thoroughly considered the necessity for ventilation and the ability to monitor external conditions. After careful planning, they had intentionally left several small windows above the walls and bamboo door. Hu Qiming and the 5 girls peered through these openings, witnessing the wolves outside, their expressions paling to a ghostly white, their limbs trembling uncontrollably as if bereft of strength. Li Mengqi, particularly stricken by fear, stammered, why are there so many gray wolves? This is terrifying. Observing the distress that enveloped his companions, Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he proclaimed loudly, "Do not be afraid. Fear is merely a psychological construct. If we confront it with courage, we shall prevail. Now, I command each of you to take a bow and arrow and guard a window. Should the wolf pack dare to attack us, shoot without hesitation." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's orders, although fear still lingered in their hearts, the group mustered their resolve, each grasping a bow, an arrow, and cautiously positioning themselves at the shelter's walls, extending their arrows through the windows to aim at the pack. For 2 or 3 minutes, they remained in this tense stalemate, as if time itself had crystallized in that moment, the air thick with apprehension. Suddenly, one particularly large gray wolf stepped forward unannounced, its gait heavy yet imbued with an air of authority. Coming to a standstill, the wolf tilted its head back and unleashed a howl that reverberated through the night sky. The sound reverberated through the woods like a thunderclap, deafening and ominous. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, the other gray wolves seemed to respond to an unspoken signal, raising their heads in unison and emitting similarly resonant howls that filled the entire forest, sending shivers down one's spine. Sun Yuxuan, standing within the sanctuary, fixated on the pack outside, discerning that the largest gray wolf must be their leader. He realized that this group of gray wolves would inevitably launch an assault on the sanctuary, and rather than waiting passively for the inevitable, it would be wiser to take the initiative and instill fear in the pack. Resolute in his decision, he called out to his companions, "Do you see that foremost gray wolf? It must be the Wolf King. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. If we can strike it down, the rest will be thrown into disarray. Everyone, aim your arrows at it and await my command to shoot." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Yuxuan swiftly grasped his bow, deftly knocking an arrow from the quiver slung across his back. His movements were fluid, devoid of hesitation. As he peered through the window above the bamboo door, meticulously aligning the arrowhead with the Wolf King's head. Observing his lead, Hu Qiming and the others mirrored Sun Yuxuan's actions, hastily drawing their bows and targeting the king through the apertures in the wall. A palpable tension enveloped the sanctuary as every breath was held in anticipation of Sun Yuxuan's command. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Sun Yuxuan inhaled deeply and summoned all his strength to bellow, "Fire!" At that clarion call, the group released their bows in unison without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the sound of bowstrings snapping and arrows slicing through the air intertwined, creating a fervent symphony. 7 arrows streaked across the night sky like meteors, racing toward the Wolf King with astonishing velocity. For days, Luo Yuxue and the others had diligently honed their archery skills, and their efforts bore fruit at this moment. Though their aim was not yet infallible, hitting the large gray wolf at such close range was hardly a challenge. The 7 arrows struck the Wolf King almost simultaneously. Despite the distance, the arrows, crafted from sturdy materials, penetrated its body with formidable force. Sun Yuxuan's shot was particularly precise, finding its mark directly in one of the Wolf King's eyes. The Wolf King, suddenly grievously wounded, let out a heart-wrenching cry that echoed through the night. Chilling to the bone, it collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, desperately attempting to alleviate its excruciating pain. However, the 7 arrows embedded deep within its flesh exacerbated its suffering with each futile movement. The other gray wolves, witnessing this harrowing scene, recoiled in fear, retreating a few paces and falling eerily silent. Outside the sanctuary, apart from the Wolf King's anguished cries, not a sound could be heard. Thus, in less than half a minute, the Wolf King struggled to rise from the ground, retreating a few meters. Witnessing the severe injury inflicted upon the Wolf King, Sun Yuxuan and his companions felt a surge of confidence. The formidable creature, now pierced by 7 arrows and with one eye blinded, had descended into a state of madness, yearning to rend the people within the sanctuary into shreds. Stifling the agony coursing through its body, it lifted its head and let out a haunting howl. Upon hearing this cry, the other gray wolves, as if responding to a command, charged recklessly towards the sanctuary. Chapter 60. Repelling the wolf pack in the blink of an eye, the wolf pack surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, their speed astonishing enough to leave one breathless, as if a tempest had swept through. In an instant, they had charged to the very front of the shelter, colliding forcefully against its walls. The air was filled with deafening thuds, akin to thunder, resounding throughout the forest. More than a dozen gray wolves crashed simultaneously into the shelter structure, their tremendous force eliciting awe. The shelter, subjected to such a violent onslaught, began to tremble violently. Luo Yuxue and her companions were taken aback by this sudden spectacle, their panic erupting into shrill cries. The earth plastered upon the roof, and walls fell away in a cascade, resembling raindrops. Fortunately, the shelter had been constructed from bamboo poles as thick as a bowl, lending it a relatively sturdy structure, and thus it sustained minimal damage. Seeing that the wolves' assault had yielded no fruit, they did not succumb to despair. Instead, they swiftly retreated a distance of over 10 meters, regrouping. The gray wolves emitted chilling howls that echoed ominously through the air. Their paws scratched the ground incessantly, as if gathering strength for another assault on the shelter. Hu Qiming looked on with profound concern, his anxiety palpable as he addressed Sun Yuxuan. "Boss, this cannot continue. While our shelter is relatively robust, it cannot withstand repeated collisions of this magnitude." Though Sun Yuxuan recognized the shelter's solid construction, he understood that it might not endure the wolves' relentless battering for long. Acting decisively, he called out to everyone, "Do not panic. Look, there are plenty of sharpened bamboo sticks inside the shelter. Each of you, swiftly grab one and secure the positions at the windows. When the wolves attack again, we will use the sharpened sticks to fend them off." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Yuxuan unhesitatingly placed his bow and arrow on the ground, seizing a bamboo stick and thrusting it out through the window. Witnessing his actions, Luo Yuxue and the others followed suit without hesitation, abandoning their bows to grasp their own bamboo sticks, extending them through the windows. Quietly awaiting the next wave of the wolves' assault, time ticked away, and after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the injured Wolf King suddenly raised its head and let out a piercing howl. This howl seemed to serve as a battle cry, igniting the pack's fighting spirit. In an instant, the wolves surged forth like a black whirlwind, racing towards the shelter with astonishing speed once more. In a mere heartbeat, They had reached the shelter's front and crashed violently against its walls, producing a dull thud. Another series of resounding thumps echoed, and the shelter began to shake violently once again. Yet, to their relief, the shelter sustained no severe damage. As Sun Yuxuan and his companions extended bamboo poles from the window, they struck several gray wolves just as the pack collided with their refuge. The wolves, hit by the poles, emitted piercing cries of agony, as if the entire forest could hear their suffering. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in an attempt to alleviate their excruciating pain. One particularly unfortunate wolf had the pole pierce its neck directly. It barely had time to struggle before collapsing, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Witnessing this, the remaining wolves recoiled in terror, retreating to a distance of over 10 meters. Their eyes widened as they gazed at their wounded companions, a tumult of fear and fury swirling within them. The howls that erupted from their mouths grew increasingly fervent, seemingly a display of defiance towards Sun Yuxuan and his group, yet also a lamentation for their fallen comrade. Despite their escalating cries, they dared not launch another assault on the refuge, remaining stationary and howling incessantly. Observing the effectiveness of their strategy, Sun Yuxuan and his companions felt a surge of confidence. Without hesitation, they thrust the sharpened bamboo poles out of the window once more, biding their time for the next assault from the wolves. As seconds turned into minutes, the standoff persisted for nearly 10 minutes. The wolves showed no signs of attacking or departing, fixated on the refuge, their howls echoing through the night. The continuous chorus of wolf howls outside agitated everyone within, driving Sun Yuxuan to the brink of exasperation. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he bellowed, "You wretched beasts! Come at us again. Let me show you how to deal with your kind." His outburst shattered the stillness of the night, as if striving to pierce the enveloping darkness. Hearing Sun Yuxuan's outburst, Hu Qiming was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. He jested, "Boss, what is the point of arguing with a pack of wolves? Even if you curse, they won't understand." Sun Yuxuan, reminded of the absurdity of the situation, found himself chuckling along. Time lingered in a peculiar stasis, marked by their laughter juxtaposed against the wolves' howls. However, the relentless cacophony of the howls soon wore on Sun Yuxuan's nerves, pushing him to the brink of despair. Resolute, he decided to take the initiative rather than remain passive. He set aside the sharpened bamboo pole and swiftly grasped his bow, aiming at the head of one wolf, and released an arrow without hesitation. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, crafted from the bones of an umbrella, shot forth like lightning, striking its target with precision. In an instant, it embedded itself deep into the wolf's skull, inflicting a grievous wound. The wolf let out a heart-wrenching, blood-curdling scream that reverberated through the night, chilling to the bone. Yet, instead of deterring the pack, this act only served to enrage them further. The wolf pack, witnessing the situation, became increasingly frenzied, howling like a horde of enraged beasts, and launched yet another ferocious assault on the shelter. A thunderous sound erupted as more than 10 gray wolves simultaneously collided with the walls of the refuge. The structure shook violently once again. This impact fractured several bamboo stalks embedded in the walls. Yet fortunately, the damage remained minimal. Hu Qiming and his companions thrust bamboo poles out of the window, striking 3 gray wolves with considerable force. These unfortunate creatures emitted anguished cries as they staggered back to their previous positions. The remaining wolves also retreated to a safe distance. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the pack seemed to realize that they could not prevail against those inside the shelter. The severely wounded Wolf King raised its head, letting out a resounding howl that echoed through the skies, before turning and darting into the woods. Observing the Wolf King's departure, the other gray wolves followed suit, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Chapter 61. Torrential rain as the pack of wolves gradually receded into the darkness, disappearing from sight. The group within the shelter finally exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the harrowing scene they had just witnessed, a heavy burden still pressed upon their hearts, rendering them somewhat breathless. Had they not managed to injure the Wolf King with their arrows and pierce several gray wolves with sharpened bamboo stakes, the pack might not have so readily abandoned their assault. After a considerable pause, Sun Yuxuan addressed the group. Although we successfully repelled the wolves tonight, it is well known that such creatures harbor a deep desire for revenge. I fear it will not be long before they return to retaliate. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembled grew grim, and their anxiety intensified. Hu Qiming could not restrain himself from asking, "Boss, what should we do now? We can't just sit idly by, can we?" Sun Yuxuan pondered briefly before responding. At this moment, there are no particularly effective strategies at hand. However, we could set some traps outside the shelter. This might serve as a deterrent to the wolves. Turning his gaze to the 5 girls, he reassured them, "Do not worry too much. The wolf pack is unlikely to return tonight." After speaking, he turned to Hu Qiming and said, "Let us dispose of the gray wolf's body. If we leave it outside the shelter, the scent of its blood could attract other carnivorous creatures." With that, he opened the bamboo door and stepped outside, with Hu Qiming following closely behind. The two approached the carcass of the gray wolf. One of them grasped a foot of the wolf, and utilizing the dim light of the moon, they dragged it to the riverbank and unceremoniously cast it into the water. Watching the body slowly being carried away by the current, Hu Qiming expressed a pang of regret. "Boss, is it not a bit wasteful to just throw it away? I've heard that wolf meat is quite delicious." With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Who told you that wolf meat is good? Do not listen to such nonsense. It tastes foul and gamey. If you do not believe me, would you care to retrieve a piece from the carcass and taste it for yourself?" Hu Qiming quickly shook his head. "No, thank you." His curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Boss, how do you know that wolf meat is so unpalatable? Have you ever eaten it?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Indeed, I have. That taste is one I shall never forget. Who would willingly consume such a thing unless there were no other options?" The next morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the group gradually awakened. After a brief wash at the riverbank, they made their way to the kitchen. Sun Yuxuan cut a piece of wild boar meat into small chunks and placed it into a pot to simmer. While the meat cooked, he regarded the others with a serious expression and said, "I suspect that within a few days, the pack of wolves will return for vengeance. We must prepare thoroughly and not remain passive. I believe it is essential to set traps outside the shelter." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Qiming eagerly interjected, "Boss, you are absolutely right. What shall we do now? Do you have any brilliant ideas? Please, we are all ears." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement and continued, "After we finish our meal, let us head to the bamboo grove and cut down some bamboo. I intend to embed sharpened bamboo stakes into the walls of the shelter. This way, if the wolf pack attempts to assault our refuge again, they will undoubtedly be pierced by these sharp stakes." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's plan, everyone expressed their approval, deeming the strategy quite clever. At that moment, Hu Qiming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, I've noticed that there are thorny brambles scattered throughout the forest. Why don't we gather some of those as well and place them around the shelter? That would effectively provide our refuge with an additional layer of protection, making it even more difficult for the wolves to approach." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan's face lit up with excitement as he clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Ha! What a brilliant idea. You are truly a remarkable strategist." Time flew by, and in less than an hour, the wild boar meat simmering in the pot had become fragrant and thoroughly cooked. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, diving into the delicious feast of wild boar meat. After savoring the delightful meal, Sun Yuxuan stood up and led everyone to the bamboo grove. He selected several bamboo stalks of arm-thick girth and, with a folding knife in hand, began to chop them down. Although cutting bamboo was no easy task, through their collective efforts, they managed to fell nearly 20 stalks in less than 2 hours. These bamboos were neatly bundled together and carried back to the shelter. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan picked up his folding knife and cut the bamboo into segments over a meter long, sharpening both ends of each piece. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming, along with 5 girls, including Luo Yuxue, forcefully drove the sharpened bamboo stakes into the walls of the shelter using stones. They worked diligently until dusk, and by then, the walls of the shelter were adorned with an array of sharpened stakes, resembling a hedgehog. Should the wolves dare to charge at the shelter again, those pointed stakes would certainly deliver a formidable lesson. The following day, Sun Yuxuan led everyone back into the woods to gather thorny brambles. They spread a thick layer around the shelter, leaving only a pathway over a meter wide at the entrance. Thus, time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. However, the wolf pack did not come as the group had feared. That night, as darkness quietly enveloped the land, and after enjoying another meal of stewed wild boar, everyone gathered around the fireplace, as usual, to engage in light-hearted conversation. The crackling flames illuminated each face, casting a warm and gentle glow that mingled in the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. As laughter and light-hearted conversation filled the air, the previously clear and starry night sky was suddenly shrouded without warning by ominous clouds. In the blink of an eye, the inky darkness rolled in like a tide, enveloping the entire heavens in shadows. Brilliant flashes of lightning tore through the night, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, as if nature itself were unleashing its fury. A fierce wind began to whip through the forest, causing the branches to sway violently, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. It had been an entire month since they had settled by the riverbank to construct their shelter, and throughout this lengthy duration, not a single drop of rain had graced the parched earth. Time ticked away, and within less than half an hour, large raindrops began to cascade from the sky, falling like a string of pearls, densely pelting the ground. In an instant, the deluge came crashing down like a waterfall, submerging the entire deserted island beneath a torrent of rainwater. Chapter 62. The discovery of ferns and wild kiwis despite the heavy downpour. Fortune favored them as the shelter's roof was fortified with a thick layer of mud, preventing any leaks. Moreover, numerous drainage ditches had been excavated outside the shelter, channeling rainwater directly to the nearby river, ensuring that moisture did not permeate the kitchen or the shelter itself. The group sat gathered around the warm hearth, listening to the fierce thunderstorm outside, their spirits somewhat heavy and subdued. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, a wave of profound drowsiness overcame them, prompting everyone to rise and retreat to the shelter for rest. The following morning, when Sun Yuxuan awakened, he discovered Hu Qiming still in a deep slumber, snoring rhythmically. Choosing not to disturb him, Sun Yuxuan quietly climbed out of bed, donned his shoes, and made his way to the entrance of the shelter. As he gently pushed open the bamboo door, a refreshing breeze greeted him. However, the sky remained overcast, with fine rain cascading like threads. It seemed that this rain would not cease anytime soon. Braving the drizzle, Sun Yuxuan hastened to the riverbank. The sight before him astounded him. The once crystal-clear waters now appeared murky and unrecognizable. Twigs, leaves, and even the bodies of small animals floated upon the surface. The current had become exceedingly rapid, and the water level had risen significantly. Fortunately, the elevation of their kitchen's location provided assurance against flooding. Observing the muddied waters, Sun Yuxuan shook his head in resignation, pondering that it would likely take a week or more for the river to regain its clarity. Returning to the kitchen, he gathered some bamboo tubes and plastic containers brought from the shore, positioning them beneath the eaves to collect rainwater. The rain continued to fall incessantly, having persisted for 3 entire days. During this time, the group remained confined within the shelter, unable to venture out. However, they were fortunate to have stockpiled an ample supply of firewood, sufficient to last for a while. Additionally, with an abundance of cured wild boar meat, they had no cause for concern regarding sustenance. On the 4th morning, Sun Yuxuan awoke early as usual. As he gently pushed open the bamboo door of the shelter, a refreshing breeze enveloped him. He looked up, gazing at the azure sky, and his spirits lifted instantly. Taking a deep breath to savor the fresh morning air, he slowly stepped outside, making his way towards the riverbank. The waters of the river remained murky, but thankfully, they had collected a considerable amount of rainwater over the past 3 days. After pausing momentarily by the river, he turned back towards the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed that the firewood in the hearth had nearly burned out, leaving only a few charcoal remnants emitting faint sparks. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan swiftly retrieved some dry grass from nearby and carefully placed it into the hearth. Then, he bent down, bringing his mouth close to the hearth, and began to blow vigorously. As he gently blew upon the flames, the fire gradually ignited, and the hay began to smolder. Sun Yuxuan swiftly added some firewood into the hearth. From the bamboo rack above the fireplace, he retrieved a piece of wild boar meat, washed it thoroughly with collected rainwater, and placed it in a pot to slowly simmer. Having been stranded on this desolate island for over a month, the group had not savored the taste of green vegetables during this extended period. This prolonged deficiency in vegetable intake had gradually resulted in various health issues among them, the most evident being fatigue and constipation, a fact that Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware of. He recognized that such a situation was unsustainable. If they wished to endure on this island, they must ensure a balanced diet. Without hesitation, he seized a bow and arrow and ventured into the depths of the forest, hoping to discover some edible wild greens. After wandering for more than half an hour, Sun Yuxuan's eyes brightened with delight as he stumbled upon some freshly sprouted ferns. These ferns appeared luscious and vibrant, as though they were a precious gift bestowed upon them by nature. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. He mused that the recent rains had likely coaxed the ferns to emerge from the earth. Sun Yuxuan crouched down, carefully harvesting the ferns. In less than half an hour, he had gathered a substantial bundle. To facilitate carrying them, he found several strands of dried grass and tightly bound the ferns together. Just as he was about to return to the shelter with his bounty, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a tree not far away. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the tree was laden with yellow fruits. Sun Yuxuan hurriedly approached the tree, as though he had discovered a hidden treasure. Upon reaching it, he was astonished to realize that it was a wild kiwi tree. The branches were heavy with ripe wild kiwis, resembling strings of yellow gems, glistening enticingly under the sunlight. A wave of ecstasy washed over Sun Yuxuan. He marveled at his extraordinary luck that day. Not only had he found tender ferns, but now he had also uncovered a tree brimming with fruit, a delightful surprise. He swiftly placed the ferns on the ground and delicately plucked a kiwi from the tree. The kiwi's skin exhibited a faint brown hue, adorned with a layer of fine fuzz, giving it an endearing appearance. Sun Yuxuan gently peeled away the skin, revealing the succulent, juicy flesh within, and he eagerly placed it in his mouth, savoring every bite. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor of the wild kiwi was unexpectedly exquisite. It was juicy and remarkably sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was utterly delightful. Unable to resist, he devoured 7 or 8 more, only pausing when his belly felt pleasantly full. Satisfied, Sun Yuxuan patted his stomach and then removed his outer garment. Laying on the ground, he began to harvest the wild kiwis, one after the other, placing them carefully into his clothing. Before long, the clothing was stuffed to its limits, unable to accommodate any more kiwis. Sun Yuxuan paused in his actions and tied several knots in the fabric. He then hefted the substantial bundle of kiwis with one hand while grasping a handful of ferns with the other, striding briskly towards the direction of the shelter. Upon his return, he found Luo Yuxue and others engaged in conversation by the kitchen hearth. Sun Yuxuan entered the kitchen, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Come and see what delightful treasures I brought back for you." With that, he placed the ferns and the bundle of wild kiwis, wrapped in clothing, upon the ground. Chapter 63 Encounter with the Python. Upon witnessing the bundle of ferns brought back by Sun Yuxuan, Hu Qiming expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Boss, where on earth did you procure such a multitude of ferns? I've never seen any growing in these woods before." With a smile gracing his lips, Sun Yuxuan explained, "Haha, I never imagined you would recognize ferns. Perhaps the recent rains have coaxed them to sprout." Hu Qiming, somewhat disgruntled, muttered, "Boss, you really underestimate people. I often cook at home. Knowing about ferns is hardly remarkable." Observing his discontent, Sun Yuxuan quickly interjected, Yes, I concede that I underestimated you. However, today, I didn't just find ferns. I have a delightful surprise as well." With care, he unveiled a bundle wrapped in cloth, revealing wild kiwis. As Luo Yuxue and the others beheld the wild kiwis, their eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to discovering hidden treasures. "Wow, are these kiwis? Why are they so small?" Li Mengqi inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the petite wild kiwis. Sun Yuxuan's smile broadened as he replied softly, "These are not ordinary kiwis. They are genuine wild varieties. Though they're diminutive in size, their flavor far surpasses those you typically consume." Eagerly, the group seized the wild kiwis, gently peeling away the fuzzy skin to reveal the vibrant green flesh within, and promptly popped them into their mouths. The moment they took their first bite, a rich, fruity aroma enveloped their palates, the texture remarkably delightful. None had anticipated that these seemingly insignificant wild kiwis would be so delectable. As Luo Yuxue savored the fruit, she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this is truly delicious." The flavor of these wild kiwis is exceptionally unique. Jiang Yue smiled in agreement, adding, "Indeed, these kiwis are far tastier than those I usually buy. I never imagined I could enjoy fruit on this deserted island." Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Since wild kiwis thrive on this island, there must be other wild fruits as well. We should explore the woods thoroughly. We might uncover even more surprises." With that, Sun Yuxuan turned and skillfully chopped some ferns into small segments, placing them into a pot to simmer alongside the wild boar meat. Each of Luo Yuxue and her companions had indulged in 7 or 8 wild kiwis before pausing. At that moment, the wild boar meat and ferns in the pot had simmered to perfection, exuding an enticing aroma. As the delightful scent wafted through the air, the group eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, digging into the tender wild boar and ferns with great relish. The flavor of the wild boar stew with ferns was indeed distinctive. The meat was succulent and juicy, while the ferns imparted a subtle fragrance, together creating a memorable culinary experience. Before long, the large pot of wild boar stew with bracken was devoured by the crowd in a whirlwind, leaving not a single drop of broth behind. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Sun Yuxuan patted Hu Qiming on the shoulder and said, "Qiming, come with me to the bamboo grove to fetch some bamboo." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming's face lit up with curiosity as he asked, "Boss, what do we need bamboo for?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he explained, "I intend to craft some bamboo baskets and chairs. Now that we have constructed our shelter here, we should find ways to enhance our living conditions." His words momentarily stunned the group. Bai Shihan looked at Sun Yuxuan with skepticism, incredulously stating, "Brother Xian, you can weave things from bamboo?" Sun Yuxuan shot her an exasperated glance and chuckled. "What is so surprising about it? Everyone back home can do it." With that, he stood up and made his way into the woods, with Hu Qiming hastily following suit. In no time, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming arrived at the bamboo grove. Sun Yuxuan surveyed the surroundings and meticulously selected several bamboo stalks, each the thickness of an arm, then swiftly retrieved a folding knife from his pocket and began to cut without hesitation. The two worked diligently for over an hour, ultimately managing to fell 7 or 8 bamboo stalks. They then cut the bamboo into sections of 3 to 4 meters in length and bound them tightly together. Just as they prepared to carry the bundle back to the shelter, a sudden fright caused the birds perched on the branches above to scatter in terror, their sharp cries piercing the air. This unexpected scene heightened Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming's alertness. They immediately halted their actions and began to intently observe their surroundings. However, despite their careful scrutiny, they found nothing amiss. Sun Yuxuan could not help but ponder what could be causing such panic among the birds. Just as he was deep in thought, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes and tall grass, sharp and jarring, as if a large creature were swiftly moving through them. Sun Yuxuan's senses sharpened, his gaze fixed like a hawk on the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming also sensed the disturbance. His complexion turned pale, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan swiftly extracted a bamboo stalk from the bundle, gripping it firmly in his hand. Seeing this, Hu Qiming hurriedly followed suit, clutching a bamboo stalk tightly with both hands. The two men's eyes, drawn like magnets, remained fixed on the rustling bushes and grass, neither daring to relax for even a moment. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The world around them faded away, leaving only the sound of rustling and their tense breaths. Just as they were engrossed in their tasks, a colossal head suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. This unexpected sight startled both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. It was astonishingly the head of a python, The enormity of the head was beyond comprehension, nearly the size of a wash basin, with eyes that gleamed like brass bells. Even more shocking was the pair of horns adorning the python's head, which shimmered ominously in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. Hu Qiming's body involuntarily trembled, his voice faltering with fear. "B-Boss, what in the world is this monstrous creature?" It was also Sun Yuxuan's first encounter with such a massive python head. Although the body remained hidden for the moment, he could already envision the terrifying enormity of the creature. Chapter 64. Struggling with the giant python at that moment. The enormous python seemed to have detected the presence of Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. It suddenly raised its colossal body, opening its gaping maw, large enough to engulf a bull. It incessantly flicked its crimson tongue towards the two, emitting a chilling hissing sound. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming felt a tightening in their hearts. As they focused their gaze, the full form of the python became clear. Its body was as thick as a barrel, entirely covered in black scales that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. At that instant, the distance between the python and the two men was merely 30 to 40 meters. Sun Yuxuan understood all too well that they had become targets of this beast, rendering escape nearly impossible. With a furrowed brow, he turned to Hu Qiming and urged, "Qiming, you must flee. I will hold off the python." Hu Qiming, already pale with fear, trembled uncontrollably. Yet he steadfastly gazed at Sun Yuxuan and replied, "Boss, do you take me for someone who would abandon you? I could never leave you behind." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's words, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of emotion. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this lad to be so loyal." Just then, the giant python lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, racing towards them with incredible speed. Sun Yuxuan's expression changed dramatically. He widened his eyes and shouted hoarsely at Hu Qiming, "Be careful." In the blink of an eye, the python, like a streak of black lightning, was upon them. It opened its cavernous mouth, revealing sharp fangs and exuding a nauseating stench, as if it intended to swallow them whole. In that crucial moment, both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming reacted swiftly, evading to the side without hesitation. Thus, they narrowly escaped the python's lethal strike, skirting death itself. However, the python's reflexes were equally impressive. Seeing its attack miss, it did not hesitate in the slightest. It immediately raised its thick tail, akin to a black steel whip, and struck with tremendous force towards the two. Sun Yuxuan, quick on his feet, crouched low to the ground like a nimble leopard, narrowly evading the python's tail. Unfortunately, Hu Qiming was not as fortunate. His reaction was a fraction too slow, and he was struck forcefully by the python's tail. With a resounding thud, Hu Qiming was propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of his body colliding with the earth reverberated harshly in the stillness of the surroundings. Hu Qiming groaned in agony, his cries of despair piercing the air, evoking a visceral sympathy in anyone who heard them. Witnessing this, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of panic. His face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He disregarded his own safety and hurriedly rushed towards Hu Qiming, his face etched with anxiety as he asked, "Qiming, are you all right?" Hu Qiming, his face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, struggled to reply, "Boss, I feel like my whole body is falling apart. You should run, don't worry about me." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan was instantly consumed with rage. His eyes widened as he bellowed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly abandon you and flee? Rest assured, as long as I am here, nothing will happen to you." However, at that moment, the enormous python suddenly turned its head, opening its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs, lunging ferociously at both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Damn it, you beast, today I will fight you." Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly raised the bamboo stick in his hand and, with all his might, struck down upon the python's head. The blow was akin to a thunderclap, landing squarely on the python's skull. A dull thud resonated as the serpent collapsed onto the ground, its body writhing in evident agony from the severe blow. Sun Yuxuan, witnessing this, urgently shouted to Hu Qiming, "Qiming, find a place to hide. I'll deal with this beast." Before he finished speaking, He dashed toward the giant python like an arrow released from a bow, raising the bamboo stick once more to deliver another fierce strike to the serpent's head. This blow, imbued with immense force, crashed down upon the python. A resounding thud echoed as the creature recoiled as if struck by lightning, its body swaying violently, its head shaking from side to side like a clapper in a bell. Hu Qiming, enduring excruciating pain, managed to struggle to his feet. His body trembled from the agony, yet he pressed on, limping towards a large tree some 10 meters away. Seemingly drained of all energy, he collapsed against the trunk, gasping for breath. Having been struck twice on the head by Sun Yuxuan, the python was evidently incensed beyond measure. Its eyes blazed with fury and hatred as it opened its massive maw and emitted a deafening roar. Immediately, it lifted its powerful tail, akin to a black whip, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh as it lashed out at Sun Yuxuan. Reacting with remarkable speed, Sun Yuxuan dropped to the ground like a nimble rabbit. At the very moment he crouched down, the python's tail, resembling a streak of black lightning, zipped past his head, stirring a gust of wind. Sun Yuxuan felt a tremendous force sweep over him and silently rejoiced in having narrowly evaded the python's attack once again. With a thunderous crash, the python's tail slammed against a tree trunk the thickness of a basin. The impact was astonishing, the trunk splintering as though struck by a cannonball, instantly severed in two, with shavings flying in all directions. Sun Yuxuan dared not linger for even a moment, swiftly rising from the ground and sprinting away like an arrow released from its bow. The massive python, however, was not inclined to let him escape easily. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and pursued Sun Yuxuan with fierce determination. As he felt the python closing in on him, his heart raced with increasing intensity. In this critical moment, he suddenly darted aside, narrowly evading the python's frontal assault. Simultaneously, he seized a bamboo stick in his hand and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful strike to the serpent's head. Chapter 65. Repelling the giant python with a single strike, akin to the force of thunder, the giant python crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan acted without hesitation, bringing his bamboo stick down upon the serpent's head in rapid succession, each blow resonating with a dull thud. Yet, the python's tough skin and sinewy flesh absorbed the impact. It swiftly lifted its robust tail, crackling through the air like a whip, and lashed out violently at Sun Yuxuan. However, he was well prepared. With remarkable agility, he dropped to the ground just as the tail was about to strike, rolling away like a cannonball, covering a distance of 4 to 5 meters in one fluid motion, successfully evading the serpent's lethal assault once more. Sun Yuxuan's relentless onslaught had rendered the python battered and bloodied, its head a gruesome sight. This provoked the fierce beast into a furious rage. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of an enraged lion, and lunged at Sun Yuxuan with the intent to devour him whole. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Sun Yuxuan did not falter. Gripping his bamboo stick tightly, his gaze unwavering and fearless, he thrust the stick toward the serpent's mouth with the speed of lightning at the very moment it pounced. With a resounding thud, the 2-meter-long bamboo stick struck true, piercing the python's maw. This blow landed with the force of a tempest, sending the serpent reeling, its body convulsing in pain as it collapsed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Sun Yuxuan swiftly picked up a stout wooden stick, roughly the width of a bowl, and without a moment's hesitation, he brought it down forcefully upon the python's head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His movements were rapid as lightning, each blow infused with all his pent-up fear and rage. The resounding thuds of the stick against the python's skull echoed ominously, gradually reducing its head to a grotesque pulp, unrecognizable and pitiful. After delivering 4 or 5 relentless blows, the python's head lay utterly shattered, no longer a threat. The once mighty serpent now appeared to be engulfed by profound terror, writhing in distress as it hastily retreated into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. As the python finally departed, Sun Yuxuan exhaled a breath of relief, his tension easing. He wasted no time. quickly rushing to Hu Qiming's side. Concern etched across his face. "Qiming, how are you?" he inquired anxiously. Hu Qiming's complexion was as pale as a sheet, etched with pain, and he emitted intermittent cries of distress. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to Sun Yuxuan, his voice barely above a whisper. "Boss, I feel an excruciating pain throughout my body, especially in my chest. I fear I may have fractured a rib." In a state of urgency, Sun Yuxuan hurriedly lifted Hu Qiming's shirt, meticulously examining his injuries. His fingers gently grazed Hu Qiming's ribcage, meticulously assessing each area. After a thorough examination, Sun Yuxuan finally discerned the issue at hand. 3 of Hu Qiming's ribs were fractured. Fortunately, these fractures were not displaced, and the situation was not overly severe. With ample rest, they would heal on their own. He then addressed Hu Qiming, saying, "You have 3 fractured ribs, but fortunately, they are not displaced. With some time for rest, you will recover. I will carry you back." With those words, Sun Yuxuan cautiously assisted Hu Qiming to his feet, aligning his body closely against his back. He secured Hu Qiming's legs with both hands, ensuring that he could comfortably rest upon him. Once everything was in place, Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, straightened his back, and slowly made his way towards a shelter with Hu Qiming on his back. After more than half an hour, he finally reached the outside of the shelter. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and 4 other girls were seated on the grassy bank of a small river, leisurely chatting and relishing the rare moment of tranquility. However, when they spotted Sun Yuxuan returning with Hu Qiming on his back, the previously light-hearted atmosphere was instantly shattered. The expressions of Luo Yuxue and her companions shifted to grave concern, and they instinctively rose to their feet, dashing towards Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming like arrows released from a bow. Within mere seconds, they arrived before them like a whirlwind. Their gazes fell upon Hu Qiming's anguished face, filled with worry and anxiety. Luo Yuxue furrowed her brow tightly, her face etched with concern as she inquired of Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, what happened to Qiming? How did he end up like this?" Sun Yuxuan did not respond immediately. His breathing was still labored, and a sheen of perspiration glistened on his forehead. He carried Hu Qiming into the shelter and gently laid him down on the bed to rest. After completing this task, he turned to face Luo Yuxue and her companions, his chest heaving noticeably, clearly exhausted from the journey. Gasping for breath, Sun Yuxuan addressed them. "Today has truly been unfortunate. Qiming and I nearly did not make it back. We had just finished cutting bamboo and were preparing to return when we suddenly encountered a large python. Qiming was struck by its tail, resulting in 3 fractured ribs." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the others stood frozen, their faces reflecting disbelief. Tang Jing widened her eyes, staring anxiously at Hu Qiming on the bed, and spoke to Sun Yuxuan with a tremor in her voice. "It's so serious. What shall we do?" Her tone betrayed her inner fear and unease. Noticing their distress, Sun Yuxuan quickly reassured them. There is no need for excessive worry. He merely has fractured ribs. Fortunately, they are not displaced. With some time for a quiet recuperation, he will naturally heal. Upon hearing this, the weight of anxiety that had burdened their hearts finally lifted, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Bai Shihan turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "Just how immense was that python to inflict such injuries upon Qiming?" Her voice resonated with astonishment and uncertainty. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath and gradually replied, "The python measured an astonishing 8 or 9 meters in length. Its body as robust as a barrel, and its head was as large as a basin. Moreover, it bore a pair of horns upon its head. It was my first encounter with such a colossal serpent." Sun Yuxuan's vivid description painted a terrifying tableau before the audience, causing the faces of the 5 girls, including Luo Yuxue, to turn as pale as parchment, as if enveloped by an invisible dread. Chapter 66. Returning to the shore with a group of girls, Bai Shihan gazed at Sun Yuxuan with a visage etched in worry and softly inquired, "Brother Xian, do you think that python will seek vengeance on us?" Her voice betrayed a hint of trepidation, as if the fearsome serpent might manifest before them at any moment. Observing her distress, Sun Yuxuan hastily reassured her, "Please don't fret too much. The python is unlikely to trouble us." Nevertheless, he added, We must exercise greater caution when venturing into the woods from now on, for this desolate island harbors many creatures we know little about. He endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone to alleviate the group's anxiety. Yet, within, Sun Yuxuan harbored his own uncertainties. Despite his verbal assurances, he too did not know if the enormous python would discover their refuge. Their shelter was indeed constructed sturdily, with sharpened bamboo stakes protruding from the walls and thorny brambles surrounding it. However, Sun Yuxuan understood that should the python truly find this place, their sanctuary would be utterly defenseless against its assault. He then turned to Hu Qiming, who lay on the bed, and said, "Qiming, rest easy and focus on your recovery. Within a month, you shall surely heal." Moved to the brink of tears, Hu Qiming choked out, "Boss, I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, I might have been devoured by that serpent today." Sun Yuxuan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Just concentrate on your healing." After saying this, he turned to exit the shelter, followed closely by Luo Yuxue and the others. Once outside, Sun Yuxuan halted and addressed Luo Yuxue and the others. "I will carry that bundle of bamboo back." Bai Shihan, filled with concern, implored Brother Xian, "Perhaps you should refrain from going? What if you encounter that great snake again?" Sun Yuxuan replied with a grin, "Rest assured, I have thoroughly battered its head. It will not dare to return anytime soon." Bai Shihan quickly insisted, "Then I shall accompany you. Two are better than one for safety." Sun Yuxuan nodded, saying, "Very well, let us go together." With that, he ventured into the woods, followed promptly by Bai Shihan. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the bamboo grove. Not daring to linger, they swiftly hoisted the bundle of bamboo and made their way back to the shelter. Upon returning, Sun Yuxuan seized a bamboo pole, retrieved a folding knife, and began to split the bamboo strips, while Luo Yuxue and the others sat nearby, observing his craftsmanship. Thus, after more than an hour, Sun Yuxuan had fashioned a substantial pile of bamboo strips. He then commenced weaving a bamboo basket, persisting until dusk fell, ultimately creating 2 baskets. As the days rolled by, 4 to 5 days passed in a blur. During this time, the group occasionally ventured into the woods to gather wild kiwis and ferns. Yet they predominantly remained within the confines of the shelter. Sun Yuxuan also utilized the bamboo to craft several bamboo chairs and a few mats. In recent days, the rain has ceased. After several days of settling, the river has regained its crystalline clarity, and Hu Qiming's injuries have shown some improvement. That evening, after enjoying a stew of wild boar and fiddlehead ferns, the group gathered around the fireplace, as usual. Sun Yuxuan addressed everyone, stating, "I plan to visit the coastline tomorrow." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him. Hu Qiming inquired, "Boss, what is your purpose in going to the coast?" Sun Yuxuan replied slowly, "I aim to search for usable resources along the shore. As we all know, our supplies are currently quite limited, and we possess only a folding knife and a few bows and arrows. This is far from sufficient to face potential dangers. Therefore, I hope to find some iron bars or blocks to bring back for crafting more tools." His words plunged the group into contemplation, awakening them to their predicament. Sun Yuxuan continued, "Moreover, our supply of sea salt has dwindled. I intend to extract some more salt crystals to bring back." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yue eagerly exclaimed, "I want to go with you." Having spent over a month in the same place, alternating between the confines of the shelter and nearby strolls, she felt nearly stagnant. A breath of fresh air by the sea would be splendid. Bai Shihan quickly added, "Xingu, I wish to accompany you as well. Staying here all day is suffocating." Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Li Mengshi exchanged glances before also expressing their desire to join Sun Yuxuan. Observing the lively group of girls before him, Sun Yuxuan chuckled helplessly and said, "Qiming still needs rest. If we all leave, who will care for him? You should stay here and look after him while I go alone." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across the faces of Luo Yuxue and the others. Just then, Hu Qiming, who had remained silent, spoke up, "Boss, you should take them with you. My injuries aren't as serious as you think. I can manage just fine alone in the shelter, so you needn't worry." With that, Sun Yuxuan glanced at the hopeful expressions of the 5 girls and smiled, "Very well. You may all accompany me to the coastline." Their faces lit up with joy and excitement. Sun Yuxuan then turned to Hu Qiming, saying, "Qiming, while we're gone, stay put in a shelter and don't wander off. We'll be back in 2 or 3 days at most." Hu Qiming nodded, smiling, "Boss, you need not worry about me. I can take care of myself. Just be safe at the coast." After a brief conversation by the fireplace, the group retired early to the shelter for rest. The next morning, as dawn's first light began to break, Sun Yuxuan awoke. Turning his head to glance at Hu Qiming beside him, he found him in a deep slumber, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Sun Yuxuan smiled gently, refraining from waking him, and softly placed the folding knife beside Hu Qiming before tiptoeing to open the bamboo door of the shelter and stepping outside. The morning air was particularly refreshing, imbued with a cool moistness that invigorated the spirit. Sun Yuxuan took a deep breath, savoring the crisp atmosphere, and then, with light-hearted strides, made his way towards the shelter where Luo Yuxue and her companions resided. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused, lightly knocking on the bamboo door to rouse Luo Yuxue and the others. Sun Yuxuan approached the riverbank, crouching down to scoop up some river water in his hands and splash it on his face. The icy water invigorated his skin, awakening him fully and revitalizing his spirit. After washing his face, Sun Yuxuan returned to the kitchen, retrieving a bamboo basket from the corner, and took some wild boar meat from the shelf to place inside the basket. He also added the pot used for cooking into the basket. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and the 5 other girls, having completed their morning routines, entered the kitchen. Sun Yuxuan instructed them to fill some empty bottles with river water to add to the bamboo basket. Once everything was prepared, they shouldered the bamboo basket, armed themselves with bows and arrows, and set forth with resolute steps toward the coastline. Chapter 67. Sensing danger, Sun Yuxuan led the way, with Luo Yuxue and her 4 companions closely trailing behind him. At this moment, the sun had just risen above the horizon, casting a gentle light upon the earth and imparting a touch of warmth to the forest. The air was fresh and pleasant, infused with the fragrant scents of grass and leaves, evoking a sense of tranquility. As they walked, the 5 girls chattered animatedly, their laughter ringing like silver bells amidst the trees, infusing the morning with vitality and exuberance. After nearly an hour of walking, a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken pierced the stillness of the woods. The sound was so striking in the quiet surroundings that everyone instinctively halted. They looked up to see a brilliantly colored wild chicken perched on a nearby branch, joyfully calling out. Its feathers shimmered in the sunlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Before Sun Yuxuan could utter a word, Bai Shihan swiftly lifted her bow and arrow, approaching the wild chicken with deliberate care. The bird seemed to notice the advancing figure of Bai Shihan. Rather than fleeing in panic, it curiously observed her, intermittently emitting its cheerful calls as if greeting her. In a matter of moments, Bai Shihan had reached the base of the tree. Steadying her aim, she drew back her bowstring and released the arrow without hesitation. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, straight towards the wild chicken. After days of diligent practice, the girls' archery skills had greatly improved. The arrow flew like a meteor, striking the wild chicken squarely. Crafted from the ribs of an umbrella, the arrow pierced the wild chicken with a swift, lethal precision. The bird let out a piercing cry of anguish, propelled forward by the unexpected blow, carrying the arrow deeply embedded within it. It soared several meters before crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Upon landing, the wild chicken did not succumb immediately. Instead, it thrashed about desperately on the ground. Its wings flapped vigorously, striving to take flight once more, but the arrow rendered its efforts futile. Observing this, Bai Shihan rushed forward and seized the struggling bird. However, the wild chicken continued its frantic flapping in her grasp, blood splattering from its wounds and landing on Bai Shihan. Clearly unprepared for such a turn of events, she became flustered and called out to Sun Yuxuan, "Xingu, the blood from this wild chicken has splattered on me. Please come and put it out of its misery." At the sound of Bai Shihan's plea, Sun Yuxuan and the others could not help but laugh. He quickly made his way to her side, taking the wild chicken from her hands. Firmly gripping its neck, he gave it a swift, forceful twist. With a sharp crack, the wild chicken's neck was instantly broken. The wild chicken struggled a few times in Sun Yuxuan's hands before it ultimately succumbed to its fate, becoming utterly motionless. Sun Yuxuan extracted the arrow lodged in the creature's body and, with a smile, handed it back to Bai Shirhan, jesting, "Shirhan, this won't do. A mere wild chicken has managed to frighten you so thoroughly. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's playful teasing, Bai Shirhan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. As she lowered her head in embarrassment, after a brief respite, the group resumed their journey into the depths of the forest. Time slipped away, with the sun climbing higher in the sky, casting dappled light through the gaps in the leaves that danced upon the ground. The air within the woodland grew oppressively humid, as if it could be wrung out, rendering it somewhat suffocating. Luo Yuxue and the other girls were already panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads and soaking their clothes. The perspiration clung to their garments, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, numerous mosquitoes flitted about, intermittently biting them and causing waves of itchiness. They could only swat at the insects while trudging forward with great difficulty. After some time, Jiang Yue could no longer endure. Gasping for breath with increasingly heavy steps, she halted, her face a mask of exhaustion, and implored Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, I truly cannot go any further. Could we possibly rest for a while?" Upon hearing her plea and observing their plight, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement, swiftly locating a large tree that provided ample shade. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden dangers, he allowed the girls to sit beneath the tree to recuperate. Luo Yuxue and the others promptly collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Sun Yuxuan leaned against the trunk, his eyes vigilantly surveying the environment. After resting for over half an hour, the group felt their strength partially restored. They gradually rose from the ground, continuing their trek toward the coastline. The group silently advanced for about 1 kilometer or 2 when, without warning, Sun Yuxuan at the front suddenly came to an abrupt halt, his body stiffening as if held in place by an invisible force. The 5 girls trailing behind him instinctively ceased their movements, their faces etched with confusion as they looked toward Sun Yuxuan. Luo Yuxue blinked her large eyes, curiously inquiring, "What's the matter? Has something happened? Why'd you stop so suddenly?" Sun Yuxuan's brow furrowed tightly, his expression serious, as he seemed to sense an impending danger. He cautiously scanned the vicinity while quietly responding, "I have a strong feeling that a pair of eyes is watching us from the shadows." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the girls immediately tensed, their faces reflecting a hint of anxiety as they began to survey their surroundings, attempting to locate the elusive gaze. However, after a meticulous observation, the crowd found no signs of any unusual circumstances. The surroundings were enveloped by dense woods, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds, devoid of any other sound or movement. Tang Jing gazed at Sun Yuxuan, her voice laced with skepticism, as she inquired, "Are you sure you are not mistaken? There is nothing around us. Where could there possibly be eyes watching us?" In response to her words, Sun Yuxuan shook his head and asserted, "My instincts are rarely wrong. There is undoubtedly a pair of eyes fixated upon us." No sooner had he spoken than a faint rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. Chapter 68. Battling the lion, Sun Yuxuan reacted swiftly, seizing his bow and arrow with the swiftness of lightning, unhesitatingly aiming the arrowhead at the rustling thicket. Simultaneously, the 5 girls led by Luo Yuxue raised their bows, anxiously targeting the source of the disturbance. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Each heartbeat resonated like a war drum, echoing ominously, and though mere moments passed, it felt as though an eternity had unfolded. Just as their nerves reached a breaking point, a colossal figure emerged slowly from behind the bushes. When the silhouette fully materialized before them, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. It was a lion. This magnificent beast towered over them, standing over 1 meter tall and stretching more than 2 meters in length. Its robust legs were as thick as Sun Yuxuan's calves, and it was estimated to weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. Its thick mane swayed gently in the wind, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Upon sighting the lion, The 5 girls trembled uncontrollably, their faces as pale as parchment, their bodies rendered entirely powerless. In contrast, Sun Yuxuan maintained a semblance of composure, though a cold sweat began to bead upon his back. Meanwhile, the lion fixed its piercing gaze upon the 6 of them, standing still, emitting low, rumbling growls that seemed to challenge them. Having lived on this desolate island for so long, it was their first encounter with a lion, and the abruptness of this encounter left them utterly bewildered. Jiang Yue's voice trembled slightly as she stammered to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, what should we do now?" Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow deeply, his focus unwaveringly locked onto the lion not far away. He spoke in a grave tone, "We have caught the attention of this lion. Escaping is absolutely impossible. Our only recourse now is to confront it head-on." He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and continued, "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic. When this lion charges at us, we will shoot arrows together. Even if we cannot kill it, we can inflict some damage." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the others nodded in agreement, swiftly raising their bows and aiming their arrows at the lion. At that moment, the lion seemed to sense the threat posed by Sun Yuxuan and the others, growing increasingly agitated. Its low growls intensified, reverberating through the forest as if the very trees trembled in response. Simultaneously, its powerful legs scraped the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Yuxuan's heart raced, and he shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. This lion is about to attack us." No sooner had his words left his mouth than the lion lunged forward with the speed of lightning, charging towards Sun Yuxuan and his companions. As the lion drew ever closer, Sun Yuxuan's heartbeat quickened, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. He widened his eyes, fixating on the ferocious beast, and let out a low growl, released the arrows. Almost simultaneously, the 6 archers released their bowstrings, the strings vibrating with a resonant hum. 6 arrows shot forth like meteors, carving silver arcs through the air as they sped towards the lion. In the blink of an eye, the arrows found their mark, striking the lion's body with unerring precision. The arrowheads sank deeply into its flesh, and the lion, caught off guard by such a fierce assault, emitted a chilling roar and shuddered violently. However, despite being struck by 6 arrows, the lion did not collapse immediately. Instead, its fury ignited, transforming into an even more savage and ferocious creature. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue as it exhaled hot breath, fixating intently on Sun Yuxuan and his companions. Suddenly, it surged forward with the force of an out-of-control truck, barreling towards them. In an instant, the lion was within 5 meters of the group. It leapt from the ground, mouth agape, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged at Sun Yuxuan and the others. With Sun Yuxuan's agility, evading the lion's assault should have been a trivial matter. He could easily sidestep the lion's fierce lunge with his nimble movements. Yet a voice within him urged, "Do not flee." He understood that if he were to evade, the girls behind him, Luo Yuxue and the other 5, would undoubtedly become the lion's targets. They lacked the strength to withstand such a brutal attack, and the consequences of their downfall would be unimaginable. As the lion's jaws neared him, Sun Yuxuan concentrated all his strength into his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the lion's jaw. The blow landed with thunderous force, shattering the lion's jaw with a sharp crack. It let out a piercing wail, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The immense recoil sent Sun Yuxuan staggering backward, retreating 3 or 4 steps before he regained his balance. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yuxue and the other 5 girls seized the opportunity, swiftly knocking arrows on their bows and unhesitatingly aiming at the injured lion. In an instant, 5 arrows shot forth like lightning, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, piercing into the lion's body. The lion let out another heart-wrenching cry, trembling violently before collapsing onto the ground. Despite the excruciating pain, the lion struggled to rise, its eyes aflame with rage and hatred. It glared at Sun Yuxuan and the others, then opened its massive maw once more, charging at them with renewed ferocity. Time seemed to slow as Sun Yuxuan witnessed the lion barreling towards them like a mad beast. Fearless, he swiftly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the lion's head. The force was tremendous, akin to a mountain crushing an egg. The lion's skull endured such a brutal impact, emitting a heart-wrenching cry as it collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Suddenly, Sun Yuxuan spotted a thick wooden stick on the ground and immediately bent down to seize it. With resolute intent, he struck the fallen lion's head with ferocity, eliciting another agonizing wail. The creature struggled to rise, yet Sun Yuxuan would not allow it to prevail, relentlessly striking its head with the stick. Chapter 69. The despicable Japanese. Although the 5 girls, led by Luo Yuxue, felt a twinge of fear, they did not falter. Swiftly, they seized nearby wooden sticks and, without hesitation, charged at the lion. They struck the beast forcefully, the sound of wood colliding with flesh ringing sharply in the air, accompanied by the lion's anguished roars, creating a scene of fierce intensity. In less than a minute, the once majestic lion was left battered and bruised, its hide torn, blood splattering everywhere, as it gradually succumbed to the blows and ceased to move. As the group witnessed the lion's demise, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, discarding their bloodied sticks onto the ground, gasping for breath. It must be acknowledged that after enduring such a long time on this desolate island, Luo Yuxue and her companions had undergone significant transformations. Had it been the old them, the mere sight of such a ferocious lion would have sent them into a panic, let alone stand their ground against it. After a brief respite, they chose to ignore the lion's carcass and continued their weary trek towards the coast. After nearly 2 hours of arduous journeying, they finally reached the shoreline. By then, they were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. Luo Yuxue and her companions placed their bamboo baskets on the ground and collapsed onto the earth, panting heavily. After a short rest, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, they shouldered their baskets once more and made their way back to the cave they had previously inhabited. Before they could approach the cave, they noticed smoke rising from that direction. Curiosity piqued. They wondered if someone had taken residence in their former dwelling or if the smoke was the result of the foreigner's actions. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace towards the cave. Soon, they found themselves within 50 meters of it, where they could see 7 or 8 individuals gathered at the entrance. The group at the cave also noticed Sun Yuxuan and his companions, standing to greet them with interest. The foreigner, still residing in the same cave, descended and hurried towards them. In no time, the foreigner was before Sun Yuxuan and his companions. After a month apart, it was evident that he appeared considerably more haggard and gaunt, a testament to the hardships he had endured during their separation. With immense enthusiasm, the foreigner greeted Captain Sun, exclaiming, "It's wonderful to see you. Where had you been all this time?" Sun Yuxuan replied coolly, "We discovered a small river in the woods and decided to relocate there." The foreigner's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he inquired, "Is there truly a river in the woods?" Sun Yuxuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it lies about 8 or 9 kilometers away from the coast. Are you not aware of this?" The foreigner appeared troubled and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "During this period, I have been residing in the woods, remaining along the coastline." Sun Yuxuan nodded slightly, then directed his gaze towards the group of individuals at the mouth of the cave, gesturing towards them. He turned to the foreigner and inquired, "Who are those people?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's question, the foreigner responded with palpable anger, "They are Japanese. Ever since you left, I moved into the cave where you previously stayed. But just a few days later, this group suddenly emerged. They not only wield knives, but also sharp axes. Without a word, they assaulted me and drove me out of the cave." Hearing the foreigner's account, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of delight within. He contemplated to himself, "Those axes and knives are valuable items. I must devise a way to acquire them from these Japanese." The foreigner looked at Sun Yuxuan with a face full of grievance and said, "These people are utterly despicable. They not only attacked me and expelled me from the cave, but also captured 2 girls and torment them daily." Upon hearing this, a wave of fury surged within Sun Yuxuan. He was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "I did not anticipate such heinous behavior from these Japanese." Luo Yuxue and the others were equally incensed. Jiang Yue, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Captain Sun, these Japanese are nothing short of beasts. You must teach them a lesson. Sun Yuxuan nodded and said, let us first assess the situation. No sooner had he spoken than he strode swiftly toward the cave, followed closely by Luo Yuxue and the others. Before long, they arrived at the base of the cave, and Sun Yuxuan and his companions began to scrutinize the group of Japanese. They observed that there were 7 of them, dressed in ordinary attire with no distinguishing features. However, their expressions and comportment conveyed a palpable coldness and ferocity. Additionally, there were 2 girls, both in their 20s, sharing the same yellow-skinned appearance as Sun Yuxuan and his companions. Yet their nationality was indiscernible. These girls were disheveled, their clothing tattered, and their eyes vacant, as though they had lost their very souls, devoid of any vitality. Their faces and hands bore numerous bruises, evident signs of having endured considerable torment. Seeing the plight of these 2 women, a wave of sympathy and compassion surged within Sun Yuxuan and his companions, accompanied by a profound anger towards the men's actions. The 7 Japanese, upon noticing Luo Yuxue and the others, reacted like starving wolves spotting sheep. Their eyes gleamed with greedy lust, and their lips curled into lewd, lascivious smiles. The girls, subjected to the unabashed gaze of these Japanese men, felt their anger ignite instantaneously. Bai Shihan's face flushed crimson with rage. She widened her eyes and, in fluent English, scolded the Japanese men, "You shameless scoundrels! If you continue to stare at us like that, do you believe I will gouge out your eyes?" However, the Japanese individuals appeared to comprehend English, for upon hearing Bai Shihan's warning, they showed no signs of restraint. Instead, they erupted into laughter as if they had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. One of them, with a lecherous grin plastered across his face, exclaimed, "Ha ha! I never expected to encounter such exquisite beauties in this desolate island. This is truly delightful. We are in for a treat today." Another Japanese man chimed in, equally lecherous, addressing Luo Yuxue and the others. "Ladies, since you have graced us with your presence, why not make the most of it and entertain us?" As his words faded, he abruptly drew a gleaming Nepali knife from his waist and pointed it threateningly at Sun Yuxuan, growling, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better let these lovely ladies amuse us, or else don't blame me for the consequences of this blade." Chapter 70. Sun Yuxuan strikes. Upon hearing his words, Sun Yuxuan's expression darkened instantly, his countenance transforming into a mask of fury. His eyes, as frigid as ice, fixed coldly upon his adversary as he spat through gritted teeth, "Damn it, you seek death." The Japanese man, evidently taken aback by Sun Yuxuan's resolute demeanor, momentarily froze, his face displaying a look of astonishment. However, his shock was swiftly supplanted by rage as he glared, his face flushing crimson, and bellowed, "Baka!" with that exclamation of fury. The Japanese man lunged forward from the cave entrance like an enraged beast, leaping down with a fierce determination. In his hand, he wielded a Nepalese kukri, glinting ominously as he thrust it menacingly towards Sun Yuxuan. In the face of this sudden assault, Sun Yuxuan exhibited no sign of panic. He stood firm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the kukri as it approached with alarming speed. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, Sun Yuxuan suddenly extended his hand with lightning speed, deftly seizing the man's arm that gripped the weapon. The swiftness of his maneuver left the Japanese man utterly unprepared. He felt as though a vice had clamped down on his arm, robbing him of all strength and rendering him unable to move. Noticing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a chilling smirk. With a powerful twist, a sharp cracking sound echoed as he brutally snapped the man's arm. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from the Japanese man, a sound reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, reverberating throughout the cave. The kukri slipped from his grasp, falling helplessly to the ground due to the agony racking his body. Quick as a flash, Sun Yuxuan reached out with his other hand, securing the fallen kukri with precision. Without hesitation, he raised the blade and viciously slashed at the Japanese man's throat. In an instant, a fountain of crimson blood erupted from the wound, splattering against the surrounding rocks and earth, creating a gruesome tableau. The Japanese man's face contorted in disbelief as he gazed at the blood gushing forth. His eyes wide with horror, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Gradually, his body collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. For the moment, the Japanese man leaped into the cave, armed and intent on assaulting Sun Yuxuan, to Sun Yuxuan's swift and thunderous counterattack. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments, barely over 10 seconds. The 6 Japanese men at the cave's entrance witnessed this harrowing scene, initially stunned by Sun Yuxuan's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Yet, their astonishment quickly morphed into fury. They could not fathom the ease with which their companion had been dispatched. Their gazes towards Sun Yuxuan shifted, the earlier disdain evaporating, replaced by an expression of profound gravity. They realized that the seemingly ordinary man before them was, in fact, an exceedingly dangerous adversary. Among the 6 Japanese men, 3 immediately drew Nepalese kukris from their waists, their blades glinting ominously, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, while the other 3 swiftly picked up axes from the ground. Without hesitation, they leapt from the mouth of the cave, landing firmly on the ground, brandishing their weapons and glaring menacingly at Sun Yuxuan. One of the Japanese men, his face contorted with rage, bellowed at Sun Yuxuan, "Baka, you audacious fool! How dare you lay a hand on us?" Although he spoke in Japanese, Sun Yuxuan was no stranger to the language and easily comprehended his words. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Sun Yuxuan's mouth as he replied fluently in Japanese, "What is so shocking about killing you beasts? I've never held a good impression of you Japanese." This remark struck like a dagger to the heart of the furious Japanese man, causing his complexion to darken instantly. The others, hearing Sun Yuxuan liken them to beasts, trembled with indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury. One of the men, unable to contain his wrath, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Bastard! You arrogant fool! I will personally slay you today." Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed by the threat, calmly responding, "It's not that I look down on you. Come to me all together." He then turned to Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them, "Step back a bit. Keep your distance, so you won't be injured when I make my move." Although Luo Yuxue and the others felt a twinge of concern at Sun Yuxuan's overwhelming confidence, they complied and quickly retreated, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters from him. The 6 Japanese men exchanged glances before raising their weapons, charging at Sun Yuxuan with the ferocity of starving tigers. Despite facing 6 armed opponents, Sun Yuxuan showed no fear. His form moved like a phantom, instantly materializing before one of the men wielding a kukri. With a left hand that struck like lightning, he seized the Japanese man's arm with precision. Sun Yuxuan's strength was astonishing, with a slight twist. A sharp crack echoed as the man's arm was brutally snapped. The kukri fell from his grasp, clattering to the ground as he emitted a horrifying scream, his body collapsing limply, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan's right hand swung the kukri with the ferocity of a tempest, delivering a devastating blow to another man brandishing a blade. The speed of this strike was akin to a flash of lightning, its force overwhelming. The sharp edge of the kukri severed the man's arm, the dismembered limb and weapon tumbling to the ground, splattering crimson droplets of blood. The man emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings, rendered unconscious. Sun Yuxuan's right foot struck with the force of a cannonball, delivering a thunderous kick to the abdomen of the 3rd Japanese man wielding an axe. The impact of this kick was akin to a tidal wave, sending the Japanese man soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut before he crashed to the ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 71. The slaying of 7 Japanese men. Sun Yuxuan's movements were as fluid and graceful as flowing water, devoid of any hint of hesitation or delay. Each of his strikes was executed with the swiftness and ferocity of lightning, leaving his opponents utterly unprepared and defenseless. In an astonishing display of speed and strength, he effortlessly incapacitated 3 of the Japanese adversaries. Such prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. The remaining trio, having witnessed Sun Yuxuan's terrifying might, turned pale as death, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had completely lost the courage to resist, fear gripping them as they stumbled backward several meters. At that moment, the arrogance they had previously displayed had vanished, replaced by expressions of sheer terror. Their eyes fixated on Sun Yuxuan, as though he were a demon from the depths of hell. Even their once steady grips on their weapons faltered, shaking uncontrollably from overwhelming dread. Sun Yuxuan regarded the three quaking Japanese men with a stoic expression. His voice, cold and merciless, resonated like a decree from the underworld. "It is your turn." These three words echoed like the summons of death, sending a chill through them. Their bodies trembled violently, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground as if enchanted. Subsequently, they collapsed to their knees, drained of strength, and began to plead desperately for mercy. In the face of their supplications, Sun Yuxuan remained impassive, his demeanor unwavering. Clutching the gleaming Nepalese dagger, he advanced steadily towards the trembling figures, each step heavy with determination. As he drew closer, the Japanese men were engulfed by a profound sense of dread and despair. They understood that Sun Yuxuan would not grant them leniency. His cold gaze revealed no trace of compassion or forgiveness. Yet, the three Japanese men were not resigned to their fate. They swiftly retrieved their fallen weapons, resolved to fight Sun Yuxuan to the bitter end. Despite the overwhelming odds against them, they felt compelled to take this last stand in the face of death. In that fleeting moment, Sun Yuxuan surged forward with the speed of lightning, targeting one of the Japanese men. His right foot struck like a cannonball, landing a devastating kick to the man's head. The force was tremendous, and with a dull thud, the man was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Simultaneously, Sun Yuxuan's right hand swept through the air with the swiftness of a gale, slashing the Nepalese dagger across another man's throat. In an instant, a crimson gash appeared, and blood erupted like a fountain. The man, in terror, clutched at his neck, but blood continued to stream through his fingers. His eyes widened in disbelief, and with an expression of resignation, he collapsed. At that moment, the last Japanese man swung his axe fiercely towards Sun Yuxuan, fueled by a deadly resolve. However, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were as swift as lightning. He nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's head. The impact was akin to that of a heavy hammer, causing the individual to lose consciousness instantly, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With an impassive expression, Sun Yuxuan picked up a Nepalese machete and methodically dealt fatal blows to the remaining Japanese men who were not yet entirely dead. In less than a minute, these 7 Japanese men were transformed into lifeless corpses, sprawled grotesquely across the ground in a pitiful state. The entire process, from Sun Yuxuan's initial strike to the slaughter of all 7 adversaries, lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Although this was not the first time Luo Yuxue and her companions had witnessed Sun Yuxuan's lethal prowess, his performance on this occasion left them utterly astonished. They stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Particularly the foreigner, whose eyes widened like saucers and whose mouth gaped open as if to accommodate an egg. In his mind, Sun Yuxuan was merely an agile individual. He never anticipated such ruthless ferocity from him. Initially, he had thought Sun Yuxuan would only teach the Japanese men a lesson, but he was taken aback to see them all mercilessly slain. Even the 2 disheveled girls at the cave entrance were greatly unsettled by the scene. They could never have imagined that those 7 tormentors, who had subjected them to endless suffering, could be so easily dispatched by this seemingly ordinary man. Gazing at the sprawled bodies of the Japanese men, the 2 girls felt an indescribable sense of relief and satisfaction. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and after a considerable interval, Luo Yuxue and her companions gradually emerged from their shock. Her lips trembled slightly as she stammered, "Son. Captain, how could you kill them all?" Sun Yuxuan regarded her with an expressionless gaze and replied coolly, "Is that even a question? You witnessed their actions with your own eyes. Sparing their lives would only allow them to harm others. Do you not believe they deserve death?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue vigorously shook her head in response. He then addressed the 5 girls. "All right, stop standing there foolishly. Quickly gather the weapons on the ground. With these tools, we can survive better in this place. Responding to his command, the girls hurriedly bent down to collect the fallen Nepalese machetes and axes, not daring to waste a moment. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan strode purposefully towards the 7 corpses of the Japanese men, unhesitatingly squatting down to skillfully search their bodies. Before long, he successfully scavenged several lighters and a few nearly full packs of cigarettes from the corpses. Upon discovering these items, a spark of excitement ignited in Sun Yuxuan's eyes, and an expression of sheer joy illuminated his face. He could hardly believe that such treasures could be found on these Japanese men. Eagerly, he extracted a cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips. Then, he picked up a lighter and, with a gentle press, a flame flickered to life. He inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to leisurely fill his mouth before exhaling it slowly. In that moment, his face radiated satisfaction and pleasure, as if all his fatigue and stress had dissipated in a thin air. Chapter 72. 2 Singaporean girls, after finishing a cigarette. Sun Yuxuan slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the 7 lifeless bodies of the Japanese men, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he grasped one of the corpses by the ankle and, with a forceful tug, dragged it across the ground, leaving a long trail before casting it onto the shoreline. Following suit, he methodically pulled the remaining 6 bodies to the beach, discarding them into the sea with unyielding ruthlessness. As the sound of the bodies hitting the water echoed, Sun Yuxuan's mood appeared to lighten somewhat. He dusted off his hands and turned toward the cave entrance. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and the others had gathered the axes and several Nepalese military knives, neatly arranging them at the cave's entrance. They were huddled together, attempting to communicate with the 2 disheveled girls who stood frozen in shock. However, the girls seemed to be profoundly frightened, regarding Luo Yuxue and her companions with palpable wariness. Despite their earnest efforts to engage, the girls remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Sun Yuxuan approach the cave entrance, Shirhan anxiously called out, "Brother Xian, do you think these girls are in shock? Or perhaps they don't understand us?" No matter what we ask, they won't respond. Sun Yuxuan cast a glance at the 2 girls, still quaking in fear, and a surge of compassion welled up within him. He stepped forward, crouching down to meet their gaze at eye level. The moment the girls noticed him sitting before them, they quivered like startled rabbits, their bodies trembling involuntarily, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Observing their distress, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he spoke soothingly in fluent English. "Do not be afraid. We are all Chinese, not adversaries. Those who tormented you, the Japanese men, have been dealt with, and no one shall dare to harm you again." Upon hearing his words, the girls paused in surprise, glancing at Sun Yuxuan and his companions. Yet, in the next moment, it was as if a dam had burst within them. Their emotions cascaded forth, and they erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. Their cries were filled with anguish and sorrow, as if they were laying bare all their grievances and suffering in that single moment. Sun Yuxuan and his companions found themselves momentarily at a loss, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to comfort the 2 grieving girls. The weeping continued for 4 or 5 minutes, gradually subsiding as the girls began to regain their composure. One of the girls gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Her eyes were swollen and red, streaked with remnants of her tears, rendering her utterly pitiable. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at Sun Yuxuan, her voice trembling as she said, "Thank you for saving us." The moment her words left her lips, Sun Yuxuan and his companions stood frozen in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the girl would speak such impeccable Chinese. Luo Yuxue, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Are you also Chinese?" The girl gently shook her head and softly explained, "We are not from Huaxia. We both hail from Singapore. My name is Chen Yalan, and this is Zheng Wanting." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan pondered silently. So they are Singaporeans. No wonder they can speak Huaxia language so fluently. After a brief pause, Sun Yuxuan continued to inquire, "How did you both end up on this deserted island?" Chen Yalan replied slowly, We were colleagues at the same company and were traveling together on the same flight. However, unexpectedly, the plane encountered an accident during the journey and tragically crashed into the sea. Fortunately, we survived and drifted to this deserted island with the waves. As she spoke of the plane's mishap, Sun Yuxuan and the others were taken aback. Bai Shihan immediately asked, "When did the plane you were on have its accident?" Qin Yalan quickly responded, "It was just over 20 days ago." Hearing this, Sun Yuxuan and the others were again astonished. Clearly, their flight could not have been the same one from which the girls, including Luo Yuxue, had been abducted. This implied that within less than 2 months, at least 3 planes, including the one they were on, had met with disaster and plunged into the ocean. How peculiar. Sun Yuxuan pressed further. What about those 7 Japanese men? Were they on the same plane as you? Qin Yalan immediately shook her head. We did not see them on that flight. Nodding, Sun Yuxuan acknowledged that these 7 Japanese men, armed with a Nepalese kukri and an axe, could not have possibly boarded a plane. It was evident they had arrived by another means, prompting Sun Yuxuan to reflect. This is indeed strange. How could so many people have appeared on this deserted island in such a short span of time? Luo Yuxue then turned to Qin Yalan and asked, "Were you the only 2 survivors on your flight?" Qin Yalan quickly shook her head. Besides the 2 of us, there are more than 10 other survivors who have also washed ashore here. Most of them are Singaporeans like us, residing along the coast about 8 or 9 kilometers away. Luo Yuxue inquired further, "How did you 2 come to be captured by those 7 Japanese men?" Qin Yalan began to explain. That day, our group ventured out to search for food and encountered those Japanese men on the shore. They found us appealing and abducted us, armed with weapons. The others did not dare to intervene and could only watch helplessly as we were taken away. Upon recalling the torment she had endured at the hands of the 7 Japanese men, Qin Yalan began to weep softly. Zheng Wanting, perhaps moved by her distress, also began to cry quietly. Sun Yuxuan and the others refrained from offering comfort, recognizing that the 2 girls had suffered immensely at the hands of those 7 men. Perhaps allowing their emotions to flow would provide some solace. After weeping for quite some time, Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting gradually ceased their tears. Sun Yuxuan then addressed the 2 of them, saying, "Let the past remain in the past. Those Japanese men are now deceased, and no one will torment you any longer." With utmost sincerity, Qin Yalan expressed her gratitude to Sun Yuxuan, stating, "Thank you for saving us both. Had you not intervened and eliminated those Japanese men, we would have eventually succumbed to their torment." Chapter 73. A wealth of supplies discovered in the cave. Sun Yuxuan smiled and said, "There is no need for such formality." Qin Yalan, curious, looked at Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "I still do not know your name. How did you all end up here?" Sun Yuxuan exchanged glances with his companions before offering a brief introduction. He then recounted the harrowing experience of their plane crash to Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting. Having walked from the shelter to this cave, Sun Yuxuan's stomach growled with hunger, feeling as if it were pressed against his spine. Fortunately, at the mouth of the cave, there was a fire pit ignited by a few Japanese individuals. Beside the fire lay several pots and some firewood, much to the delight of Sun Yuxuan and his companions. These pots were far more practical than the makeshift ones they had crafted from oil drums, undoubtedly a boon for them. The ground at the cave's entrance was strewn with numerous conch and mussel shells, indicating that this group of Japanese had primarily subsisted on these shellfish. Additionally, there was some rainwater collected in plastic containers beneath the cave. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan took a pot and went down to wash it out with the rainwater. Returning to the cave entrance, he poured several bottles of water they had brought from the shelter into the pot. He also retrieved a substantial piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo basket, cutting it into smaller chunks to simmer. Upon seeing the wild boar meat, Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting could not help but swallow in anticipation. While the meat simmered, Luo Yuxue stood up and ventured into the cave. As soon as she entered, her gaze was drawn to a corner where 7 or 8 suitcases were neatly arranged. This unexpected discovery overwhelmed her with surprise, and she could not help but exclaim, "Come quickly. There are several suitcases in this cave." Hearing Luo Yuxue's call, Sun Yuxuan and the others swiftly got to their feet and hurried into the cave. However, Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting remained somewhat aloof. It was evident that they were already familiar with the suitcases and did not react like the others. Instead, they remained seated by the fire, their eyes fixed intently on the pot of simmering wild boar meat, as if that were their primary concern at the moment. As Sun Yuxuan and his companions entered the cave and beheld the suitcases, expressions of joy and excitement illuminated their faces. Sun Yuxuan could hardly contain himself and urged, "Quick, let us open these suitcases and see what treasures lie within." As his words fell, the group eagerly responded, hastily laying the suitcases flat on the ground and carefully unzipping them. The moment the suitcases were opened, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had been struck dumb by the sight before them. Inside, the suitcases were brimming with an array of items: clothing, toiletries, cigarettes, feminine products, and more. One particular suitcase stood out, filled with an assortment of alluring women's lingerie and panties, alongside several boxes of condoms. The sight of these items left the onlookers utterly speechless, as though they had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Luo Yuxue and her companions eagerly picked up the women's items, handling them with fascination, their eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan was captivated by the abundance of cigarettes, his eyes sparkling with delight. After all, the quantity was sufficient to last him quite some time, alleviating his previous worries about tobacco. Thus, they all reveled in the astonishment and joy brought about by these discoveries. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yue suddenly remarked, "It's quite peculiar. Where could this group of Japanese individuals have procured so many packed suitcases?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Clearly, these suitcases do not belong to them. Just think, if they were their own, how could they possibly contain such an array of women's items and clothing? Nevertheless, it matters not. All these treasures are now ours. With these possessions, we can thrive here. When we return to the shelter in a couple of days, we shall take all these suitcases back with us." Luo Yuxue and the others again cast their eyes upon the suitcase brimming with seductive lingerie and condoms. Each of them blushed deeply, as though scorched by fire, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Li Mengqi's face turned as red as a ripe apple, practically glowing with mortification as she stammered, "Who on earth could have brought such a suitcase? It's utterly humiliating. We ought to dispose of it quickly to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule." The other girls nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Sun Yuxuan interjected, "Why throw it away? This is valuable stuff. Let us take it back with us." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, Jiang Yue, and Bai Shihan turned towards him in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief. Bai Shihan, without hesitation, retorted, "Xingu, what are you talking about? What use are these items? Surely you don't have any ulterior motives." Seeing their reactions, Sun Yuxuan shot her a playful glance and smiled. "What an absurd accusation. If I had any nefarious intentions, I would have acted on them long ago, not waited until now." Bai Shihan, taken aback by his response, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet she glared at him and said crossly, "Then tell me, what exactly can we do with these items if we take them back?" Hearing her inquiry, a mischievous smile crept on his Sun Yuxuan's lips as he replied leisurely, "You all could certainly wear the lingerie and panties. As for the condoms, who knows when they might come in handy?" His words sent the girls' faces into a frenzy of crimson, their cheeks heating up with a mixture of shyness and embarrassment. Tang Jing's gaze fell upon the alluring lingerie, her brow slightly furrowing, revealing a hint of disdain. She muttered, "I would never wear such embarrassing things." Jiang Yue, unreservedly, cast a reproachful glare at Sun Yuxuan and playfully remarked, "I see that you have ulterior motives, wanting to see us don these garments." Observing this, Sun Yuxuan, far from feeling any embarrassment, instead beamed with even greater radiance. With a cheerful grin, he explained, "Oh, what is there to be ashamed of? After all, even if I wished to see, I wouldn't be able to, since you would be wearing them underneath." His words left Luo Yuxue and the other girls momentarily speechless. For Sun Yuxuan had indeed spoken the truth. If they were to wear such enticing lingerie, he truly would not be able to see it. Chapter 74. Bai Shihan shoots the wild chicken within the span of an hour. The wild boar meat in the pot had been thoroughly stewed. Li Mengqi distributed bamboo bowls and chopsticks from a basket to everyone. The group eagerly picked up their utensils and dug into the succulent wild boar meat. Only Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting hesitated, unable to bring themselves to partake, merely swallowing in anticipation. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan chuckled, urging, "Hurry and eat. Aren't you both hungry?" Qin Yalan cautiously inquired, "Can we really eat this?" Sun Yuxuan, still smiling, replied, "Why do you ask? Just dig in." Encouraged by his words, the two finally took pieces of the stewed wild boar meat and began to eat heartily, their fervor resembling that of famished souls returned to life, prompting a mix of amusement and sympathy from Sun Yuxuan and the others. By the end of the meal, nearly half of the wild boar meat had found its way into their eager stomachs. After the feast, Sun Yuxuan, accompanied by Luo Yuxue and others, took the cooking utensils to the shore, filling them with seawater to commence the crystallization of sea salt over the fire. Noticing the tattered and soiled clothes of Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting, Luo Yuxue returned to the cave to retrieve 2 sets of women's clothing, which she offered to them at the cave's entrance, saying, "Why not wash up at the shore and change into these?" Grateful, Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting accepted the garments and made their way to the coast. Sun Yuxuan, fastening a Nepali knife to his waist and brandishing a bow and arrows, addressed the group, "Stay here and focus on boiling the sea salt. Don't wander off. I'll see if I can hunt another wild chicken or rabbit in the woods." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shihan interjected, "Xiange, I'll go with you." Delighted by her company, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. The two descended from a cave and ventured into the forest. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the others took the wild chicken shot by Shihan to the shore for processing. As Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan traversed the woodland, they walked nearly a kilometer when they suddenly heard a cacophony of wild chicken calls. They halted, looking up to see a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a branch of a large tree about 50 meters away, calling incessantly. Sun Yuxuan whispered to Bai Shihan, "Stay here, I'll shoot it down." Before he could finish, Bai Shihan grasped his arm, softly saying, "Xiange, let me do it." Agreeing, Sun Yuxuan nodded. Bai Shihan quickly approached the tree, knocking an arrow on her bowstring. Without hesitation, she aimed at the wild chicken and released the bowstring. The arrow struck true, piercing the wild chicken's body with a forceful thrust, its feathered form shuddering as it succumbed. A wild chicken emitted a mournful cry, and after being struck by arrows, it soared 3 or 4 meters before plummeting to the ground, flapping its wings incessantly. Bai Shihan hastily approached and retrieved the wild chicken. Observing the creature still struggling in her grasp, she remained composed this time. Imitating Sun Yuxuan, she seized the chicken by its neck and exerted a forceful twist. However, her strength paled in comparison to his, and it took considerable effort before she finally snapped the bird's neck. Witnessing this scene from a short distance away, Sun Yuxuan allowed a faint smile of satisfaction to grace his lips. During their time on the deserted island, Luo Yuxue and the other girls had undergone notable transformations and gradually acquired some basic survival skills. Sun Yuxuan realized that it wouldn't be long before, even without him, they could thrive independently on this forsaken isle. Bai Shihan extracted the arrows from the chicken's body and approached Sun Yuxuan, depositing the bird into a bamboo basket. The two continued their trek into the forest, yet after traversing a considerable distance, no other animals appeared in sight. As time passed, the two turned back toward the coastline. Upon their return to the cave entrance, Qin Yalan and Zheng Wanting had already finished washing up and donned a fresh set of clothing. It was undeniable that after their bath and change, they appeared almost transformed, radiating a more alluring charm. Sun Yuxuan mused to himself, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such fine young women who had suffered at the hands of those Japanese men. Luo Yuxue and the others hastily took the wild chicken to the shore to begin processing it. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually descended below the horizon. Sun Yuxuan skewered the 2 prepared chickens on wooden sticks about the thickness of 2 fingers, and retrieved some smoldering charcoal from the fire pit to commence the slow roasting process. Just then, a foreigner approached the cave, his face beaming with a broad smile as he addressed Sun Yuxuan. "I notice you acquired quite a few military knives and axes from those Japanese men. Could you spare me a knife for self-defense?" Recalling the previous incident when Luo Yuxue and her companions were captured, Sun Yuxuan remembered that it was this very foreigner who had pointed him in the right direction, allowing him to reach them swiftly. With this in mind, he handed the foreigner a Nepalese military knife and an axe, along with a substantial piece of wild boar meat from their provisions. The foreigner, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, expressed his gratitude profusely before turning on his heel and departing in a spirited manner. Bai Shirhan, curious, inquired, "Xingu, why did you give him those items? Didn't you say he wasn't a good person?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Do you recall the time when Qiming and I ventured into the woods in search of water, and you all were captured by that group?" Bai Shirhan nodded. "Of course I remember. Had it not been for your timely arrival, we might have suffered greatly at their hands." "Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Sun Yuxuan explained with a smile. "Had it not been for the foreign gentleman who pointed me in the direction where you were taken, I would not have arrived so swiftly to rescue you. I consider these offerings as my way of repaying him." Upon hearing his words, everyone finally understood. Jiang Yue chuckled and said, "I knew it. How could you bring yourself to part with those items for the foreigner?" It turns out that was the reason. After more than half an hour, the wild chicken roasting on the stick was finally cooked. Everyone eagerly tore off pieces of the roasted chicken and indulged in its savory delight. Chapter 75. Sun Yuxuan and Zheng wanting seek refuge 2 roasted wild chickens, under the indulgent feasting of the crowd, were soon reduced to a mere pile of bare bones. Yet, everyone remained ensconced in the delightful flavors, their expressions betraying a lingering desire for more. Gathered around the fire pit at the mouth of the cave, the flames danced, illuminating the faces of each individual. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a series of crisp sounds, as if providing a musical accompaniment to the tranquil night. A gentle sea breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that enveloped everyone in comfort. Looking up, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, resembling jewels embedded in a black velvet tapestry, resplendent and beautiful. In such an enchanting atmosphere, the spirits of the gathering were particularly buoyant. Sun Yuxuan leisurely lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke that gradually dissipated into the night air. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and her group of girls chirped like a flock of jubilant birds, their laughter and chatter intertwining, adding a touch of liveliness to the serene evening. Once Sun Yuxuan finished his cigarette, his gaze fell upon Sun Yuxuan and Zheng Wanting. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "We shall return to the shelter the day after tomorrow. You too should head back tomorrow." Upon hearing his words, the faces of Sun Yuxuan and Zheng Wanting turned instantly pale. They exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by the suddenness of his statement. Then, as if losing their strength, they collapsed to their knees with a thud. This unexpected display left Sun Yuxuan and the others stunned, completely unprepared for such an intense reaction. Sun Yuxuan quickly exclaimed, "What are you two doing? Get up!" Luo Yuxue and her companions hurried to assist them. Sun Yuxuan's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. In an almost pleading tone, she implored, "Please, do not send us away. As long as you do not cast us out, we are willing to do anything for you, even serve you like cattle." Zheng Wanting, with tear-streaked cheeks, sobbed in agreement. Yes, please don't make us leave. We will do anything you ask." Listening to their heartfelt pleas, Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Rubbing his head, he curiously inquired, "I never said I would send you away. Didn't you mention there were other survivors who washed up on this deserted island with you? I have dealt with those Japanese bullies who tormented you, so there should be no further harassment. You can certainly return to those people." However, Sun Yuxuan quickly waved her hands, eager to clarify, "Although those individuals came here with us, we are not familiar with them. When we were captured, they did not dare to intervene, merely watching helplessly as we were taken away. Thus, if we were to return and stay with them, it is likely they would bully the two of us just as those Japanese did." Upon hearing her words, before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Luo Yuxue interjected, "Captain Sun, I find both of them rather pitiful. If we truly return, they may end up being bullied again." Tang Jing quickly added, "Indeed, Captain Sun, they have already endured such torment from that group of Japanese for so long. They have developed psychological scars. If they face further bullying upon returning, how can they possibly survive?" Bai Shirhan followed suit, saying yes. "Xingu, I feel quite sorry for them as well. Why not allow them to return to the shelter with us? Jiang Yue also chimed in, exactly. Captain Sun, how can you be so heartless as to send them away? Hearing their remarks, Sun Yuxuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, saying, why is everyone in such a hurry? I never said I would drive them away. Do you all perceive me as a cold-hearted person? Having said this, he turned to Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting, stating, since you both are unwilling to return, then come back with us to our shelter. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Qin Yaolin and Zheng Wanting were instantly overjoyed, expressing their gratitude to him and the others. Sun Yuxuan smiled and replied, no need for such formality. Now that you are with us, we are family. Perhaps due to walking for several hours that day, after chatting by the fire for a while, a wave of drowsiness washed over them, prompting everyone to rise and return to the cave to rest. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Sun Yuxuan awakened early. He slowly opened his eyes, groggy and scanning the surroundings, realizing that Luo Yuxue and the other girls were still lost in sweet slumber. Cautiously, he shifted his body, careful not to disturb them. He quietly rose from the ground and tiptoed to the cave entrance. At the entrance, the remnants of last night's fire had completely extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes. However, Sun Yuxuan paid little heed to this. After all, he possessed several lighters now and no longer needed to painstakingly preserve embers as he once did. He strolled to the shore, splashed his face with the cool sea water, and felt instantly refreshed. Turning back to the cave entrance, he gathered some dry firewood and reignited the fire. He then filled several pots with seawater, placing them above the flames to begin boiling for sea salt crystallization. Once everything was prepared, he shouldered a bamboo basket, grasped his bow and arrows, and set off with a lively step into the depths of the forest. At this moment, the sun had just risen, casting sunlight through the gaps in the leaves and creating dappled shadows on the ground. The air in the forest was particularly fresh, imbued with a subtle fragrance of grass and trees, uplifting the spirit. Sun Yuxuan meandered through the woods with a sense of tranquility, savoring the morning's serenity and beauty. He listened to the cheerful songs of birds and inhaled the scent of blooming flowers, his mood increasingly elated. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Yuxuan had traversed a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Sun Yuxuan promptly halted, gently placing the bamboo basket from his back onto the ground, and swiftly grasping his bow and arrows, he cautiously approached the source of the noise. As he neared the thicket and focused his gaze, a surge of joy welled within him. To his astonishment, concealed within the foliage was a hefty porcupine weighing over 10 kilograms. This magnificent creature boasted a sizable form, its body adorned with a formidable layer of quills, exuding an air of majesty. However, the porcupine had evidently sensed Sun Yuxuan's presence. It immediately recoiled, acutely aware of the looming threat. Simultaneously, its sharp quills bristled upright, akin to a hedgehog, as if to assert its dominance over Sun Yuxuan. While the porcupine yielded little meat, its quills represented a highly prized material. With these quills, Sun Yuxuan could craft an abundance of arrows. Chapter 76. Returned to the shelter. Sun Yuxuan promptly placed his bow and arrows on the ground and seized a thick wooden stick, striking forcefully at the head of the porcupine. Upon being struck, the porcupine emitted a piercing cry. However, Sun Yuxuan showed no mercy, delivering 3 or 4 more blows until the creature's head was utterly battered, silencing it for good. Ensuring the porcupine was indeed lifeless, he discarded the bloodied stick and carefully grasped the porcupine's foot, lifting it up. He turned and made his way towards the shoreline, where upon his return, Luo Yuxue and the others were gathered around a fire at the cave's entrance, engaged in conversation. Seeing Sun Yuxuan's return, they all rose to their feet. Curiously observing the porcupine in his grasp, Jiang Yue inquired, Captain Sun, what animal is this? Why is it covered in quills? With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, this is a porcupine. Surely you've seen one before? The group of girls, including Luo Yuxue, shook their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity. Sun Yuxuan nodded and explained, it's quite normal that you haven't encountered one. They are rare in our homeland. With that, he approached the shoreline, carefully removing the sharp quills from the porcupine-esque body and setting them aside. He then extracted his Nepalese knife, skillfully skinning the porcupine and discarding its entrails directly into the sea. He returned to the cave with the porcupine meat and the collected quills. Observing the pointed quills, Bai Shihan curiously asked, "Xiange, what will you do with these quills?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and responded, "Didn't you all say we were running low on arrows? I plan to craft more using these porcupine quills." Upon hearing this, the others understood his intention, and Luo Yuxue couldn't help but praise, "You are truly remarkable. Everything that comes into your hands serves a purpose." Flattered by Luo Yuxue's compliment, Sun Yuxuan beamed with pride, declaring, "Of course. Just look at who I am. You all have much to learn from me." Jiang Yue rolled her eyes at him, playfully retorting, "Oh please, you're not humble at all. A single compliment and you're already puffed up with pride." Unfazed, Sun Yuxuan laughed and said, "What is there to be humble about? That would be disingenuous." After this exchange, he placed the porcupine meat on a wooden board and began chopping it into smaller pieces with his Nepalese knife. He tossed the meat into a pot, stirring it until it released a tantalizing aroma, then added some water to begin simmering. In less than half an hour, the pot was filled with a mouth-watering scent of porcupine meat, causing everyone to salivate. Unable to contain their eagerness, they grabbed bowls and chopsticks, eagerly scooping up the steaming porcupine meat and savoring each bite. It must be said, the porcupine meat was extraordinarily delicious, and every person relished it, offering praises with each mouthful. The large pot of stewed porcupine meat was devoured entirely, leaving not a trace behind, not even a drop of broth. Thus, they spent another day by the shore, successfully crystallizing 8 or 9 bottles of sea salt from the seawater. Concerned about Hu Qiming's safety alone at the shelter, the group hesitated to linger by the shore. The following morning, as dawn broke, everyone awoke early. They approached the coastline to freshen up briefly before returning to the cave. Sun Yuxuan gathered the harvested sea salt crystals and cookware, placing them into a bamboo basket, which he slung over his back. Luo Yuxue and her companions each carried a suitcase. They descended from the cave, heading towards the shelter, with Sun Yuxuan leading the way wielding an axe. The girls closely followed him, their loads slowing their pace considerably. Particularly, Luo Yuxue and her friends, having not ventured far, were already drenched in sweat, panting heavily as their clothes clung to their bodies. Observing their struggle, Sun Yuxuan allowed them to pause for a rest. Thus, their journey became a series of stops and starts, taking over 4 hours to finally return to the shelter. By this time, Luo Yuxue and her companions were utterly exhausted, dropping their suitcases to the ground and collapsing onto the earth, gasping for breath. Sun Yuxuan also set down the bamboo basket and sat heavily, inhaling deeply. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming lounged on a rock by the stream, basking in the sun. Noticing the return of Sun Yuxuan and the others, he strolled over, curiosity and astonishment lighting up his face upon seeing Chun Yaolin and Zheng wanting alongside the suitcases they had brought back. He exclaimed, "Boss, where did you find these 2 beauties?" Sun Yuxuan shot him an exasperated glance, replying, "What do you mean, where did I find them? They are from Singapore, rescued from a group of Japanese." Hu Qiming was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What Japanese?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Bai Shihan interjected, 7 despicable Japanese. But they have all been dealt with by Xiange. Nodding at her words, Hu Qiming inquired further, "And what about the suitcases?" Sun Yuxuan smiled, saying, "Of course, they belong to those Japanese. I never expected them to possess such abundant supplies. With these resources, we can better survive on this deserted island." After saying this, he turned to Hu Qiming and asked, "Has anything happened while we were away?" Hu Qiming shook his head. No incidents occurred. Sun Yuxuan nodded, then added, "We're famished after our journey. Please prepare some wild boar meat for us." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming promptly grabbed a Nepalese military knife and headed to the kitchen. He took a large piece of wild boar meat, cut it into smaller chunks, and began to simmer it in a pot. After resting on the ground for a while, Sun Yuxuan and his companions regained some strength and stood up, making their way to the kitchen to await the completion of the stew. In less than an hour, the tender leaves of shuru had been simmered to perfection. The group, already famished, eagerly took up their bowls and chopsticks to savor the succulent wild boar meat. After indulging in the delectable stew, they proceeded to transport their luggage back to the shelter. Sun Yuxuan then led the others in dissolving the sea salt crystals they had collected from the coastline in bamboo tubes filled with water, crafting several rudimentary filtration devices. As before, they took turns filtering the brine from the bamboo tubes, dedicating over 2 hours to complete the task. Chapter 77. The touched Qinyalan and Zheng, wanting Sun Yuxuan, accompanied by the others, ignited several bonfires outside the shelter. He carefully poured the filtered brine into a few pots and placed them over the flames to commence the process of boiling sea salt. The group gathered around the fires, eagerly awaiting the transformation of the brine into salt. Luo Yuxue, Jiang Yue, and others chattered animatedly, while Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming appeared relaxed, each indulging in a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. In contrast, Qinyalan and Zheng wanting seemed somewhat reserved, perhaps due to their recent arrival in this unfamiliar setting. They sat quietly beside the fire, occasionally glancing at the others without uttering a word. Noticing their discomfort, Sun Yuxuan smiled and reassured them, "You two need not feel so stiff. This will soon be your home as well. We're all one family here, so there is no need for formality." Hu Qiming chimed in with a laugh, teasing, "Indeed. Just relax and enjoy your time here. Apart from being a bit of a lecher, our boss is quite decent." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's remark, Sun Yuxuan playfully swatted him on the head, feigning annoyance. "What nonsense are you spouting? Where am I lecherous?" Hu Qiming, feigning innocence, replied, "I'm merely speaking the truth." Sun Yuxuan then turned to Luo Yuxue and the others, inquiring, "Honestly, do you think I am lecherous?" To his surprise, the girls all nodded in unison. He felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, pondering, "I can't believe they see me this way." Witnessing Sun Yuxuan's awkward expression, Luo Yuxue and the others erupted into laughter. Even Qinyalan and Zheng wanting managed to crack a smile. After a while, Sun Yuxuan seemed to regain his composure and addressed Qinyalan and Zheng wanting, "You two should share a space with Xia tonight. Tomorrow, I will venture into the woods to fetch some bamboo and build your proper bed." Qinyalan quickly waved her hands, saying, "Sun Ge, there is no need to go through all that trouble. We can sleep on the ground. We are already immensely grateful for your hospitality." Sun Yuxuan, alarmed by her response, insisted, "That's out of the question. We are family now. You both deserve equitable treatment. If I let you sleep on the ground, wouldn't that make me no better than those Japanese?" After taking a puff of his cigarette, he continued, "And remember, do not belittle yourselves in the future. Here, everyone is equal. No one is more noble, and no one is inferior." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Qinyalan and Zheng wanting were deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Thus, the night wore on until darkness enveloped the sky, and the brine in the pots had transformed entirely into pristine white sea salt. Sun Yuxuan cautiously gathered the sea salt into an empty bottle. This time, he had successfully boiled down 6 to 7 pounds of sea salt, sufficient for their sustenance for a month or two. After enjoying a stew of wild boar meat, the group returned early to their shelter to rest. At dawn the next morning, before the sun had risen, Sun Yuxuan awoke from his slumber. He gently turned over and noticed Hu Qiming still deep in sleep, his snoring intermittent. Observing Hu Qiming's peaceful visage, a wave of envy surged within Sun Yuxuan. He carefully climbed out of bed, mindful not to disturb Hu Qiming, and softly opened the bamboo door of the shelter. The cool morning breeze greeted him, invigorating his senses. As he approached the riverside, he was surprised to find Qinyalan and Zheng wanting already there, tending to their morning ablutions. Filled with curiosity, Sun Yuxuan called out to them, "It's barely dawn. What brings you two up so early? There is no pressing matter at hand. Why not indulge in a bit more rest?" Upon hearing his voice, Qinyalan turned, a smile gracing her features. "Didn't you mention last night that we would be cutting bamboo this morning? We thought we'd rise early to assist you," she replied swiftly. Sun Yuxuan felt a stir in his heart at Qinyalan's words. He recognized that the two girls might still be somewhat reserved, unaccustomed to their new surroundings. He quickly reassured them, "Haven't I told you before? There is no need for such formality. Consider this place your home. Rest assured, no one here will mistreat or look down upon you. Touched by his words, both Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting felt a swell of gratitude. After freshening up, Sun Yuxuan returned to the shelter, retrieved an axe, and made his way towards the woods, closely followed by the two girls. In no time, the trio arrived at the bamboo grove. Sun Yuxuan stood before the towering stalks, his gaze sweeping over them until he selected several that were as thick as a bowl. Gripping the axe firmly, he tensed his arm muscles and swung it with force, the blade slicing through the air before striking the bamboo with a resounding thud. The power of the axe was indeed remarkable. With just a few strikes, a bamboo stalk that was as thick as a bowl fell to the ground, as if its very sinews had been severed. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the axe. Had he used his folding knife, it would have taken at least 20 minutes to fell such a stalk. As time passed, within half an hour, Sun Yuxuan had successfully chopped down 5 bamboo stalks of similar girth. He paused to catch his breath, placing the axe aside, and began to process the bamboo. Drawing his Nepali knife from his waist, he trimmed off the branches and cut several stalks into smaller segments, bundling them into 2 piles. Selecting a larger bundle, he effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder, while Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting worked together to carry the smaller bundle. Though it was somewhat strenuous, the two girls persevered with determination. As the 3 of them returned to the shelter, bearing bamboo, Hu Qiming, Luo Yuxue, and the others had already awakened. Sun Yuxuan and his companions placed the bamboo on the ground, took a brief respite, and then transported the bamboo to the shelter where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, commencing the construction of a bamboo bed. After more than an hour of diligent effort from everyone, a bamboo bed was successfully erected. Once the bed was completed, Sun Yuxuan led the group into the woods to gather some palm leaves and dried grass, which they laid atop the newly constructed bamboo bed. Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting gazed at the carefully crafted bamboo bed prepared for them by Sun Yuxuan and his friends, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Initially, the two had merely hoped that Sun Yuxuan and his companions would provide them shelter, never anticipating such kindness that allowed them to experience a sense of home in this place. Chapter 78. Searching for food in the woods with by Han time flows inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, over a month has swiftly passed. The footsteps of late autumn have quietly arrived, and the temperature on the deserted island has notably dropped. During this month, life for the group has become exceedingly monotonous. Aside from occasional foray into the woods to forage for food and gather firewood, the majority of their time is spent within the confines of their shelter. After this period of rest, Hu Qiming's injuries have finally healed completely, restoring his former vigor and spirit. Meanwhile, Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting have, almost imperceptibly, fully integrated into the familial circle of Sun Yuxuan. The two have also emerged from the shadows cast by their past torment at the hands of the Japanese, becoming noticeably more lively and cheerful. However, as the weather grows increasingly frigid, the nights have become the most arduous moments for everyone. In the dead of night, the biting cold can rouse individuals from their slumber, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. To address this issue, Sun Yuxuan led the group in constructing 2 fireplaces within their shelters, igniting fires each night to banish the chill with the warmth of flickering flames. On this particular morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the deserted island, Sun Yuxuan awoke early, as was his custom. He gently opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the still sleeping Hu Qiming. Observing Hu Qiming's tranquil visage, Sun Yuxuan felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, choosing not to disturb him. Slowly rising from his bamboo bed, he felt a lingering sense of languor and fatigue. He made his way to the entrance of the shelter, and as he gently pushed open the bamboo door, a biting wind surged forth like a tumultuous wave, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He wrapped his clothing tightly around himself, as if it were his sole source of warmth. With somewhat stiff movements, he approached the riverbank, crouching down to dip his hand into the water. In that instant, a chill raced up his arm, enveloping his entire being. It felt as though countless needles were simultaneously piercing his skin, prompting an involuntary gasp. The temperature of the river water was far below his expectations, excruciatingly cold. Despite this discomfort, Sun Yuxuan persevered, scooping some water and gently splashing onto his face. The moment the icy water made contact with his skin, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of refreshment and clarity, as if he had been awakened in that very moment. He stood quietly by the river for a while, before turning to head towards the kitchen. Upon entering, Sun Yuxuan gathered some firewood, carefully placing it into the fireplace to ignite. Sitting quietly beside the fire, he basked in its warmth, gazing at the dwindling supply of wild boar meat on the rack. This meat was the result of a hunt over 10 days prior, when he and Hu Qiming had brought back a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. As time has passed, only a small portion remains. With 9 individuals to feed daily, the demand for food has become significant. Aware of the encroaching cold, Sun Yuxuan understands that finding sustenance will become increasingly challenging in the days to come. One must seize the moment to gather ample provisions for storage. With this thought in mind, I swiftly grasped a bow and arrows, placing them into a bamboo basket, which I then strapped to my back. Armed with an axe, I prepared to venture into the woods in search of sustenance. Just as I took a few steps, I heard the creaking sound of the bamboo door swinging open. Turning my head, I saw Bai Shirhan emerging from the shelter, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes. Noticing Sun Yuxuan with the basket on his back and the axe in hand, Hu Qiming understood his intent to forage for food in the forest. He quickly approached and remarked, "Brother Xian, are you heading into the woods to search for food?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "Indeed. The weather is growing colder, and in the days to come, finding food will become increasingly challenging. I plan to gather more provisions to store away." Upon hearing this, Bai Shirhan eagerly interjected, "Wait for me. I wish to accompany you." Without waiting for Sun Yuxuan's response, she hurried to the riverbank, ducked into a makeshift toilet, and, after a brief wash at the river, returned to the shelter to grab a bow and arrows before setting off into the woods alongside Sun Yuxuan. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise, casting a thin veil of mist over the forest, which rendered visibility low and made their progress slow. However, in this season, there was little concern about venomous snakes, as such cold weather would have driven them into hiding for their winter slumber. Perhaps due to the chill, the two wandered in the woods for an hour, hearing only the occasional chirp of birds from the branches above, with no sign of other creatures. Bai Shirhan, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Brother Xian, it's truly strange. How have we walked this long without even spotting a single wild chicken?" With a smile, Sun Yuxuan explained there is nothing odd about it. After all, in this frigid weather, many animals prefer to remain inactive. Bai Shirhan quickly responded, "So, does that mean we won't find any food today?" Sun Yuxuan reassured her with a smile. "Patience. Let us keep a positive mindset. We've hardly traveled far. Rest assured, we will find food." They continued deeper into the woods, and fortunately, the sun had risen higher, its rays filtering through the trees, enveloping them in warmth as the mist lifted completely. After walking a bit further, Sun Yuxuan suddenly noticed a slight rustling in the nearby bushes. He halted immediately, and seeing him stop, Bai Shirhan also came to a standstill. Whispering, "Brother Xian, why have you suddenly stopped?" Sun Yuxuan pointed subtly towards the bushes and replied, "It seems there is something moving in there." With that, he gripped his axe tightly and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Bai Shirhan followed suit, moving quietly. Before they could draw near the bushes, 2 gray wild rabbits unexpectedly sprang forth from within. Bai Shirhan, quick-witted and swift, seized her bow and arrow and unleashed a shot at the 2 wild hares. Whether it was sheer luck or her exceptional archery skills, the arrow remarkably found its mark, piercing the body of one hare. The arrow, crafted from umbrella ribs, drove deeply into the creature's flesh. Instantly, the hare collapsed, thrashing about on the ground, while the other swiftly vanished without trace. Sun Yuxuan hastened forward, grasping the fallen hare and delivering a decisive blow with his axe to its head. After a few convulsions, the hare lay still, its life extinguished. Chapter 79. The hunt for the wild goat. Sun Yuxuan cautiously extracted the arrow from the body of the hare, gently handing it to Bai Shirhan before placing the hare into the bamboo basket. With a smile gracing his face, he praised Bai Shirhan, saying, "Shirhan, your archery skills have truly become remarkable. Hitting a running hare is no small feat. I doubt I could accomplish that myself. Upon receiving Sun Yuxuan's compliment, Bai Shihan's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied, I was merely fortunate. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. After a brief respite, the pair ventured deeper into the woods. However, they had scarcely moved when a sudden chorus of bleating resonated through the air. The sound was crisp and loud, standing out strikingly in the stillness of the forest. Bai Shihan halted. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, Brother Xian, what animal makes that sound? I don't believe I've ever heard it before. Taken aback for a moment, Sun Yuxuan soon broke into a smile, responding, That's the bleating of sheep. Haven't you heard it before? A fresh wave of embarrassment washed over Bai Shihan as she admitted, Although I have eaten mutton, this is indeed the first time I've ever heard a sheep's call. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. How could Bai Shihan, despite her age, have never heard the sound of a sheep? Yet, reflecting on her upbringing in the city, he recognized that she might not have had many opportunities to encounter such commonplace animals. Upon hearing the bleating, a wave of excitement surged within Sun Yuxuan. After 3 months on this desolate island, it was the first time he had heard the sound of sheep. He never imagined that wild goats could exist on this island. It seemed that another delightful dish would soon grace their table. Quickening his pace towards the source of the bleating, Bai Shihan hurriedly followed suit. As they drew nearer, the bleating grew increasingly pronounced, allowing Sun Yuxuan to ascertain that there was more than one wild goat in the vicinity. After walking approximately 300 to 400 meters, a group of 7 or 8 gray wild goats came into view, leisurely grazing in the nearby woods, occasionally emitting their characteristic bleats. Now only 100 meters away from them, Sun Yuxuan immediately crouched down, tugging gently at Bai Shihan's hand to signal her to do the same. In a hushed tone, he instructed her, Stay here and remain as silent as possible. I will approach the herd and see if I can take one down. Bai Shihan whispered back, I want to go with you. Sun Yuxuan quickly shook his head, saying, Wild goats are quite skittish. Even the slightest rustle could scare them away. With 2 of us, we present too large a target. You should stay here. Upon hearing his reasoning, Bai Shihan nodded in agreement. Sun Yuxuan gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground, handed his axe to Bai Shihan, and retrieved his bow and arrows from the basket. Sun Yuxuan crouched low to the ground like a stealthy cheetah, moving cautiously toward a herd of wild goats. Fortunately, the lush vegetation surrounding him provided excellent cover, blending seamlessly with the surrounding grass. He seemed to embody the very essence of the land. With each few meters he advanced, he would halt, holding his breath, meticulously observing the movements of the goats. Only when he was certain that they remained oblivious to his presence would he continue to move forward with utmost care. As he drew nearer to the goats, his heartbeat quickened, pounding as if it would leap from his throat. He could even hear the rhythm of his own pulse. He understood that even the slightest misstep could startle the vigilant goats into flight. Thus, he remained vigilant, fully focused on their every move. Time crept by, and at last, Sun Yuxuan positioned himself behind a dense thicket, approximately 20 meters from the goats. He realized that while this distance was adequate for a shot, it was insufficient to inflict a fatal wound. Yet, he dared not approach recklessly. All he could do was wait for the goats to draw closer. Each passing second felt interminable. After a few minutes, 2 goats began to saunter toward the thicket where he concealed himself. As they approached within 5 or 6 meters, Sun Yuxuan gently knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, peering through a gap in the foliage. He aimed for the larger of the 2 goats and released the string without hesitation. The arrow zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking the goat squarely in the neck. The shaft, crafted from umbrella ribs, pierced through its flesh, causing blood to spurt forth instantaneously. Unyielding, Sun Yuxuan swiftly knocked a second arrow and aimed at another goat. This shot was equally precise, slicing through the air like a meteor and finding its mark in the neck of the second goat. At that moment, the wounded goat let out a heart-wrenching bleat before turning and sprinting into the depths of the forest without a moment's hesitation. The other goats, startled by this sudden upheaval, scattered in a panic. Sun Yuxuan immediately sprang to his feet and pursued the goat that he had struck twice. Observing this, Bai Shihan quickly shouldered her bamboo basket and followed after him. Despite being hit twice, the goat maintained a surprising speed, soon vanishing from Sun Yuxuan's sight. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that while the goat had temporarily escaped his grasp, its injuries would inevitably hinder its speed. As time progressed, the flow of blood from the wound quickened, and it would not be long before he succumbed to excessive blood loss. Thus, Sun Yuxuan leisurely followed the trail of blood that stained the ground. After pursuing it for approximately 700 to 800 meters, he beheld the wild goat lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, emitting pained cries and exhibiting continuous convulsions. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan approaching, the goat struggled to rise and flee. However, it had barely managed to stand before collapsing once more to the earth. Chapter 80. Are you here to be a light bulb? Sun Yuxuan hastily approached the fallen wild goat, drawing his Nepalese knife from his waist. With a swift motion of his arm, the gleaming blade traced a sharp arc through the air, targeting the goat's neck. In an instant, the knife severed the neck, unleashing a fountain of crimson blood that splattered onto the ground, creating a shocking pool of gore. After sustaining such a grievous injury, the goat convulsed violently a few times before deflating like a punctured balloon, utterly devoid of life. Sun Yuxuan wiped the bloody knife across the goat's body, sheathing it back at his waist. He then sat down on the carcass, inhaling deeply to catch his breath. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Bai Shihan arrived, breathless from a brisk run, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon seeing that Sun Yuxuan had successfully dispatched the goat, her face blossomed with joy and excitement. She hurried over to his side and sat down on the goat's body, gasping for air like him. Her rapid breathing caused her chest to rise and fall tumultuously, reminiscent of surging ocean waves. Sun Yuxuan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her form, his eyes occasionally flickering towards her elevated bosom, the subtle curves becoming increasingly alluring with each labored breath. Bai Shihan sensed Sun Yuxuan's intense gaze but felt no aversion. Instead, a flicker of delight surged within her. After spending considerable time together, her fondness for him had grown steadily. After resting for about 10 minutes, both felt their strength returning. Concerned that other carnivorous creatures might be attracted by the scent of blood, they dared not linger. Sun Yuxuan hoisted the wild goat, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, onto his shoulder and set off in the direction of their shelter, with Bai Shihan following closely behind, carrying a bamboo basket. Despite Sun Yuxuan's exceptional strength, the burden of the goat made traversing the uneven forest terrain laborious. Reluctantly, they paused every 600 or 700 meters to rest. Thus, after nearly 3 hours of walking and stopping, they finally returned to the shelter with the goat. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming, Luo Yuxue, and their companions were lounging on the grass by the riverbank, basking in the sun while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Upon seeing Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan return, particularly with the goat in tow, they were filled with astonishment and joy, quickly rising to greet them. As they reached the kitchen's entrance, Sun Yuxuan placed the goat onto the ground and collapsed beside it, gasping for air. Bai Shihan set down her bamboo basket and sat beside him, also breathing heavily. Tang Jing hurried into the kitchen, retrieving 2 bamboo bowls and filling them with cool, boiled water, which she offered to Sun Yuxuan and Bai Shihan. The 2 individuals eagerly accepted the water that Tang Jing had offered, gulping it down with fervor. After finishing the water, they returned the bamboo bowl to Tang Jing and resumed their heavy breathing. Hu Qiming, observing the wild goat, addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Boss, why did you not summon me while foraging for food in the woods?" Before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Jiang Yue laughed and interjected, "What would you call him for? Can't you see that Captain Sun is accompanied by the lovely Shihan? Would you have me call you just to be a third wheel?" Hu Qiming chuckled in agreement. "That's true. If I had tagged along, it would have been awkward for the boss to hold hands or steal a kiss with Shihan." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and the others couldn't help but laugh, while Bai Shihan quickly retorted, "Don't speak nonsense. Nothing has happened between Yuxuan and me." Hu Qiming, still grinning, replied, "You seem quite flustered. Even if something were to transpire between you and the boss, we wouldn't utter a word. After all, It's quite natural to be infatuated with someone like him. Sun Yuxuan, amused, remarked, I appreciate your words. Hu Qiming sighed deeply, prompting Jiang Yue to curiously ask, why the sigh? Everything seems fine. Hu Qiming slowly replied, alas. If only I were a woman, I would certainly marry the boss. This sentiment once again elicited laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others, while Sun Yuxuan shot him a disapproving glance, saying, enough with that talk. It makes me feel nauseated. Let us focus on processing the wild goat. Hu Qiming responded with a smile. All right, I'll take care of it. You two should rest well. With that, along with Luo Yuxue and the others, carried the wild goat to the riverside to begin the processing. It must be said that Hu Qiming was quite adept. He handled the wild goat with remarkable skill. In less than 20 minutes, he had successfully skinned the entire animal, armed with a Nepalese military knife. He made an incision in the goat's abdomen, extracting the entrails. He intended to discard everything but the liver into the river. Observing this, Chen Yaoan promptly exclaimed, Qiming, the stomach is a delicacy, far tastier than the meat itself. Why throw it away? Hu Qiming replied with a grin, I am aware of its quality, but it's quite challenging to clean. Chen Yaoan immediately offered, leave it to me. Intrigued, Hu Qiming asked, you know how to handle this? Chen Yaoan responded with a smile, it's not difficult. I often cook at home. With that, she returned to the kitchen to fetch some ashes from burnt wood and sea salt, proceeding to the riverside to meticulously clean the goat's stomach. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming cut the goat meat into small pieces for Luo Yuxue and the others to take back to the shelter. After portioning the meat, Hu Qiming laid the goat's skin on the ground, carefully scraping off the remaining fat with his military knife. He then rinsed the skin in the river and hung it on a large tree branch to dry. At that moment, Chen Yaoan had also thoroughly cleaned a sheep's stomach. When Hu Qiming picked it up, he was pleased to see that it was impeccably clean, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Unable to contain his admiration, Hu Qiming gave her a thumbs up, praising, you truly are remarkable. You managed to cleanse the sheep's stomach so thoroughly. Flattered by Hu Qiming's compliment, Chen Yaoan replied with a smile, oh, it's nothing special. Just then, Jiang Yue, with a playful smile, teased Hu Qiming, saying, Qiming, have you taken a liking to Yaoan? Hu Qiming hastily waved his hand, responding, don't say such nonsense. I'm a married man. My heart will forever belong to my wife. Chapter 81, A Curiosity Among the Girls. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's revelation, Luo Yuxue and the others instinctively turned their gaze towards him, as if seeking some hidden truth in his expression. Tang Jing, with a look of astonishment, inquired, you're married? How come you've never mentioned it since your return? Her voice was laced with incredulity, clearly taken aback by the unexpected news. Jiang Yue quickly chimed in, Qiming, you've kept this a well-guarded secret. We've worked together for years, and I had no idea you were married. I always thought you had feelings for President Luo. Her teasing tone elicited an awkward smile from Hu Qiming. He hurried to clarify, those are mere rumors. I hold nothing but pure admiration and respect for President Luo. A person like her can only be managed by someone at the top. However, his words caused Luo Yuxue's face to flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her eyes occasionally darting towards Sun Yuxuan. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, remarking, Qiming, you certainly know how to articulate. Tang Jing pressed further, Qiming, is it true that you're married? You're not just trying to curry favor with Captain Sun by claiming to be married, are you? Hu Qiming, with a resigned smile, replied, is there any need for that? My marriage is a reality. I wouldn't jest about such matters. I even have a daughter who is over 2 years old. As he spoke, images of his wife and daughter spontaneously surfaced in his mind, his wife's gentle smile and his daughter's adorable face, flashing before his eyes like scenes from a film. A subtle smile of happiness crept across his lips. However, Hu Qiming's revelation left Luo Yuxue, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue in a state of shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Hu Qiming was married and had a daughter over 2 years old. After all, they had worked alongside him for several years without ever hearing him mention his wife or child. This sudden revelation struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them reeling. Jiang Yue was the first to regain her composure, feigning annoyance, as she said, Qiming, how could you be so inconsiderate? We have a good relationship at work, and you didn't even inform us of your marriage and child. Do you not regard us as friends? Tang Jing joined in the laughter, adding, Qiming, not telling us about your marriage and child is quite inconsiderate, don't you think? Hu Qiming quickly interjected, I got married in secret. The moment his words fell, the girls were taken aback, clearly surprised by his admission, particularly by Shirhan, who widened her eyes in curiosity and asked, why would you want to get married in secret? Is there something to hide? Before he could respond, Sun Yuxuan interjected with a laugh. All right, let us not pry any further. His wife's identity is rather unique, which is why they chose to marry in secret. Sun Yuxuan's revelation was akin to a seismic bomb, instantly stirring a tempest of reactions among the crowd. Luo Yuxue, Zhang Yue, and others simultaneously turned their gaze towards Sun Yuxuan, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. Luo Yuxue was the first to break the silence, inquiring, Captain Sun, how did you come to know that Qiming has married and had children? A subtle smile played at the corners of Sun Yuxuan's mouth as he nodded in affirmation, replying, Of course, he mentioned it to me long ago. Zhang Yue's curiosity was piqued to the fullest. She eagerly pressed on. You just mentioned that Qiming's wife has a unique identity. What does that entail? In response to the crowd's probing, Sun Yuxuan shifted his gaze to Hu Qiming, playfully asking, Qiming, is this something we can discuss? Hu Qiming hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed permissible to share. With a teasing grin, Sun Yuxuan leisurely remarked, Well, I shall divulge it then. However, as soon as he uttered these words, he suddenly paused, seemingly relishing the suspense he had created, and refrained from continuing. The audience's curiosity was thoroughly ignited by his behavior. They widened their eyes, fixated on Sun Yuxuan, eager to uncover the mystery of Qiming's wife's special identity. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan casually extracted a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with an air of nonchalance. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Zhang Yue, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious and could not help but urge, Please, just tell us. What is so special about Qiming's wife? Yet, Sun Yuxuan appeared unfazed by the urgency. He beamed at Zhang Yue, teasingly asking, Would you like to know? Zhang Yue retorted with irritation. Isn't that obvious? Of course I want to know. Stop toying with us and just say it. I'm nearly dying of curiosity. Seeing her flustered state, Sun Yuxuan's smile broadened, and he playfully teased, Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She indignantly replied, Dream on. If you won't say it, then forget it. With that, she turned her head in defiance, refusing to look at Sun Yuxuan any longer. However, her gaze soon landed on Hu Qiming, and she demanded, You tell me, what does your wife do? Just as Hu Qiming was about to speak, his eyes met Sun Yuxuan's. Sun Yuxuan winked at him, a knowing look passing between them, as if conveying a hidden message. Hu Qiming understood immediately, a knowing smile gracing his face. He then turned to Zhang Yue and said, let's have the boss explain it to you. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Zhang Yue shifted her attention from Hu Qiming back to Sun Yuxuan, retorting, If you won't say it, then I don't care to know. And as for that kiss, not a chance. Upon hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan wore a mischievous grin and remarked, Oh, you truly do not wish to know? Allow me to enlighten you. Qiming's wife is someone you all undoubtedly recognize. Furthermore, if I were to reveal her name, you would surely be left astounded. At this declaration, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances rife with curiosity and bewilderment. What could Sun Yuxuan possibly mean by claiming that they all knew Hu Qiming's wife? At that moment, their intrigue was thoroughly piqued, and their desire to unveil the identity of Hu Qiming's wife intensified. Sun Yuxuan, seemingly attuned to their thoughts, allowed a sly smile to dance upon his lips. Then, at a leisurely pace, he turned to Zhang Yue and said, So, are you eager to know now? Just grant me a kiss, and I shall reveal it to you all immediately. Chapter 82. The happiest man before Zhang Yue could utter a word. A teasing smile appeared on Tang Jing's face as she stood beside her. Yue, stop hesitating and just give him a kiss. What is there to be shy about? It's not like you Haven T kissed him before. Seeing this, Shirhan quickly chimed in, Exactly, Yue. Just kiss him boldly. A kiss won't cost you anything. So why be so reserved? I've noticed your interest in Xiange for quite some time. Jiang Yue, caught in their playful banter, felt her already slightly flushed cheeks turn as red as a ripe apple. With a hint of mock anger, she glared at Tang Jing and Bai Han, playfully retorting, "You two are something else. Why don't you go kiss him instead?" Tang Jing chuckled and replied, "Oh, but Captain Sun specifically wants you to kiss him. We aren't that fortunate." Bai Han chimed in again, "Yes, yes. I would love to kiss him, but Xiange hasn't invited me to. So stop dawdling and just do it." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their words, Jiang Yue hesitated for a moment, but eventually leaned in slowly, bringing her cherry-like lips close to Sun Yuxuan's cheek. Her motion was gentle and swift, akin to a startled little rabbit, as she merely brushed her lips against his cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Sun Yuxuan seemed dissatisfied with this fleeting kiss. He touched the spot where Jiang Yue had kissed him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He feigned discontent and said, "I didn't feel anything." "Yue, that was too perfunctory. Do it again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue replied with a hint of annoyance, "Don't be too much. Quickly tell me, what does Qiming's wife do?" Only then did Sun Yuxuan slowly respond. Qiming's wife is a big star. The group, including Luo Yuxue, was momentarily taken aback. Luo Yuxue quickly asked, "Who is it?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and said, "His wife is Shan. You all know her, right?" When Sun Yuxuan mentioned the name Shan, the girls' faces were filled with disbelief. After all, Shan was currently one of the hottest celebrities in China. They could hardly believe that she was married to Hu Qiming and had even born him a daughter. After a while, Tang Jing finally spoke. "You're not joking, are you? Qiming's wife is really Shan?" Sun Yuxuan laughed. "What is that a joke about?" "If you don't believe me, ask Qiming." Tang Jing then turned her gaze to Hu Qiming and asked, "Is your wife really Shan?" Hu Qiming nodded with a smile. Jiang Yue then said to him, "This can't be true. Can it? A stunning star like her married you?" Hearing this, Hu Qiming was both amused and exasperated. "Yue, what do you mean by that? Am I really that inadequate?" Jiang Yue quickly shook her head. "Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I just never imagined that Shan would marry you." Luo Yuxue, intrigued, inquired, "How do you know Shan? And how did you manage to win her heart?" Hu Qiming chuckled and replied, "We are classmates. I didn't pursue her. Rather, she took the initiative." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuxue and her group of friends were momentarily struck dumb, standing in stunned silence. After a while, Bai Han slowly regained her composure and regarded Hu Qiming with an incredulous gaze. She gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Qiming, you are truly remarkable. To marry a superstar like Shan makes you a winner in life. You must be incredibly fortunate." A subtle smile graced Hu Qiming's lips as he nodded, saying, "It's not that special. I never regarded her as a celebrity. But honestly, I do feel quite fortunate. However, compared to our leader, I still feel a bit lacking." Hearing Hu Qiming's words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by Hu Qiming's statement. Bai Han couldn't contain her intrigue any longer and pressed further. "What do you mean by that? Why do you say there's a disparity when compared to Xiange?" With a smile, Hu Qiming elucidated, "Think about it. If we were to remain on this deserted island for another year or so, our leader would undoubtedly win over all of you. At that point, wouldn't he become the happiest man in the world?" His words rippled through the group like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a flurry of emotions. The faces of the girls instantly turned as red as ripe apples. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking, if he truly could win them all over, I would be laughing even in my dreams. After a few seconds, a faint blush appeared on Jiang Yue's cheeks. Playfully, she responded, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in him at all." Yet, her tone betrayed a hint of undeniable shyness. Observing this, Hu Qiming couldn't help but smirk mischievously and teased, "Oh, come on." As the saying goes, the involved are often blinded, while the bystanders see clearly. I've noticed that each of you seems to have a soft spot for our leader. At this, the girls' faces flushed even deeper, and Jiang Yue shot Hu Qiming a reproachful glare, muttering, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Unfazed, Hu Qiming laughed and said, You all shouldn't be so bashful. After all, on this deserted island, who can predict what tomorrow or an unexpected event may bring? So, if you all have feelings for our leader, why not embrace it boldly and love fervently? This way, you won't have any regrets. He paused and continued. If one day we truly leave this island, would you still wish to be with our leader? It wouldn't hurt to decide then. Hu Qiming's words caused a group of girls' faces to flush instantly, resembling ripe apples. They shyly lowered their heads, yet each was quietly contemplating the significance of Hu Qiming's remarks. Indeed, during the past few months spent with Sun Yuxuan, they had developed a unique sentiment towards him. Perhaps this feeling could be described as affection. However, they lacked the courage to confront this emotion directly, let alone express it openly. Chapter 83. A robust body with a broad smile, Hu Qiming gazed at Sun Yuxuan, an expression that hinted at a certain ingratiation, as if he harbored ulterior motives. Under Hu Qiming's scrutiny, Sun Yuxuan felt an uncomfortable shiver run down his spine. He promptly retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not interested in men." Hu Qiming, sensing the tension, quickly clarified with a chuckle, "Boss, don't misunderstand. I have no interest in men either." Sun Yuxuan pressed on, "Then why the intense stare?" Hu Qiming chuckled again, lowering his voice. "I was just pondering. If you were to win over all of General Luo's ladies, would your body be able to handle it?" His words dripped with a hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan perked up, confidently declaring, "Rest assured, my body is more than capable. Even if 8 or 10 more were to join, I could manage." At this proclamation, Luo Yuxue and the other girls blushed, shooting him incredulous glances. Hu Qiming, barely suppressing a smirk, remarked, "Boss, do you know what I admire most about you?" His tone was laced with mockery. Curious, Sun Yuxuan inquired, "What is it?" Hu Qiming's lips curled into a playful grin as he replied, "I admire your thick skin. You're still a virgin, aren't you?" Sun Yuxuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly diverting the topic. "All right, enough of that. I'm starving." With that, he hastily made his way to the kitchen. As the girls, including Luo Yuxue, witnessed Sun Yuxuan's awkwardness, a spark of curiosity ignited within them. They exchanged glances, seemingly pondering the same question. Could it be true what Hu Qiming suggested, that he was still a virgin? Upon entering the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan procured a large piece of lamb, wielding an axe to chop it into uniformly sized chunks. After sautéing the lamb to release its savory aroma, he added some water and began to simmer it slowly. While the lamb cooked, Hu Qiming addressed Sun Yuxuan once more. "Boss, with the weather getting colder, we can't possibly keep bathing in the river, can we? That water is bone-chilling. Why don't we build a bathhouse by the river instead? It would make bathing much more convenient for everyone." Luo Yuxue eagerly chimed in, "Yes, Captain Sun, the cold is unbearable, and we haven't bathed in over half a month. We're practically rancid. If we could construct a bathhouse, we could heat water for bathing. How wonderful that would be." Upon hearing their suggestions, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. "I've been contemplating this as well. Not only should we build a bathhouse, but we should also create a large hot tub inside. That way, everyone can enjoy a comfortable soak." As soon as Sun Yuxuan voiced this idea, the girls erupted into excited cheers, envisioning themselves luxuriating in a warm bath. However, Hu Qiming furrowed his brow and expressed his concerns, stating, "Constructing a bathroom is not particularly challenging, but creating a heated bath within it may prove to be somewhat impractical. After all, we find ourselves stranded on a deserted island with limited resources. Where shall we procure such an abundance of materials?" In response to Hu Qiming's skepticism, Sun Yuxuan appeared unfazed, smiling as he explained, "You need not worry about that. A few days ago, while wandering by the riverbank, I stumbled upon a considerable quantity of black clay. In my hometown, this clay is quite valuable. It can be used for building walls, paving floors, and even crafting pottery. I believe we can utilize this clay to construct the bath without issue." After a brief pause, he continued, "Once everyone has finished their meal, I plan to venture into the woods to gather some timber and create molds for bricks. With these molds, we can shape the black clay into bricks. Once the bricks are formed and dried, we can fire them, and they will be ready for building the bath." As he concluded his statement, the eyes of the group sparkled with excitement, envisioning a brand new bath materializing before them. Hu Qiming enthusiastically gave Sun Yuxuan a thumbs up, praising him with admiration. You truly are remarkable. It seems you possess knowledge of everything, as if there is nothing you do not know. Sun Yuxuan smiled modestly, responding, "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. These are merely little bits of common knowledge that one acquires through experience." Time flew by, and before they realized it, over an hour had passed. At that moment, the lamb in the pot began to emit a tantalizing aroma, its rich fragrance wafting through the air, making everyone's mouths water. The group, who had been ravenously hungry, could no longer resist the temptation and eagerly grabbed their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, swiftly scooping up the tender, flavorful lamb from the pot and indulging in a hearty feast. It is worth noting that since their arrival on this desolate island, several months had elapsed, and this was their first opportunity to savor lamb. Although it was merely seasoned with a touch of sea salt, the meat of the wild goat was astonishingly delectable, devoid of any gamey flavor, surpassing the taste of domesticated lamb by an extraordinary margin. In less than 10 minutes, a large pot of steaming stewed lamb was consumed entirely, with not a drop of the rich broth remaining. After relishing this delightful stew, Sun Yuxuan turned to Luo Yuxue and the other girls, instructing, "Please rub the remaining lamb with some sea salt and hang on the bamboo rack above the fireplace." He then turned to Hu Qiming and said, "Come with me. We shall gather some wood from the forest." Without waiting for a response, Sun Yuxuan swiftly grabbed an axe and strode purposefully towards the woods. Observing this, Hu Qiming quickly seized another axe and followed closely in his footsteps. Luo Yuxue and the other girls busied themselves, meticulously applying sea salt to the remaining lamb, then carefully binding the meat with twine before delicately suspending it upon the bamboo rack above the fireplace. Sun Yuxuan led Hu Qiming into the forest, weaving through the dense foliage, his gaze piercing as it scanned the surrounding trees. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon a towering tree, as thick as a platter, standing majestically upright. Seizing an axe, he began to chop, with the two of them alternating in their efforts, and within less than 20 minutes, the grand tree lay felled upon the ground. They then wielded their axes to remove the branches and bark from the trunk, and Sun Yuxuan hewed 4 sections of the trunk, each nearly 30 centimeters in length. Each of them cradled 2 sections and made their way toward the shelter. Chapter 84. The warm water bath. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming returned to the shelter, each cradling 4 segments of what they had felled. Sun Yuxuan seized a Nepalese army knife, employing it as a chisel, and gently struck the handle of the knife with an axe, once, twice, thrice. With each strike, the wood gradually took on a square form. This task demanded both patience and skill. Sun Yuxuan remained wholly focused, unwilling to permit even the slightest lapse in concentration. After several hours of diligent effort, the 4 pieces of wood were successfully transformed into square blocks. Next, Sun Yuxuan set about hollowing out the centers of these blocks, intending to craft molds for bricks. He continued to wield the Nepalese knife and axe with meticulous care, gradually chiseling away the excess material from the center of the blocks. This phase proved even more challenging, as a moment's inattention could lead to fractures in the wood. Yet, undeterred, Sun Yuxuan persevered until the evening of the following day, when the 4 molds for the bricks were finally completed. Immediately thereafter, he led the group to transport some black clay using bamboo baskets. Adding a suitable amount of water to the clay, he removed his shoes and stepped into the mixture without hesitation. Using his feet, he tirelessly kneaded the black clay, ensuring that water and soil were thoroughly combined. After several hours of trampling, the clay acquired a soft, sticky consistency. Satisfied, Sun Yuxuan signaled to the others to commence the brick-making process using the molds they had crafted. Everyone eagerly joined in, filling the molds with the black clay, compacting it, and then gently extracting the newly formed bricks. Thus, one by one, bricks began to take shape. As the day drew to a close, Sun Yuxuan and the team had produced several hundred bricks, which were neatly arranged on the ground, awaiting complete drying before firing. For the next 3 days, Sun Yuxuan did not rest. He led the group in further bamboo harvesting before selecting a higher ground by the river to start constructing a bathhouse. Working together with unwavering determination, they built a simple yet functional bathhouse over the course of several days. Meanwhile, The bricks had dried completely after 3 days of sun exposure. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan reflected. Since the bricks had dried, now was the opportune moment to fire them. Thus, he decisively led the group to construct a kiln specifically for firing the bricks, carefully placing the dried bricks within and adding some dry firewood. Once everything was prepared, Sun Yuxuan ignited the firewood, and flames leaped up, licking the bricks inside the kiln. As seconds turned into minutes, and hours into a full day and night, those once unremarkable bricks underwent a magnificent transformation. Sun Yuxuan, filled with anticipation, picked up a finished brick and gently tapped it, producing a clear, resonant sound that seemed to narrate its resilience and solidity. Without pausing, he immediately directed the group to utilize these fired bricks to embark on new construction within a bathhouse. Initially, they constructed an exquisite fireplace in the corner of the bathroom. Upon completing the fireplace, Sun Yuxuan skillfully erected a spacious bathtub above it. To ensure that the bathtub would not leak, he meticulously mixed black tar with clay. He then carefully applied this mixture to the interior and exterior of the bathtub, forming a thick waterproof layer. Once the clay was fully applied, he patiently awaited its complete drying before placing kindling beneath the bathtub in the fireplace and igniting it. The flames roared, enveloping the bathtub, and after a day and a night of firings, the clay on the bathtub turned a deep black, resembling a layer of sturdy armor. Sun Yuxuan gently tapped the bathtub, and the sound that resonated was clear and melodious. There were no cracks to be found, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Thus, after more than 10 days of effort, they finally constructed a bathroom, complete with a bathtub for heating water. Luo Yuxue and a group of girls fetched water from the nearby stream using bamboo tubes, pouring it into the bathtub to cleanse it. They refilled the bathtub with fresh water, igniting the kindling in the fireplace below to heat the water for bathing. Nearly an hour passed, and the water in the bathtub had warmed, prompting everyone to gradually enter the bathroom for a hot bath. Time slipped by swiftly, and, in the blink of an eye, a month had passed, with the temperature on the deserted island gradually dropping. During this month, their lives, though simple, were also orderly. Aside from occasional excursions into the woods to forage for food and gather firewood, they spent most of their time within the shelter. One morning, before the sun had fully risen, the soft dawn light filtered through the gaps of the bamboo door, casting a gentle glow on the ground. As was his routine, Sun Yuxuan awoke early, carefully rising from his bed so as not to disturb Hu Qiming, who was still soundly asleep. Approaching the entrance of the shelter, he slowly pushed open the bamboo door. The moment the door swung open, a biting cold wind rushed in like a fierce beast. He involuntarily shivered, quickly wrapping his clothing tightly around himself to fend off the sudden chill. Standing at the threshold, Sun Yuxuan gazed at the desolate landscape before him, a wave of sentiment washing over him. How swiftly time passes. Unbeknownst to him, winter had quietly arrived. Taking a deep breath, he stepped outside the shelter and made his way towards the nearby stream. Once at the riverbank, he crouched down, carefully extending his hand into the frigid water. In an instant, a chill surged from his fingertips, as if the river had frozen solid, the cold piercing to the bone. Though his hands stung painfully from the cold, he persevered, scooping some water into his hands and splashing it gently onto his face. The icy river water met his skin, sending a jolt through him, awakening his senses and instantly brightening his previously drowsy eyes, invigorating him considerably. After standing quietly by the riverside for a few minutes, Sun Yuxuan gradually turned around and, with a light step, made his way into the kitchen. He walked directly to the stove, skillfully picked up some dry firewood, and carefully arranged them in the fireplace to ignite. The timber crackled and popped as it caught fire, sending sparks swirling into the air. As the flames spread, the warmth began to permeate the kitchen, dispelling a hint of chill. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the bamboo rack above the fireplace, where a dwindling supply of wild boar meat was displayed. This meat was from a nearly 200-pound wild boar that he and Hu Qiming had shot about a week ago in the woods. After several days of consumption, the supply had dwindled to an estimated 50 pounds, barely enough to sustain their group of 9 for 3 or 4 days. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. as concern for their food supply began to weigh heavily on his mind. With the number of mouths to feed and the increasing difficulty of foraging as the weather grew colder, he resolved to venture into the woods in search of fortune, hoping to hunt another wild boar or a goat. Chapter 85. Searching for food with Tang Jing and Jiang Yue after slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder. Sun Yuxuan retrieved a bow and arrows, placing them inside the basket, and picked up an axe before venturing into the woods. He had barely taken a few steps when a faint creaking sound emanated from behind him. Though subtle, it stood out starkly in the tranquil environment. Sun Yuxuan quickly turned around, only to see Jiang Yue and Tang Jing emerging slowly from the shelter. Their eyes were still half closed, as if they had just awakened. Présenting un charmant gris de rosy visage. Upon noticing Sun Yuxuan with the bamboo basket, both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue instinctively quickened their pace, hurrying to stand before him. Tang Jing was the first to speak, her voice laced with curiosity. "Captain Sun, where are you headed?" A faint smile graced Sun Yuxuan's lips as he replied. "Isn't it obvious? I'm off to the woods in search of food." Jiang Yue blinked, her curiosity piqued. "But there is still plenty of wild boar meat in the kitchen. Why venture out so early for more food?" With a resigned glance at her, Sun Yuxuan explained, "That amount of wild boar meat will not last us long. Moreover, as the weather grows colder, finding food will become increasingly challenging. If I do not stock up now, we may soon face hunger." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his words, Jiang Yue responded, "I hadn't thought of that. Why didn't you call Qi Ming to join you?" A playful smirk appeared on Sun Yuxuan's face as he teased, "That lad sleeps like a log, akin to a pig. All right, I can't chat with you both any longer. I must be on my way." Before he could finish, Tang Jing called out eagerly, "Wait for me. I'll come with you." Seeing this, Jiang Yue quickly chimed in, "I want to go too." With that, the two women dashed towards the toilet by the river, and after attending to their needs, they splashed their faces with the refreshing river water, invigorating themselves. Subsequently, they returned to the shelter to each grab a bow and arrow, and together with Sun Yuxuan, they ventured deeper into the woods. Sun Yuxuan led the way, axe in hand, with Tang Jing and Jiang Yue closely following him. Bows at the ready. Although the sun had risen, the temperature within the woods remained cool, sending a slight chill through the air. Dewdrops clung to the branches and leaves, resembling glistening pearls. However, these dewdrops proved somewhat troublesome. They had not traveled far before their clothes became soaked, dampened by the moisture. Clad in thin summer garments, the wetness only intensified their discomfort, making them feel cold and shivery, as if a chill were penetrating to their bones. Observing their plight, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of compassion and gently said, "You two should stay comfortably in the shelter. There's no need to endure this hardship alongside me." Tang Jing smiled gently and replied, "How could we allow you to bear all the burdens alone? It would weigh heavy on our hearts as well." Jiang Yue quickly chimed in, "Indeed, did you not mention before that to survive in this place, relying solely on you is insufficient? It is imperative that we depend on our own efforts." Hearing their words, Sun Yuxuan's smile grew even brighter, and he teased, "Ha, I never expected your awareness to be increasing so remarkably." Thus, the trio trudged through the woods, the minutes slipping away. After more than an hour of walking, they heard only the occasional chirping of birds from the branches, with not a single shadow of a wild chicken in sight. Both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue displayed hints of disappointment on their faces, while Sun Yuxuan remained undeterred, his smile unwavering. Tang Jing could not help but admire him, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, your mindset is truly commendable. How can you remain so cheerful despite the lack of food?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled. "Is it not better to be happy than to dwell in sorrow? I believe maintaining a positive attitude is paramount. Whether one is happy or sad, life goes on. Why not choose to be joyful?" Tang Jing and Jiang Yue nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the sun had risen high, warming the woods, and the trio felt less cold than before. As they continued their journey, Jiang Yue suddenly addressed Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, the weather is growing colder, and we are still dressed in summer clothing. With your remarkable abilities, could you not find us some thicker garments?" Sun Yuxuan shot her a knowing glance, chuckling, "Do you truly see me as a superhero? Where in this desolate island could I procure warm clothing for you?" After a brief pause, he continued, "In truth, I have been contemplating this issue as well. Alas, we possess only one sheepskin. If we could acquire more animal hides, we might fashion some garments." After walking another 3 to 4 kilometers, they had managed to catch only 2 moderately sized wild chickens. At this point, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's steps visibly grew heavier, each movement feeling as though burdened by immense weights. Jiang Yue's complexion paled, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Breathing heavily, she managed to say to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, I am struggling to continue. Perhaps we should pause for a moment." Tang Jing, equally breathless, chimed in, "Captain Sun, I too cannot go on. Let's rest for a while." Observing their labored breathing, Sun Yuxuan nodded, "Very well. Let's take a moment to rest." Upon hearing his words, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue felt a wave of relief wash over them, immediately searching for a place to recuperate. Eventually, they discovered a sunlit patch of grass not far away and promptly sat down, breathing heavily as if striving to replenish the oxygen they had just expended. Sun Yuxuan placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then sat down heavily, panting for breath. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, who were both breathing heavily, their chests rising and falling rhythmically. The subtle curves of their figures caused Sun Yuxuan's throat to dry up and his heart to race uncontrollably. His eyes seemed magnetically drawn, wandering incessantly over the contours of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, ensnared in their allure. Under Sun Yuxuan's intense scrutiny, both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue felt their cheeks flush and hearts race. Strangely enough, rather than feeling any aversion, they found themselves secretly delighted. Chapter 86. Struggle with the wild boar. As 3 to 4 minutes passed, Jiang Yue felt as though time had come to a standstill. Sun Yuxuan's gaze, akin to 2 searing flames, was fixed upon her, rendering her somewhat restless. Finally, unable to contain herself, Jiang Yue playfully chided, "Captain Sun, what are you staring at? Have you had your fill?" Her tone bore a hint of feigned anger, yet it was predominantly laced with shyness and helplessness. Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he unabashedly replied, "Isn't it obvious? Of course, I'm looking at your chest." His demeanor was casual, as though he had no qualms about his response. Upon hearing his words, both Tang Jing and Jiang Yue were taken aback, their cheeks flushing crimson, akin to ripe apples. Tang Jing admonished him, "Could you refrain from speaking so vulgarly?" However, Sun Yuxuan chuckled dismissively, his laughter echoing in the air with an audacious charm. "I'm simply admiring. What's vulgar about that?" he retorted confidently. Jiang Yue and Tang Jing exchanged glances, rendered speechless by his brazen candor. They were well aware of Sun Yuxuan's thick skin, but were astonished by his unabashed audacity. After several seconds of silence, Jiang Yue's face remained as red as a ripe apple. Bowing her head, she murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, "If you want to look, then look. Why not do it discreetly? Why be so blatant about it?" Sun Yuxuan, maintaining a serious expression, replied, "I don't engage in covert glances. If I want to see, I do so openly. Why should I sneak around?" Once again, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue were left speechless. Just then, a sudden boar's call echoed from the distant woods, shattering the tranquility of the surroundings. Upon hearing the wild boar's cry, an indescribable joy surged within Sun Yuxuan, as if this sound were a divine omen heralding an impending bounty. Tang Jing and Jiang Yue, however, were startled by the noise. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, gripped the axe firmly, and sprang up like an arrow, dashing towards the direction of the boar's call. Seeing this, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue immediately sprang to their feet to follow him. Thus, the trio hurried through the woods. After covering a distance of 300 to 400 meters, they finally spotted a wild boar foraging. Its colossal size resembled a small hill, leaving them in awe. Sun Yuxuan was so exhilarated he nearly leaped in joy, his eyes wide with excitement as he exclaimed, "Goodness, it's enormous. If we can bring it back, it could feed us for a month." However, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue's reactions were starkly different from his. As they gazed at the massive boar, a wave of fear washed over them. Particularly alarming were the boar's 2 gigantic tusks, glinting menacingly in the sunlight, appearing particularly fierce and terrifying. Sun Yuxuan seemed to sense the trepidation of Tang Jing and Jiang Yue. He quickly reassured them, "Do not be afraid. It is merely a wild boar. You two stay here while I handle it." After uttering these words, he set down the bamboo basket, seized the axe, and prepared to confront the formidable beast. Observing this, Tang Jing grasped his arm with deep concern, saying, "Captain Sun, that wild boar is far too large. You should not overestimate your strength. While it has yet to notice us, let's make our escape swiftly." With a playful smile, Sun Yuxuan replied, "You truly underestimate me." He encouraged them to watch closely as he dealt with the creature. Jiang Yue, still anxious, asked, "Are you sure you can handle this? Don't be reckless." Sun Yuxuan, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "If I can handle it or not, why not find out?" At this, Jiang Yue's face flushed, and she chided, "What time is it for such jokes?" Sun Yuxuan laughed again. All right, do not worry about me. It is just a wild boar. Dealing with it will be a simple task." With that, he took a deep breath, firmly grasped the axe, and stepped towards the wild boar. As he drew closer, the beast finally sensed his presence. It lifted its head, its small eyes fixed intently on Sun Yuxuan, issuing a series of low, menacing growls, seemingly warning him to stay back. Yet, undeterred by the boar's warnings, Sun Yuxuan continued his steady approach. Provoked by his indifference, the wild boar suddenly surged to its feet, its bristled mane standing erect, resembling an enraged lion as it charged towards Sun Yuxuan with ferocity. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he shouted, "Come on, let me show you how it's done." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the wild boar barreled towards him with astonishing speed, covering the distance of less than 5 meters in an instant. It leapt from the ground, jaws agape, revealing its sharp tusks, and lunged at Sun Yuxuan like a cannonball. This scene unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. However, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes surpassed the ordinary. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he deftly sidestepped, his movements as quick as lightning. In that fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity, raising the axe with all his might, channeling his strength like a volcanic eruption, and brought it crashing down upon the boar's head. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom as the axe struck the beast with precision. The wild boar let out a piercing scream, a cry so harrowing that it reverberated throughout the forest. Reeling from the blow, the boar was propelled forward several meters before finally managing to halt its momentum. Blood erupted from its head, resembling a blooming flower of crimson, a sight both shocking and horrific. The wild boar, evidently suffering immense trauma, shook its head incessantly, seemingly desperate to rid itself of the agonizing pain. Yet, regardless of its efforts, the torment clung to it like a shadow, rendering it in a state of unbearable suffering. At that moment, the wild boar was pushed to the brink of fury. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a deafening roar directed at Sun Yuxuan, as if to vent all its pent-up rage. Almost immediately, the boar charged forward like a deranged beast, barreling towards Sun Yuxuan with the force of a runaway truck. Chapter 87. The Slaying of the Wild Boar. This time, Sun Yuxuan chose not to evade but stood firm, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching wild boar, gripping his axe with increased determination. As the beast charged towards him, Sun Yuxuan tightened his hold on the axe and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful blow to the boar's head. The impact was even more formidable than before, producing a sharp crack as the boar's skull threatened to shatter. The immense force caused the creature to collapse, its body convulsing as its agonized cries echoed throughout the forest, sending shivers down one's spine. With the wild boar now fallen, Sun Yuxuan wasted no time and advanced swiftly, axe in hand, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing upon its prey. He raised the axe high and struck the boar's head with ferocity. The dull thuds that followed transformed the boar's visage into a grotesque sight, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. After 4 or 5 strikes, the boar's head was reduced to a pulpy mass, devoid of any signs of life, its body lying motionless. Finally, Sun Yuxuan ceased his relentless assault, standing amidst the scene, breathing heavily. In the distance, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue bore witness to this spectacle. Both astonished by Sun Yuxuan's bravery, their faces etched with disbelief. They stood frozen for several seconds, as if time itself had paused in that moment. After a brief interval, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue regained their composure, approaching Sun Yuxuan with unsteady steps. Upon reaching him, they exchanged a glance at the lifeless boar, their astonishment still palpable. The two locked eyes, each reflecting a profound admiration for Sun Yuxuan. Noticing their gaze, Sun Yuxuan beamed with pride, patting his chest, and cheerfully declared, "See, I told you I would handle this wild boar. It was but a trivial task." However, Jiang Yue appeared less impressed with his bravado, pouting slightly as she retorted, "So what if you killed a wild boar? What is there to be so proud of?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled and replied, "Yue, your words seem insincere. Next time we encounter a wild boar, I shall leave it to you." His remark left Jiang Yue momentarily speechless. The boar was massive, likely weighing 300 to 400 pounds, and it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge for the three of them to carry it back. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan drew a sharp Nepalese knife from his waist and, with a swift motion, severed the boar's head cleanly. The hefty head was tossed aside, rolling away like a deflated ball. He then deftly made a long incision along the boar's abdomen, skillfully extracting its entrails, leaving only the liver intact. The remaining organs were callously discarded beside him. After processing the entrails of the wild boar, Sun Yuxuan grasped a military knife and turned to venture into the woods. Shortly thereafter, he returned with several robust vines and a wooden stick thicker than his arm. Sun Yuxuan meticulously bound the wild boar with the vines, ensuring it would not come undone during transport. He then fashioned a rudimentary stretcher by threading the wooden stick through the bound vines. Once prepared, Sun Yuxuan positioned himself at one end of the stretcher, while Tang Jing and Jiang Yue took their places at the other end. Together, they hoisted the hefty wild boar and trudged laboriously towards the shelter. The rugged terrain of the forest made their journey exceedingly challenging. The considerable weight of the boar added to their burden. Despite their combined efforts, each individual bore a substantial load, particularly for Tang Jing and Jiang Yue. Although they were lifting together, the weight on their shoulders still amounted to 50 or 60 pounds each, nearly forcing them to stoop under the strain. Not long into their trek, they felt as though their shoulders were being crushed beneath an immense weight, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through them, as if their bones might shatter. Yet, both gritted their teeth, enduring the agony as they pressed onward. Step by painstaking step, they advanced, each movement of battle against overwhelming discomfort. The 300 to 400 meters that would typically seem trivial now stretched out interminably. Eventually, Tang Jing and Jiang Yue could no longer bear the strain. Their steps grew heavier, and their bodies began to sway unsteadily. A flush crept across their faces, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, cascading down their cheeks. Their breaths quickened, each inhalation resembling that of someone who had just completed a marathon. Sun Yuxuan's condition was hardly better, as he bore half the weight alone, presenting a significant challenge for him as well. His shoulder throbbed under the pressure, and he too gasped for air, his steps becoming unsteady. Reluctantly, the trio set the wild boar down and paused to rest, leaning against a sturdy tree. They took deep breaths, allowing their bodies a moment of respite. After a brief intermission, they felt a modicum of recovery and lifted the boar once more, resuming their arduous journey towards a shelter. However, the wild boar's weight proved too formidable. After only a few hundred meters, they found themselves compelled to halt again. Thus, their progress became a series of stops and starts, transforming a journey that should have taken merely over an hour into a grueling ordeal that lasted nearly 3 hours. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue lounged on a rock by the riverbank, basking in the sun. Upon sighting the enormous wild boar being carried back by Sun Yuxuan and his companions, astonishment and joy lit up their faces. The group sprang to their feet, eagerly making their way towards the weary trio, who appeared utterly exhausted, as if their very essence had been drained. Gently placing the hefty wild boar upon the ground, he then sank onto the earth like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yaoan and Zheng, wanting, promptly retreated to the kitchen. They swiftly ladled 3 bowls of cool, boiled water and briskly approached Sun Yuxuan and his companions, carefully offering the refreshing liquid to them. Sun Yuxuan and his companions accepted the cool water and drank eagerly, the refreshing liquid cascading down their throats, bringing them a wave of relief. After quenching their thirst, they casually set the bamboo bowls upon the ground, continuing to breathe heavily. Luo Yuxue gazed at the wild boar sprawled on the ground, exclaiming, "Captain Sun, you 3 are truly remarkable to have brought back such a large wild boar." Her voice resonated with admiration and astonishment. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming, with a broad smile, addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Boss, how could you venture into the woods in search of food without calling for me?" Sun Yuxuan shot him a glance, retorting, "You were sleeping like a log." Feeling somewhat sheepish, Hu Qiming replied, "Well, you could have woken me." Sun Yuxuan then interjected, all right, enough of this banter. Let us get the wild boar processed swiftly." Chapter 88. The midnight assault of the wolf pack. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming immediately responded, "Boss, you 3 should rest well. We'll handle the wild boar." After saying this, he led Luo Yuxue and the others into the woods. In less than 20 minutes, each of them returned with a large bundle of dry grass, which they placed by the riverbank. Together, they lifted the massive wild boar to the river's edge, covering it entirely with dry grass. Hu Qiming promptly took out his lighter and ignited the grass. As the dry grass burned, the acrid scent of singed pig hair filled the air. Everyone instinctively covered their mouths and noses, retreating to a distance of 7 or 8 meters until the grass was nearly consumed. The wild boar's hair was entirely incinerated, leaving its skin charred and blackened. Hu Qiming and the others then dragged the scorched wild boar into the river to commence cleaning. After nearly 20 minutes, they finally managed to cleanse the boar thoroughly. Hu Qiming produced a Nepalese army knife and sliced the boar meat into smaller pieces, while Luo Yuxue and the other girls transported the divided meat to the kitchen. After resting for a while, Sun Yuxuan, Tang Jing, and Jiang Yue had regained some strength. Back in the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan took a sizable piece of wild boar belly meat, cut it into slices, and placed them in a pot, sprinkling some sea salt for seasoning. He grabbed a bamboo tube, split some bamboo skewers, and distributed them among the group. Everyone eagerly took the skewers and began threading the marinated wild boar meat onto them. Sun Yuxuan then picked up a wooden stick and rummaged through the fireplace to gather some still-burning charcoal, spreading it out on the ground. He placed the assembled skewers of wild boar meat above the charcoal to begin the slow roasting process. In less than 10 minutes, the meat on the skewers turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing with oil, while the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Famished, the group eagerly grabbed the roasted wild boar meat, devouring it with gusto. After feasting on the grilled delicacy, they salted the remaining wild boar meat and hung it on the bamboo rack above the fireplace. Time passed swiftly, and 8 or 9 days went by in this manner. During these days, the group occasionally ventured into the woods to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood, spending the remaining time in the shelter. One evening, after a hearty meal of stewed wild boar, they gathered as usual around the kitchen fireplace, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Boss, our supply of sea salt in the shelter is running low. Should we make a trip to the coast to harvest some more salt crystals?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement. "All right then, since we have nothing pressing, we'll head to the coast first thing in the morning." The others eagerly chimed in, expressing their desire to accompany him, and Sun Yuxuan did not refuse. He understood that remaining in the shelter all day was becoming stifling for everyone, and a trip to the coast would be a welcome diversion. They continued to chat by the fireplace late into the night, until a wave of fatigue washed over them. One by one, they rose and returned to the shelter to lie down and sleep. In the stillness of the night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone succumbed to the embrace of slumber. However, just as this tranquility was shattered, a chilling howl from the woods outside the shelter suddenly pierced the night. This unexpected sound was akin to a thunderclap, breaking the stillness of the darkness and rousing the slumbering inhabitants. Sun Yuxuan was the quickest to respond. springing from his bed like a coiled spring and swiftly slipping on his shoes. He then seized the bow and arrows positioned at the foot of his bed and dashed towards the entrance of the shelter with the swiftness of the wind. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated not for a moment to open the small window in the bamboo door, his eyes widening as he anxiously peered outside. Yet, the woods were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, obscured by a heavy veil of night, rendering visibility impossible. Simultaneously, Hu Qiming also sprang from his bed with equal urgency, neglecting to fully dress, hastily putting on his shoes, and quickly joining Sun Yuxuan. In another shelter, Luo Yuxue and 6 other girls were likewise awakened by the terrifying howls. They were struck with sheer terror, their faces as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Bai Shihan leapt from her bed, fumbling to put on her shoes before rushing to the entrance of the shelter. She called out, "Xiangu, the howls are too frightening. Hurry over here, we are scared." Upon hearing Bai Shihan's cries, Sun Yuxuan immediately responded, "Do not fear. Open the bamboo door. We will be there shortly." Without hesitation, Bai Shihan quickly opened the bamboo door, and Sun Yuxuan wasted no time in following suit, rushing towards the shelter where Luo Yuxue and the others resided, accompanied by Hu Qiming. Once inside, Bai Shihan swiftly closed the bamboo door and propped it shut with a wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming and instructed, "Qiming, quickly fetch some firewood and light the fireplace." Hu Qiming promptly complied, moving briskly to the fireplace, skillfully placing some firewood within before igniting it with a match. As the flames roared to life, the entire shelter was illuminated with a warm glow, dispelling the earlier dimness. Meanwhile, the howls outside continued to echo, growing ever closer to the shelter. From the sounds, Sun Yuxuan surmised that there was a substantial pack of wolves. As time passed, approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, nearly 20 colossal gray wolves appeared less than 20 meters from the shelter, abruptly halting in their tracks. Sun Yuxuan stood within the shelter, peering through the small window above the bamboo door, and with the faint moonlight, he finally discerned the identities of these uninvited guests. They were imposing creatures, their fur gleaming like silvery satin, their eyes glinting with a frosty light that betrayed their wildness and ferocity. At the same time, Luo Yuxue and the other girls, in sheer terror, glimpsed the pack of gray wolves through the small window in the wall. Instantly, their faces turned ghostly pale, their limbs seeming to lose control as they trembled involuntarily. Observing their distress, Sun Yuxuan quickly smiled reassuringly, saying, "Everyone, do not be afraid. This is not the first time we have encountered this pack of gray wolves. After all, did we not successfully drive them away the last time? Furthermore, observe our sanctuary. The walls are adorned with sharp bamboo stakes, and the ground is strewn with thorny brambles. These serve as our defensive armaments, rendering us impervious to any harm from these gray wolves." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, the girls felt a slight alleviation of their emotions, and the tension and fear that had gripped their hearts began to wane. The pack of gray wolves seemed to have noticed the presence of the people within the sanctuary, growing increasingly restless, their howls escalating in volume. Their paws incessantly scraped the ground, suggesting that they were poised to launch an attack on the sanctuary at any moment. Chapter 89. The departure of the wolf pack. At that moment, a colossal gray wolf suddenly lunged forward with an uncanny swiftness, covering 3 or 4 meters in an instant. Its coppery eyes fixated intently on the direction of the shelter, radiating boundless fury and hostility. Accompanying its movement was a palpable aura of intimidation, as if the very world trembled in response. Sun Yuxuan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to this imposing wolf, and upon recognizing its visage, he was momentarily taken aback. This gray wolf was none other than the Wolf King they had previously blinded in one eye with their arrows. Sun Yuxuan shouted to the group, "Look, ISNT, this the Wolf King we shot in the eye last time. I can't believe it survived. It seems to have returned seeking vengeance." As his words hung in the air, a sudden thought struck him, and he continued, "Everyone, remain calm. Let us act as we did before. Quickly grab your bows and aim at the Wolf King from the windows. On my command, we shall release our arrows together, striving to bring it down. I have been pondering where to acquire some animal hides for clothing, and here comes this pack of gray wolves willingly presenting themselves. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's proclamation, the group paused, taken aback by his calm demeanor amidst the looming danger. Nevertheless, they sprang into action, each gripping their bows tightly, skillfully knocking an arrow onto the string. Through the openings in the walls, they meticulously aimed at the one-eyed Wolf King. Tension enveloped the shelter, and their breaths quickened in anticipation. The Wolf King, sensing the threat posed by the humans, emitted deep, resonant howls that pierced the stillness of the night with an eerie sharpness. As the group readied themselves, Sun Yuxuan bellowed, "Release!" At the sound of his command, they simultaneously let loose their arrows. The shafts soared through the air like meteors, propelled by fierce determination, speeding directly toward the Wolf King. Each arrow struck with the swiftness of lightning, penetrating the Wolf King's body with unerring precision. 2 arrows, in particular, found their mark, piercing cleanly through the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King, grievously wounded, let out a chilling cry that seemed to resonate within the depths of his soul, instilling a profound sense of dread. With that anguished wail, its massive form collapsed, as if all strength had been drained from it, stirring up a cloud of dust. This sight incited the fury of the other gray wolves. Witnessing the plight of their leader ignited a fierce rage within them, and they launched an unrelenting assault on the shelter. The wolf pack surged forward like a ferocious tide, brimming with aggression. However, they severely underestimated the thorny brambles that lay beyond the shelter's defenses. As the gray wolves' paws met the sharp thorns, the barbs mercilessly pierced their pads and flesh, eliciting a cacophony of pained howls that echoed in the air. Some gray wolves, due to their excessive speed, were unable to halt their momentum and collided violently with the walls of the shelter. The sharpened bamboo, stakes embedded in the walls, mercilessly pierced the bodies of several wolves. In an instant, the pack outside the shelter was engulfed in chaos and anguish, their anguished cries and howls intertwining in a haunting symphony. Sun Yuxuan and his companions, witnessing the wolves' misfortune, were filled with a sense of elation and excitement. The severely wounded pack, without hesitation, retreated swiftly to their previous position. Each wolf's eyes brimmed with fury and resentment, fixated intently on the shelter. Although their rage had been ignited, they merely stood their ground, howling incessantly, yet dared not launch another assault on the sanctuary. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, the gray wolves that had been pierced by the sharpened bamboo stakes succumbed to their injuries, collapsing to the ground from excessive blood loss. Their bodies convulsed in agony, intermittent cries of despair escaping their lips, a sound so mournful and tragic that it evoked deep compassion. After a while, the lamentations of the fallen wolves gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Their lifeless forms lay still upon the ground, devoid of any trace of vitality. The remaining gray wolves, witnessing this scene, perhaps understood that further stalemate would yield them no advantage against the inhabitants of the shelter. They cast a silent glance at the bodies of their deceased companions, then raised their heads to emit a mournful howl, resonating with sorrow and helplessness. Finally, the unwilling pack turned away, their silhouettes receding into the forest until they vanished from sight. Observing the wolves' departure, Sun Yuxuan and his companions inside the shelter felt a wave of relief wash over them. Exhaling deeply, Hu Qiming's face broke into a smile as he remarked casually, "I never anticipated that we would repel the packs so easily. And with so many gray wolves perishing, it seems they will not dare to seek revenge upon us." Luo Yuxue laughed in agreement, saying, "I too did not foresee such an effortless victory. I was quite terrified when the pack suddenly appeared." Hearing her words, Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Did I not tell you earlier? There is no need to fear. The wolves pose no threat to us. Yet, you all appeared so frightened. Now you see, we hardly had to lift a finger, and the pack departed obediently." At his words, the girls felt a tinge of embarrassment, a rosy hue blooming on their cheeks. After several seconds of silence, Jiang Yiwei, somewhat defiant, said, "We cannot be entirely blamed. That pack of gray wolves was truly terrifying, and their howls were so fearsome that they sent shivers down one's spine." It is only natural for a group of girls to feel afraid. In response, Sun Yuxuan chuckled. You make a valid point, Yue. But really, you are wonderful in many ways. It's just that you are stubborn like a dead duck. If you are scared, just admit it. Why the need for so many explanations? I have not said anything harsh. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's remark, Jiang Yue was instantly flushed with embarrassment. Observing her mortified expression, Sun Yuxuan refrained from further teasing her and addressed the group, suggesting that it was getting late and everyone should retire for the night. In response to his statement, Hu Qiming quickly inquired, Boss, what shall we do with the corpses of those gray wolves outside? Should we dispose of them in the river, as we did last time? Chapter 90 Encounter with the Lion. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Are you foolish? Did I not just mention that we intend to strip the wolf pelts to fashion garments? Let us not concern ourselves with it until tomorrow. The following morning, the group awoke early, dragging the carcasses of the gray wolves to the riverside to commence their task. The removal of the wolf pelts proved to be no simple endeavor. They toiled until midday before successfully stripping the pelts from all the wolves. As for the wolf meat, it was cast into the river to be carried away by the current. On one hand, the shelter was still stocked with an abundance of wild boar meat, and on the other, the wolf meat was rather unpalatable. The group then spread the freshly removed wolf pelts upon the ground, meticulously scraping away the residual fat with military knives, cleansing the pelts before hanging them on tree branches to dry. Originally, they had planned to journey to the coast that day, but due to these delays, they could only postpone their departure until the following day. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had passed in this manner. At dawn the next day, the group rose early once more. After a brief wash-up, they packed some belongings into bamboo baskets and set off towards the coast. At this moment, the sun had just begun its ascent, and the forest was still shrouded in a thin mist, rendering visibility quite low and their pace slow. Sun Yuxuan led the way, wielding a Nepalese military knife, with Luo Yuxue and the 7 girls closely trailing behind. Hu Qiming, armed with an axe, brought up the rear. After nearly 2 hours of travel, they had covered only half the distance. However, the sun had risen higher, and the mist in the woods had entirely dissipated. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, enveloping them in a delightful warmth and comfort. Given the distance they had traversed, Luo Yuxue and the girls had flushed faces and were breathless. Observing their condition, Sun Yuxuan allowed them to pause for a moment's respite, and the girls promptly sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming leaned against the trunk of a large tree. After resting for over 10 minutes and regaining a modicum of strength, they rose to continue their journey toward the coast. Not far into their walk, Sun Yuxuan, positioned to the front, suddenly noticed a slight rustling from a nearby thicket. He promptly halted and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, prompting Luo Yuxue and the others to cease their movements. Tang Jing, curious, inquired, Captain Sun, why have we stopped? Is there something amiss? Sun Yuxuan pointed towards the thicket that was making noise, lowering his voice as he replied, It seems something is stirring behind that bush. Remain here. I shall investigate. Upon hearing this, the group became exceedingly tense, their eyes fixated on the thicket. Sun Yuxuan, armed with his Nepalese knife, cautiously approached the source of the commotion, with Hu Qiming following closely behind, axe in hand. Before they could draw near, a colossal lion suddenly sprang up from behind the thicket. The lion loomed before them like a moving hillock, its majestic form and formidable presence instilling a sense of dread. This sudden apparition left everyone utterly flabbergasted, particularly Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue, whose faces turned as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In contrast, Sun Yuxuan maintained a semblance of composure. He swiftly halted his steps, gazing intently at the colossal creature before him. At that moment, the distance between the lion and Sun Yuxuan, along with Hu Qiming, was merely a dozen meters. The lion's large, bell-like eyes fixated on them, while low, rumbling growls emanated from its throat, as if to warn them against approaching. Hu Qiming trembled all over, his voice quivering. Be boss. What should we do now? His gaze was fixed on a lion not far away, his face a mask of terror. Observing Hu Qiming's state, Sun Yuxuan, frustrated by his cowardice, retorted. Is it not just a lion? Why are you so frightened? Relax, we are armed. Dealing with it is hardly a daunting task. Despite Sun Yuxuan's reassurances, Hu Qiming's anxiety remained unabated, his hands trembling even while holding the axe. Time passed slowly, and within less than a minute, the lion suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. It resonated like a clap of thunder, sending chills down their spines. Without warning, the lion surged forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before them. Unfazed by the unexpected onslaught, Sun Yuxuan shouted, "Come on, watch how I handle you." In a flash, he lifted his right foot and, summoning all his strength, delivered a fierce kick to the lion's head. The blow was as unstoppable as thunder itself. There was a muffled thud as his foot struck the lion's jaw with precision, sending the creature tumbling through the air, rolling twice before crashing heavily to the ground. Sun Yuxuan, however, was jolted back by the immense recoil, his body retreating uncontrollably by 2 or 3 meters, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. A sharp pain shot through his feet, as though countless needles were piercing simultaneously, causing him to gasp involuntarily. Yet, Sun Yuxuan's reflexes were remarkably swift. Enduring the pain in his feet, he sprang back to his feet and, like a bolt of lightning, dashed towards the fallen lion. In an instant, he was before it, leaping into the air without hesitation, akin to a sprightly cheetah, landing firmly atop the lion's body. Straddling the lion, he gripped his sharp military knife tightly. Without an ounce of hesitation, he raised the knife and plunged it viciously into the lion's neck, the blade piercing through its fur and embedding deeply into its flesh. At the very moment the blade was unsheathed, a torrent of crimson blood erupted like a fountain from the lion's neck. The blood splattered onto Sun Yuxuan's face and body. Struck by such a grievous wound, the lion emitted a chilling scream that reverberated through the silent forest, sending shivers down one's spine. It began to thrash desperately, attempting to free itself from Sun Yuxuan's grip. The lion's strength was formidable, nearly toppling Sun Yuxuan to the ground. Observing the dire situation, Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of anxiety and bellowed, "Qiming, what are you waiting for? Come help me deal with it." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's frantic call, Hu Qiming, who had been frozen in fright, finally regained his senses. He rushed forward and seized an axe, striking down fiercely onto the lion's head. Chapter 91. United hunt for the lion. The axe was extraordinarily sharp, and upon striking the lion's head, it met no resistance, cleaving a horrifying gash. Blood and brain matter erupted from the grotesque wound like a torrent, splattering onto the surrounding earth, creating a vivid crimson stain. The lion, suffering such a grievous injury, emitted a heart-wrenching roar that resonated through the forest, chilling the bones of those who heard it. Its body trembled violently as it struggled against Sun Yuxuan's hold. Yet, Sun Yuxuan did not waver. He exerted every ounce of strength to pin the lion down, preventing any movement. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming seemed to have completely lost his sanity. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with fury, as he wielded the axe in the air like a whirlwind. He relentlessly struck the lion's head, each blow infused with boundless hatred and rage. With every swing, the lion's visage became increasingly unrecognizable, its once majestic features reduced to a bloody pulp. However, Hu Qiming showed no signs of stopping. His actions grew ever more frenzied, spiraling out of control. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan shouted, "Enough, Qiming. The lion is already dead." This call finally snapped Hu Qiming back to reality. His movements halted abruptly, the axe suspended in mid-air. He stared blankly at the lifeless body of the lion. Gasping for breath, Sun Yuxuan quickly climbed off the lion's corpse and gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "It's all right, it's all over." Hu Qiming nodded, still in disbelief. "Boss, did I really kill the lion?" Sun Yuxuan affirmed with a smile. "Indeed. You brought down the lion." Hu Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the lioness remains, murmuring to himself, "When did I become so powerful? I actually killed a lion. I wonder how my wife would react if she knew." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Come on, you look like you were about to wet your pants just moments ago." Hu Qiming's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he awkwardly scratched his head, quickly defending himself. I was just a bit tense. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and several others approached them. Upon seeing the lion's carcass on the ground, shock was etched on every face. Luo Yuxue's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Heavens! A lion of such magnitude was effortlessly dispatched by the two of you. This is truly incredible. After all, it is the king of the forest." Sun Yuxuan, beaming with pride, waved his hand dismissively. The king of the forest? Just a paper tiger to me. Dealing with it was merely a piece of cake. General Luo, to be honest, have you become increasingly enamored with me? Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue's cheeks instantly flushed with a charming hue, reminiscent of a radiant sunset. With a playful pout, she shot Sun Yuxuan a teasing glance and said, "Oh, you, stop being so narcissistic." However, Sun Yuxuan remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "What narcissism? This is merely confidence, my dear." His voice exuded an unwavering self-assurance. He then turned his gaze toward Li Mengqi, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes as he cheerfully inquired, "Mengqi, tell me the truth. Are you increasingly in awe of me?" Li Mengqi, caught off guard by his question, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her previously fair complexion turning as red as a ripe apple. She slightly nodded, a subtle gesture of acquiescence. Seeing this, Sun Yuxuan, brimming with pride, boasted to Luo Yuxue and the others, "Did you see that? One should be genuine like Mengqi, not always speaking with a forked tongue." Upon hearing his declaration, Luo Yuxue and the others were left speechless, utterly at a loss for how to deal with this self-absorbed individual. Time slipped by quietly, and after a brief interlude, Hu Qiming suddenly broke the silence, looking at Sun Yuxuan with curiosity as he asked, "Boss, what do you think lion meat would taste like?" Sun Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly having never tasted lion meat before. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his face as he responded, "I truly have no idea, but since we have this opportunity, why not give it a try? We could even skin it and make a splendid garment. How impressive that would be." Upon finishing his words, he addressed the group, "You all stay here. I shall fetch some supplies." Before anyone could respond, Sun Yuxuan strode into the woods. The others were left bewildered, unsure of his intentions. As moments ticked by, approximately 20 minutes later, Sun Yuxuan finally returned, clutching some vines and a wooden stick thicker than his arm. With practiced deftness, he wrapped the vines around the lion's body, securing it tightly. He then threaded the thick stick through the vines, fashioning a makeshift stretcher. Once everything was prepared, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, working in unison, lifted the heavy lion. The creature was enormous, weighing at least 300 pounds, even though they shared the burden. The weight on each shoulder still amounted to 150 to 160 pounds. For Sun Yuxuan, this weight was somewhat taxing yet manageable, while for Hu Qiming, it felt like an insurmountable load. His body bent under the strain, shoulders aching painfully, causing him to sway with each step. Sun Yuxuan could only do his utmost to alleviate some of the lion's weight from Hu Qiming's shoulders. Even so, having not ventured far, Hu Qiming found himself unable to continue, lamenting his plight. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan could only pause for a brief respite, and thus, after every few hundred meters, they would halt to catch their breath. After a leisurely journey of more than 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the coastline. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming set down the lion they had been carrying on their shoulders and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Yuxue and the others also placed their bamboo baskets on the ground and sank down, panting heavily. They were still approximately a kilometer away from the cave where they had previously resided. After resting for about half an hour, the group felt a semblance of recovery in their strength and rose once more to continue their journey towards the cave. Chapter 92. The cave is inhabited again. Before they reached the cave where they had previously taken refuge, they spotted a group of individuals gathered at the entrance. This sight astonished everyone, leading them to ponder the unexpected presence of others in the cave. It seemed that this cave was indeed a desirable haven. Meanwhile, the group at the cave entrance appeared to notice the approach of Sun Yuxuan and his companions. They all stood up, stepping onto the ground, and regarded Sun Yuxuan and his friends with curious gazes. Thus, both parties faced each other in a subtle standoff for several minutes. Sun Yuxuan and his companions approached to within 5 meters of the group, and he and Hu Qiming set down the lion they had been carrying. Breathing heavily, they scrutinized the other group. There were 8 individuals in total, 6 men and 2 women, all sharing the same yellow skin features. Upon seeing this group, Sun Yuxuan and Zheng Wanting were suddenly taken aback. It turned out that these 8 people were the very ones who had also washed ashore on this desolate island with them. The group displayed a momentary look of surprise upon recognizing Sun Yuxuan and Zheng Wanting. At that moment, a man in his 30s, wearing a broad smile, addressed the 2 women, saying, "I never expected you both to still be alive. This is truly wonderful." However, Sun Yuxuan and Zheng Wanting harbored no fondness for this group, feeling instead a profound sense of disdain. With an impassive expression, Sun Yuxuan coldly replied, "Yes, we are both quite alive." Her voice carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Zheng Wanting, with a slight smirk that hinted at mockery, added, "You timid and feeble individuals are still alive. So how could we possibly perish so easily? Did you think we succumbed to those vicious Japanese?" Her words struck like a sharp blade, leaving the group momentarily embarrassed and at a loss for words. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and several seconds passed in utter silence. Finally, the man who had spoken earlier attempted to justify himself, saying, "You all saw it too. Those Japanese had weapons and were fearsome. We simply did not have the courage to intervene." However, his explanation did little to soften the demeanor of Sun Yuxuan and Zheng Wanting. Sun Yuxuan coldly retorted, "So you all just stood by and watched as we were taken by those Japanese?" The man quickly continued, "We were anxious too. We were always thinking of ways to rescue you." His tone was tinged with panic, as though he were desperately defending himself. Yet, both women regarded his words with evident scorn. Sun Yuxuan turned to Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "Do you know them?" Sun Yuxuan nodded and replied, "They were all cast away on this deserted island with us. When we were captured by that group of Japanese men, they merely watched, unresponsive." Upon hearing Yuan's words, Sun Yuxuan and his companions furrowed their brows, feeling a sense of disdain towards these individuals. After a brief silence, Sun Yuxuan spoke slowly, "Since this cave has already been occupied by them, let us seek another cave to settle in." Fortunately, there were 7 or 8 caves in the vicinity, and the foreigner who had previously dwelled here seemed to have vanished. Without further hesitation, the group rose and made their way to another cave situated 30 to 40 meters away. Upon arriving at the new cave, they set down the lion and the bamboo basket, then sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, they felt their strength returning. Sun Yuxuan instructed Luo Yuxue and the other girls to gather firewood from the woods, to ignite a fire, and also to collect palm leaves to lay on the ground. The girls promptly set off into the forest to gather firewood and cut palm leaves. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming lifted the lion and placed it on a large rock by the shore to begin the processing. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and the girls returned with firewood, igniting a small fire at the entrance of the cave and spreading the palm leaves on the cave floor. Noticing that Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming were still at the shoreline tending to the lion, the girls hurried over to assist. With everyone working together, they spent more than half an hour processing the lion. They cut the meat into small pieces and stacked them on the palm leaves of the cave's entrance, while the lion's skin was washed and laid out to dry on a large rock by the shore. By now, it was midday, and everyone was exceedingly hungry. Sun Yuxuan took a large chunk of lion meat, sliced it into smaller pieces, and placed them in a pot. He retrieved a bottle of sea salt brought from the shelter and sprinkled it evenly over the meat, ensuring each piece absorbed the seasoning thoroughly. Once marinated, Sun Yuxuan hastily descended from the cave, returning with several branches of a finger's thickness. After sharpening one end of each branch, he distributed them among the group. Eagerly, they skewered the marinated lion meat onto the sticks. At this point, the firewood had nearly burned away, leaving only glowing embers. The group carefully placed the skewered lion meat above the coals, allowing it to slowly bask in the heat of the charcoal. As time passed, within 10 minutes, the lion meat began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The The once bright red pieces gradually turned a golden brown, with oil sizzling on the surface, releasing an enticing aroma. This delicious scent wafted through the air, causing everyone to salivate uncontrollably. Unable to resist any longer, they eagerly reached for the roasted lion meat. They disregarded the scorching heat and swiftly stuffed the steaming pieces of lion meat into their mouths. Just as the crowd took their first bites, their eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. No one had anticipated that this lion meat would be so exquisite, far exceeding their expectations. Its texture bore a resemblance to beef, yet was undeniably more tender and succulent. With each bite, the rich aroma of the meat enveloped their palates, intoxicating them and rendering them unable to resist. Moreover, the fragrance of a lion meat was several-fold more intense than that of beef, akin to a gift from nature that lingered in their memories. Once they began savoring the lion meat, they simply could not cease. Thus, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue each consumed nearly a pound of the roasted delicacy, only stopping when they felt their stomachs nearing the brink of bursting. As for Sun Yuxuan, he continued to indulge in the roasted meat, seemingly insatiable. He kept eating until he had devoured nearly 3 pounds, finally pausing with a sense of satisfaction. The others were astounded by his capacity, prompting Hu Qiming to give him a thumbs up and exclaim, "Boss, you can really eat." Sun Yuxuan shot Hu Qiming an indifferent glance and replied, "What good is eating if one cannot accomplish anything?" Chapter 93. The Malicious Woman After a Brief Respite. The group felt their spirits rejuvenated and eagerly retrieved the pots they had brought from the refuge. They made their way to the shoreline, filling the vessels with seawater and returning to the cave entrance, where they set the pots over the fire to begin the process of boiling seawater into crystalline salt. As the flames grew steadily fiercer, the seawater began to bubble, creating a rhythmic, gurgling sound. The group gathered at the cave's mouth, watching the water churn while engaging in light-hearted conversation, their faces kissed by the gentle sea breeze that brought a refreshing sensation. Moments later, 8 individuals suddenly appeared beneath the cave where Sun Yuxuan and his companions were situated. Their eyes fell greedily upon the lion meat piled atop the palm leaves. One middle-aged man, wearing a broad smile, addressed Sun Yuxuan, saying, "Brother, I see you've managed to hunt a lion. With so much meat, you surely cannot finish it all. How about this? You share half with us. We are all striving to survive on this desolate island, after all." However, before Sun Yuxuan could respond, Chun Yalan interjected, unrestrained, "Do you have no shame? This lion meat was hard-won by us. Why should we share it with you?" Zheng Wanting coldly added, "Indeed, we wouldn't even feed it to dogs. If you wish for meat, go find it in the woods. Do not set your sights on ours." Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the group shifted to one of palpable displeasure. One man hastily retorted, "We were unable to prevent you from being captured by those Japanese men. But look at you now. You are safe and sound. Why hold on to such a grudge?" Yet, before he could finish, a woman nearing 40 interjected sharply, "Humph. I say, it's because you 2 vixens are simply too alluring that you caught the attention of those Japanese men." With a deliberate provocation, she cast a glance at Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting, a smirk of satisfaction playing upon her lips. She continued in a mocking tone, "You 2 look rather radiant now. I suppose you were quite well attended by those Japanese gentlemen?" Her words struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting. Their faces flushed crimson. The veins in their necks bulged with fury, and tears welled in their eyes. Sun Yuxuan and the others, hearing this, were equally incensed. They understood all too well that this incident represented an indelible scar for Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting, and this woman's maliciousness, callously rubbing salt into their wounds, was utterly reprehensible. Bai Shihan's temper ignited like a powder keg, and she erupted in fury. "If you dare utter another word, I will not hesitate to tear your mouth apart." Jiang Yue did not back down, immediately retorting with sharp words, "Oh, you old hag. With your grotesque figure and a face marred by blemishes, you are nothing short of a hideous ogre. Not only that, but your maliciousness is astonishing. I'm left wondering how someone like you can even bear to exist in this world. If I were to resemble you, I would have unhesitatingly plunged into the sea to end my shame." The woman was infuriated by Jiang Yue's remarks, her body trembling with rage. She stomped her foot and turned to a man beside her, coyly whining, "Brother Fei, you must stand up for me. Quickly teach this vile woman a lesson, and I promise to treat you well tonight." Sun Yuxuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing Bai Shihan speak in such a manner. A wave of discomfort washed over them, leaving them covered in goosebumps. The man, addressed as Brother Fei, immediately donned a fierce expression upon hearing her plea and growled at Jiang Yue. "You wretched woman, apologize to my lady at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil." Before Jiang Yue could respond, Hu Qiming raised his thumb to the man, his face alight with unabashed admiration, and remarked without restraint, "Brother, this old hag is indeed your woman? I am utterly in awe of your taste. Your palate is quite peculiar, resorting to such desperate measures. I see you are not bad-looking yourself. How could you ever find such an ogre appealing? Do you not fear nightmares sharing a bed with her?" Hu Qiming's words struck the man like a dagger, causing his expression to darken significantly. Sun Yuxuan and the others burst into laughter at Hu Qiming's biting remarks, astonished that this usually genteel figure could utter such acerbic words. However, the man could hardly endure such humiliation, his chest heaving with fury, eyes wide and fiery as he glared at Hu Qiming. He understood that the woman was indeed unattractive, but what could be done? Among their group, there were only 2 women, and the other was hardly an improvement over the one who had just spoken. His anger escalated, and finally, he could no longer restrain his emotions, bellowing, "Very well. You have thoroughly provoked me. Do not blame me for my lack of civility." With those words, his gaze turned predatory, fixating on Luo Yuxue and the others, a lecherous grin spreading across his face, his eyes brimming with desire and greed, as if he wished to devour them whole. He leered at Luo Yuxue and the others, a sinister glint in his eyes, and remarked, "I truly never expected to encounter such exquisite beauties on this desolate island. Ha! First, I shall administer a thorough lesson to these 2 oblivious men, and then I will savor your delightful charms at my leisure." With that, he shifted his gaze to Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, his lecherous grin morphing into a menacing threat as he growled, "You too. If you possess even a modicum of awareness, you should promptly vacate the area. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility." A cold smirk graced Sun Yuxuan's lips as he fearlessly retorted, "Oh, how brazen you are! If you have the guts, then come and try." Before Sun Yuxuan's words could linger in the air, Hu Qiming, suddenly ignited like an enraged lion, seized the axe from the ground and raised it high above his head. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Come on. I want to see whether you are stronger or this axe in my hands." Hu Qiming's furious shout reverberated through the air like a clap of thunder, while the axe in his grip gleamed ominously in the sunlight, sending chills down the spine. Witnessing Hu Qiming's formidable presence, the group that had once exuded confidence involuntarily retreated 2 or 3 meters, their expressions now betraying a hint of panic. Chapter 94. Transformed into a eunuch observing the disarray of the crowd before him, Hu Qiming could not suppress a surge of pride within. A smirk danced upon his lips as he declared, "Ha! Truly a band of useless cowards. If you possess any courage, come at me. Watch as I cleave each of you in twain." Before his words could settle, a deep, slightly taunting voice emerged from the throng. "Are you not merely relying on that axe in your hand? What makes you so formidable? If you dare, set down the axe, and let us engage in bare-handed combat to see who truly possesses the greater prowess." The speaker was a robust man, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Hu Qiming, evidently displeased with his arrogant demeanor. In response, Hu Qiming's smile remained unabated, growing even more radiant. He turned to Sun Yuxuan, a knowing smile gracing his features, and remarked, "Boss, listen to this fellow. He truly believes himself to be something special. He actually dares to challenge me to a duel without my axe. What should I do, I wonder?" Sun Yuxuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He patted Hu Qiming on the shoulder and replied, "Qiming, since he has asked so boldly, why not grant him the opportunity? Set down your axe and show him what you've learned during our training." Hu Qiming, buoyed by Sun Yuxuan's encouragement, readily agreed. "All right then, boss. I shall heed your words. Watch as I teach him a lesson." With that, he tossed his axe to the ground with a resounding clang. He then leaped from the cave entrance to the ground below, hands on his hips, chest out, and provocatively challenged the man. Come on, let us see how I can thoroughly teach you a lesson today. Though his stature was evidently smaller than that of his opponent, he stood unafraid. After all, during his leisure time over the past few days, he had diligently practiced the free fighting and grappling techniques imparted by Sun Yuxuan. Now was the perfect occasion to test his skills against this man and assess the fruits of his labor. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's audacious taunt, the man abandoned all pretense of civility. Clenching his fists tightly, he launched himself at Hu Qiming like a cannonball, aiming a vicious strike at his head. In a flash, Hu Qiming's reflexes kicked in. He darted aside with the agility of a leopard, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Yet, he was far from finished. As he sidestepped, he swiftly unleashed a powerful left hook, striking directly at the man's midsection like a hammer against soft cotton. The unexpected impact sent the man stumbling back 2 steps. Enraged by the blow, the man glared furiously at Hu Qiming and charged once more, raising his right foot to deliver a fierce kick. Faced with this onslaught, Hu Qiming's response was equally swift. He unhesitatingly extended his left hand, gripping the man's right foot with the tenacity of a steel clamp. In swift succession, his right hand delivered a fierce elbow strike, crashing into the man's skull like a cannonball. A dull thud echoed through the air, and the victim staggered as though struck by lightning, his vision swirling and head spinning. His body lost all sense of balance, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless log. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Qiming lifted his right foot and delivered a brutal kick to the man's groin. The impact was akin to a heavy hammer falling, and the man emitted a blood-curdling scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, too stunned to react. Yet, Hu Qiming's assault did not cease. He raised his foot again, mercilessly stomping on the man's groin multiple times. Each stomp was as ferocious as a tempest, and the man's cries grew increasingly pitiful, resonating along the coastline. He writhed on the ground, desperately clutching his groin, as if enduring excruciating torment. The 5 men standing nearby, witnesses to this gruesome spectacle, instinctively recoiled in terror. They felt an icy chill in their own groins, as if they too had been struck by those brutal kicks. They could hardly fathom Hu Qiming's ruthless nature. After these blows, the man would likely be rendered a eunuch. Even Sun Yuxuan and Luo Yuxue were left in stunned silence at the sight before them, completely taken aback by Hu Qiming's unexpected ferocity. Sun Yuxuan managed a wry smile, addressing Hu Qiming. Qiming, you can fight, but you shouldn't target a man's most vulnerable spot. Hu Qiming chuckled, replying, Boss, isn't this what you taught me? Sun Yuxuan immediately shook his head. I never instructed you to employ such treacherous tactics. Hu Qiming quickly countered, Boss, this man dared to set his sights on your women. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, so I turned him into a eunuch. Hearing Hu Qiming refer to them as Sun Yuxuan's women made Luo Yuxue and the others blush, though they felt a flicker of joy within. Sun Yuxuan laughed. I must admit, I rather like hearing that from you. Hu Qiming then turned his imposing gaze toward the remaining men, asking, Who's next? His words, coupled with his commanding presence and a glance at the fallen, now castrated companion, instilled profound fear in the remaining men, who dared not make a move against him. Observing their trepidation, Hu Qiming mockingly scoffed, What a bunch of cowards. Though angered by his taunts, the group remained silent. Hu Qiming then looked back at Sun Yuxuan and inquired, Boss, how should we deal with this lot? Shall we dispose of them? At this, the group turned pale, trembling in fear at the suggestion. Sun Yuxuan chuckled and remarked, There's no need to kill them. Let them strike themselves 20 times and then be gone. Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming turned to the group and said, Did you not hear what our leader just said? Slap yourselves 20 times and then leave. Should you dare to provoke us again, I assure you, I will have your heads. Though this group was exceedingly reluctant, they had no choice but to raise their hands and repeatedly strike their own faces. After delivering 20 slaps to themselves, their faces were undeniably swollen. Observing this, Hu Qiming nodded in satisfaction and instructed, Now be quick and leave, and ensure that this worthless one is taken away. Upon hearing Hu Qiming's command, the group promptly assisted the one still moaning in agony on the ground and retreated back into the cave. Chapter 95. Reflections of Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing upon witnessing the departure of that group. Hu Qiming finally turned and climbed to the cave's entrance. He flashed a sycophantic smile at Sun Yuxuan and inquired, "Boss, how did I perform just now? Are you satisfied?" Sun Yuxuan, observing Hu Qiming's obsequious demeanor, could not help but find it amusing. A faint smile graced his lips as he nodded and replied, "Well, it was decent. It's evident that your training during this period has not been in vain." Elated by Sun Yuxuan's praise, Hu Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, Sun Yuxuan's next remark left Hu Qiming feeling somewhat awkward. With a smirk that danced between jest and seriousness, Sun Yuxuan teased, "But you were rather ruthless, weren't you? Why did you have to target his most vulnerable spot?" Hu Qiming's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he hastily clarified, "Boss, please don't misunderstand. It was a necessary action. After all, he had intentions toward your woman. I aimed to incapacitate him to ensure he would never entertain such thoughts again." Upon hearing Hu Qiming's explanation, Jiang Yiwei shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Qiming, it's one thing to flatter. But why do you insist on labeling us as Captain Sun's women? Have you consulted us about our feelings?" With a chuckle, Hu Qiming responded, "Can any of you honestly claim that you don't harbor feelings for the boss?" Instantly, Luo Yuxue and the others blushed deeply. Hu Qiming continued with a laugh. "I've long noticed that each of you has fallen for the boss. Given that we are trapped on this deserted island, it seems we won't be leaving anytime soon. In my opinion, you might as well settle matters with the boss sooner rather than later. After all, you won't be at a loss." At this, the faces of Luo Yuxue and her companions flushed a vivid red, akin to the hue of a monkey's backside, as they lowered their heads. After a moment of silence, Luo Yuxue expressed her concerns to Sun Yuxuan. "Captain Sun, do you think that group might seek revenge against us?" Sun Yuxuan chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, each of those individuals is far too cowardly to retaliate. If they dare to come, I shall deal with them decisively." As Sun Yuxuan had predicted, upon returning to the cave, the group was seething with anger, yet lacked the courage to confront him. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. Sun Yuxuan and his companions sat quietly at the cave's entrance, gazing at the picturesque evening glow. The remnants of twilight enveloped them in a golden veil, while the sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing chill, and the soothing sound of waves crashing against the rocks filled their ears. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the group's spirits mirrored the tranquility of the sea, experiencing a profound sense of peace. Suddenly, Tang Jing mused, "Sometimes I think, even if we were to remain here for a lifetime, it wouldn't be so bad." Her voice was soft and distant, as if emerging from the depths of her heart. "Indeed," Luo Yu agreed. "Though the days here are arduous, each one is filled with joy. The absence of the city's clamor and the myriad of intrigues and deceit is refreshing." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Qiming interjected with a smile, "Since you both cherish this place so much, why not remain here for life? Each of you can bear 10 or 8 children for the boss." His words were laced with a hint of jest, prompting a wave of laughter from the group. Tang Jing shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Do you think we are like pigs, bearing 10 or 8 children? Are you not aware of the hardships of childbirth?" Hu Qiming chuckled. "Of course I know the trials of childbirth. I was right there beside my wife when she gave birth." After saying this, he teasingly turned to Tang Jing and remarked, "How would you know the pains of childbirth? Have you secretly married and had children like me?" He then scrutinized her with a playful grin. "But you certainly don't look like someone who has given birth." Tang Jing, blushing, replied, "Who do you think you are, sneaking around to get married? I'm still just a girl." Unbeknownst to them, night had completely fallen. Sun Yuxuan took a large piece of lion meat, chopped it into smaller pieces, and seasoned it with some sea salt. Hu Qiming then grabbed some small sticks, sharpening one end, while everyone eagerly helped to skewer the marinated lion meat onto the pointed sticks. Sun Yuxuan rummaged through the stove, retrieving some still-burning charcoal, which he spread out on the ground. The group then placed their skewered lion meat over the charcoal, beginning to roast it slowly. In just over 10 minutes, the meat on the sticks turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil. The group could hardly contain their eagerness as they took the roasted meat and devoured it with delight. After feasting on the barbecue, they sat by the cave's entrance, chatting for a while, but soon a wave of drowsiness swept over them. They rose, returning to the cave to lie down upon the palm leaves and drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, at another cave entrance, an unattractive woman with a sharp tongue was pressing her hand against her swollen cheek, her face contorted in pain. As she rubbed her face, she childishly pouted at the man beside her, saying, "Feiga, look at my face. It's so swollen and painful." Those people are utterly despicable, not only rendering Ligua a cripple, but also making us slap ourselves 20 times. How can we possibly endure this? I think we should take advantage of their slumber and simply eliminate them. Upon hearing her words, Fei Ge's expression darkened dramatically, his fury seemingly ignited in an instant. He suddenly raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap to the woman's face. The force was so great that she was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. She covered her face, disbelief etched across her features as tears welled in her eyes, and with a quivering voice, she asked, "Feiga, why did you hit me?" Fei shot her a fierce glare and exclaimed, "Do you truly wish for your demise? Are you oblivious to the ferocity with which they strike? They are armed, and should we provoke them further, they will undoubtedly slaughter us without mercy." Upon hearing his words, the woman, still somewhat defiant, retorted, "Are they not all asleep now? This is the perfect opportunity to ambush them." Fei, incensed by her response, barked back, "You are utterly foolish. Do you genuinely believe they are asleep? After having dealt with us this afternoon, they are undoubtedly on high alert, perhaps even anticipating our ambush." His words rendered her speechless. Glancing at her once more, Fei declared, "I am exceedingly agitated at present. You must help me calm down." With that, he seized her hand and led her into the cave. Before long, discordant sounds emanated from within. The others at the cave's entrance appeared unfazed, their expressions betraying little change, as if they had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 96. Crafting garments from animal hide. Sun Yuxuan and his companions lingered by the shore for a full 2 days, during which they successfully extracted a substantial quantity of crystalline sea salt from seawater, while the group of individuals who had previously troubled them refrained from further confrontation. At the break of dawn on the 3rd day, as the first light began to illuminate the horizon, Sun Yuxuan and his entourage awoke early. They swiftly rose and approached the coastline for a brief ablution. After refreshing themselves, they returned to the cave entrance, where they indulged in some roasted lion meat. Following this, Luo Yuxue and several other girls carefully placed the prepared sea salt crystals and cooking utensils into a bamboo basket. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming rummaged through a pile of refuse along the shore, and after considerable effort, they uncovered 2 relatively sturdy woven bags. After rinsing the bags with seawater, they began to fill them with the lion meat. Each person hoisted a bag upon their shoulder and descended from the cave towards the direction of their shelter, with Luo Yuxue and the other girls hastily trailing behind. At that moment, the forest was enveloped in a thick fog, rendering visibility exceedingly low and making traversal quite challenging. The branches and leaves glistened with dewdrops. As the group struggled through the woods, they had not ventured far before their garments were thoroughly drenched by the dew, a chill creeping over them that prompted involuntary shivers. Moreover, with each individual burdened by a heavy bag of lion meat, navigating the rugged terrain proved to be an arduous task, every step feeling laborious. After walking a few hundred meters, they would pause to rest, and thus they continued this stop-and-go journey for nearly 3 hours, barely covering half the distance. Fortunately, the sun had risen high, dispersing the fog within the woods. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, warming their damp clothes and causing steam to rise. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was already afternoon. The group was nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the kitchen floor and gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Sun Yuxuan felt a modicum of strength return, and he gathered some firewood to ignite in the hearth. He retrieved a sizable chunk of lion meat from the woven bag, slicing it into smaller pieces with his military knife, and placed it in a pot to simmer slowly. Following their meal of stewed lion meat and a short rest, they commenced the process of boiling down the sea salt. Thus, an entire day was consumed in this endeavor. And Sun Yuxuan and his companions finally transformed all the crystalline sea salt they had brought back from the coast into usable salt. The quantity produced was quite remarkable, filling 7 or 8 jars to the brim. Such an abundance of sea salt would suffice for their needs over the next month or two. Simultaneously, the wolf pelts had completely dried. Sun Yuxuan retrieved an old fishing net from beneath the bed and handed it to Luo Yuxue and the others, instructing them to dismantle the fishing lines from a net. Sun Yuxuan then picked up a porcupine quill, carefully piercing a small hole at the base with the tip of his Nepalese knife to fashion it into a needle. He threaded the disassembled fishing line through the tiny hole at the end of the quill and proceeded to take a wolf pelt, deftly beginning to sew a garment. As Sun Yuxuan skillfully stitched garments, Luo Yuxue and the others gazed at him with admiration. Hu Qiming could not help but exclaim, "Boss, your skills are truly remarkable. You can even sew." Sun Yuxuan smiled faintly and replied, "It's mainly because my family was poor when I was young. I had to do many things myself. When my clothes tore, I mended them myself." Hearing this, Hu Qiming and the others felt a pang of sorrow. After all, they had grown up accustomed to a life of ease, rarely experiencing hardship, and thus could not fathom the difficulties faced by those from impoverished backgrounds. After spending an hour, Sun Yuxuan crafted a garment from wolf hide. Although it appeared somewhat rudimentary, it was certainly wearable. He handed the clothing to Hu Qiming, saying, "Qiming, try it on and see how it fits." Hu Qiming eagerly donned the wolf hide garment and remarked with a smile, "Boss, I must say, your craftsmanship is impressive. This fits perfectly and feels incredibly warm." Sun Yuxuan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and picked up another piece of wolf hide to continue his work. Thus, throughout the day, Sun Yuxuan fashioned a wolf hide coat for each person, while he himself donned a garment made from lion skin. Clad in animal skins, they resembled a band of savages at first glance. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and before they knew it, a month had passed swiftly. This month was relatively tranquil, devoid of significant upheaval. Besides occasionally venturing into the woods to forage for food and gather firewood, they mostly remained in their shelter. As time marched on, winter arrived, bringing with it a sharp drop in temperature on the deserted island, plunging it below freezing. One could not help but marvel at the island's distinct seasons. Summers were sweltering, almost capable of roasting a person, while winters were biting cold, nearly unbearable. Fortunately, everyone possessed a simple yet warm garment made from animal hide, providing some protection against the harsh chill. Additionally, at night, they would kindle a fire in the shelter's hearth, filling the space with a cozy warmth. On one particular morning, Sun Yuxuan awoke early as usual. Rather than waking naturally, it was more accurate to say he was roused by the biting cold. He slowly opened his eyes and noticed Hu Qiming curled up in bed, sleeping soundly, his snores rising and falling. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan chose not to disturb him. Instead, he quietly climbed out of bed, careful not to interrupt his peaceful dreams. He made his way to the hearth and discovered that the fire had completely died down, leaving only a heap of black ashes. Swiftly, he gathered some dry firewood, cautiously placing it into the hearth. Then, he ignited the firewood with a lighter, observing as the flames gradually ascended, licking at the timber and producing a crackling sound. As the wood continued to burn, the fire in the hearth blazed ever brighter, enveloping the entire shelter in a warm orange glow that evoked a profound sense of comfort. Sun Yuxuan sat quietly beside the fireplace, basking in the warmth that gradually restored his body from a chill. After a while, feeling sufficiently warmed, he slowly rose to his feet and walked to the entrance of the shelter. He gently pushed open the bamboo door, which creaked softly on its hinges. Chapter 97. Snow on the deserted island. As the bamboo door swung open, a piercing gust of frigid wind surged in, accompanied by swirling snowflakes that pricked his cheeks like countless tiny needles. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but shiver, hastily wrapping his lion-skin coat tighter around himself to fend off the biting cold. He lifted his gaze to the world outside. The entire forest lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, resembling a fairyland adorned in silver. Pure white snowflakes fluttered gracefully down, adding an air of mystery and tranquility to the serene woodland. Sun Yuxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, how swiftly time flies." Snow has begun to fall on this deserted island. He stood at the threshold, gazing at the dancing snowflakes, his thoughts drifting far away. After a few minutes, Sun Yuxuan finally emerged from his reverie. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the shelter and onto the thick snow, each footfall crunching beneath him. Slowly, he made his way toward the riverbank, with snowflakes continuously settling on him, bestowing a white cloak upon his shoulders. Upon reaching the river, he was astonished to discover a thin layer of ice covering the surface, capped with a dusting of snow resembling a vast silver mirror. Standing at the icy riverbank, he stared at the cold and unyielding surface, a wave of helplessness washing over him. At last, he located a suitable stick, grasped it firmly, and struck the ice repeatedly until it cracked, creating a small hole. He then hurried back to the bathhouse to retrieve 2 bamboo tubes. Sun Yuxuan cautiously dipped the tubes into the icy aperture, drawing forth the frigid river water. He tirelessly shuttled between the river and the bathhouse, filling the tubes with water and pouring into the bath. After numerous trips, the bath finally began to fill, reaching halfway full. Next, he ignited a fire in the fireplace beneath the bath. The flames blazed vigorously, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire bathhouse. Sun Yuxuan sat quietly beside the fireplace, waiting as time ticked by. After approximately half an hour, steam began to rise from the water in the bath, and its temperature gradually increased. Satisfied with the progress, he picked up a bamboo tube, scooped some warm water, and washed himself with simple diligence. Once refreshed, he exited the bathhouse and made his way to the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan gathered more firewood and placed it in the fireplace to ignite. He then retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo rack above the fireplace. Skillfully, he sliced the meat into small pieces with his military knife, placed them in a pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and began to stew. After a while, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue, along with others, gradually awakened from their slumber. As they pushed open the bamboo door and stepped outside, they were instantly captivated by the picturesque snow scene before them, momentarily frozen in awe, as if time itself had ceased. However, when the biting cold seeped through the seams of their clothing, they jolted back to reality, instinctively shivering in unison. Subsequently, they all wrapped their wolfskin coats tighter around themselves, attempting to ward off the relentless chill. At the entrance of the kitchen, Sun Yuxuan called out to everyone, informing them that hot water had been prepared in the bath. A wave of warmth and gratitude surged within Hu Qiming, Luo Yuxue, and the others upon hearing his words. They exchanged appreciative glances with Sun Yuxuan before hastening toward the bathroom. Once inside, they eagerly washed up with the warm water from the bath, feeling the soothing streams wash away their fatigue and chill. After completing their ablutions, they found their bodies revitalized, their spirits lifted. Subsequently, they gathered in the kitchen, sitting around the fireplace to warm themselves. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after nearly an hour, the wild boar meat in the pot had simmered to perfection, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma that made their mouths water. Eagerly, they grasped their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the deliciously stewed wild boar meat. After the meal, Luo Yuxue and several other girls, captivated by the snowy landscape, could no longer contain their excitement and rushed outside to frolic in the snow. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming remained in the kitchen, seated by the fireplace, watching with great interest as Luo Yuxue and the other girls played joyfully in the snow. After some time, Hu Qiming turned to Sun Yuxuan, a serious expression on his face, and said, "Boss, the food in our kitchen will only last us 3 or 4 days at most. If we don't replenish our supplies soon, we will find ourselves hungry before long. I believe we should take advantage of the relatively thin layer of snow and head into the woods to gather some food for storage. What do you think?" Sun Yuxuan smiled with appreciation upon hearing Hu Qiming's words. Looking at him with admiration, he replied, "That sounds good. Your awareness is truly growing. I believe that soon enough, even without me by your side, you will manage to survive well on this deserted island." Feeling somewhat bashful at Sun Yuxuan's praise, Hu Qiming scratched his head and quickly responded, "Boss, you flatter me. I'm not nearly as capable as you say. I have so much more to learn from you." Seeing his modesty, Sun Yuxuan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "All right, enough of that. Let us get going. We should take a stroll in the woods and see if we can find some edible provisions to bring back." With that, Sun Yuxuan stood up, walked to the side, and picked up a bow and arrow, placing them into a bamboo basket. He then adeptly secured the basket to his back and said to Hu Qiming, "Let us set off." Hu Qiming nodded, grabbing an axe tightly from the corner. As the two stepped out of the kitchen, they caught the attention of Luo Yuxue and her companions, who were playing nearby. Luo Yuxue, curious, approached them and inquired, "Captain Sun, what are you two planning to do out here in this icy weather?" Sun Yuxuan said with a smile, "The food in the shelter is running low. Hu Qiming and I plan to venture into the woods in hopes of finding some food to bring back." Luo Yuxue nodded and inquired, "Should we join you?" Sun Yuxuan quickly waved his hand and replied with a grin, "No need. You two can stay here and enjoy yourselves. Just the two of us will suffice. You two must ensure your safety." Luo Yuxue cautioned them once more. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming nodded in acknowledgement and, treading upon the accumulated snow, made their way into the woods. Chapter 98. Encountering a wild boar in the woods, the two men trudged laboriously through the snow-laden forest, each step proving to be an arduous endeavor. The biting cold wind, sharp as a blade, swept through the air, hurling snowflakes that obscured their vision. Before long, their heads and clothing were adorned with a delicate layer of snow, as if nature had draped them in a silvery cloak. Fortunately, they were clad in garments fashioned from animal hides, which, while not entirely impervious to the chill, provided enough warmth to stave off complete numbness. Thus, they made their way through the snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps for a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the occasional chirp of a bird from the branches above breaking the stillness. Not a single wild chicken was in sight. Hu Qiming, feeling despondent, turned to Sun Yuxuan and remarked, "Boss, this is rather peculiar, isn't it? We've been walking for quite some time, yet we haven't spotted a single wild chicken." Sun Yuxuan smiled faintly, offering reassurance. "What is so strange about it? On such a frigid day, most animals are likely hibernating and not out and about." Hu Qiming continued, "If that's the case, won't we be returning empty-handed today?" Sun Yuxuan maintained his relaxed demeanor, responding with a chuckle, "Don't be in such a hurry, brother. We've only just begun our journey. Let's press on a bit further. We might still find something." As they trudged through the snow, each step demanded greater effort than usual. The howling wind cut across their faces like a knife, making each breath a challenge. After approximately 2 more kilometers, their strength was nearly spent. Panting heavily, their faces reddened by the cold, resembling ripe apples. Finally, Hu Qiming could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Boss, I think it's impossible for us to find food today. It's far too cold. We should head back. If we continue like this, we might freeze to death." Sun Yuxuan shot him an irritated glance, retorting, "Why are you so impatient? You were the one who suggested we venture out for food. Now, after only a short distance, you can't endure it?" Feeling slightly embarrassed by Sun Yuxuan's words, Hu Qiming scratched his head and mumbled, "I just thought the weather was exceedingly cold." However, just as they were bickering, a sudden commotion erupted in the distant woods, marked by the unmistakable sound of a wild boar. The noise resonated loudly in the stillness of the forest, and upon hearing it, the two exchanged glances, a wave of exhilaration washing over them. They promptly forgot their previous fatigue and chill, quickening their pace toward the source of the sound. After traversing about 300 to 400 meters, they finally caught sight of the wild boar. It stood not far off amidst the trees, a massive creature weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. It sniffed the ground in the snow, seemingly in search of food, occasionally letting out grunts. Upon witnessing the large, robust boar before them, Hu Qiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a sumptuous feast had been laid out before him. He excitedly exclaimed to his companion, "Sun Yuxuan, look at this wild boar. It's enormous. If we could bring it back, we would feast for 10 days or even half a month." Sun Yuxuan nodded in agreement at Hu Qiming's words, yet he remained silent. He gently placed the bamboo basket onto the snow and slowly drew out his sharp Nepalese army knife. Gripping the hilt firmly, he cautiously approached the wild boar. Observing this, Hu Qiming also tightened his grip on the axe and swiftly followed suit. his heartbeat quickening as he felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of such a formidable creature. As the two men drew nearer to the wild boar, it seemed to sense the impending danger. Suddenly, it raised its head and unleashed a low, menacing roar, revealing its gaping maw. The sound echoed across the vast expanse of snow, sending chills down their spines. Simultaneously, the boar's sharp tusks glinted ominously, presenting a fearsome sight. Nevertheless, undeterred by the boar's warning, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming pressed on, their steps unwavering as they approached the beast. The wild boar's eyes blazed with rage as it perceived their advance, and its growls intensified. In a frenzied burst, it charged toward them with astonishing speed, resembling a runaway truck. Snow was kicked up in its wake, swirling like a white tornado. Sun Yuxuan shouted urgently to Hu Qiming, "Watch out!" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the boar lunged, leaping through the air within 3 meters of them. Yet, both men reacted swiftly. As the boar surged forward, they instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading its onslaught. In that same heartbeat, Sun Yuxuan brandished his Nepalese army knife, channeling all his strength to deliver a fierce strike. The blow was as swift as lightning, and with a resounding thud, the knife plunged deep into the boar's flesh, carving a long gash. Blood surged forth from the wound, splattering onto the pristine snow and creating a shocking display of crimson. Similarly, as he dodged, Hu Qiming swung his axe with precision, delivering a devastating blow that split open the boar's hide. The creature, now gravely wounded, emitted a heart-wrenching scream and stumbled back several meters before regaining its footing. It turned, glaring furiously at Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming, and without hesitation, charged at them once more. As the wild boar charged towards him, Hu Qiming instinctively dodged to the side, while Sun Yuxuan stood his ground, raising his right foot to deliver a decisive kick. The strike landed squarely on the boar's jaw, sending it tumbling through the air before crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. The force of the impact jolted Sun Yuxuan, causing him to stagger back several meters and fall onto the snow, a sharp pain radiating from his right foot. Seizing this moment, Hu Qiming swiftly approached the down boar with his axe in hand, raising it high to deliver a powerful blow to the creature's head. Chapter 99. Effortless onto the wild boar with a resounding crack, the axe descended like a thunderbolt, striking the wild boar's skull with tremendous force, instantly cleaving a gruesome gash. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, splattering onto the pristine snow and creating shocking crimson blooms. What was once a pure expanse of white was transformed in the blink of an eye into a scarlet tableau, reminiscent of hell itself. The wild boar, grievously wounded, let out a heart-wrenching cry that echoed across the desolate snowy landscape, sending shivers down the spine. In agony, it writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to alleviate its excruciating pain, though such efforts were clearly in vain. At that moment, Sun Yuxuan rose from the snow, hastily advancing towards the stricken beast. Gripping his military knife tightly, he unhesitatingly plunged it into the boar's neck once more. The blade pierced effortlessly through the creature's flesh, embedding deeply into its throat. As Sun Yuxuan withdrew the knife, a torrent of scalding blood gushed forth from the wound, and the wild boar emitted yet another heart-rending shriek, thrashing about in the snow. Both Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming instinctively retreated several meters, their eyes fixed intently on the creature. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. After 2 or 3 minutes, the boar's cries grew faint, eventually fading into silence. As they witnessed the wild boar succumb to its injuries, a weight lifted from Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming's hearts, and they could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and remarked, "Qiming, you've truly become formidable, daring to confront a wild boar head-on. That's quite impressive." Hearing Sun Yuxuan's praise, Hu Qiming chuckled in response. "It's all thanks to your influence, boss. After spending so much time with you, if I hadn't made any progress, that would have been rather useless, wouldn't it?" Sun Yuxuan laughed. "You certainly know how to flatter, not only intelligent but emotionally astute as well." After saying this, he ventured into the woods, gathering a few vines and a thick branch larger than his arm. Using the vines, he bound the wild boar and threaded the branch through the bindings. He then retrieved the bamboo basket he had placed on the snow and slung it over his back. Together, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming hoisted the hefty wild boar, heading towards their shelter. Weighing approximately 300 pounds, even with their combined strength, the burden per person was still a staggering 140 to 50 pounds. In the swirling snow, each step felt as though they were bearing an immense weight, making the journey exceedingly arduous. Hu Qiming, in particular, found his body bending under the oppressive load, as if he might be crushed by the sheer heaviness at any moment. Reluctantly, they were compelled to pause frequently along the way to catch their breath and regain some strength. Thus, they meandered along the arduous path for over 2 hours, ultimately arriving at the threshold of their sanctuary. At that moment, Luo Yuxue and the other girls were gathered around the kitchen hearth, basking in the comforting warmth of the fire and engaging in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps emanated from outside the kitchen, capturing their attention. Curious, they rose and made their way to the entrance of the sanctuary. Upon witnessing Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming appear with an enormous wild boar, their expressions shifted from astonishment to delight. However, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming were utterly exhausted, as if all their strength had been depleted during the long journey. Their limbs had nearly succumbed to numbness from the biting cold. With a sense of relief, they dropped the wild boar onto the snow and trudged into the kitchen, their weary bodies seeking the warmth of the hearth. As they approached the fire, they huddled close, allowing the gentle flames to thaw their almost frozen bodies. Feeling warmth gradually seep into their bones while they gasped for breath, Luo Yuxue turned to them, saying, "You two should rest. We will fetch some dry grass from the woods to burn off the boar's bristles." Sun Yuxuan nodded appreciatively at her words. The girls seized their military knives and hastened into the woods, gathering dried grass before returning to the riverbank. Together, they dragged the wild boar from the snow to the river's edge. They then spread the dry grass over the boar, as if tucking it into a thick blanket. Luo Yuxue hurried back to the kitchen, retrieving a burning log from the hearth to ignite the grass. However, perhaps due to the ongoing snowfall, the grass was dampened by the snow, resulting in a feeble flame. The moisture caused the burning grass to produce a significant amount of smoke that filled the air. Once the grass had nearly burned away, the bristles of the boar were completely singed, leaving the skin charred. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming regained their strength, and the feeling returned to their frostbitten hands and feet. They joined Luo Yuxue and the others by the riverbank to begin processing the wild boar. Each took a bamboo tube, scooping icy, frigid water from the river to meticulously cleanse the now blackened boar. Once it was clean, Sun Yuxuan wielded his knife and made a decisive incision into the boar's belly. With a swift motion, the skin parted, revealing a deep gash. He deftly reached inside, expertly extracting the internal organs, discarding everything but the liver into the river. He then divided the boar meat into smaller portions, instructing Hu Qiming and the others to transport it back to the kitchen. After returning with the boar meat, Sun Yuxuan took several ribs, chopping them into smaller pieces with an axe and placing them into a pot to stew. Within less than an hour, the wild boar ribs simmering in the pot were ready, prompting everyone to eagerly grasp their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the sumptuous feast. After savoring the tender ribs, Sun Yuxuan led the group to the riverbank, where they gathered several large, flat stones and transported them to the exterior of their shelter. Methodically, they stacked these stones, constructing a square storage cabinet. Subsequently, they placed the remaining wild boar meat within this cabinet, concealing it beneath a blanket of snow. Thus, this storage cabinet transformed into a natural refrigerator, allowing the snow to swiftly freeze the meat in the frigid weather. Chapter 100. The girl's perspective on Sun Yuxuan as evening descended. Luo Yuxue and her group of girls once again made their way to the bathroom, where they filled bamboo tubes with water from the nearby stream and poured it into the bathing pool. They then kindled a fire in the fireplace beneath the pool to heat the water for their baths. In less than half an hour, the water in the pool had reached a comforting warmth. Luo Yuxue and her companions returned to the shelter to retrieve a set of clean clothes, and they approached the pool, shedding their garments entirely. They scooped up the steaming water with bamboo tubes and began their bathing ritual. Once refreshed, they donned their attire and returned to the shelter, sitting by the fireplace to tend to their still damp hair. The sight of them, having just emerged from their baths, was akin to exquisite lotuses rising from the water, radiating beauty and allure. Sun Yuxuan's gaze roamed unabashedly over their figures, causing Luo Yuxue and her friends to flush with embarrassment. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed, they experienced a subtle thrill at the attention. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming kept his head down, avoiding looking at Luo Yuxue and the others. After a while, Jiang Yue could no longer endure Sun Yuxuan's lingering gaze and looked up to address him, saying, "Captain Sun, have you finished your examination? Why are you so lecherous? Perhaps you should take a cue from Qiming." With a chuckle, Sun Yuxuan replied, "How could I possibly tire of such enchanting sights? How can I be compared to Qiming? He is fortunate to have a beautiful starlet as a wife, while I am but a solitary bachelor." Jiang Yue was momentarily rendered speechless by his response. A few minutes later, Tang Jing raised her head and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Captain Sun, there is still hot water in the pool. You and Qiming should hurry and take a bath." Sun Yuxuan turned to Hu Qiming and said, "Qiming, you go first. I will follow after you." Surprised, Hu Qiming asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Sun Yuxuan, slightly irritated, replied, "Hurry up. I have no interest in bathing with a man. It would be quite uncomfortable for me." Hu Qiming, unfazed, laughed and said, "All right, boss. I will leave you to your observations. I shall go wash up now." With that, he stood and exited the kitchen, leaving only Sun Yuxuan and the 7 girls behind. Sun Yuxuan's eyes continued to roam over their figures, and faced with someone so brazen, Luo Yuxue and her friends could only lower their heads in resignation. Nearly 20 minutes later, Hu Qiming returned to the kitchen, freshly bathed. Sun Yuxuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the girls and stood to return to the shelter, where he retrieved a set of clean clothes. He then entered the bathroom, stripped down, and sank into the warmth of the bathing pool. The contrast of the icy cold outside with the soothing heat of the water enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. Perhaps the warmth of the bath was too inviting, or perhaps fatigue had overtaken him. Sun Yuxuan unexpectedly dozed off in the pool. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Hu Qiming was inquiring of Luo Yuxue and her friends. "What kind of man do you think our boss is?" Hu Qiming's question took Luo Yuxue and the others by surprise, leaving them puzzled as to why he suddenly inquired about it. After several seconds of silence, Bai Shihan was the first to speak, saying, "Xiangu is a good person. If he hadn't rescued me during the plane crash, I would have perished along with the aircraft, sinking into the depths of the sea." As she recalled their initial encounter on the plane, she smiled and added, "On the flight, Xiangu sat next to me. My first impression of him was rather unflattering. He seemed rather lecherous, staring at me intently, and even asking for my contact information. You can't imagine how repulsed I felt at that moment." Hearing her recount this, Hu Qiming and Luo Yuxue burst into laughter. Bai Shihan continued, "Initially, stranded on this deserted island with just the 2 of us, I worried he might take advantage of me. However, after spending a few days together, I realized he wasn't that kind of person and was actually quite caring." Li Mengqi chimed in, "Xiangu left a profound impression on me. On the plane, he ordered 4 meals and 2 cans of beverages in one go. Having worked as a flight attendant for 2 to 3 years, I had never encountered anyone consuming so much." She then recounted, "After the crash, I managed to escape and was washed ashore, unconscious by the coastline. If it weren't for Xia spotting me, and Xiangu carrying me beneath a large tree and feeding me coconut water mouth to mouth, I might have succumbed. Like Bai Shihan, I too was initially concerned that Xiangu might take advantage of us, but after a few days, I discovered that while he may have a roguish side, he is indeed a genuinely good person." Upon hearing their words, Hu Qiming chuckled. "It seems you 2 have already fallen for the boss." At this, Bai Shihan and Li Mengqi's faces flushed crimson, and they shyly lowered their heads, neither confirming nor denying his statement. Observing their reaction, Hu Qiming's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to tease Luo Yuxue and the others. "What about you? Have you all been captivated by the boss as well?" Jiang Yue, feeling flustered, quickly waved her hands in denial. "Don't say such things. How could I possibly be enchanted by him?" However, Her slightly anxious tone and awkward expression only reinforced Hu Qiming's suspicions. Amused, Hu Qiming pressed on. Oh? If you haven't fallen for him, then why the urgent need to clarify? As the saying goes, an explanation is merely a cover-up. In my opinion, you are quite fond of the boss, but are simply too shy to admit it. Jiang Yue's face turned a deep shade of crimson at his words, and she opened her mouth to retort, only to find herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Luo Yuxue, observing Jiang Yue's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but laugh and said, "Initially, I too thought Captain Sun was just a capable security chief. However, after getting to know him, I discovered many facets of his character that remain unknown to others, making him increasingly enigmatic." Tang Jing smiled and remarked, "I am quite similar to Yuxue. Although Captain Sun works in the same company as us, we rarely interact. To me, he has always seemed like merely a security captain. However, I never anticipated that being stranded on this deserted island would reveal so many surprises about him. Not only is he remarkably skilled, but his fluency in foreign languages is also impressive, and his extensive survival experience suggests he possesses a wealth of knowledge." Upon hearing their comments, Hu Qiming chuckled and said, "It seems that both of you have already developed feelings for the boss." Luo Yuxue quickly shook her head, indicating that she had not fallen in love. She merely held a favorable impression of him. Tang Jing echoed her sentiment, stating, "Like Yuxue, I only have a good impression and fondness for him." Chapter 101. The blushing and heart-thumping by Shirhan. Upon hearing their remarks, Hu Qi chuckled. "I believe that it won't be long before both of you fall in love with the boss. After all, men of his caliber are a rarity." Luo Yuxue and Tang Jing did not refute his statement. Instead, they pondered internally whether they would indeed come to love Sun Yuxuan as he suggested. Hu Qi then shifted his gaze towards Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting, inquiring, "What about the two of you? Do you also harbor feelings for the boss?" At his question, both Chun Yalan and Zheng Wanting appeared somewhat dejected and insecure. Chun Yalan spoke first. "If it weren't for Brother Sun rescuing us from those Japanese men, we would likely have perished at their hands." Zheng Wanting followed, "Considering that we have already endured such humiliation at their hands, it's a blessing that Brother Sun does not disdain us. We hardly dared to entertain any other thoughts." Chun Yalan's voice grew somber as she added, "We are no longer whole women. Even if we were to truly fall for Brother Sun, how could he possibly see us?" Hu Qi, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. The boss is not that kind of person. He would never reject you for such reasons." He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep across Luo Yuxue and the other 7 girls, before continuing, "Moreover, we are currently trapped on this deserted island, and whether we can escape remains uncertain. This island is fraught with dangers. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. Since you all have feelings for the boss, why not offer yourselves to him sooner rather than later?" As he spoke, a mischievous smile played on his lips. "I reckon the boss has been holding back for quite some time and could certainly use your comfort." Upon hearing Hu Qi's words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt their faces flush crimson, akin to ripe apples, as they understood the implications of his words, leaving them momentarily shy and at a loss. Time passed, and half an hour slipped away in an instant, yet Sun Yuxuan remained absent, igniting curiosity among the gathered crowd. It was known that, typically, he would not take longer than 20 minutes for a shower, but today he had yet to return after over half an hour. Bai Shirhan's expression turned anxious as she muttered, "What on earth is wrong with Xiange today? Why is he taking so long in the shower? Could something have happened?" At that moment, Hu Qi, with a hint of mischief in his smile, teased, "Perhaps something indeed has occurred. Why not take a look in the bathroom?" Bai Shirhan, taken aback at first, retorted with irritation, "If you want to go yourself. I certainly want tea." Just as her words fell, Sun Yuxuan suddenly emerged, clutching his stomach and exclaiming in agony, I can't hold it any longer. I must rush to the restroom." Before his words had fully dissipated, he sprang from his seat like an arrow released from its bow, dashing hurriedly towards the kitchen. This series of actions unfolded with such swiftness that Luo Yuxue and the others were utterly taken aback, standing frozen in disbelief. After a considerable pause, they gradually emerged from their stupor, and Luo Yuxue, filled with concern, turned to Bai Shirhan and urged, Shirhan, please hurry to the bathroom and check on Captain Sun. Surely, he hasn't encountered any misfortune? Upon hearing Luo Yuxue's words, Bai Shirhan felt a tightening in her chest, and without further hesitation, she rose swiftly and made her way to the bathroom. As she pushed the door open and entered, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Her gaze fell upon Sun Yuxuan, who lay motionless in the bath, illuminated by the glow of the fireplace. Bai Shirhan's heart raced, and she approached the edge of the tub, scrutinizing Sun Yuxuan's condition. As she drew nearer, she heard the soft sounds of his slumbering breaths, allowing her anxious heart to settle slightly. It turned out that Brother Xian was merely asleep. I was worried for nothing, Bai Shirhan sighed inwardly in relief. However, as her eyes inadvertently wandered over Sun Yuxuan's body, a rush of crimson flooded her cheeks, and her heart began to race once more. His sun-kissed skin glistened under the firelight, displaying well-defined muscles brimming with strength. The obscured contours of his body, barely hidden beneath the water, sent her heart racing like a startled deer, leaving her feeling bashful. She thought to herself, I never imagined Brother Xian had such an impressive physique. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Sun Yuxuan unexpectedly opened his eyes, locking his gaze directly onto Bai Shirhan. Caught off guard by this sudden encounter, Bai Shirhan, who had been intently watching him from beside the fireplace, was startled by their eye contact. Her face flushed bright red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking a sense of mirth in others. Sun Yuxuan, intrigued by her shy demeanor, allowed a playful smile to grace his lips. Shirhan, why do you sneak into the bathroom like a thief? Come clean. Were you attempting to catch a glimpse of me bathing? Bai Shirhan's face flushed deeper, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Stammering, she replied, I wasn't I was just worried because you hadn't returned for so long, so I came to check on you. Who would have thought you were sound asleep in a bath? Upon hearing her explanation, a wave of warmth surged within Sun Yuxuan. He gazed at the adorable girl before him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and suddenly entertained a bold idea. Without a hint of modesty, Sun Yuxuan stood up from the bath, his body entirely bare, presenting himself unabashedly before Bai Shirhan. Bai Shirhan was caught off guard when Sun Yuxuan suddenly rose to his feet, revealing his bare form. A wave of confusion washed over her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing her reaction, Sun Yuxuan flashed a mischievous grin and remarked, Shirhan, you've seen me in my entirety. You must take responsibility. Taken aback by his words, Bai Shirhan could only muster silence, her mind racing as she turned to leave the bathroom. However, Sun Yuxuan seized her hand, his grin widening as he teased. Now that you're here, why the rush to depart? With her cheeks flushed crimson, Bai Shirhan playfully protested, Xingu, please let me go. What are you planning? Chapter 102. A passionate kiss with Bai Shirhan. Sun Yuxuan wore a playful smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as he addressed Bai Shirhan. You cannot be serious in asking that. Just consider our situation. Two people, a solitary man and woman, confined to the same room. What else could I possibly be doing? Upon hearing his words, Bai Shirhan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and stammered, Yuxuan, please don't say such things. Let me go. I need to return. Yet, witnessing Bai Shirhan's bashful and adorable demeanor stirred an impulse within Sun Yuxuan. He chuckled softly. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Do not be so shy. However, would you be so kind as to help me with my back? Bai Shirhan's face reddened even further, as if it could bleed, and after a moment's hesitation, she gently nodded in acquiescence. Observing her response, Sun Yuxuan slowly released her hand, then reclined back into the warm bath, savoring the comfort it provided. Bai Shirhan took a deep breath to steady herself, then cautiously extended her delicate, slender hands, resting them gently upon Sun Yuxuan's broad, solid back. Her movements were gentle and deliberate, as if afraid of causing him discomfort. As her hands glided over his back, a wave of warmth enveloped Sun Yuxuan, eliciting a satisfied sigh as he relaxed completely. The soothing sensation was intoxicating, prompting him to close his eyes and indulge in Bai Shirhan's ministrations. Meanwhile, Bai Shirhan, though appearing calm on the surface, was a tempest within, her heart racing like a tumultuous sea. Her breaths quickened, and a flurry of chaotic thoughts invaded her mind, rendering her cheeks even hotter. As the minutes slipped by, time seemed to freeze in that moment. Sun Yuxuan's heartbeat quickened, his breaths becoming somewhat labored. Finally, summoning a surge of resolve, he abruptly turned, enveloping Bai Shihan in his embrace. Taken completely by surprise, Bai Shihan's body jolted, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before she could process his actions, his lips descended upon her alluring cherry-red mouth like a cascade of raindrops. This sudden kiss left Bai Shihan's mind blank. Her body electrified as an unprecedented sensation washed over her, akin to a surging tide. Her heartbeat raced, and a vibrant flush enveloped her cheeks, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Though she had never truly experienced love, she was not entirely naive to matters of the heart. After spending time with Sun Yuxuan, she had long since developed feelings for him. In this moment, as she was fervently kissed by Sun Yuxuan, a hint of shyness fluttered in her heart. It was overwhelmingly accompanied by a sense of sweetness and anticipation. After a brief moment of distraction, Bai Shihan quickly regained her composure. She gently closed her eyes and extended her tongue, intertwining it with Sun Yuxuan's in a passionate response to his kiss. Sun Yuxuan's hands, seemingly losing all restraint, roamed over Bai Shihan's body, caressing her smooth skin and absorbing the warmth and softness of her form. As he kissed and touched her, Bai Shihan felt as if all her strength had been sapped away, leaving her utterly languid and powerless. Unconsciously, she emitted a series of discordant sounds, instinctive reactions that were a release of her innermost emotions. Thus, the two lost themselves in a fervent embrace within the bath, as time appeared to lose its significance. However, just as they were enveloped in this fervent atmosphere, Sun Yuxuan suddenly rose from the bath, tightly embracing Bai Shihan, his hands recklessly exploring her body. Just as he was filled with joy, preparing to undress her, Bai Shihan gently pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, and she softly spoke, "Xiange, it seems today may not be convenient." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxuan felt as though he had been plunged into a fog, completely unprepared for such an eventuality. His brow furrowed as he quickly inquired, "Why not?" Bai Shihan's voice grew even softer, nearly inaudible. I have my period today." This statement struck Sun Yuxuan like a bolt from the blue, rendering him motionless, as if all strength had drained from him. Akin to a deflated balloon. Internally, he lamented his misfortune. "Oh my, how could I be so unlucky?" After eagerly awaiting this day, I thought I could finally bid farewell to my virginity, and yet this happens. However, upon witnessing Sun Yuxuan's despondent demeanor, Bai Shihan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She gently reassured him, "Xiange, don't be anxious. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. We have plenty of time ahead of us." Though Sun Yuxuan felt a lingering discontent, he remained silent, internally cursing. "How can I not be anxious? I've already removed my pants, and then you spring this on me?" Bai Shihan then embraced him once more, planting a kiss on his cheek before swiftly exiting the bathroom, leaving Sun Yuxuan in a state of bewilderment. After some time, the flames of desire within him gradually subsided. He sighed deeply, donned his clothes, and washed the garments he had changed out of in the bath, hanging them on the bamboo rack beside the tub to dry. Meanwhile, Bai Shihan's cheeks remained flushed like ripened apples as she shyly lowered her head and hurried into the kitchen. At that moment, Luo Yuxue, Hu Qiming, and Zhang Yue were gathered around the fireplace, basking in its warmth while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Upon noticing Bai Shihan enter the room, Hu Qiming's lips curled into a teasing smile as he inquired, "Shihan, where is the boss?" Bai Shihan's voice was barely audible, delicate as a whisper, as she replied, "Xiange has fallen asleep in the bath." Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming's smile brightened even more, and with a playful glint in his eye, he jested, "Why is your face so flushed? Could it be that you and the boss have taken a step beyond mere companionship in the bathroom?" Chapter 103. Awakened by the roar of a bear, Bai Shihan's face turned as crimson as a ripe apple, her heartbeat quickening as though it might leap from her throat. Flustered, she stammered, "Don't say such things. Nothing happened. I just saw Xiange asleep and called him awake." We didn't do anything. Yet, her words only seemed to deepen the suspicion, as if she were desperately trying to conceal something. Her voice quivered slightly, and her gaze flitted around, avoiding contact with others. Seeing her fluster, Hu Qiming's smile broadened, and he remarked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Even if something did happen between you and the boss, we wouldn't say a word. After all, we are all adults. Such things are quite normal." Jiang Yue chimed in, her laughter laced with teasing. "Shirhan, you've been gone for over 20 minutes. I simply can't believe nothing happened between you and Captain Sun." Li Mengqi joined in the banter, saying to Bai Shirhan, "Shirhan, have you pledged yourself to Xinge?" Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming chuckled. It seems the boss isn't up to par. The battle ended so quickly. Bai Shirhan felt utterly speechless, her embarrassment palpable, wishing only to vanish. Noticing her discomfort, Hu Qiming and the others refrained from further teasing. As time ticked by, about 10 minutes later, Sun Yuxuan finally entered the kitchen. He plopped down by the fireplace, barely catching his breath when Hu Qiming approached with a mischievous grin, conspiratorially whispering, "Boss, can I ask you a question? Please don't get angry." Amused by Hu Qiming's demeanor, Sun Yuxuan inquired, "What question could be so secretive?" With a sly smile, Hu Qiming leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Boss, are you suffering from kidney deficiency?" Sun Yuxuan was taken aback, clearly surprised by the query. Then he quickly grasped the implication, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly have kidney deficiency?" His voice echoed through the kitchen, prompting laughter from Luo Yuxue and the others. Seeing that Sun Yuxuan was not deterred by his words, but rather more incensed, Hu Qiming pressed on, "Oh dear. But just moments ago, Shirhan went to the bathroom looking for you. It was hardly 20 minutes. Was your battle really over so quickly?" Sun Yuxuan's anger flared at Hu Qiming's teasing. He retorted, "All we did was share a kiss in the bathroom. What on earth are you imagining?" However, Hu Qiming showed no signs of stopping, maintaining that mischievous grin, and continued to probe, "Just a kiss?" Surely, there were no further thoughts or actions. Sun Yuxuan could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "I would indeed prefer to engage in other activities. However, the issue lies with Shirhan, who is currently on her menstrual cycle. What do you suggest I do?" Upon hearing this, Hu Qiming and the others, who had already been laughing uncontrollably, erupted into even more raucous laughter, as if a switch had been flipped. Only Bai Shirhan hung her head, her face a deep crimson, wishing desperately to vanish into the earth. Observing this, Sun Yuxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily added, "Furthermore, if you dare to suggest that I suffer from kidney deficiency again, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Yes, Yu, my health is quite robust." Thus, the group continued their idle chatter by the kitchen fireplace, time slipping away unnoticed. As the clock struck midnight, a wave of fatigue washed over them, prompting everyone to rise and return to their shelter for rest. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings until an earth-shattering roar erupted from the woods, shattering the tranquility of the night. This sudden, thunderous sound jolted the slumbering individuals awake in an instant. Sun Yuxuan sprang from his bamboo bed, swiftly donned his shoes, and seized the axe resting at the foot of his bed before striding purposefully towards the shelter's entrance. Upon reaching the door, he cautiously peered through the narrow window above, attempting to glimpse into the inky darkness of the forest. Yet, the woods were shrouded in impenetrable blackness, and apart from the continuous roar, nothing else was visible. The sound echoed hauntingly through the stillness of the night, akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. At that moment, Hu Qiming was also roused. He, too, quickly scrambled from his bed, slipped on his shoes, and hurried to Sun Yuxuan's side. His pallor was stark, and a sheen of perspiration glistened on his forehead, clearly shaken by the monstrous roar. In a flustered tone, he queried, "Boss, what kind of creature is making that sound? It's truly terrifying." Sun Yuxuan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "That is the roar of a bear, and judging by the volume, it is likely quite close to our shelter." At the mention of the word bear, Hu Qiming's complexion paled further, and he involuntarily trembled. A look of deep concern etched across his face. Just then, Luo Yuxue and several other girls were also jolted awake by the bear's roar. Their hearts raced, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over them. The girls quickly scrambled from their beds, hurriedly putting on their shoes before darting towards the shelter's entrance like a gust of wind. Jiang Yue raised her voice, calling out, "Captain Sun, wake up. That sound is truly frightening. We are so scared." Her voice quivered as it echoed through the still night. Hearing her call, Sun Yuxuan immediately reassured them, "Do not worry. Both Qiming and I are at the door, and you will be safe." Upon hearing his voice, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt a slight sense of relief. However, the incessant roar that echoed through the air continued to instill a profound sense of dread within them. Jiang Yue's voice resonated once more, this time tinged with heightened terror. "Captain Sun, could you possibly come to our shelter? We are still quite frightened. The sound is truly horrifying." Without hesitation, Sun Yuxuan replied, "All right, please open the bamboo door, and Qi Ming and I will come over immediately." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Jiang Yue swiftly removed the wooden stick propping up the bamboo door and gently pushed it open. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming quickly opened the bamboo door of the shelter and rushed into the refuge where Luo Yuxue and the others resided. Chapter 104. The grizzly bear attacks the shelter as Sun Yuxuan and Hu Qiming stepped into the shelter. Jiang Yue swiftly closed the bamboo door and secured it firmly with a wooden stick. Sun Yuxuan, wielding an axe, stood resolutely at the entrance, his gaze peering through the small window of the bamboo door, vigilantly observing the movements outside. Meanwhile, Hu Qiming hastened to the fireplace, skillfully gathering some firewood and igniting it within. As the flames gradually soared, the entire shelter was illuminated by the warm glow. Sun Yuxuan's attention shifted to the visibly frightened Luo Yuxue and the other girls, whose faces had turned pale. He quickly reassured them, saying, "Do not be overly anxious. It is merely the roar of a bear, nothing to fear. Our shelter is constructed robustly, and there are traps outside. Even if the bear attempts to assault us, it cannot harm us in the slightest." Upon hearing Sun Yuxuan's words, Luo Yuxue and the other girls felt a slight sense of calm wash over them. A semblance of reassurance appeared on their faces, dissipating the tension and fear they had previously exhibited. However, the bear's roars in the forest did not cease. Rather, they intensified, echoing like a chilling harbinger from the depths of hell. As time ticked by, approximately 4 or 5 minutes elapsed before a colossal grizzly bear suddenly emerged outside the shelter. Despite the feeble moonlight, Sun Yuxuan could distinctly perceive the figure of the bear. This grizzly stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body exceeding 3 meters in length, its head nearly the size of a bath basin, and its limbs as robust as tree trunks. From a distance, it resembled a moving mountain, instilling an unparalleled sense of dread. Sun Yuxuan's eyes widened as he fixated on the bear, a chill creeping into his heart. He muttered under his breath, "My goodness, is this truly a bear? How could it be so enormous? Has it somehow become a spirit?" At that moment, Hu Qiming and several others also caught sight of the gigantic grizzly through the small window in the shelter's wall. Upon witnessing the bear's immense form, their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably as if they were leaves in a storm. Li Mengqi was so terrified that her speech faltered. She stammered to Sun Yuxuan, "Yuxuan, this bear is far too large and frightening." Luo Yuxue's complexion resembled that of a blank sheet of paper. Devoid of color, her voice quivering as she remarked, "In all my years, I have never encountered such a colossal bear. This is truly terrifying." Hu Qiming, his eyes wide with terror, shouted to Sun Yuxuan, "Boss, this bear is an absolute behemoth. Not only is it massive, but it also appears ferociously menacing. How could our humble shelter withstand its onslaught? What are we to do now?" Sun Yuxuan was acutely aware of the predicament they faced. He understood that, given their current capabilities, vanquishing the formidable brown bear was nearly an insurmountable challenge. However, in this critical moment of life and death, as the leader of the team, he had to maintain composure and tranquility. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to infuse his voice with steadiness as he addressed the group, urging them not to panic and to remain as calm as possible. "We cannot allow ourselves to falter, otherwise the situation will only deteriorate. When the bear finally launches its attack, we must unite and devise a plan to overcome it." Though Sun Yuxuan spoke with assurance, doubt gnawed at him internally. The sheer size and strength of the bear far surpassed their own, making victory a daunting task. In that moment, he could only silently pray that the bear would not assault their sanctuary. Suddenly, the bear outside seemed to sense the presence of Sun Yuxuan and the others within, becoming increasingly agitated. Without warning, it reared up on its hind legs, opening its massive jaws to unleash a deafening roar directed at the shelter. The roar reverberated like thunder, echoing through the forest, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its ferocity. The terrifying sound assaulted the eardrums of Sun Yuxuan and his companions, filling their ears with a buzzing sensation, as if swarms of bees were buzzing around them. Upon hearing the bear's roar, Luo Yuxue and the other girls turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, unable to suppress their terrified screams. Sun Yuxuan felt a surge of alarm. It was evident that the bear was enraged and preparing to attack the sanctuary. Without a moment to lose, he raised his voice, urgently urging everyone, do not panic. The bear is about to attack our shelter. Quickly, grab your weapons and prepare to defend yourselves. His voice echoed within the confines of the sanctuary. Though it was somewhat hoarse, it was laced with urgency and tension. Responding to his call, Hu Qiming and the others, despite their lingering dread, swiftly acted. Hu Qiming seized an axe without hesitation, gripping it tightly. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxue and the other girls picked up sharpened bamboo sticks, clutching them firmly in their hands. Despite their trembling hands, fear coursing through them, they struggled to maintain their composure. In less than a minute, the bear, seemingly driven mad, charged toward the sanctuary at an astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning, catching them completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, it reached the thorn-covered ground outside the shelter. Yet, for the tough-skinned brown bear, these thorns posed no threat whatsoever. They could inflict no harm upon it. The next instant, a thunderous crash erupted, shaking the very air around them, as if the world itself quaked in response. The colossal and weighty form of the brown bear crashed against the sanctuary's walls with the force of a cannonball. This impact was immensely powerful, causing the shelter to tremble violently, while the earth from the roof and walls cascaded down like a disturbed swarm of bees. The bamboo that had once constituted the walls of the sanctuary could not withstand such immense force, and several stalks were violently dislodged. A gaping hole was rent in the wall, and the girls led by Luo Yuxue were seized by terror, their screams piercing the air. Simultaneously, some of the sharpened bamboo stakes embedded in the wall had plunged deeply into the bear's flesh due to the collision. The bear let out a piercing wail, its cry echoing through the forest, sending shivers down the spine. Clearly